war or at the very least a battle to break out? Anna asked. That depends, but the answer is mostly yes. Silvertongue nodded. However, having you think about the existence of such loopholes is what is important here. If you use any that you find will have to be a case-by-case decision, but making sure you are not blindsided by another side using it is something else entirely. For the remainder of the delve, the prince had been trying to catch a moment where could talk to Ajax alone, but none presented themselves. Ajax had noticed his attempts, but wasn't in the mood to deal with the prince trying to force him to teach him about void. He knew there was nothing the prince could do to force him, but the attempts themselves could prove annoying. For the rest of the delve, Ajax had barely managed to get any more alchemy done. For the first time since he had joined the academy, he had primarily used his time to socialize with the other students in his class. It had taken a few hours to get the point across that he wouldn't be entertaining any talks regarding marriage at the moment, but the discussion focused more on how each of the noble houses had made their start when they were first granted the title. All houses made it a point to document their beginnings, though some saw those beginnings as a point of pride, while others chose to look at them as something to learn from. How does a house get its name? Ajax asked the most pertinent question in the presence of the nobles. After all, not only him, but his entire family line will carry the name they are given. Most often they are named for a trend in the family or the specific actions of the househead that gained them the title. Lexi explained, "My house is named Manashaper because of Grandpa's ability to experiment with chance." House Shortsilence, however, was named for their renowned ability as interrogators. Though the specific methods remain a mystery, it is well known that after one of their members enters, the dungeon prisoners start talking quickly. Ajax had to fight the grimace that fought to make its way on his face after hearing what House Shortsilence was known for. In hindsight, it made sense for a line of effective interrogators to be rewarded, even if the thought of their practice made him want to regress to his much more paranoid days. In cases like yours, you will have to present your sigil to the king. Considering your strength, you will most likely be alone with him in the room, so you will have a chance to appeal for a different name should you not like the first he gives you, but be careful with that, since if you are too picky you may end up worse than you started. Lexi said with a teasing grin on her face. Ajax did make a note of it, and was very thankful for all of the explanations that the rest of his classmates gave him. If nothing else, he now knew he had at least a few connections in specific industries moving forward should he need them to get on his feet. Handling the family finances wasn't going to be his area. His job began with gathering this information and passing it along to his sister and mother, and ended with being the one making any formal request or offers if they deemed it necessary. "We'll be going to the Watered Horse tonight," Rick shouted loudly as they were on the way back from the dungeon. Ajax appreciated Rick's care when it came to choosing the local. The Watered Horse was one of the lower-class taverns in the noble section of the capital, and one where Ajax wouldn't stand out like a sore thumb for showing up in his regular day clothes. "I'll be buying for everyone, so stop complaining," Rick continued when a few people started to suggest some higher-end places. While that offer wouldn't have been all that persuasive in their current company, all of the complaints died down pretty quickly once they saw that Benedict, Anna, and Lexi were all going along with the choice. "I'll be seeing you all 10 days from now," Professor Silvertongue said as he dismissed everyone. With that, everyone went their own way looking to get out of their delving gear and into some regular clothes before heading to the Watered Horse. Ajax, however, wasn't so lucky, as the prince had followed him following their dismissal and had caught up to him just as he got to the door of his office. "I want to know more about this peculiar element," the prince demanded. It was much harsher than even he had originally intended to approach the subject, but his patience had been worn thin the last few days. "I know you were taught better manners than that." A voice came from the side as the door to Professor Silvertongue's office opened and two women were exiting. "Aunt Cleo," the prince's jaw dropped in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "I came here to follow up and clear the air about the stupid threat you made towards a newly promoted noble a few days ago. Imagine my surprise to see you also pushing things further by hounding him for something that I know for a fact is private information." But the prince started. "But nothing," she said, cutting him off. "You'll be coming with me and explaining this to your father. Keep going in this manner and you'll end up like your uncle." The prince's face fell at that, and he quietly bowed his head in frustration. His uncle had been first in line as crown prince and had been passed over for the crown despite being stronger than his father. All of it was due to poor diplomatic skills and a few international incidents. "I'm sorry you had to see that, Ajax. Congratulations on the noble nomination," Princess Cleo, the current king's oldest daughter, said. "You certainly have had great timing for my daughter." She finished with a nod at the girl standing behind her. "You're very welcome," Ajax said as he returned with a bow towards the two. With that, the two left with the prince in tow as Ajax headed into his office to get changed before heading out. "Evelyn of the 4th POV, today I will finally get my chance again." After all the effort I had put in these last few months, I will finally have a chance to advance and claim the name of Evelyn of the Third. The man standing opposite me in the ring has the same black mask covering his face as his tight leather armor is covered by the loose cloak. Today, I will put everything I picked up about curse mana in the last few months into practice. As the signal was given, he charged in same as he always does. I used to think that he did this to unbalance me, and because he wanted to make me go on the defensive and turn the battle into one of attrition. But now I knew that his resources were just as limited as mine, if not even more so, because of the constant strain the body puts on stamina during a fight. Unlike every other spar, I willing went along with his plan and defended the strike easily with a timely conjured wall of ice. The ice quickly turned black upon contact with the curse mana, which is why my follow-up was to use an earth spell to move the ground below the ice. Despite not knowing it, my opponent just gave me a very durable shield. Seeing that his opening trick didn't work, he quickly took some distance and tried for a few long-range slashes, sending arcs of curse mana towards me. The massive flame wall I launched back wasn't enough to burn through the curse mana, but it certainly weakened the slashes to the point that it only severely cracked the ice wall instead of going through it. An added bonus was that the flames did a lot to get rid of the baggy cloak he used to hide his movements. I could tell that he was suspicious. Both of my reactions to his attacks were something I practiced heavily while preparing for this fight, and now it was time to show him just how much I picked up while he was away. I took his next charge head-on, focusing more on the timing of his curse skill activation than the direction of the blade. That turned out to be a mistake, as he simply didn't activate and curse skill, leaving me on the back foot as I pumped a solid chunk of mana into summoning a strong wind explosion to create some distance once again. As sure as I was that I had the counter to his curse skills, I still had to be careful of his regular sword techniques, as all of my spells still required a chant, regardless of how short it was and how quick I had gotten at casting it. The clash between us repeated a few times, and while he hadn't managed to land a single cursed attack on me, I was starting to rack up a good amount of cuts. "I think you should just stop there," the king said as he looked down from the balcony. "Evelina, you proved that you have improved, but I don't think it's enough just yet." I defiantly shook my head as I motioned for the fight to continue. "Have it your way." The king shook his head in displeasure as he motioned for one of the guards to call the healer. Realizing a clean win wasn't in the cards for me today, I chose to bank the spar on mutual blow. I gave the shadowy assassin an open path to my shoulder that he took, the tip of the sword a meaning to pierce straight through. The few earth spikes I launched were all cleanly sidestepped, as he clearly felt the mana taking shape in the earth. Right as his stab was about to make contact, he finally activated his curse skill, just like I'd hoped. As the curse mana was being called up, so was my flame spitter spell from the same arm that was about to be hit. The metallic taste of blood started to cover my mouth after I bit my tongue. The chant had been finished barely in time that I hadn't had the time to clench my jaw for the impending stab. The reflexive biting motion I made, once I felt the pain radiating from my shoulder, caught the tip of my tongue. It was all worth it, however, as I saw the black cloak getting tossed aside as the black flames spread. The pain I felt was nothing compared to what I was about to inflict. Despite taking the worse end of that exchange, I had managed to not only keep myself curse-free, but absorb his curse mana into my flame spitter spell and launch it back on him. My next move seemed to show the spectators, as they didn't understand why I would use a strong, holy cleansing spell right after. My opponent was experienced enough with cursed mana to know what I was trying to do. Sadly for him, there was nothing he could do, as he had no protection against the beneficial spell I cast in his general area. As the holy light washed over him, it brought with it a wave of pain that left him thrashing on the ground, as the curse mana the flames had inflicted on him were getting exorcised with holy mana in the middle of combat. I didn't even waste the time to stop my own bleeding, as I didn't know just how much curse mana actually latched onto him from that one attack. My next spell formed a quick earthen coffin around him, locking him in place, and giving me time to chant a longer lightning strike that landed 3 inches from his head. With the final strike given, I fell to my knees, my free arm moving quickly to staunch the bleeding from my shoulder, but my eyes could stop staring at the black scorch mark the lightning bolt left next to his head, the mark of my victory. The healer quickly rushed to me and began his work. Despite winning the spar, I was in a much worse shape. Despite my plan working out in the way I wanted, eventually my execution left a lot to be desired. The gap between us was larger than I initially thought, and that made the taste of victory so much sweeter. "What were you thinking?" The healer berated me. "That stab went clean through the muscle and even chipped the bone. Do you know how lucky you are that none of his curse strike got on you? If it had, you would have had to wait 3 days before we could have even attempted to heal this." The king had also made his way down to the courtyard, his hair a mix of gray and white, the clearest sign of his age, as he still maintained his body in shape for combat. His frown, however, let me know that he wasn't pleased with my choice and agreed with the healer. It wasn't luck. The one to break the silence was my opponent. He still heaved from the pain inflicted on him by cleansing the curse. What do you mean? The king asked, turning the glare onto him. I don't know how, but she knew my final cursed strike wouldn't work. He heaved out. She counted out the fire spell consuming the curse mana. Not only that, but she even knew it would end up inflicting me with a weak curse if I got touched. A curse that was weak enough to be cleansed a few moments, but that was all she needed. That's when he removed his mask, still heaving for air and with his arms still shaking from the previous pain, and a predatory and evil smirk cut across his face. Both of his eyes were fixed on me. Not even I knew you could imbue flames with cursed mana like that. Where did that idea come from? He asked. No, don't tell me yet, let me think about it. He contradicted himself. I look forward to our next spar, he said, his voice quieter and filled with joy and anticipation that made me shiver a little. You'll tell me if I got it right or not before we begin. Oh, not you too. The king let out a sigh as he looked between the two of us like petulant children. I'll give her a month before I challenge her to regain my title, he reassured the king. I didn't get a chance to gloat, as one of the messengers approached us in the courtyard and made straight for the king. The man wisely stopped a good 10 paces away from the king, where he bowed, and then slowly covered the rest of the distance, aware that any rash movement in the presence of the king will see all 9 of the combatants on the training field moving to kill him. Your Highness, one Ajax has arrived at the palace, he said. He passes an invitation and has brought with him the sigil for his new house, so the kid is moving quickly, good for him. Hopefully my shoulder will be patched up quickly because I want to see what his sigil looks like. Ajax was oddly surprised at the interaction he had with the 2 princesses. While he had known that the royal family had chosen to try and have a group of children around the same decade as a way to keep them connected as siblings, he hadn't known their exact birthdays. The young princess should thank his grandparents a lot more than they did him, as that was the push that made him reveal his trick. Once he finally arrived back home, Ajax was treated with a number of different sigils that his family was gathered around. His father had taken the opportunity very seriously and had made a few very detailed pieces that would work as a sigil. The first one was also one he sadly had to remove from the running, simply due to the fact that it focused heavily on his bees. As much as he decided to share a few of his secrets, he wasn't prepared to make that one public until his family all had a chance to try and get a trailblazing skill of their own. Not to mention that a sigil showing the bee would work much better for his sister's company, seeing as honey was going to be their exclusive commodity. The second sigil was decorated with lots of weapons and magic. Ajax could clearly make out fire, ice, and lightning alongside a hammer, shield, axe, and bow. The sigil even included the paw print of a shadow cat. This was a choice he found himself agreeing with. It did represent his versatility. The small bag of coin and anvil on either side represent, as well as the presence of Fluffy's paw representing the rest of his family. The third sigil was one that was a little bittersweet to him. It showed an edited version of their old house back in the nameless village near Lessus. The fields were bigger and fluffy, could be more clearly seen in the shade of a tree, along with the smithy and all of his weapons prepared around his training spot. Both of the sigils did a great job of representing what he wanted his house to develop into, a self-sufficient power that could stand up for itself. In the end, what cinched in for him, however, was the more varied focus of the second sigil. The second sigil was too war-themed, and Ajax didn't want to make it seem like he was planning to make a try for the Steelblade title. The third sigil, however, would actually land him outside of the sphere of influence from all 3 archdukes. This neutrality was what decided it for him. Aren't you going yet? His sister, Alana, and even his mother were looking at him once the decision was reached. Their days hadn't been easy, and they all knew once he was granted a title and a plot of land in the capital, all hostilities would end overnight, at least for a time. I was thinking of going tomorrow, Ajax said honestly. He was still slightly tired from his time in the dungeon. Nonsense, Judy pushed him towards the bathroom to wash up. We even have a proper suit all ready for you. Didn't take a genius to get the message, so Ajax took a long bath as he got himself presentable for his second trip to the royal castle. This time he would actually be entering, and not just delivering a message at the gates. Despite the suit fitting him like a glove, Ajax couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in it. It wasn't anything to do with feel of the clothes, but rather with just how attention-grabbing they were. His original start as a hunter had seen him progress, with stealth being a very important factor in his outfit. As such, Ajax much preferred black outfits along with gray or even green patches. The golden accents on the silver clothes made him think more of knights or priests, the centers of attention, and very much not his style. Now you definitely look the part of a noble, Lana said as she straightened out his collar, though you will need to fix your expression from one of discomfort to one of joy when you go before the king. With that, Ajax picked up the sigil and made his way towards the royal palace. He seriously hoped showing up unannounced wouldn't be an issue, even if he had been given an open invitation to come and claim his title. Unlike the last time he was here, the guards visibly straightened up once he approached them. "What can I help you, my lord?" one of them asked. "I have an open invitation from the king," Ajax said as he presented the parchment Evelyn had given him. "Right this way," the guard who read the scroll said as he led Ajax into the castle. As they were walking towards the castle, two more guards moved towards them from inside. One walked right past them after a small bow towards Ajax and moved to take the spot of the guard guiding him, while the second took a look at the scroll and dashed away in a dignified manner. "The king will be informed of your presence momentarily. You are invited to wait for him." Ajax figured he would now be led through to a waiting room, one much grander than he had seen back in Luna's house, but a variation nonetheless. "Hold on a moment." A voice came from one of the side corridors as Ajax was being led through the palace. Ajax turned to the side to see an entire unit of people that possessed auras he could clearly sense approach him. While he didn't know who they were specifically, he knew of them. One of the king's squads, much like the one Evelyn led, all of them had to be in mid-hundreds in terms of level and extremely dangerous. Definitely not people he should anger if he could avoid it. Lady Quinn, the guard guiding Ajax, sprung to attention. While Ajax was confused at this interaction since they had passed a few other people without any of them giving him more than a glancing look. His confusion also seemed to be shared by the rest of the squad beside Quinn. "What is it, Quinn?" the leader of the squad asked. "I thought I recognized him." Quinn said triumphantly. "Why is he here?" Quinn addressed the guard that was leading him despite this being considered quite rude, something that seemed to strike an odd scene with the rest of the squad. "Quinn, you should be more respectful, at least in the royal palace." Her squad leader Patrick got out through gritted teeth. "He's here to receive a noble title." The guard dutifully provided. She nodded with a touch of respect towards Ajax at that answer before turning back towards Patrick. "Seems like you were right after all. Quinn, how many times do I have to tell you? Not all of us have your point investment into the mind stat. Where do we know him from?" he asked. Ajax was also very confused about this turn of events since he definitely had no memory of meeting this Quinn. Considering her level of strength, he hoped his doppelganger hadn't pissed her off. 6 years ago, Quinn said as she rolled her eyes. "Back in that backwater when we were hunting that vampire, he's the kid whose arm I fixed." The explanation did a lot to relax Ajax. Now he knew why he didn't remember her. He had been unconscious when she patched him up, and she had left long before he woke up. This revelation also told him exactly which squad they were, the 8th. A pained groan resounded through one of the open windows, putting Ajax on edge once more. "Why does Evelyn not learn she just can't beat him?" Quinn said with a shake of the head. Despite her flippant words, however, her expression showed concern and a little sadness. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," one of her squad mates said. "I'm pretty sure that wasn't Evelyn." Ajax was caught off guard by the comment, though he felt happy for Evelyn. Balthazar had told him how impatient she was, and this proved that the 2 weeks they had taken off the curse research had pushed her to challenge her fellow squad commander early. "Come on, let's go see." The rest of the squad already moved. With their stats, however, even the proper dignified walk looked like a sped-up tape of someone walking as they made their way towards the training field. "Congratulations on your title, kid," Patrick said before he followed his squad. "I'm glad we got to you in time back then." Ajax was brought back into the present by the guard. "Right this way, sir. The king will be with you shortly. Sadly, you aren't allowed access in the training yard." The dejected tone let Ajax know that he wasn't the only one not enthused on not being able to go see the fight. The following wait was a little nerve-wracking, a mix of anticipation of how Evelyn's fight had gone mixed with the fact that he was waiting to meet the king. While the wait itself hadn't been longer than another 20 minutes, it felt much longer to Ajax, who ended up pacing for the last 5 minutes of it. "The king will see you now." A different guard, one with much fancier armor, entered the waiting area and invited Ajax inside. As Ajax was led into a small throne room, he could see that he and the king wouldn't be quite as alone as he expected. Present inside the room were almost 24 other people, all of who exuded a powerful aura. Ajax recognized the members of the 8th as well as Evelyn, who looked like she had gone 10 rounds with a feral cat from the number of shallow cuts she had on her. Despite all of the shabby clothes, the smile on her face informed him about the outcome of the fight. The residual mana combination of curse and holy hanging around another of the people let Ajax know who her opponent was, as well as the tactics she had used to gain her victory. One of the crueler methods they had come up with, first infecting a curse, and then using the interaction with holy mana to cause excruciating pain. The method was particularly effective as the healing was considered positive by the system, so the second part of the combo would bypass most shields. "Your Majesty." Ajax greeted with a deep bow once he entered the small throne chamber. "You must be Ajax." The king was an old man. Despite the wrinkles on his face and his white hair, however, he appeared a lot more like the old men from Asian animated cultures than those seen in Western media, with a strong tall build that showed that he still possessed a lot of power despite having aged past his prime. I have to say I have heard a lot about you in the last year. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. While you might know Evelyn here, he said with a wave of a hand towards her. Everyone else taking part in this meeting is a part of the 3rd, 4th, or 8th squad. You can be sure that the contents of this meeting won't be leaked. I appreciate that, Your Majesty, Ajax said as he wrung his hands a little nervously. There is something I was hoping to share with you at this time that would not be spread. Would that be your ability to use a curse skill? The king asked. Surely you can't have expected Evelyn not to inform me of your capacity in all this time. No, Your Majesty. Please call me Taranas at least for now, the king interrupted. King Taranas if you must. Of course you're ma King Taranas, Ajax corrected. And no, my curse/skill is not what I was referring to. I did in fact believe that you were already informed of that. Oh, another surprise. The king seemed giddy like a kid on Christmas morning at the news. Yes, it is about my legendary skill, Ajax said. A lot of people are aware of the fact that you possess Enigma, though there are a few differing theories as to the trailblazing skill that allowed you to gain it. The king deflated a little at the topic. Would you be inclined to shed a little light on that debate? Not at this time, King Taranas. There are still a few things I am investigating regarding that skill, Ajax said as he shook his head. I also wasn't referring to Enigma but my combat legendary skill. That statement got everyone to freeze for a moment before everybody in the room was fighting a smirk, though a few of the participants did place a hand on the handle of their weapons. The king took a moment to unfreeze before he was shaking with excitement. That is quite the news. I had expected that this meeting would be quite something, which is why I made sure we would have a certain level of privacy, but this has exceeded my expectations. The king said, how much would you be willing to share regarding this skill? As a future high-ranking noble, the king definitely didn't want to pressure Ajax before he had a chance to set down some deep roots inside the kingdom. He was in fact even thinking of a way to tie him to the royal family through a marriage. I am willing to disclose a few general aspects as well as how I managed to achieve the skill, Ajax said. Please, by all means. The skill is called Mana Siphon. The essential of the skill is that it allows me to absorb any mana from my surroundings and convert it into increased physical stats. Sounds like an upgraded version of my mana physique. The man Ajax, assumed to be the leader of the 3rd, said. Being a legendary skill, I am guessing he gets a much better efficiency than I do, possibly even has a higher maximum input. I doubt the efficiency is higher, Ajax said as he had come across mana physique in his research. I actually suspect that it is a bit lower, though the maximum input is likely higher for comparative skill levels. That wouldn't be enough to make the skill legendary, another member argued. The legendary aspect of the skill is also the one that gives it its name Siphon, Ajax explained. Unlike mana physique, I am not limited to only consuming my own mana, but any mana source that is close enough. This includes high mana density in the environment as well as casted spells. That is quite the upgrade, the king acknowledged. You said you are willing to also disclose the method by which you obtained it. The next 15 minutes devolved into a recap of Ajax's encounter with the vampire, as well as his self-taught method of learning magic from monsters. Much to the king's surprise, the 8th were actually able to confirm part of the story. While this is certainly interesting, and definitely something we should investigate, if only for the chance of getting some of the lower rarity skills with the mana siphon effect, it is a matter for another time. We have gotten quite a bit sidetracked, I must say, the kind said. We are here to grant you your noble title if you would present your sigil. Ajax did as he was asked, and he presented the sigil his father crafted. To his surprise, the king tried to suppress a small chuckle. You geniuses sure are alike. He commented as he observed the sigil. Duke Manashaper's sigil is also highly detailed and not very suited for branding. While I do accept this, as your sigil, I do suggest you come up with a more common mark, possibly even a specific color scheme to represent your house, as mass-producing such sigils does end up being quite the challenge. It was at this point that Ajax had to fight very hard not to facepalm at this oversight. He had put a lot of thought into what he wanted the sigil to signify that he had forgotten almost all noble houses displayed their sigil on anything and everything that had a connection to them, and that being simple enough to produce was also a factor. Kneel please, Ajax, the king said as he stood up from the throne and approached him with the sword in hand. Ajax did as the king said and went down on one knee. His danger sense, being absolutely calm, was the only reason he was able to calmly get through the procession of having the sword placed on his shoulders and then stabbed in the ground an inch from his face. Rise now, Ajax, as a baron and the head of House Hearthbound, the king announced in an official tone that echoed throughout the chamber. Ajax found that he was happy with the name. In all honesty, he had expected the name to have more to do with his discovery or the legendary skill he had just revealed, but he was glad that the chosen sigil had so much more sway. He was also sure that the king hoped the name would foster more loyalty towards the kingdom, but Ajax was sure it would be a name his family would also be happy with. With that, Ajax rose up to the thunderous applause of the 24 squad members present. I do hope your house will prosper for a long time to come, the king said as he returned to his seat. Now that you are officially a noble, I will assign you the land plot A231 from the noble district, for you to build your mansion, and for it to serve as your land, the king said. There was a mixed reaction to this from the members of the squads as they processed the king's intention. Plot A231 wasn't all that special aside from the fact that it was empty and anything could be built on it. The important part was that it was one of the plots neighboring a certain Viscount house that just recently lost its noble title. The king's intention clearly being to grant that plot to Ajax as well when he raised his title from Baron to Duke in the near future. You'll find that plot is empty, as such you can begin building your estate on it. A Viscount plot neighboring it has also recently been vacated due to all that curse-plagued business earlier in the year. Evelyn told Ajax, I suggest you take into consideration that plot being added to yours in 10 years when laying down any plans. What gave it away? The other fighter asked Ajax. Seeing as his clothing was relatively undamaged, it was a very fair question. I could give the technical answer that you have both curse mana residue and holy mana residue lingering on you, and I doubt anyone can reasonably be expected to continue a spar once exposed to both, Ajax said before smirking a bit. But I've known Evelyn for a few months now, and this is the first time I've seen her smile. I doubt it was following a loss. Evelyn's smile dimmed slightly at that, but it wasn't enough to wipe it off her face. The king also got a kick out of the comment, but soon reasserted order over the room. According to your records from the academy, I can see that you are doing well at filling in the gaps in your knowledge. That will serve you well as you grow into your new title, the kind said. That being said, it does leave the matter of the end of the year tournament to address. What is there to address? Ajax asked, though this was more him feigning ignorance. Your ability to enter all the open non-student tournaments that lead to spots for the class tournaments, the king pointed out. Given your level of power, I could only see a spectacular 6th year actually giving you any trouble at all. I doubt even one of them could. After all the stats I gained from running both dungeons, Ajax thought back to the dungeon floor bonus stats he gained. Having you make a straight shot, effortless run through the tournaments would have been problematic before, but now that you also gained a noble title, it would be disastrous. As such, a more beneficial arrangement can be made for you on the side, the king said. A more beneficial arrangement? Ajax asked, a hint of greed shining in his eyes. All that time he spent around his sister and his grandparents working overtime to let him know of a potential opportunity. Essentially, for the following 6 years, I will have you only participate in the 6th year tournament. Even that spot will be given with a seeded pass so as to not disturb the open entry tournament, the king explained. The rewards you will gain for winning will be compensated for having you not enter all 6 tournaments. This was already an arrangement Ajax was ready to jump at, a way to gain all those rewards without pissing off every noble with a representative in the first 5 years was a golden opportunity. On top of that, should you manage to keep your winning streak for the duration of the 6 years you will be attending the academy, I will be willing to give you a spot as a representative for our under 50 group in the upcoming challenge for the Deep Iron Mine, the king offered. Ajax's time in the academy had already informed him of the way nations split any newfound resources when they decided to go the peaceful route. A tournament will be held where the representatives of each nation fought for of the resource. The tournaments would be split in an under 50 years old category, an under level 100 category, and a no restriction category. The unrestricted category always influenced more than half the ownership of the resource, but quite a lot of money was up for grabs in the other categories as well. Seeing as how the tournament would be held in only a few years, Ajax knew he had no chance at the under-level 100 bracket that was filled with one-trick ponies who spend at least 2 centuries training a few specific skills while achieving level 99, but the under 50 years old was where he might stand a chance. What is the reward split for the mine? Ajax asked. 20-20-60, the king answered, with the country gaining half and the representative the other half. I accept King Terranas, Ajax said with a deep bow. That is great news, the king smiled. With that being handled now, you are dismissed, Baron Hearthbound. Ajax's future just came into a much clearer focus. From the blur of nebulous possibilities it had been a few weeks ago, he had now gained a title, a home as well as a target to aim for. All of that in mind, Ajax made his way home as quickly as he could while still looking somewhat graceful in his fancy clothes. This was something he would want to share with his family and celebrate. Are you sure letting him compete is wise, Terranas? The first squad's commander and the king's best friend asked him. I doubt anyone but you has a chance to take the open competition from the elves, the king answered instead, and I am not willing to risk you over a mine filled with luxuries. Seeing as their witch was also married into their royal family, they will owe a majority of the mine regardless. Then what is it you are after? The commander asked. the biggest place to have him associated as a representative of Grindor. The king said, should he actually manage to win his part of the reward, will provide income for his noble family should he have trouble securing a revenue stream, or preferably a bargaining coin he can use to gain a delve in one of our neighbor's capital dungeons. You think a single delve will be worth that much? The king's friend asked. He cleared up to the 8th floor as a level 32 old friend. The king said, that single delve in a capital dungeon will give him 7 to all his stats even if he doesn't grow the level gap he can delve in the next few years. That much power will make him dangerous in the future. Is it wise to have him continue like this without a tie to the royal family? The squad leader asked. You heard the rumors just as I have. The beastkin dichotomy is being unified. With 2 capital dungeons under a single nation, how long do you think it will be before they declare war once again? 100 years? 200? The king asked. Worse yet, what if they decide not to push towards the rest of us but try to expand outside humping territory? Who knows what they might bring down on us? They really did pick their timing well, the squad commander was forced to admit. Having started their unification on the heels of a peace treaty as tenuous as this one was means that nobody will be willing to go to war with them unprovoked. All for the simple reason, as we don't trust each other enough to leave an opening to our own allies. While Ajax had gone to finalize the noble title, his family had received an arguable overdue visit for Sylvia's parents, the only issue being that they had made it a surprise visit, not knowing today will also be the day Ajax was going to the royal palace. Grandmother, grandfather, Judy said coldly. Grandmother, grandfather. Tom repeated the same greeting. Mother, father, these are my children, Tom and Judy. Sylvia introduced them, trying her best to make the effort she said she would back when she accepted her parents' apology. Beside them is Katie, Tom's spouse, as well as Alana, Judy's business partner. Where is young Ajax? Sebastian said as he tried to ease the tension. His presence here was helping as he had made a good impression on both Judy and Alana as he helped them with the move. I heard he just returned from his delve today. Ajax is at the royal palace, Sam said. Accepting his noble title and land. Sebastian winced a little as his attempt to move the topic of conversation along wound up with them in even more uncomfortable territory. Thankfully, the awkwardness was quickly shattered by the sound of the door being all but slammed open. Why this couldn't wait until tomorrow, I still don't know. Ajax could be heard complaining despite his tone revealing he wasn't feeling as annoyed as his words originally sounded. Oh, am I interrupting something? Ajax stopped as he caught sight of the packed dining table they had recently gotten. Not at all, sweetheart. His mother was quick to stand up, hug him, and then drag him towards a seat reserved for him at the table. How did it go? Her question reflected the thoughts of everyone else seated as they looked at Ajax filled with curiosity. Ajax was surprised to find that his grandparents were also there. Less surprising was the tense atmosphere that he could cut with a knife from the moment he walked in the door. It was also pretty clear that everybody wanted a new topic of conversation. Not only that, but all were also interested in finding out how the meeting had gone. We're officially nobles, Ajax said. The announcement was met with sighs of relief from Judy, Alana, Sylvia, and Sebastian, who had been taking it in the teeth for the last few days as every one of their competitors was getting their licks in before the announcement. We are officially House Hearthbound and have been given plot A231. Ajax continued. From what I understand, it's an empty plot, so that celebration party will have to be an open one. What plot did you say? While that number might not have meant much to everyone who came from Lessis, Aurora, Elijah, and Sebastian were all quick to react. What's wrong with the plot? Sylvia asked. Nothing's wrong with it exactly, Aurora said as she chose her words, thinking carefully how to phrase it. But it neighbors a recently vacated Viscount plot. The king essentially announced he plans to grant him a ducal title in 10 years, as long as he doesn't mess this up too badly. Ajax had mentioned something like this beforehand, but having it be confirmed in such an obvious way got everyone to go and hug Ajax, congratulating him on his success. How did the meeting go? Sylvia was curious about everything. It took some convincing before Ajax took a seat with a mug of ale in his hand as he started to narrate his experience inside the royal palace. His family did show quite a bit of a surprise when Ajax mentioned that he met the members of the 8th who saved his life from the vampire before. Both of his grandparents found a very interesting spot on the floor to focus on as the family reminisced their encounter with a vampire. It was in a way partly their fault, as Ajax wouldn't have met that vampire had they not been ousted from the capital. So apparently house sigils aren't usually as detailed as the one we have. Ajax said while scratching the back of his head he had been the one to reject the more simple designs his father had first presented him. I told you so, Sam muttered under his breath. I know. Ajax raised his hands in surrender. But wait, how were you given the name without a sigil? Judy asked. Well, the king did accept the sigil, Ajax explained. He just suggested that we keep it for letter seals and other important markers, and that we get a more simple designed one to use for marking everything. There are quite a few noble houses that do this. Elijah weighed in. Mostly it is seen in houses that had battles over inheritance. Each side of the family chose a new simple sigil to show their allegiance, and those marks remained even after the new house head was elected. With this official announcement and the honey, you should have no problem setting down a good foundation, Ajax said as he grinned towards Judy and Alana. Do you think it is time? Judy asked. The hives are almost full already, Ajax stated. What bees? Aurora asked curiously. It'll still be another month and a half until the hives will have enough to be worth gathering. Not if you're farming bees, Ajax said with a grin. You're farming the bees, Sebastian exclaimed. Are you sure you should have shared that? Alana asked as she eyed the two experienced merchants. It's not like it makes all that much of a difference, Ajax said. Even if they wanted to get in on the market, it's a little late to start importing it now, and the locally sourced stuff will be hard to find. Honey isn't that hard to find in the forests near the capital, actually, Elijah said. I'm sure it hasn't been in the past, Ajax said. Give it 2 to 5 years and it will be again, but I pretty much took over most of the bee population when I set up my hives, and that will take time to replenish. The supply of honey from outside our hives is going to take a massive dive. With that being said, Ajax brought the conversation back to the original point. I was hoping to take a step back from direct leadership in the near future. What do you mean? His brother asked. King has offered me a way to earn a spot in the next under 50 tournament in about 6 years, Ajax told them. You'll barely be older than 20 at that time. Sylvia was horrified at the prospect. I know, Ajax nodded, which is why I will need to focus on getting as strong as I can for that time. The riches from one tournament aren't worth the danger. Aurora backed up her daughter. It's not the riches that I am hoping to get out of the tournament, Ajax said with a slight shake of his head. Then what is it? His grandmother asked. You want a chance to delve? Elijah answered instead with his blank, calculating look. His eyes, however, weren't focused and were moving around following a train of thought only he could see. You want a chance to delve at least 1, maybe 2 more capital dungeons. Yes, Ajax nodded. The more different dungeon floors I can clear while I am so low level, the higher my cap will grow. And do you think they will leave you alone if you are to do that? Tom asked. Actually, they will. It was Elijah who spoke up again, to Ajax's surprise. Why? Sylvia was the one who asked, though everyone focused on the merchant wanting to know his explanation, Ajax included, since he didn't know the answer. Because he is only one man, Elijah said. One man can beat an entire army if he is strong enough. Tom argued. That he can, but he can't be in 2 places at once. Elijah acknowledged. What does that have to do with anything? Tom asked. Where do you think the strongest fighters are positioned during a war? Elijah asked. On the front lines, Tom said, protecting the king. Alana also guessed. No, Elijah said with a weak shake of the head. The strongest fighters are always guarding the dungeons. All of those defenses surrounding the dungeons aren't just to handle the monsters that sometimes slip out, but also to allow the kingdom to decide who enters. The most devastating tactic that can be employed in a war is to have one man infiltrate the capital dungeon of the other nation and delve as deep as they can and unleash a full floor from that point. Aurora joined in. The strongest fighter in the kingdom right now is a little north of level 220. Elijah picked up again. Even if you cut off 20 levels because he is diving solo in the dungeon, can you imagine what would happen if a full level 200 floor was unleashed right next to the capital? Despite the practice being outlawed and condemned by every nation, the possible tragedy should it be used is so impactful that all nations have their strongest people guarding the dungeons each and every time war is called, Aurora said. That's why the other nations would be willing to tolerate one anomaly, because all he will be is a strong defender. This certainly explained a lot to Ajax as to why all the wars always ended with a treaty. Nobody wanted to push the other side far enough to attempt something like this. It was the war equivalent of flipping the board, and a strategy everyone had access to since the 5-level floor difference dungeons were just so important that were always next to, if not inside, the capital. With that looming on the horizon, Mom, do you think you can take care of setting up the celebration party we are supposed to hold for receiving the title? I will provide you with a few names that we have to invite from the academy, but other than that you can invite whoever you want for whatever reason. Ajax's party planning skills were subpar to say the least. HRRR Fluffy rubbed her head into Ajax's lap at that news. Of course you are invited, you overgrown fur ball, Ajax said as he started scratching the shadow cat. Ajax, at least get changed from those clothes before you play with Fluffy, Sylvia was quick to point out. These were his best clothes after all, and while it wasn't much Fluffy still, she the occasional hair every now and then. As Ajax woke up the following morning, he felt more refreshed than he had been in months. With the tournament looming in the future like a black cloud, he finally had a goal to charge towards and a good reason for getting stronger in the near future. Before he got to that, however, he still needed to settle a few matters. That morning, Ajax had spread out most of the duties that came from being the head of the household. He had left his sister in charge of the money. The beehives should be enough to let her establish herself, and from there the backing of her own noble name should help her prosper. As for the party he was supposed to hold, he let his mother and grandparents work on that together. The event represented an opportunity, not only for the three of them to reconnect, but also one where they could present a united front. If you need me to give out any invitations in person, do let me know, and I'll do it, but I need to be focused on this. He had told them before turning to his brother. Ajax knew that his brother and Kate still had their commitments to the guards and the healing union respectively. The only thing he asked them for was to keep an eye out for anyone they could recruit into to work for their house. Ideally, he would have Tom be the leader of his guards and fighters, and Kate would be their head healer. All that was left was his father. Ajax had asked him to look into recruiting any craftsmen. Despite taking time away from heavily pursuing his craft, their family had lived off Sam's crafting for a long time, meaning that his skills were still decently high. Not only that, but he had started out as an apprentice in the capital, so might still have a few connections that he could reach out to. The only thing Ajax had left for himself was the design of their official home. Having been an architecture major back on Earth, he would find the project as the perfect way to relax after a long day of pushing himself. With that, Ajax picked up his training gear and headed towards the academy. It was time to see if instructor Gatecrasher's open invitation still held up. Finding the instructor took no time at all, and the man was eager to help him train as well. One thing Ajax quickly realized was how different it was having someone as good as instructor Gatecrasher instruct you as an individual instead of as part of a class. With the instructor being close to level 100, Ajax didn't need to hold back at all during their training. Anything he could throw out was easily dodged or parried. So far, none of his strikes had even managed to make decent contact with the instructor's guard. 20 minutes into their training and sweat was pouring down Ajax's forehead and back. Your new form works much better for you, the instructor praised, though it didn't come off as genuine with him not having broken a sweat despite staying on the defensive for their entire spar. You'll have to find an outlet for your stamina, however. One of the biggest problems Ajax's fighting style suffered from was that his mana would dry up a lot quicker than his stamina, and that was without taking his Berserker into account, as the skill would let him get more stamina as he got injured. The issue wouldn't be as pronounced once Ajax started incorporating his cursed slash into his attacks, but that alone wouldn't fix the issue entirely. What do you suggest? He asked between heaving breaths. There are two ways you can go with this. One is simpler to achieve than the other, but there is no guarantee you have the aptitude for either choice. In that case, I would suggest that you progress deeper down your magic path, relying on your enhancement to keep you relevant in terms of physical ability. The instructor said. The easier path, and the one I can already see you made some steps towards, is a more rogue-focused physical style. The instructor explained. How would that work to help me? Ajax asked. I see you view fighting beasts and monsters as totally separate from fighting other people. The instructor nodded. Not the worst idea as trying to approach humanoid combat in the same way one would a monster has gotten a lot of good adventurers killed, but in your case it is holding you back a bit. I haven't gotten all that good of a look at you fighting the beasts on the first floor of the dungeon, but it matches up with your origins as a hunter. You don't so much fight them as you hunt them down. Traps, ambushes, ranged attacks. The instructor said. Now you just need to adapt that to your style against people. With that, the instructor finally went on the offensive. Instead of the powerful swings and tight defense he usually held up during class, his movements were very different. He had changed from a longsword and shield to a double shortsword style, and his movements were intentionally tricky. His center of mass was never well placed until the moment his blow made contact, and he needed to back it up with power. More than that, his usually useless bright red cloak had started taking an active role in his offense by concealing the angle of his strikes. In seconds, Ajax had been put on the back foot, as lots of little nicks and pokes started appearing on his arms and legs. The one angle he had managed to finally read had ended up being a trap, as Danger Sense yelled at him for his foolishness. His parry was perfect, but there was no pressure from the instructor's sword. It got tossed easily to the side, as Ajax felt a knife pressed to his throat. A small drop of blood, shoving that the instructor didn't quite have the same mastery over this style as to stop before he drew blood on the fight-ending strike. Despite your mobile leather armor, when you fight people you fight like a warrior or a berserker. You can get away with that for now, but ideally you would lean into more tricky movements and hidden weapons. The high stamina cost that comes with the isn't as big a burden to you as it would be to others, the instructor Gatecrasher said. That is to say nothing of the potential for poisoning targets this style would give you, seeing how you have also decided to pursue alchemy. Ajax put down his weapons as he let himself fall to the ground and started healing all the open cuts the last minute of fighting had left him with. And what is the other way? Ajax asked, despite feeling like this path is one that seemed suited for him. What do you mean? The instructor asked, slightly confused. You said I have to clear paths, Ajax reminded him. This is one of them. What about the other? The other isn't as realistic, the instructor said. It's the same path that the captain of the 10th squad has taken. As a fully physically focused warrior, he doesn't stand out all that much from others of his level. Everyone who surpasses level 150 has a quality all of their own, but among them he isn't special like the other squad leaders are, so it's a skill, Ajax surmised. Indeed, the instructor nodded, and a legendary skill at that, hero's moment. One of the very few legendary combat skills possessed by anyone in our kingdom. Despite it being a legendary skill, it still comes with a massive drain on one's stamina. In exchange, however, it grants a massive corresponding spike in power, speed, and dexterity. That was a less appealing way to go, but one that was simpler to achieve. His unique and overpowered trait would most likely make this path much easier to achieve than the instructor thought. It is also a very poor choice for you specifically. The instructor dashed his hopes. How so? Ajax asked. Besides the massive increase in stamina, the skill comes with another downside, a strong backlash. The instructor explained. That doesn't make sense. Such a powerful skill shouldn't also inflict a backlash and have a massive cost. Ajax argued. He knew that legendary skills were much stronger than ordinary ones. This backlash doesn't come from the skill but from the squad commander's body. Using that skill puts such a pressure on his body that he is weakened once he releases it. The length of the backlash is proportional to the length of time and how hard he pushed his body while using the skill. In fact, the only reason I suspect you haven't been feeling similar effects from your own empowerment skill is because your physical stats are still high enough that your body can handle it. Adding a skill like that on top would probably make the backlash much worse for me. Ajax murmured as he understood the implications. Exactly, the instructor nodded. If you don't manage to get the skill required for a more rogue-inspired combat, I suggest focusing on your magic and getting a recuperation skill to help with the backlash your own skill will end up causing you. Ajax's whole body was sore. He had spent the last few days sparring with Instructor Gatecrasher, as the man pushed him with the very skills Ajax was hoping to pick up for a rogue-styled combat. The only issue there was that rogues focused more on shallow cuts meant to push their advantage as well as killing blows with not much in between. Furthermore, his instructor had the skills and knew how to use them, but wasn't good enough to do so without having some of the blows land on Ajax. His training was pushed even further by Ajax practicing his cursed slash attacks with any leftover stamina he had once his mana ran out. The only reason he was taking a break now was because he was doing some alchemy. Much as he might want to ignore crafting, he knew that wouldn't turn out well in the long term, so Ajax kept on at it, doing his best to master the skill. Sleep came easily to him after he filled 3 vials with the resulting potion. His success rate had improved by leaps and bounds. He was no longer getting any failed potions. Most of them came out at common quality, with 1 in 10 being inferior and 1 in 10 being uncommon. This was true for all of the basic potions he had learned how to craft. It was now time to start trying to have them maintain their quality, as who upped the quality of the ingredients. This was going to be an expensive process, and one he will not start before a few dedicated discussions with Professor Valthorn. As Ajax got downstairs the following morning, he found his family was already awake. Much like in the past few days, his grandparents had joined them all for breakfast, as it also served as the daily family gathering to discuss anything that had happened throughout the previous day. I had another 5 people approach me yesterday, Tom said as he loaded up his plate. Out of everybody seated at the table, Tom's daily work was the only one actively improved by having been named a noble. The guard was filled to the brim with people who would be finished with their service in a year, 2 or 5, and they were always looking to make a good impression on any noble family that might employ them afterwards. Kate's whole social status had also flipped with the announcement. With the vast scarcity of healers, however, the change wasn't an upward move on the social ladder like Tom's, but a lateral one. Whereas before she was being groomed for taking an official position as a member of the Healing Union, she was now being moved over to the rest of the noble learners. Things are almost ready. Are you sure Ajax should be giving a few samples as gifts? Alana asked. Judy and Alana had spent all of the free time that came from the announcement preparing for the first honey harvest. Most of the work was done by them, and a few trusted people, so the news wouldn't be leaked ahead of time. I'm sure, Aurora responded. We must first make a big deal launching the product, and only after will we have Ajax give out a few samples. Doing it this way will give all the nobles a chance to overlook the initial launch and regard it as another failed new noble house attraction before being brought back to it. Doing it like this will have them reevaluate everything else you are selling as well, and will help you build a loyal customer base in all the high-quality things you sell. These are the invitations you will give out today, sweetheart, his mother said as Ajax sat down. She had already loaded up his plate and had 4 invitations on the table already. Only 4? Ajax asked, slightly confused. Houses Manashaper, Silvertongue, Goldmints, and Steelblade. His mother explained. They were the first to send their congratulations and did so in an open and supportive manner. No invitation for the royal family, Ajax asked. Today was the first class day since he received his title that Ajax will meet the rest of his classmates, and the changes were already clear. First of all, Ajax was no longer wearing his usual uniform, but instead he wore a fashionable suit his grandparents had made for him. Being only a baron, he would go back to wearing the usual uniform after the first day, but this was a show of pride. Everything about the day would be more of an inconvenience to Ajax. After he had given out the invitations, he had been bombarded by congratulations from all sides. Despite the positive attitude of his classmates, Ajax was simply not that much of a social person. This was especially solidified as he got the skill feigned interest before the first class had even started. The uncommon skill was a lifesaver, as it allowed Ajax to still retain some of the information despite not really paying much attention to any boring topics such as the latest fashion. Much like the students, the teachers also took a moment upon entering the class to congratulate Ajax on his new title. Thankfully, that was the only acknowledgement they had made regarding it, and had treated him exactly the same after that. It was 2 hours before dark that Ajax had finally said his final goodbyes to his classmates for the day. Following their usual day at the academy, Ajax had taken a good part of the class, with the exception of a few people who had been openly antagonistic towards him ever since discovery was made public, and shouldered the bill for a visit to the tavern following classes. Ajax now knew more about the current noble gossip than he had ever cared to. Sure, he had picked up a few interesting topics before he had received his title, but now he was being actively engaged on some of these subjects. Not all of the topics were uninteresting to him, however. He had quickly perked up the moment he heard talk about how a few different houses had started pushing their under 50 representatives to start training harder. Ajax knew the reason for this was the tournament the king had also mentioned to him, so he kept his ears open for any scrap of information he could gather about his future competition. It was sadly too early to gather anything solid. The tournament was 6 years out at least, and right now a lot of people were being trained. Nobody that knew about it would put all their eggs in one basket, so a lot of the people being discussed now wouldn't even be selected to participate. Nevertheless, it was a topic Ajax enjoyed much better than the discussion about single or double-lined garments. As he entered the library, Ajax headed straight towards the ancient man sitting at the far desk and placed the invitation scroll he had personally written in front of him. "Oh, what is this?" Balthazar chuckled as he took a look at the scroll, not needing to open it to know exactly what it was. "I see congratulations are in order. No need to get all mushy on me now, old man." Ajax enjoyed the banter that had developed between the two across the long days of getting the discovery ready. "Are you sure you want an old man like me to come to something like this?" he asked as he took the scroll and opened it simply to get the specifics. "You did a good 20 of the work writing up that discovery. If anyone deserves an invitation, it's you," Ajax said with a teasing smirk. "What do you mean 20? The librarian quickly took the bait. "I'll have you know I'm responsible for at least 40 of it. 40 is a bit much. I can go up to 30, Ajax countered. "But that still means you should come take part in the celebration of the achievement." Fine, I'll be there," Balthazar relented. "I can expect you to continue showing up for some more experimentation with that curse mana now that all of this has blown over. I'll be back here at the usual time starting tomorrow," Ajax responded as he started making his way back home. Today had started much the same for Ajax as all the other days, but that all changed once he got to the academy. The changes started from their meeting place, which was on the training grounds instead of inside the classroom. "Today is the day you will all be given a chance to form a bond," Professor Silvertongue stated. "Your usual classes have been canceled, and you will all be dismissed once all of you have gone through the process." Ajax couldn't help but notice that the prince was conspicuously absent today. Thinking back on everything had learned about bonds back when his brother had gotten one, he remembered that the reason for this was that one of the few privileges that the royal family kept was their specific beast groomers. Members of the royal family would have their options of trying to bond with slightly older, magically weak creatures at a later time in their development. While the first bond, being a magical creature, didn't affect their power that much, it was still a boost the royal family kept for themselves. Being the TA for the class, Ajax will be the last one to be given a chance at forming a bond. Despite this, he was intently watching everyone else, as getting a bond of his own was something he very much wanted. The first one up was Benedict, and he approached the first of many cages that had been lined up. All of the creatures inside had not only been born to bonded parents, but had grew up around them and their bonds. Now they were approaching their prime, and it was the best time for them to be bonded. The beasts were trained to not attack humans. This made the prospect a lot safer than the normal way of getting a bond, which was trying to find it in the wild. None of the creatures in the cage would show any aggression towards a human, with a single exception. A challenge would be extended if they found them to be a potential bond. Being challenged wasn't enough to guarantee you a bond. Neither was winning that challenge. Winning was a requirement, but simply not enough. The fighting style had to be a match, and this was a place where the bond made the decision. Benedict was halfway through the cages that were presented before any creature had done more than look at him. The bear was the first to approach the bars of the cage, so Benedict stopped there for a moment. Sadly, the bear decided Benedict wasn't quite what he was looking for and returned to the far side of the cage. The young noble was nearing the end of the line, but he didn't look at all disheartened and kept projecting the same steadfast presence he had at the start of the line. His resilience was rewarded by the third-to-last cage. The massive gray wolf inside hadn't even waited until Benedict stood in front of him before he started growling and clawing the corner bars of the cage. Benedict's face took on a gratified smirk, but his eyes narrowed in concentration. Blade at the ready, he stepped in front of the cage as he unlocked the lock and jumped back when he opened the door wide. The wolf's extremely aggressive demeanor changed once he stepped outside of his cage. The threatening snarl was still present, but the reckless aggression was gone as both he and Benedict started circling each other. Both were ready to lunge at a moment's notice. The moment the wolf's paw found itself slightly swallowed by the sandy ground, as it stepped into one of the small depressions that were prevalent throughout the area, Benedict charged towards it. Much to Ajax's surprise, Benedict's fighting style was ever so slightly different from his usual one. This one seemed both more decisive as well as more careful than what he was used to. The engagement didn't last long. The creatures were around level 24, and as such the wolf didn't stand a chance against the scion of an archduke's house. The wolf admirably managed to defend the opening slash with a claw, but could do nothing to the kick that followed. The boot took the wolf in the neck before the man back off, leaving the wolf coughing. It only took 10 seconds for the fight to leave the wolf as it realized the blow crushed his throat, and Benedict was back on the defensive waiting for him to make another mistake. It seems that Benedict passed the wolf's criteria as it bowed his head in recognition, and Benedict closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he felt the bond take hold. One of the healers present was quick to move to the wolf's side once the match had ended and started to heal the beast. "Why did you change your style?" Ajax asked Benedict as he came back towards the group of students. "I changed it to better match the style of the creature I was trying to bond with," Benedict answered. They are more likely to bond with people more similar to themselves. A wolf stalks his prey, takes any opening to land a blow, and leaves his prey to struggle or bleed to death. "Wouldn't keeping true to your style help you find a better bond?" Ajax asked. "It would," Benedict confirmed as he watched his bond get up and move to his side. "But when making a temporary bond like this, forming the bond and treating it well is more important compared to how compatible we are." To Ajax's surprise, Lexi was the next one to stand before the cages. Anna and another student were both standing off to the side. Ajax knew the boy already had a bond as he had previously bragged as such. It was a fish that lived in the lake close to his family's mansion. This did, however, beg the question of what bond Anna had and why he hadn't seen it before. For the next few hours, all of the students had moved in front of the cages in order of their noble rank. The reason for this was clear. Any creature that was bonded would be one less chance they would have to bond, and the higher nobles were given the best chances. Lexi had gotten herself a weird lizard bond. The creature very much reminded Ajax of an ostrich, with its long legs and crushing stomp attacks, as well as the small T-Rex arms. The only difference was the slightly larger head with sharp teeth and the slightly smaller and thicker neck. Almost half of the students had gotten a chance at a challenge, and less than a third of them had managed to walk away with a bond. Despite all of them winning the challenge, some worth found unsuitable by the creature. This lent itself nicely to Benedict's words about the manner in which the challenge is fought, and why he changed his style. When fighting the wolf, he had affectionately called Step, in memory of the wrong step it took that sealed its fate. Not all of the challenges had been direct combat either. While most of them had been, the bison had made his a contest of strength, much to his own surprise, as the mountain of a boy he challenged had cleverly leveraged his strength by applying it to only one side, causing the bison to tip over and admit defeat. The oddest and least interesting ones were the ones given by the rat that was present. The rat had the biggest cage of them all, and its challenge had been to find him in the tall grass-covered maze that made up its cage. The challenge was boring to watch, and the fact that it had been given out twice had annoyed the class to no end. The first challenger had used a wind spell to flatten out all the grass and quickly found the rat, but that method hadn't been appreciated. The second, more methodical tracking had been enough for Whisker to earn the acceptance of his new bond. As far as Ajax's attempt to walk down the line, it was the strangest of them all. More than any other student, it had quite a few creatures approach him when he stood in front of their cage. Each and every one of them had only evaluated him for a few moments before they backed away with their heads held low in submission. "I suggest you try bonding with some stronger creatures should you find any in the wild," Professor Silvertongue suggested. "Quite a few different breeds seemed interested in you, which comes as a surprise since that doesn't usually happen. but clearly your level of power is too high for any of the ones here to extend a challenge. Finding a creature that has this level would mean that I am looking for a permanent bond from the start. Ajax responded. Anything else at my level would be either too old and stubborn to bond, or would have so many more years to live. Getting another once it dies would be too late. That is true. It would seem like your first bond will have to be a magical creature if you are to have one, the professor said, before continuing with a grin. Let's hope that trait runs in the family. Ajax was a bit disappointed in not being able to form a bond. Not only that, he knew that in order to find any creature that would be of an acceptable level, he would need to head out towards the edge of humanoid lands, as creatures strong enough to bond with him would have been culled already. This disappointment was quickly suppressed by the dedicated training and research he was conducting with Balnazar as well as Evelyn. Finding out about Evelyn's official promotion was a cause of celebration, only she didn't see it that way. Instead, she focused on pushing him harder so that she could be ready for the rematch that would soon follow. Are you sure you don't need some healing, boy? Balthazar asked as they finished for the day. I'm sure, Ajax confirmed. I have curse resistance, and it'd be best to let that work a little. A look of pure jealousy flashed over Evelyn's face hearing that, but she simply shook her head and decided to accept it as just another oddity of his. She did, however, decided to not cleanse the few specks of cursed mana that had infected her, and instead let them run their course in hopes of getting the skill. Ajax's hands we both blanketed in cursed mana. He had spent a good part of his stamina for today trying to adapt him cursed slash into a cursed shot for his bow. Much like the beginning of cursed slash, he was doing this by transforming cursed mana from a stamina sacrifice and simply releasing it. As it turns out, Ajax's natural talent for archery is lower than his talent for blades. Not only that, but in order to unlock cursed slash, he can release the cursed mana at any point before the slash makes contact. For his cursed shot to work, the timing needs to be much cleaner, coinciding perfectly with the moment the arrow is released. Generating cursed mana without the guidance of the skill was not only more dangerous for Ajax, but it also consumed a lot more stamina. Once he got home, he gave a tired greeting before crawling into his bed and falling asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Going to sleep that early had a few benefits, as Ajax woke up a lot sooner than he would otherwise feel refreshed. Not only that, but the remnants of the cursed mana were fully gone from his arms after a good night's sleep. Ajax made good use of the extra time and took a quick trip to his hives, where he used up half of his mana pool, injecting the plants that had started to run a bit low. It had been longer than a week since Ajax last paid the place a visit. It also came as no surprise to Ajax to find that people were already collecting honey from the hives, as he instructed his sisters that it was time. What was surprising was that a few of these trusted aides had no idea what he looked like and started walking towards him, telling him to go away, only to be dragged to one side by the other workers who recognized him. A few people were left very embarrassed that day, but Ajax didn't mind it, as he appreciated how seriously his sister's people took their jobs. Can everybody please calm down and take a seat? For the first time since Ajax had met Professor Silvertongue, he had felt the man angrily flare his aura. Having a bond was a reason for celebration, but the early days of a bond were fragile. This meant that separating the person from their bond wasn't ideal, and as such, class now had to happen with numerous bonds also taking part. Ajax clearly remembered just how energetic Fluffy had been back when Tom had first bonded. Now, while the current bonds weren't as young as Fluffy had been, but some of them were also much larger. Benedict's bond was the picture of obedience. He laid down at his feet as it calmly looked over the chaos of the class. Lexi, however, was very much getting a taste of the own medicine. Her scaly bond wasn't being too much of a nuisance to the rest of the class, but it had taken a personal mission to poke and prod her new bond every time Lexi stopped paying attention to it. The most unruly bond of them all had to be the rat. Despite it not being very disruptive, Ajax had counted, and the rodent had already taken 5 whole laps around the classroom, each time having taken a different route, as it looked to be doing its own version of parkour. The problem and the reason for Professor Silvertongue's anger was the second most energetic bond of the lot. Unlike the rat, who could reasonably burn off the excess energy without being too much of a headache, the bison had a much tougher time moving around. Ajax had come to dread their upcoming alchemy lesson, as it seemed the idiom bull in a china shop was going to be reenacted by the bison, and the shelves filled with ingredients. Despite the fact that all the students had plenty of experience being exposed to auras, the same could not be said for their new bonds. All of them instantly froze before cowering submissively as they placed their new bond between themselves and the professor. In a twist of irony, it was Benedict's bond, the one who was causing no trouble at all, that was most affected by the blast of aura. its instinct to submit to the much stronger presence ward with the instinct to help protect its new alpha, causing the bond to agitated for the first time since it walked in the door. Those of you who cannot keep your bonds under control, please take them outside and ensure they dispense their energy. You will have to make up today's lesson on your own. A repeat of what happened here will not be acceptable in your next class. The professor quickly regained his composure following his outburst. Lexi was the first to stand up and lead her bond out the door. The malevolent glint in her eye, as well as the teasing smirk, however, betrayed the fact that she was doing so in order to get back at her bond, and not because she couldn't keep it under control. Quietly, 3 other people also left the classroom, with the rat, bison, and playful fox following them out. Benedict and his wolf, as well as the girl with a falcon, were the only one to remain. The rest of the class had passed without any more incidents, and Ajax was sent ahead by the professor to warn Professor Vilethorn about the incoming bonds. As it turns out, this wasn't needed, as the professor had fully expected this and had prepared for today's class to be a lesson on how to gather ingredients in the wild. The professor had set up all sorts of different flowers, vines, moss, or bushes that needed to be properly collected. Not only that, but quite a bit of thought had clearly gone into making a special setup for Ajax. At first glance, his setup wasn't that much different, but at a closer look, he would be forced to careful maneuver in enclosed space, as well as carefully dig out roots in a rocky area. This is perhaps one of the most important things I can teach you, Professor Vilethorn said as she tapped him on the shoulder, almost making him flinch and ruining the flower head he was collecting. Gathering things inside the dungeon as a dungeon crafter is not only your best source of plants for experiments, but you will often fight ingredients in odd spots that would almost never naturally occur in nature. She continued, learning to collect them while remaining vigilant of being ambushed is also something you must pick up. It was only after the last sentence that Ajax realized he had never noticed when the professor approached him. He was fully focused on not ruining the extraction of the plant that he had fully dropped his guard. This was not something that was acceptable in the dungeon. Increasing amounts of pressure started to be applied to all the students of the academy. The end of the year exams and tournament were quickly approaching, and it was starting to show. The students in the first year who managed to bond had it the worst, as they needed to not only focus on getting in sync with their bond, but also not become too reliant on it, as it was not something they could bring with them for the tournament. Ajax was initially surprised that the bond couldn't take part alongside its partner, but the theory behind it quickly made sense, as his brother would have had a decent chance at winning the third-year tournament off simply letting Fluffy do all the work. If Ajax thought the week in the class was bad, with the new bonds, the delve that followed it was an even bigger headache. Not so much because the students couldn't work well in tandem with their own bonds, but because the new bonds were all beasts commonly found in the forest. Complaints of friendly fire started from the first day, and by the second a few fights had almost broken out. If it wasn't for Professor Silvertog quick intervention, more than 1 or 2 people would have gotten hurt. Much to Ajax's surprise, Annabeth had also brought her companion with her. Much to his surprise, the creature was magical in nature despite its small size. Not only that, but it looked like a massive chipmunk with a kangaroo pouch. "What is that?" Ajax asked as he looked at the creature curiously. "You brought Grubby." Lexi excitedly bounced around her friend before picking up the tiny creature. "Who's a good boy?" "Yes, you are. Yes, you are." As she said, Ajax could see her taking out a silver coin, polishing it on her tunic before offering it to the little guy. Grubby, having Lexi's undivided attention, didn't sit well with her own bonded companion, who tried taking a chunk out of the furball. "No, no." Lexi was quick to rebuke the reptile. "Grubby is not food." It was at that point that Ajax felt a very strange mana come off Grubby as he put the silver coin in the pouch he had. "What was that?" Ajax as he peered close to the little creature. "What was what?" Lexi asked as she refocused on the furball. "I sensed a strange mana when he placed the coin in his pouch," Ajax said. "That would be space mana." Annabeth filled it as she recuperated her bond. "But I thought the whole idea of getting a non-magical first bond was to prepare the skill for bonding a stronger magical reactor later on," Ajax said without taking his eyes off the creature. "Hoarders are one of the few exceptions in that regard," Annabeth said. "Despite being magical creatures, their lifespan is only 60 years. "How is their lifespan so low?" Ajax was surprised, since he knew Fluffy's lifespan was already at least over 2 centuries. "Their lifespan is actually very similar to a human," Lexi answered as she petted her own bond. "It's just that their natural instincts focus only on gaining and hoarding wealth. There are very few skills that can be gained for such a task, and this usually results in them never getting past level 10. As a first bond, they are actually one of the best you can get." Lexi continued, "Not only can they only be bonded as a baby, and that will help your skill develop faster and further as you accompany it throughout their entire lifetime, but you also make yourself look more favorable to any other bonds with magic. The jackpot, however, is the chance at getting space mana affinity, more than any of their treasure-related skills. Why is that? Ajax asked, now a lot more keen on trying to figure out the creature's trick with the disappearing coin. Space mana is a legendary affinity, Annabeth explained. Not only that, but it is one of the best defensive affinities to have. Oh yeah, Lexi said as she nodded her head. Trying to defend against attacks by creating a space shield isn't all that effective, as they are easily overwhelmed and broken. Redirecting attacks through a portal in the enemy's blind spot is, however, a top-tier ability. Ajax found himself fully agreeing with that. He had no idea how mana expensive it was to open a short-range portal like that, but he could definitely see the appeal. There are also a few downsides to being bonded to one, Annabeth said with a sigh. Oh, Ajax was curious about that. First of all, they are extremely expensive to keep happy. They are constantly appropriating anything shiny from their environment and get easily depressed if they haven't had anything new in a while. Not only that, but by bonding one of them, you essentially become their babysitter, as they aren't all that self-sufficient, and bonding young makes them heavily dependent on their bond. Failing to care for them will also mark you as a bad bond, Annabeth said. Ajax couldn't help but agree with the sentiment. Spending 60 years as a babysitter for a greedy baby seemed like a pretty big commitment to make for simply improving one's bond skill. Ajax, I heard a very interesting rumor in the last few days, Benedict said as he approached, his wolf loyalty following a step behind. Are you going to participate in the 6th year's tournament? Ajax wasn't surprised to hear that word had gotten around. With him being granted a seated spot among the rest of the 6th year class, he knew that quite a few people had been made aware of his participation. Yes, I will be, Ajax confirmed. Ooh, are you looking to break His Highness's record? Lexi asked conspirationally. What record? Ajax asked, not having looked into anything like that. The Crown Prince's older brother had joined the academy at 16, but from the time he was 20 to the time he was 26, he participated in the 6th year tournament and won every time, giving him the record for winning it 6 years in a row. Benedict explained. Exactly, Lexi said as she nodded her head. If you win this one while still being only 16, you have a chance to double his record. 17, Ajax said by instinct. I will be turning 17 before the tournament begins, he explained when they all turned to look at him. Oh, that's right, you have your birthday coming up, Lexi said, doing her best to infect everyone else with her boundless energy. What are you planning to do for that? Nothing all that special, Ajax admitted. What do you mean? Lexi said, sounding a little confused. Besides the 10th birthday, which is a pretty big one, I haven't had all that large celebrations for my birthdays before, Ajax explained. Benedict looked a little awkward hearing that, while Annabeth gave him a sympathetic look. Having been kept isolated for most of her childhood, she had at least a small point of reference to relate with. Lexi, however, looked downright horrified at the prospect. Oh no, 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 she said as she shook her head more in an attempt to deny such a reality. You are a baron now, you can't just not celebrate your birthday. It really isn't that big a deal. Ajax tried to convince her. I know, this year I will throw you a birthday party. She grinned victoriously at the idea. It falls perfectly as a way to distress before the tournament. Ajax looked like he wanted to attempt to talk her out of it, but Annabeth patted him on the shoulder with a slight shake of the head. Don't try to talk her out of it, it will only make it worse. From the looks of it, it seemed like she was talking from experience. Just great, that will be 2 parties that he will have to attend in the near future. Ajax could only hope that one of them would actually end up being a little relaxing for him. For all her eccentricities, Lexi was actually very insightful. If anyone could end up throwing a party where he might actually have fun, it would be her. Training and alchemy weren't the only places where Ajax was pushing himself as much as he could in order to advance. Delving had also been taken one step further, as he pushed heavily into the 4th floor of the Highlands, but his limits were starting to show. Much as Ajax might not like it, fighting groups of level 60 monsters was not something he could do safely just yet. It wasn't so much that he didn't have the necessary level of power, as he could very much hold his own in comparison to the rest of the party. What Ajax lacked was the experience of working in a team at that level. His time with the collectors were a good first step for him to get the hang of fighting as part of a delving team. In fact, what he had learnt with them was more than enough for him to freelance as an open adventurer. The reason for this was that someone of his power level wouldn't be able to get a freelance job anywhere higher than the 6th floor of the goldmine. Changing teams so frequently meant that Ajax got to delve a lot more often than almost anybody in the capital, but this came at a price of never getting to find his place with any of House Silvertongue's teams. Teamwork was something that allowed people to push almost an entire floor higher than they would otherwise inside the goldmine. It was this exact strength, however, that caused Ajax to witness his first death inside the dungeon. While delving into the goldmine, the team had pushed all the way to the 8th floor when they got one of the worst possible themes. They had gotten a maze floor. Not only that, however, they had gotten a mirror maze. This type of floor was known as a slow killer. the floor didn't start out any more dangerous than any other. The problem came with the mirrored surroundings and the light elementals that called the floor home. In their 60s, the elementals still had a very low level of intelligence and consciousness. They acted more like a Venus flytrap that would try and eat anything that stepped into its trap, regardless of what it was. The mirrored surroundings not only let the elementals bounce their offensive attacks off the reflective surfaces, but it also led to non-magical fighters to stop focusing on their sight all that much. Just because it looked like an elemental was right in front of you didn't mean that was always the case. Unlike mages who could trust their stronger sense mana, detect mana wasn't good enough to give them the position of the elementals. By the end of the 4th day, clearing out the floor, most of the team had their brains fried from the constant focus required. All of them got jumpy from the slightest sound, as that was one of the senses that the elementals couldn't mess with. The tragedy happened at a large intersection. A large reflective pillar signaled the center where 7 different paths converged. Not only that, but there were 2 different arches placed around the pillar, so the team knew both would come with their own guardian boss. What the team hadn't expected was that one of the 2 bosses would be a shadow elemental instead of a light elemental. Unlike most other opposite elements, light and shadow elementals were often found in the same environment in the outside world. This, however, wasn't the case in a dungeon floor that was entirely created of mirrors. The team had created a solid strategy of smashing any mirrors surrounding them in the event of a fight. Sure, the dungeon floor would repair them in a few minutes, but at least they wouldn't have to worry about the light elemental attacks coming from beneath them and above them at the same time. It was that exact assurance that had given the shadow elemental the opportunity it needed to gut one of their rangers from navel to chin in a smooth strike that none of them had been quick enough to react to. The elemental itself had even gotten itself killed from the incoming strike of the light elemental that the ranger had been prepared to dodge. It was that experience that had got Ajax to not push so far into the dungeon too quickly. He needed to build up a rapport with some of the teams delving higher before he could push any further. Ideally, it would also be after the upcoming tournament, where he would get a few more stat potions for himself to increase his power further. When it came to the crafting teams, Ajax's spot had been cemented. Every single one of House Silvertongue's crafters knew of the furnace salamander egg that Nina had gotten. Not only that, but the little bugger had also hatched and bonded with the master smith. What was more surprising to Ajax, however, was just how closely Nina had bonded with the salamander. Every time he had seen Nina after the egg had hatched, he could also see the baby carrier that housed the little lizard strapped to her chest. This included the one time that she had gone delving with them. Ajax thought it was insanity to bring such a low-level creature into and delve into the dungeon because of how fragile it was. What he hadn't taken into consideration was that the lizard consumes any mana-infused reagents inside the dungeon in the same way that he could brew potions out of the plants. Taking young magical companions into safe dungeon delves, like the ones done by the crafting team, was a cheap, if random way that noble houses hunted for a few pieces of mana-enhanced food for them. Sadly, none of the floors they had delved that day had contained anything that would be beneficial to the little lizard. Ajax, however, had seen a few things Fluffy could have used, and a plan started to take shape in his mind. The first step was to apply for a delve slot. He had been told that it would take months before he would get his chance, but that was fine by him. The whole idea was to go alone with Fluffy into the dungeon, and then rely on his siphon mana, and ensure all of the floors would end up being shadow-themed floors. A single delve could be worth upwards of 1,000 gold, even if they stopped on the 4th floor of the Goldmine. But for now, all of that had to wait. Ajax's noble title party had become one of the most opportunistic events in decades. With the title he was receiving being only that of Baron, the event was open to all noble houses, something that most had wanted desperately to attend, since all 3 of the archdukes were going to send representatives to, if not come in person. This one little party would grant low barons and knights a chance to make connections with viscounts as well as dukes. The low-rung nobility weren't the only ones chomping at the bit to get an invite to the party. Most affluent merchant commoners wanted to get an invitation more than the low nobles did. Not only that, but unlike the nobles, they had a way in. Every single merchant company that had any relation with Ajax's grandparents or his sister had started coming out of the woodwork looking to get themselves an invite. Needless to say that from the moment that the 3 archdukes had RSVP'd, his grandparents had taken both Judy and Alana to one side and had a talk with them about the mountain of people that would come and ask for a favor. In an odd twist of fate, the biggest unquestionable reason that they had to reject people was the harsh opening week they had when they first got to town. Much like Ajax, they had a few people who were owed a first-day invite for the show of solidarity they had put up in helping them find their feet, but after that, the invites dried up faster than a desert after a light rain. Ajax himself was hoping to just get the party over with. The only thing he was looking forward to was that the whole thing stood a good chance of helping him get another social skill. Well, that and the chance to watch his brother squirm for once, as he would get assaulted by people looking to try and get a match between their magical feline companions and Fluffy. Judy POV, I had to admit that the way nobles lived was starting to get to me at this point a little bit, and I had only been a noble for less than a month. The access we had going into any section of the city, the interconnected network helping each other profit, but what really pushed it over the top was how Duke Manashaper had just decided for the rain cloud to go around the plot where we were hosting the party. I knew that that was more of a power status than a noble one, but having the weather accommodate for the outdoor party you were throwing was not something I could have ever imagined. So you must be Jude, a man that looked to be my father's age asked as he offered me a cup of wine. If there was one thing that quickly confirmed that becoming a noble wasn't a dream, was the constant marriage proposals I had been getting during this announcement. Most of them came from people like him who were easily 1.5 to 2 centuries old. Nobles usually lived to 400 or higher depending on how much they focused on leveling. Ajax and Tom both had it easy. Tom was already engaged, and not many noble women were willing to play second fiddle to a commoner, much less a beastkin one at that, despite the peace treaty acceptance was still a work in progress. As for Ajax, he was the head of the family, and had often been seen in the company of both Annabeth Goldmans as well as Alexis Manashaper. Not many people could compete with either of them, and nobody wanted to make an enemy of either house. Since neither of the family heads had denied the idea of a union, everyone was being careful not to step on any toes. With that, most of the pressure for marriage was on myself, Mom, and Dad. With both of them being so young by noble standards, and monogamy being in minority, though by no means rare, in noble circles both of them had to fend off quite a few proposals themselves. The other big surprise my grandparents had helped Ajax pull off was managing to attach Alana to our family, as one of the branch families despite there not being a blood relation, something about all of us growing up in the same village, and being closer than some real noble siblings allowed her to take the family name and gain the noble title for herself. This of course meant that she was hounded with marriage proposals as well. Speaking of my grandparents, I turned around to see my grandfather, eyeing a plate of food not 2 feet from where Ajax was talking to my grandmother. The latest of my little brother's surprises had ended up being a rather odd, if very successful idea, one that came to him on a whim yesterday. He had gone out and bought a staggering amount of oil, not even the refined olive oil but basic vegetable or flour oil. He then filled a pot with some of it and let it heat up on the fire before cooking potatoes and small chunks of meat coated in flour and egg. The result was surprisingly good. While not as good as the food provided by our skilled caterers, its novelty allowed it to stand out without coming off as lesser. Something truly remarkable considering not only the lower cooking skill used in making it, but also how cheap the ingredients were. For safety, it was agreed beforehand that both of our grandparents would hover around Ajax for the day. This would not only allow our family to be seen as more stable by having 2 merchants established in the capital for decades advising the young family head, but it would also let them intercept any mistakes Ajax might end up making after having focused so much on his training and studies. It was a pleasure meeting you, Judy. The noble finally took his leave, at least having actually learnt my name during the conversation. The pleasure was all mine, Baron Oakenshield. All of my social skills urged me to use his family name as a very polite but clear way to cut off any future talk of marriage. It took no more than 5 seconds since my last suitor departed before another started to head towards. A prim and proper voice with just a hint of shyness making it way through however cut him off before he could speak. "You're Judy, yes," she asked. "I just met Alana and I wanted to make your acquaintance as well. I am, Your Majesty." I said as I did my best to curtsy. My attempt was clearly good enough as I unlocked the skill noble manners. This was the 3rd non-common social skill I had unlocked since I was granted the trait Baron. The royal family representative hadn't ended up being just one of the head butlers like we expected after Ajax explained the bad relationship he had with the son of the crown prince in his class. We were instead surprised by the appearance of the youngest royal princess. Apparently Ajax had previously met both her and her mother. Her showing up already had my grandparents questioning if the king was looking to tie Ajax to the royal family through marriage. "It's so great to meet you." She smiled and returned the courtesy with one of her own. "It's so great to have a few more people joining our generation." "I'm sorry, how do you mean?" I asked, confused. "Usually nobles, or at least high nobles, try to keep their generations together," she explained. "To discourage any issues regarding seniority, most houses wait a good few years before having children following the royal family and the other large houses. The current generation is based around my cousin, as well as Benedict Steelblade. Annabeth was a surprise pregnancy that happened to coincide, whereas the mana shapers took a lot less time to get pregnant than is expected of people their level. The princess continued, "This is all well and good, but most of the people from this generation are still only 6 or 7 years old. As such, it will be a while before they are mature enough." The next hour or so, I spent absorbing all the stress the princess had experienced from dealing with her brother in the wake of Ajax's discovery, while she helped let out all the stress I had accumulated since moving to the capital. Not only that, but nobody else approached me while I was talking to the princess, which was a welcome reprieve, when Alana joined us for halfway through. With dusk finally starting to set, the desert was finally being brought out, and my stress started to build up again. As we had initially expected, out of season honey was quickly overlooked by most, and the higher than normal price tag meant that there were few buyers. Those that did buy, however, turned into repeat customers, and word was slowly spreading. Most of the desserts served today featured honey we had supplied to the caterers, and we were hoping that this would be the big spread we would need to really drive up demand as well as traffic to our shop. The initial talk with the caterers had them asking for us to sell them more honey, though that was mainly because it had helped more than one of the cooks push their skill level up. The problem was that we didn't know if that was because the honey was slightly mana infused from the plants, because it was harder to work with, or if the taste of the end result was that much better. All of us had tried it, of course, and we all agreed it was good, but none of us had anything to compare it to. I could feel my stress melt away as loud compliments started flying once the guests started trying out the desserts. It seems that my grandparents' planning had worked out, and we could expect quite a few more customers starting tomorrow. How could you say that? The words rang out above the chatter, and I turned with dread to see that the voice came from the noble talking to Ajax. "I demand a duel from House Hearthbound. I will be representing myself." Ajax's frown deepened, but he stopped talking as my grandmother placed a hand on his shoulder, and he seemed to calm himself. "House Hearthbound accepts your challenge," he said in a calm, cold tone afterward. "I will accept any extent except a duel to the death, and only ask that it be done to the limit of our abilities," the noble responded before turning around and leaving. The party wound down quickly after that, with most of the guests still gossiping about the interaction. All of us were tired as we made our way back home. The party had gone as well as could be expected except for the ending. "What was he trying to do?" Ajax asked after we got home. "Most likely raise his status by having you fight him yourself," grandfather said. "He miscalculated badly, though. The boy is young, not even 25. This should be a move made to further himself in his own family's situation, and you are simply the one he targeted to use," grandmother explained. "How did he miscalculate?" Dad asked. "Even I know someone only 25 years old can't expect to beat Ajax regardless how self-impressed he is, because Ajax won't be the one fighting him," grandmother said with a smile. "Tom will be." "I will?" Tom asked, surprised. "Why?" "Because a duel without limits allows your bond to join you," I exclaimed as I put the pieces together. They didn't know Tom was young enough to also accept. "Hear that?" Tom said as he scratched Fluffy behind the ears. "You're going to be good for something other than breeding." It seems he was still a little resentful of the amount of people who had been approaching him about his bond siring the new generation. It was also something that wouldn't happen for a while, as doing so now would affect Fluffy's growth with the amount of mana it would drain from him. Ajax's whole family was taking the day off to relax following the party, as all of them had been mentally exhausted by the end of it. Ajax had been the least pressured, seeing as all he had to do was basically greet people and socialize, as any of the hard questions were taken by his grandmother, who never left his side. Despite all of this, he still hadn't managed to get through the event without a challenge being issued, but everybody had accepted that it simply wasn't something feasible, and having just one challenge was seen as a win. As Ajax and Tom were making their way through the city, Ajax was surprised at just how much livelier the city seemed at this time of the year. Everywhere he looked, he could see young men and women lining up at one stall or another to get their gear patched up or buy some potions. "Were there always so many people here?" Ajax asked rhetorically. "No, it's because the tournaments are happening soon," Tom answered him. "The tournaments are in a month and a half. That isn't soon," Ajax said. "Maybe the big official ones are in a month and a half," Tom said, "and for prestige those are the ones that matter. But for people like them, the real tournaments start next week." "How is that?" Ajax asked. "The official tournaments are more of a noble show to pass the time, very expensive to get in and watch, and a way for young nobles to show their house's power. A good showing there might affect a noble house, but it won't change things too much." Tom explained for them. "The tournaments that start next week are the real opportunity. If they do well enough, they might just have a noble house interested in recruiting them, and that will mean that not only are they pretty much employed for life, but that their family also don't have to worry about all that much either." Ajax could see how that would work out and why these tournaments, despite not being at the same skill level as the ones hosted by the Academy, were much more important to the populace. "Grrr," Fluffy growled as he floored a man that was running past Tom, placing both paws on his back. Much more interesting to Tom, however, was the coin pouch the man dropped that looked surprisingly like his own. A quick tap at him confirmed what he suspected. The pouch was indeed his. "Oh, look at that, Fluffy, what have you got there?" Tom asked in a childish tone that he was sure would annoy the thief. "Get this goddamn thing off of me." The thief heaved out from under the weight of Fluffy's front paws. "I will, but first how about you tell me, where did you get such an interesting coin pouch?" Tom said with a bit of a malicious grin. "I could have sworn I had one just like it, head being the keyword there. Guards help, I'm being robbed." The man quickly shouted when he saw a patrol unit coming around the corner. The guards were quick to respond to the shout, but they also froze the moment they got a good look at what was happening, and all of them broke out into a laugh, all but one who had a pitying look directed at the man. "I'm not going to claim that you are lying, but if you are, I suggest you just admit the truth." The man said, "I'm not lying. The cat just pounced on me and he wants to take the pouch." The man was quick to defend himself. Ajax also noticed that his statement was technically correct. Fluffy did just pounce on him, and Tom did intend to get his pouch back. If nothing else, the man was experienced enough to get past basic lie detection. "Let the man dig his own grave," one of the other guards said. "I heard they needed more people down at the mine since the curse business meant less people went there." "Down at the mine?" Ajax asked, confused, drawing the attention of the rest of the guards. "Simple theft gets you 2 weeks of slave labor as a lumberjack for the capital," Tom said. Accusing a noble guard of a crime, however, always comes with an inquiry, and lying on that means 3 years in the mines at least. With the current shortage, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get 4. The man on the ground paled as he heard noble guard. Ajax, however, focused on another part of the sentence. "Shouldn't the punishment be commensurate with the crime? Why does there being shortage matter?" It wasn't like Ajax actually cared about the thief, but he was interested in how the system worked in case he ever needed to make use of it for his own ends. 3 of 4 years is mostly discretionary, not to mention that an argument could be made that making a false accusation within a month of me becoming a noble is damaging to our reputation that could even push it up to 5, Tom explained. As for the reason, it's better for the city if thieves are sent to work rather than sent back out to steal again. Ajax could definitely see that line of thinking. After all, it wasn't like this was a little kid who had no other choice. From the looks of it, the man seemed to even be a higher level than Tom, seeing as he got the pouch without him reacting in time, though not high enough to measure up to Fluffy. "It was a lie. I'm the thief. I'll take my 2 weeks." The man was quick to backpedal once the stakes were laid out. "We'll take it from here, Tom," one of the guards said as he picked the man up and tied his hands. "So this your little brother Tom?" another one asked. "Not so sure about that little part." Another chimed in. It was a fair question seeing as Ajax was the tallest of them all. All of them had a good quick laugh at that before they turned to Ajax in unison and bowed slightly. "Greetings to you, Baron Hearthbound." Ajax noticed no mockery in their bows, but he was glad for their joking attitude, which got him to relax before they greeted him. "Also, Tom, I know it's your day off, but you should see about going by to see the boss. I hear he wants to talk to you," one guard said as they took their leave prisoner in tow. It was at that point that Tom and Ajax parted ways. Ajax continued his shopping as he made his way over to the carpenter who made his beehive. Ajax thought it was only fair to give the man a heads up about his upcoming business, seeing as once the hives were public knowledge, he might want to have a few in stock ready to sell. It was the least he could do for the man, after he had agreed to take on the work back when he needed it done at a fair price. As for Tom, he quickly made his way to their barracks, where he was quickly led up to the commander's office. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Tom asked after he was asked to enter. "It wasn't that urgent that you had to come in on your day off," the commander said as he looked at Tom and sighed. "You're going to have to get used to being a noble. Unlike commoners, people will always expect you to have things planned for at least a week unless something is urgent." "Yes, sir," Tom nodded. "That aside, congratulations on getting through the party without sticking your food in your mouth. I have to say I didn't expect it. Some of those bastards are crafty and always looking for a reason to level a challenge. The people coming to me were more interested in asking about Fluffy's availability," Tom said as he scratched his head in embarrassment. Not to say there weren't a few who tried to get a duel, but they were all told to get lost and let them talk business by the rest. In the end, Ajax still ended up challenged. "Yes, I can see why that would happen," the commander said as he stroked his beard. "Anyway, your house's challenge is the reason I wanted to talk to you. I assume you will be the one representing." "I will, sir." "Is that an issue?" Tom asked. "No, just the opposite," the man said as he stood up from behind the desk. "With it happening at the same time as the tournaments, I wanted to ask if your house was open to having you fight while in your guard uniform. Might get us a few talented recruits." "I am open to the idea, but I will have to discuss this," Tom answered. "That is fine. Now go enjoy your day off." Tom knew a dismissal when he heard one, so he headed on out. Tom POV. I woke up much earlier than normal, and I couldn't help but be a bit anxious. Today was the day of the duel, and no matter how many other matches I may have seen with the commoner tournaments that started. I was still a little antsy about my own match. Unlike me, Fluffy seemed to not care at all, as he was sleeping without a care in the world laid up next to our bed. I took extra care not to wake Kate up as I got out of bed, flicked Fluffy's ear, and headed downstairs. The outcome of the duel was almost a foregone conclusion, and both sides knew it. My opponent had made quite a few attempts to call off the match once he learned that not only was he not going to be facing Ajax, but that the level 42 Shadow Cat was going to stand opposite him in the ring. With the amount of gossip the event had generated, however, Ajax had let my grandparents handle the negotiations about calling the whole thing off. Needless to say, a deal wasn't struck, so I will be going ahead with the fight. I made sure to do my research into my opponent, and despite him being only a few months older than me, he had 3 levels on me. He clearly wasn't good enough to get into the academy, but those 3 levels, equipment, and any stat potions he may have drunk would give him a massive advantage. The only issue being that he didn't have a bond and there was no way for him to deal with Fluffy. Are you nervous? Ajax asked as I took a seat at the table. I'm not sure how he managed to keep such a tight training schedule. Between his classes at the academy, curse mana training, and alchemy, he still took time to care for the flowers and trees surrounding the beehives. A little. I know the match heavily favors me, but I can't help it. I admitted. I know just how you feel, Ajax said. My own tournament is going to start in about a week. I shouldn't have any problems with anyone from the 6th year, but I am already anxious about it. Even the strongest 6th years were at best level 45. Ajax had been delving and fighting level 60s, so there was no real pressure on him from them, but everything could change because of an enchanted item. You're already awake, Aurora said as she entered, followed by Elijah. Ajax and myself seemed to be the slowest to warm up to our grandparents. My mother seemed happy to have her own parents back in her life, and Judy and Dad had been worn down with the amount of help they provided, going even as far as to get Dad set up with a section in their own shop for his smithing works. As for the reason Ajax and myself were slower to adapt, it simply came from the reduced exposure. With Ajax constantly training and me doing my job as a guard, we simply didn't have the time to spend with them. Even Kate had gotten closer to them than I had, and I was her connection to them. Here you're Fluffy. It took us a while to find a concentrated shadow core, but we got one in time, Aurora said as she brought out a small black crystal that seemed to be sucking in the light around it. What is that? Ajax and I both asked as we noticed Fluffy's eyes lock on to the gem. You could call it a natural potion for a beast, Elijah explained. Beasts can take potions. Ajax seemed very interested at this development. Yes and no, Aurora explained. Unlike humanoids, beasts aren't quite as adaptable and their bodies are much more rigid as a result. A humanoid can receive an extra 10 of their stats in potions. Ajax said, something that was well known. A beast can only get 5, no, quite the opposite, Aurora answered. A beast can get close to 20 by the time they reach adulthood. Then how are they not as adaptable? I asked. Because they need to constantly build their way up to it, she continued. Unlike us humans who can take the potions at any point after we gain our stats, a beast would have to constantly get them as they grow. Despite only being 1 year old, this little guy is already entering his juvenile phase, Elijah jumped in. He received his newborn treasure from the cores he got from his mother, as well as that bear and fish Ajax killed. Sadly, he didn't have a chance to receive his boost as a child, but this crystal should take care of his juvenile phase. What about all the cores we fed him? I asked, surprised. A steady diet of cores would be enough for their regular growth. The supplement needs to not only be of a higher density than their current phase, but it also needs to be elementally similar, Aurora said. This crystal is the equivalent of a level 100 core and heavily shadow infused. As long as he gets his adult supplement in the next 10 years and his peak one in the next half a century, he should still end up with over 15 of his stats as a bonus, but it will be very expensive, Elijah said as they watched Fluffy swallow the crystal. It took a moment where we all watched before all of us could see small wisps of shadow start to emanate from Fluffy. I would have been worried if I hadn't been able to feel his contentment through our bond, that in the loud purr he emanated as I scratched his ears. The next few hours were a blur for me as everyone woke up. I got geared up and we all headed towards one of the fancier arenas. Being watched by what had to be at least 2,000 people was nerve-wracking. Even more so was the expensive look of the armor my opponent wore. I expect you both know the rules. The barrier mage that will be refereeing the duel said, I will be here to intervene should any lethal blows be made. That said, don't rely on me fully and defend yourselves at all times. Not only that, but should I intervene on your behalf, I will hear no argument about you having lost the duel. I simply nodded at the words. The reluctant look my opponent had as he kept glancing at Fluffy was doing wonders for me and helped me calm down as we both started walking towards our starting spots. Ready? The mage shouted. Begin. Fluffy dashed towards my opponent at the signal, but despite the level advantage, he wasn't the one to make the first move. My opponent pulled a crossbow, a heavily enchanted one at that from what my detect mana was saying, and fired the first attack of the match. My training paid off as I raised my shield, cleanly placing it in the arrow's path. What was unexpected was the strength of the pushed my shield aside, merely deflected off the metal before breaking through my shoulder pad and embedding itself in my shoulder. It took a moment for me to realize what happened, but after then the pain came in clear as I felt it spread like wildfire from the point of impact. Thankfully, despite the arrow having gone all the way through, its shaft was still lodged in my shoulder and kept my bleeding to a minimum. Whatever that crossbow was, it had to be pushing the boundaries of what could be used by someone of our level. This was perfectly shown as firing that single shot was enough to throw my opponent cleanly off his feet and into a backwards roll, the crossbow loose from his grip and dropped on the sand of the arena. With my main arm injured, I wouldn't be able to use a bow and arrow as I hoped to help Fluffy, so once my bond got close enough that I was sure another long-range attack wouldn't come towards me, I dropped my shield along with my bow and quiver and brought out the short one-handed spear as I made my approach. Fluffy was quick to make the difference in power between them obvious, his regular swipes creating long dents almost cutting right through his enchanted armor, and that was just the beginning. Taking advantage of the fact that he wasn't paying much attention to me, once I started to approach, I uncorked a flask at my belt and tossed it high into the air above us after dropping a small ball inside. My aim was far from good considering the arrow sticking out from my shoulder, but as the large black cloud exploded above us and started rising higher, it created a large shadow around both Fluffy and my opponent. Fluffy had been jumping through shadow ever since he was a cub. What had once been uncoordinated playful games turned into thrashing ambushes from an unexpected angle. By the time I had made it in range for my spear to play any part in the battle, Fluffy had already jumped 3 times each, resulting in a slash that drew blood. My spear thrust, once I got close enough, didn't achieve much as he took a solid stance and knocked it aside with a shield of his own. But that moment of paying attention to me was all Fluffy needed to jump on his back, clamping his jaws down on his shoulder, his teeth going straight through the enchanted metal and tearing a chunk out as he launched himself off my opponent's back. The match ended on the next attack as a barrier came to life, stopping Fluffy from repeating his bite on my opponent's undefended neck, a gap left open by him clutching his now shredded shoulder. "The match is over," the mage announced. As much as I wanted to celebrate at that moment, I had my one working hand full trying to keep Fluffy from liking my face and smearing it with blood. Despite being ready for their most likely tactic, Tom had still taken a solid blow to the shoulder, and that alone had left Ajax feeling furious. The referees had inspected what was left from the crossbow after the match, and had found that it technically didn't violate any of the duel rules. The way they achieved this is by creating the crossbow to be a specifically single-shot use. None of the runes were meant to do anything, but give more power to the shot, resulting in the crossbow breaking in more than one place after the arrow was shot. The single-focused creation, added on to the fact that it was clearly a one-use item, and not technically a weapon, meant it just made it under the rules for a level 25 duel. The weapon, however, didn't just surprise one side of the duel, as numerous members of the other side seemed to have no idea that such a weapon was going to be used. As much as Tom was patched up right after the duel ended by a skilled healer, their opponent's reputation was going to suffer much worse, and there was no quick way to mend it. The real repercussions of the duel, however, weren't seen until the next day, when dozens of somewhat talented commoners swarmed the guards' barracks looking to join up. Tom had worked wonders for the guards' PR team, and as a reward he would spend his last remaining 2 years building trust with some of the guards' most talented members and looking to recruit them once their service was finished. The rest of the week had felt somewhat mundane for Ajax following the duel. He had spent most of his time training. Very little of his time was dedicated to his alchemy nowadays. The reason for that was that he was finally past the beginner phase. He now needed to work with mana-infused ingredients, and that simply wasn't something he could afford all that often outside the dungeon. With the new week starting, Ajax's academy classes had come to an end for the year. All they had left were their exams, but those wouldn't happen for another month, as all the focus was now on the tournaments that will be starting up. For once, Ajax and the rest of his class were separated. With the first-year tournament being the first to start, Ajax was given ample free time to watch them as he waited for the 6th-year tournament to begin. The first round of matches did exactly what it was supposed to do. With commoners being limited to 21 years of age to join for the first-year tournament, none of the people who made it to the 25 spots were even level 23. Every single match had been a blowout. That's not to say that there weren't a few surprises among the commoners. While most were finished in the first 2 or 3 attacks, there were 3 who made it all the way to 6, and 1 who made it to 7 before finally losing. 3 of them had promptly been given offers for joining the retinue of quite a few noble houses. The biggest surprise there, however, was one of the 3 who took 6 attacks to bring down. The surprise was that he was only 18 years of age. The boy was offered a position from a lot of houses, as they hoped to spend the next year training and pushing him so that he could join the first-year academy class when he turned 19. Ajax could see the appeal of this system, and while he did agree that it worked, there was also a darker side to it. It was pretty obvious from the look of the commoner stand out. The reason why he had made it that far at such a young age was simple. He didn't focus all that many of his stat points into vitality. This would give him a much stronger fighting base, but it also made everything far riskier as his health was much lower. Not only that, but his next 2 levels worth of points would need to be put into vitality, so while his level might grow, his combat prowess did not. The second round of the tournament was much more engaging, however. With all of the students now facing each other, the matches started to branch out in terms of outcome. Since the brackets weren't randomized, but based off of their scores and training, a few matches ended very quickly. Benedict, Annabeth, and Lexi all finished their opponents in dominating fashion. It was the prince's match that caught Ajax's attention, however. Despite being the youngest in the class by almost 2 years, if one didn't count Ajax, the prince was definitely up there in terms of strength. What surprised Ajax was the mirage illusion magic that the prince employed. The prince's opponent was a mage, and despite being able to tell when a mirage was used with him, mana sense, that didn't help all that much. Being a spellblade meant that faces were much harder to tell apart from genuine casts. By the time the first few exchanges happened, the prince had already managed to land a few slices on his opponent's arms. Whatever that marriage spell is has to be based on a rare skill at least, Ajax murmured as he watched the fight. He isn't chanting anything, so it isn't a spell. That's a decent first guess. A voice to his left surprised Ajax. Headmaster. Ajax jumped a little. The skill is one he gained from his bond. Headmaster Manashaper continued without even acknowledging Ajax's surprise at his presence. It's too early to tell if the skill is a rare or an epic variant, but it certainly is perfectly suited to a hybrid spellblade. The match below sung heavily into the prince's favor once his opponent started panicking and blasting out all of his mana in whiter spells that the prince couldn't dodge. The potency lost by spreading the spell out so much meant that it wouldn't be enough to make it past the defense provided by the high-quality gear the prince had. Looking at it, you could say that it's the opposite solution to your style. The headmaster continued as they both watched the prince lower his somewhat battered shield to reveal that nothing did more than lightly dent and scratch the first layer of defense. What do you mean? Ajax asked. A hybrid spellblade's worst problem is being forced to exchange spells with a true mage on even ground, the headmaster explained. A physical fighter would rarely be a match for an equally powerful spellblade, their only chance being staying defensive until their endurance wins out. The battle with a mage, the roles are usually reversed. The hybrid tries to stall out the mage. Ajax put 2 and 2 together, exactly something that illusion skill is perfect for. The headmaster went on, your solution is more unique. You force the situation back into the first scenario even against a mage. What your spells lack in power, they make up for in flexibility and casting speed, essentially allowing you to outmuscle a mage with a multitude of weaker spells at the cost of a large mana cost. That's not my only choice, Ajax said, a little defensively. Oh, but it is, from what I've seen anyway. Your boosting skill relies on your mana just as much, though the conflicting reports I've seen on it so far haven't let me work out why the end result is still the same. You burn through your mana quicker than normal mages do. If you run out before your opponent is dead or before you escape, you lose, the headmaster said. Not exactly seeing as I can use his spells and mana to fuel my physical enhancement, Ajax made sure not to say that, however. Clearly the king had kept his legendary skill under wraps, so Ajax wasn't going to spread it further just yet. I do have to say, however, that out of everyone in the first-year class, besides you maybe, Lady Goldmacer is the scariest to have as an opponent, the headmaster said as he got up and left towards his daughter, who finally entered the viewing stands, changed from her battle gear to a more luxurious attire. Ajax couldn't help but agree with the headmaster. Few people had figured it out, and by the time they did, it was too late to stop it. Annabeth had a few trusted member of their circle intentionally hold back during their practice sessions or go all out even with the tournament approaching. Her plan was finally revealed in the second to last day of classes, as the brackets for the tournament were revealed. She had not only managed to work out how the classes were scored, but by changing the result of a few people, she had managed to set up favorable matchups for group. Not only that, but she had even managed to set herself on the opposite side of the bracket from both Benedict and Lexi, who would most likely meet in the semi-finals and push each other to show any hidden tricks. Ajax was looking out at the sand in the arena. All of the other years had already started their tournaments, and now it would be time for him to start his as well. His breathing was quick, his hands grasped his sword and axe tightly as he prepared himself for the first round. Ajax wasn't at all nervous. He had no doubts that he could beat every single person that was taking part in the tournament. Ajax was angry at what he had found out this morning, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Already entering the sands in a furious charge was his opponent, an 8.5-foot tall mountain of a person who, despite his height, managed to still look short in proportion to the width of his muscled body. 2 horns on his head, as well as the cloven legs, were the biggest features the beastkin took from his animal side. Replacing his human face with that of a bull would be all that it took, and he would pass for a minotaur. The reason Ajax was angry was that he found out that he would be the beastkin's first opponent. Ajax knew that the nobles would be given a strategic placement in the tournament brackets to keep the matches interesting. On that account, he was happy to have been placed away from any of the top 3 spots, meeting them only in finals or semi-finals. What angered Ajax was that the commoners who fought to win a chance to fight in this tournament were supposed to be given a random opponent. As one of the people who had scoured the commoner tournaments looking for any people that he might want to recruit, he knew that this match wasn't a random coincidence. The bull beastkin was by far the best commoner this year. Being 27 years of age, this was the only tournament he could enter, but the man was already at level 36, even higher than Ajax's own level. More than that, his beastkin body gave him a strong strength advantage, one that, while not enough to beat out some of the stronger people in the 6th year, it was more than enough to at least give any of them a good match. This first round of the tournament was meant as a show of strength, to exemplify the difference between nobles and commoners. That isn't to say that there hadn't been 1 or 2 matches already this year that had been close, or that some commoners hadn't gone on to win a round in the past. 3 times, twice in the first-year tournament, and once in the 2nd year, a commoner had won the whole thing. Any commoner who won their first-round match had always had at least 1 offer of marriage into a baron's house. What annoyed Ajax most, however, was that they sought to rig the brackets so that he would face the beastkin. This bull man was the first beastkin since the treaty had been signed, and their acceptance had been pushed into law that had a chance at a good showing, and they rigged the match so that he wouldn't. As he stepped out onto the sands, Ajax could see his opponent's eyes tracking him. The man wasn't handsome by any means. While his face was human, his bull lineage could be seen in the smaller and spread apart eyes, as well as his large flared nose. Ajax was a large man himself. His muscles were large and corded across his body from years upon years of training, but looking at the beastkin across from him, Ajax knew that if they had an equal strength stat, he would avoid taking any direct blows from the massive axe he held. "Begin," the referee shouted the moment Ajax got into position. The beastkin charged forward at full speed. Despite the obvious power-focused strategy, Ajax had watched the man enough in the past month to know he wasn't a dumb brute that many thought he was because of his looks. Sadly for the beastkin, however, Ajax wasn't going to be holding back. One thing that all of the competitors of the tournament took seriously was that nobody was to hold back. The only exception to this was lethal blows, as well as any aces they were hiding for whatever reason in their regular spars. Ajax flared his siphon mana at full power. This brought his physical stats from the low 30s range to the mid-50s. Ajax copied his opponent by going into a direct charge. Much to Ajax's surprise and to his slight regret, his opponent had managed to react to his movement. The beastkin had noticed not only the difference in their speed, but also the difference in their power from the way the sand had shifted as Ajax started his charge. He even managed to get his axe into a good position, but none of that mattered. Ajax's lightning-infused blade knocked the axe aside, the lightning making its way through the handle, and jolting the beastkin's body left him defenseless as Ajax planted the soul of his food in the center of his opponent's chest, knocking him on his back and placing own smaller one-handed axe at his throat. Finished, the referee was quick to call the match, Ajax even noticing the barrier that had appeared between the blade of his axe and the beastkin's throat. Even if he hadn't pulled stop the swing, the barrier was angled up to that the swing off course. Winner, Ajax. As customary, the winner had stayed for a few minutes in the arena, waving at the crowd. All of them cheered despite the quick fish, as this was exactly what they were here for. They all knew today was the day that a long match would be an odd find, and despite the quick ending, Ajax's match was entertaining. The moment he left the arena, however, Ajax had made his way to look for his opponent. It didn't take long to find him, as he had just finished getting dressed in his regular clothes after finishing a shower following his defeat. "You're good," Ajax said, drawing the beastkin's attention to him. The man's face changed from defeat to anger, acceptance, and then humility. "Clearly not good enough. You brought me down in an instant." A little quieter, something that Ajax thought the man hadn't meant for him to hear, "A man at least 5 years my junior. I'm what you might call a special case." Ajax said, not knowing how to answer that without making it seem like he was looking down on him. "Had it been anyone else, you would have pushed them. Probably could beat about half of them. My name's Ajax," he said as he offered the beastkin his, "and I'm willing to prove it to you." A skeptical look entered the man's eyes as he looked down at Ajax. "How will you do that?" A little more of the aggression making it into his tone. "As a participant, I can make sure you have a seat in for all my future matches. I'll show you that all of them will fall to me in a similar manner that you did." Ajax said with a smirk as an idea took hold in his mind. But let's make this a wager. What sort of wager? Then Beastkin frowned at the extended hand. If in any of the upcoming matches anyone so much as puts up a fight against me, I'll split half the winnings from any place I get with you. Ajax said. What if you win? The man asked. If I win, you join my house as a retainer. Ajax said. HMPH. The Beastkin flared his nostrils as a cocky grin crept slowly on his face. That's a deal I can take. I look forward to having you sign up, Thuron. Ajax said as they shook and he took his leave. The Beastkin looked shocked that Ajax knew his name, considering the names for the commoner challengers weren't announced. It's not what you think. Professor Silvertongue surprised Ajax as he rounded the corner out of the changing rooms. What's not what I think? Ajax asked. It wasn't nobles who rigged the matchup. The professor said. Really now? Ajax said. They couldn't. The professor continued. The rules are made in such a way that they can't. If they didn't, who did? Ajax questioned. The bookies. The professor said with a shake of the head. They've been bleeding money this year. There have been close to no upsets. Do you know what happens when the favorite wins almost all the time? So they rigged what was supposed to be the blind match? Ajax asked, surprised. They did. The odds that Thuron would not only lose but get stomped were 150 to 1. Silvertongue continued. You made a few people a lot of money and got most of the bookies out of the red with that single win. As Ajax was working on getting a handle on his anger, something that came much easier to him as he thought about the quality of the first retainer he gained, he was unaware of the issues that the bookies he was angry at were going through. All of the gambling leaders had been in the arena to watch that match, despite all they had heard about the child prodigy who had been named a noble at the age of 16. Very little was leaked of his actual power outside the academy. To say that their meddling was a success was an understatement, as they all watched him crush the Beastkin. It was only once they had gotten back to their offices that the victory turned to ashes in their mouth. All of them had massively profited from the latest fight, so much so that even with some unusually bad outcomes, they would still end up with a decent gain by the end of the tournament. There was just one thing that they hadn't accounted for. As they looked at the one thing had become clear, nobody would be able to actually stand up to Ajax. Their best chance to minimize their losses, there was to give out absurd odds for him to lose and hope to recoup the losses they will have from everyone that was betting on him to win. Their issue, however, came from the post-announcement bets. While no betting house would allow people to be on the nobles winning in the first round of the tournament, it would be a pure money sink for them. Other types of bets were allowed once the noble participant list was made available. To their shock, all of them had bets on their books made for Ajax to win the whole tournament. Not only that, but those bets were many and made in sizable amounts, not enough to draw too much attention, but not cheap by any means. Add that on to the high odds that a complete unknown had to win the whole tournament, and they could forget about staying in the black. They'd be lucky to even remain open after the tournament ended. I wouldn't worry about those gamblers getting too comfortable, Alana said after she listened to Ajax complain about the setup Thuron had to endure. Oh, Elijah was the most interested in whatever scheme she had cooked up. After the last few months, he had started to recognize her talent for strategy. I've bet almost 1,000 gold in total on you winning the whole thing, and this was back when the odds of you doing so were 50 to 1, she said with a smile. That should get us enough working capital to help us procure any of the more rare items that the customers we gain from the honey sales might request. That is very well executed, Elijah said as he stroked his chin, slightly frowning as he thought over the situation. Bit too excessive, but seeing as they meddled with the tournament themselves, it's not something that will result in a backlash. But if this was something that would work, why didn't you do it as well? Sam asked the same question Ajax was pondering. We weren't in a position to do it, Aurora explained. The only reason why Alana managed to pull it off is because none of her trusted people are widely known yet. Had we tried to do the same thing, they would have recognized our people by the first day, or one of the intermediary people we used would sell the plan out. Speaking of retainers, is there anyone else you would want to get? Tom asked. The biggest issue their family had when gathering retainers was that none of them were strong enough to try and entice any strong retired adventurers. This left them with two options. Either they would slowly build up their retainers over the next century at the fastest, or they would have a strong enough person marry into the family and have them control any unstable retainers they tried to get. Needless to say, all of them were leaning more towards the first option. I can't think. Ajax trailed off as he thought of all the teams he had gone into dungeons with over the last few months, but none of them would join his house as retainers. There would be one team. Which one? Tom asked. That duel has given me some leeway to use my time and position to help along with recruiting. The Collectors, Ajax said as he fondly remembered his first delving team. The Collectors, Elijah mumbled as he thought he heard the name before. Yes, new team arrived in the capital in the last year. They were already approached by both House Goldminster as well as Manashaper. I thought you got along with both of those houses, Aurora said. Yes, it would be a good idea to get them as our retainers, Tom acknowledged as he thought about it. Houses Goldminster and Manashaper were simply paying out a reward. Not only that, but they have a very good idea of your fighting style. It would be best if they were to join us. They were a solid team with good fundamentals that had already proven they could help them start building up strong retainer force. Not only that, but they already knew about Ajax's prodigious talent and wouldn't take all that much convincing that their currently weak house was one that will grow quickly. From there on, the tournament continued for Ajax in very much the same way as it started. Everybody he was up against would get bodied in the opening moments of the fight. A mage had attempted to go for a strong shield chant, but quickly found out that there wasn't enough time to set up the shield before Ajax crossed the small distance separating the combatants. And he does it again. The commentator shouted as Ajax had the mage on the ground with a sword point at his neck, the head of House Hearthbound in truly unstoppable. Not only that, but as he is only age 17, he will be eligible to participate in the tournament for the next 10 years as well. The other commentator picked up. He will be the first to break the former Crown Prince's record of 6 consecutive victories. Not only that, but he might push that record all the way to 11. Whereas the 6th-year tournament was only halfway through at this point, the first-year tournament was almost finished. With Annabeth having claimed one of the final spots, Benedict and Lexi were set to fight for the other. Benedict knew that this was a fight he wasn't likely to win. Alexis Manashaper was a gifted and powerful mage. Not only that, but she was someone who, despite her somewhat aloof persona, was a first-class analyst. She might not have had a mind for schemes and strategy like Annabeth, but she could take apart a person's fighting style in moments. Despite all of his hard training, Benedict was at a massive disadvantage by having to fight a mage in a straight-up duel, seeing as both fighters would be coming into the fight well-rested and with their resources topped up. From the moment the referee started the match, Benedict had the urge to start cursing. The first thing Lexi did was put up a strong wind cocoon around herself to ensure she wouldn't be taken out by a stray ranged projectile. Not only that, but her defensive layers only expanded from there, as she created a small moat that she filled with fire around herself in her next 2 casts before she started peppering Benedict with spells. For his side, Benedict had tried to replicate Ajax's successful strategy of rushing the mage before they managed to get their defenses up, but he was simply not fast enough. He had barely covered half the distance between them before the wind wall as well as the fire ring were put in place. From there, the match simply came down to whether Benedict could outlast Lexi's remaining monopool or not. This wasn't the first time Benedict was faced with this situation in the tournament, but there was one big difference between Lexi and every other mage in their class. Whereas all the other mages in their class had taken to focusing on 1, maybe 2 elements, Lexi had the advantage of having her grandfather teach her his wide repertoire of spells that span across multiple elements. In much the same way, Benedict's family Steelblade had a wide array of weapons that could counter specific elements, but Benedict simply couldn't bring all of them with him. Annabeth POV. I'm so proud of you. Sorry I couldn't make it in time for your other matches, Dad said with excitement that dropped off because of the implications. Dad had been gone from the capital for almost 2 months. In fact, he left about a week after Ajax's discovery was made public. But I knew just how important this auction was. I tried hard to keep the guilt I was feeling off my face. Hopefully, I had gotten a better handle on it with my social skill leveling. This had been the 3rd auction in the last 5 years that had contained one of the fruits of longevity. The fruits came in 4 varieties: apples, cherries, pears, and coconuts. The fruits were extremely rare. As for their value, it could range from priceless to less than nothing depending on who they were for. All 4 of the fruits did the same thing. They reduced one of the 4 mental stats of the person eating them in exchange for making them slightly younger. The last 2 auctions had offered apples and coconuts respectively. One lowered a person's wisdom and the other their intellect. This latest one, however, announced that they would be offering not 1 but 2 cherries, the most valuable one of the 4 fruits, seeing as it would trade perception for youthfulness. Dad's representatives hadn't managed to win either one of the fruits in the previous 2 auctions, and I knew it was the work of one of my cousins. My being born and Dad wanting to pass the family head position over to me meant that he was trying to push back the clock as far as he could, and they were working against him, all because of me. Now, he said as he placed a hand on my head and stroked me gently. None of this is your fault. How about you tell me more about this last match of yours? Lexi is the worst matchup in my entire class. I paused for a moment at that. With the exception of Ajax, but he isn't taking part in this tournament. The idea that someone younger than me was already so far ahead of me that he was winning the 6th-year tournament without anyone to provide even a challenge was a little disheartening. Not only that, but from what our people have noticed over the last year, his rate of improvement seemed to match mine despite him already being so much higher. At least if the teams he was joining on his sponsored delves were any indication. Focus on the match, Father gently admonished. Right as I was saying she's a bad matchup, I got back on track. She's a mage that already makes it harder to prepare against compared to a physical fighter. What really gets to me, however, is her versatility. Despite not having the same amount of power behind her spells as I can put behind my fire, she knows the chance for all sorts of different elements. Yes, I imagine her grandfather has been extra generous with her. Dad said, and he was right. Lexi had gone through a bit of slump shortly after the start of the year. Not enough for anyone who didn't know her to notice, but Ajax's versatility as a spellsword had made her question her own path. Her attitude changed, back to the same mischievous one she had before, if a little more competitive, after a few extra lessons with her grandfather over the course of a month. She's never shown me those shadow chains before. I couldn't even feel them as the spell traveled. I exclaimed a little as I thought back to how the other semi-finale ended. Yes, a more advanced application, Father said. The spell actually started at her location the moment she finished her cast. Shadow magic has always been one more focused on subterfuge. As long as there are shadows connecting the start and end point of a spell, feeling them travel is much harder. Do you have a plan in mind? Yes, I didn't get to finish my sentence as the door opened. Apologies for the interruption, my lord. My father's head informant said as he and one of his people entered. What is it? My father asked. We have a more detailed report on the recent change in the market for honey, he said. The report is extensive and the situation is both delicate and rather urgent. Not only that, but our details are incomplete. That wasn't a great situation. An urgent situation without complete details is a bad spot for one to be, though it isn't something unusual for him to be informed about as the current head of the Goldmanser family. Go on, Father prompted, and his head informant nodded to the other man. Yes, sir. The man faltered when he didn't see me leave the room. He must be one of the juniors, as Dad has been having me attend these meetings for a while now. As reported on previously, almost the entire capital's supply is coming from a single organization, one led by Judy Hearthbound. I felt my spine straighten slightly at the mention of her last name. Not only that, but we have also confirmed that the honey they sell is in fact mana-infused. A similar result to the elves' mana-rich tea leaves, if not to the same extent, is a confirmation all we have after a week of investigation. There was nothing in his voice or tone that showed any annoyance, though I could tell he didn't like being interrupted for just this. No, my lord, the informant bowed. We have also learnt that their stranglehold on the market comes from having the beehives stored in wooden crates in the middle of the farming plots. Further inquiries have confirmed that the bees were gathered from the surrounding forest and effectively rehoused there. The mechanism for the container is not that complicated, the informant continued. We have purchased one from the same carpenter that has created all of his. Much like a lot of other people, he has been making a killing selling them at almost 20 silvers each, yet none of us have had any success in getting any bees to actually stay there. You are dismissed, the head informant said, and only continued once the three of us were alone. This seems to have given House Hearthbound a monopoly on the market. Our information suggests that stealing one of the hives off his land will have the bees remain regardless of their relocation, though everyone is wary of doing so. Why? I ask, not seeing how all the pieces fit together. All information suggests that the hive must remain in an open place. The informant continues. With nobody else succeeding, anybody that steals it will also be essentially announcing that they are the thieves. I cut him off as my mind worked putting the puzzle together. A new noble house having a legitimate sustainment method stolen from them within months of being granted the title will have everyone looking to get their two licks at punishing the thief. I left out that some wouldn't be condemning the thief out of honor or duty, but because they want to see what they could learn about the method by questioning the thief. Exactly so, my lady, the head informant said. That would be all, sir. With that, the informant awaited my father's signal and took his leave with a deep bow once it was given. Well, how would you approach this situation? Dad asked me once the door closed. The market for honey is too small and not profitable enough to be worth angering an entire faction. I think aloud. There were quite a few viscounts and barons who were granted a title, and almost saw their houses fall from thieves like that. Not only that, but they were almost exclusively granted their titles as a reward for combat, making quick to violence now that they were more established and could get their hands on another thief. The real prize is the method of enhancing the honey. If it is like the elven method and can be replicated, that is the real prize. I would approach and see about trying to extract that method in exchange for protection and guarantee of leaving the honey market for them. Not a bad approach, Father said. From the reports, however, it seems like there are two different unknown factors at play here. One is the enhancing method, and the other is the bee taming method. How does that affect us? I asked, unsure of why we would be interested in the bee taming method. It wasn't something big enough to affect us, especially once others got back into the market, once the bee population recovered. We could approach them in regards to their bee method with a generous deal. Having them share that method with us, and having us use our reach to profit outside the capital, while sharing a large portion of the profits would buy us goodwill. Not only that, but it would build a working relationship that we can use to work our way to trying to get the enhancing method, Dad explained. Not only that, but who knows, we might even be able to figure out the enhancing method just from learning about the B method. Dong, the bell from the central tower of the capital rang. That's enough for today, Dad said, hearing the bell. Are you all set for tomorrow? I confirmed. I have a plan that I am 70 sure will work. That is good, he said with a smile. Now off to bed, you need to be rested. Ajax battered his way through to the semifinals with a quick application on overwhelming power. Much like his previous matches, there simply wasn't anything that his opponent was able to do against the monstrous stats Ajax was sporting. It also didn't help that he had won his previous match with a quick arrow shot before switching to a close combat strategy for this one. You're making quite the name for yourself, kid, an old man said as he took a seat in the stands next to Ajax. It took Ajax a moment to place the sigil on his extremely high quality, if not overly flash, clothing before Ajax put a name with the old man, Goldman, sir. No need to tense up so much, I am just here to watch my daughter's match. The old man reassured once he saw the Ajax tense a little. While those words were meant to be reassuring any ease of mind, the lack of specific focus on him had been wiped away as Ajax confirmed the man's identity as the Archduke Goldman, sir. Making a name for myself, Ajax asked with a little caution. Oh yes, your repeated nearly effortless victories are getting your name out there, the Archduke answered. Ajax had already been informed by his brother that quite a few of his fellow guards whose contracts were close to finishing had asked about him. Apparently they were very interested if joining his house would get them some training time with the prodigy child. Most were left disappointed when they were informed that Ajax was focusing heavily on his own progression, and that the only training from him they would get would come in the form of group delves in the delve slots granted to his family every other month. A few had taken the news in stride, praising Ajax for continuing his dedicated training despite his success, and chose to put their name up for consideration as retainers. They weren't effortless. Ajax mumbled he hadn't held back anything beside his void element and cursed slash. Every one of those battles had his full effort put into it. Yes, effortless might not be the best way to phrase it. The Archduke surprised Ajax having heard him. Quick is much better. An awkward pause in the conversation had started to form for a moment there when Archduke Goldmancer changed the subject. I also have to say I am quite impressed with how quickly your noble house has gotten a foundation. It's not solid by any stretch, but even a shaky foundation is quite the achievement in a few weeks. Delegation is definitely important, the Archduke admitted. Ajax also thought he saw a deep frown cover his face, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. But I heard that you started working with those bees almost from the moment you got to the capital. Beekeeping is one of the least time-intensive agricultural pursuits, Ajax said, unaware that his words had already slipped up and revealed a very relevant piece of information. Beekeeping, the Archduke thought, scouring the deep reaches of his memory back to his lessons regarding any form of farming. Never heard of such a skill before. Not only that, but he gained Trailblazer title only after he arrived in the capital. Most assumed that it came from his odd application of magic. But what if it was from simple bees? Low time investment and a limited market. The Archduke nodded, not giving away any sign of his conjectures, though a profitable one due to the buyers. I would be very interested in offering your house a partnership for a share of the profits in exchange for the method of setting up the hives. The offer sounded extremely good to Ajax, a good upside of not having to look into expanding themselves, and one that promised almost guaranteed and consistent income in a quick time frame. This is no place for business. A voice interrupted them before Ajax could respond. Besides, such techniques should first be studied before they are spread to ensure that the most efficient forms are spread. Headmaster. Ajax bowed politely to the man who joined them at the front of the stands. Duke Manishaper. The Archduke greeted with a smile. I wanted to congratulate you on your granddaughter's dominating run through the tournament, though you'll have to excuse me if I hope that she loses this latest match. Not at all, Archduke Goldman, sir. In fact, I could say the same thing about your daughter, the headmaster replied. Ajax had to admit that he was thankful for the headmaster's timely appearance. It didn't take long for him to realize that the open-ended deal the Archduke had proposed was very much open to interpretation and not the promised jackpot he had initially thought. Ajax was also much more wary of the man's skills, as with the immensely favorable feeling he had gotten towards the deal, Ajax knew he didn't want to sit opposite the man at the negotiating table. I will have to ask you to pay very close attention to this year's match. Both contestants are aggressively focused mages, and as such the match could end at any moment. The crowd roared its approval for an action-packed match. Despite needing no introduction, it is my pleasure to announce this year's finalists, Alexis Manishaper and Annabeth Goldmancer. The crowd reached a deafening level that made Ajax glad for his higher-than-average perception, allowing him to reduce his ears' sensitivity to the noise. Both Anna and Lexi had entered the arena in a very different set of armor compared to what they had worn in the semi-finals. Not only that, but the gear heavily contrasted from one competitor to the other, with Lexi sporting the classical mage robes and Anna Betting encased in a solid plate suit or armor. You, ready? The announcer's voice could be heard through the weak sound enhancements placed around the arena despite only addressing the two people closest to him. Both fighters simply nodded, neither taking their eyes off the other. Begin. Both casters instantly brought their staves forward as they started chanting their opening spell. Despite both of the fighters' aggressive nature, Lexi had started the fight with a defensive water wall that sprung up to meet the blazing fireball that Anna had tossed out. The power advantage was clearly in Anna's favor, as even with an elemental counter, a few embers from the fireball had made it to Lexi, forcing her to sidestep out of the way. From there on, their styles started to diverge even further. Where Lexi had started throwing out one element after the other, Anna had doubled down with one fiery attack after another. As the fight progressed, Ajax found himself doubting Anna's fire-centered strategy. With elemental combinations such as earth and water, Lexi was starting to take control of the match. Nevertheless, Ajax got a feeling deep in his gut that he was missing something. It had taken Ajax almost 2 full minutes to realize what it was that felt odd about the battle. From the very start, Anna had not used a single defensive spell. Instead, every time a spell got to her, one of the indicated designs on her armor would light up slightly before disappearing, along with a good chunk of the armor itself. She's really going to be kicking herself over this one, the headmaster said with a resigned sigh. This was her match to lose, and she knew. It's why she was being more restrained than usual. Ajax did have to admit that Lexi wasn't usually this defensive, but he had thought that to be a reaction to the opponent and not a change in approach. A risky all-or-nothing approach. The headmaster continued, though one that will pay off this time. I do believe congratulations are in order. Much appreciated. The Archduke replied, but the headmaster had already started to mutter a chant, as Ajax felt on a massive amount of mana, all at once, just as a lightning bolt caused the enchantment on her helmet to activate, revealing her face as it disappeared. As Anna slammed the butt of her staff into the ground, Ajax could feel a pillar of fire mana fight to erupt from beneath Lexi. Not only that, but he also felt a quick release of mana from his right, as a shield formed beneath Lexi's feet, nullifying the attack. Despite the attack being fully blocked, Lexi still lowered her head in defeat as Anna lifted her staff victoriously. Ajax watched the result of the match with surprise. He had quickly managed to figure out that Anna had bet everything on this being a short match. Her armor basically ate chunks of itself in order to provide a shield. Not only was such craftsmanship not cheap, but even the metal that it was created from was nothing to sneeze at. She probably spent at least 200 gold just winning this single match. But while Anna's defense had made perfect sense, her offense had not. Ajax couldn't get his head around how someone lower than level 30 like her had managed to launch a single spell strong enough to even harm him. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? The announcer tried his hardest to take the spotlight from Anna, but wasn't having much success. Was that delayed release, or a combination of gap casting and overinflate? Of the 3 skills, Ajax only knew about overinflate, a rare chanting skill that allows mages to supercharge weaker spells by repeating the chant over and over and pumping the spells with more mana. The issue was that Anna wasn't stuck casting Fire Pillar 10 times to get that result. She had been constantly throwing out one fireball after another. Gap casting and delayed release are pretty self-explanatory from the context that the announcer made. Gap casting allows one to pause on chant and pick in later. Unknown to Ajax, this is an epic skill much like the other possible culprit, delayed release, allowing a mage to set a timer after which an already cast spell goes off. Going just by what he had been able to feel the moment the attack was released, Ajax was pretty sure Anna had gone with the combination of gap casting and overinflate, as he hadn't felt multiple small spells joined together, but a single big blast being released all at once. Annabeth Goldmancer is the first champion for this year's tournaments. The announcer shouted, "Join me in congratulating the young lady for her hard work, dedication, and cunning." Ajax wholeheartedly joined in, much to the surprise of a few lower nobles who were watching him for a negative reaction. To them, Annabeth's armor strategy was similar enough to the crossbow strategy that had been used on Tom. Ajax, however, didn't see it that way. First of all, the expensive piece of gear was defensive only. Secondly, it had a short shelf life with chunks of the armor corroding away to create a defense. And finally, she had foregone wearing any other type of enchanted armor. Had Lexi managed to prolong the match, she might have ended with not only an advantage in spell flexibility, but even damage from her own armor amplification. With that, Ajax made his own way down from the stands and went over to congratulate both of the finalists. He wasn't surprised to see just how quickly Lexi was back to her joyous hyper self, skipping around the group. That was just how she showed herself. Ajax did however manage to pick up on a few tells that showed she was a little disheartened at the loss. After all, he had spent almost an entire year around her, and his perception was high enough to pick up on it. Ajax didn't stick around for long after the fight, however. Unlike the rest of his classmates, the tournament wasn't over for him. He still had both the semi-finals and finals left. On top of all that, there was also the deal that Archduke Goldminster had offered him. Ajax was going to take that straight to Judy, Alana, his mother as well as his grandparents. He knew that a good deal could be reached. He just had to make sure he wasn't the one representing his house, and that the Archduke wasn't who any of them had to haggle against. Later that night, Ajax's house was filled by multiple voices as 5 people surrounded the main table. Unlike the usual food that was served on the table, however, it was entirely covered in scrolls and maps. I still think they are fishing for something. Otherwise, giving us a long-term profit share seems a little too good. Alana said, I'm not saying they're not. The only problem is I can't see what it is they are angling to get. So either they think we have something we don't, in which case we get the better end of the deal. Elijah responded, or we really are in possession of a valuable technique and we're not aware of it. Who's to say we can't also make use of it later after we see what they get up to? How do you get the bees to stay in the hives? Tom asked as he sat on the bench outside watching Ajax and Fluffy spar. Simple, they have a hive mind. Ajax answers. What does that mean? Tom asked. There are multiple different types of bees that make up hive. Ajax explained. What does that matter? Tom still wasn't convinced. One of them is unique. There is only one like it in the entire hive. Not only that, but it rules over the rest of the hive, a queen. Ajax said. The whole trick is to catch that one in a small cage and relocate her in the wooden hive. From there, the rest of the bees will move in on their own. Despite Tom's initial instinct to say that it can't really be just that simple, he did remember just how some other types of insect-based monsters have an alpha that they never challenge and even sacrifice themselves for. MROW. Fluffy joined the conversation loudly as Ajax had managed to somehow get him from the side and performed an underpowered yet extremely satisfying suplex on the unsuspecting feline. That should be enough for today. Ajax announced as he made his way to bed knowing that he had a match tomorrow. Standing across from Ajax in the arena, the next morning was last year's champion, come back to defend his title, as is tradition for the last champion of the 6th-year tournament so long as he is young enough to qualify for the event. For the first time in the entire tournament, Ajax's opening charge wasn't enough to outright win him the match. Ajax hadn't gone for a bow shot opening, and he complimented himself on that decision once he saw what was in store for him. His opponent managed to parry away his sword and still withstood the lightning enhancement that coursed through their body to intercept the axe with the shield. Despite the opening attack not ending the match outright, that isn't to say that Ajax's attack was worthless. The perfect block had still transmitted enough momentum to fly his opponent clean off his feet and toss him into a hard landing. Just because his opponent was down, however, didn't mean that Ajax was going to give him a chance to get back up, following the heavy blow by pulling out his trusty bow and letting an arrow fly. A bright flash covered the arena as the former champion's medallion cracked and shattered while producing a barrier that managed to block the arrow. Having survived the arrow, the former champion had been quick to go back to offense, throwing lightning and ice spells alike. Ajax was paying very much attention to the lightning spells. Just because his stats were higher didn't mean that an electric shock wouldn't hurt him. The round went downhill from that point fairly quickly. Now that Ajax had actually seen how he plans to fight, getting inside the man's guard was rather easy. Pulling a trick out of Lexibook, Ajax had used shows to grasp at the man. Despite his shadow not being strong enough to restrict his opponent's movement, fully all Ajax needed was a moment before he rested his axe on his opponent's shoulder with the blade digging into his flesh. And we have our first finalist for the 6th-year tournament. The announcer yells out. He had figured it out pretty quick that he simply didn't have time to comment on Ajax's fights before the fight was over. The final will be held 4 days from now, once the rest of the tournaments have also concluded. And don't forget to come tomorrow to see who Ajax will be facing for the title. Despite having beaten last year's winner, Ajax knew the final will end being a more difficult match. It wasn't so much that the person he was fighting would in any way be at the same level that Ajax is. After all, they were barely level 40 and Ajax had been able to clear dungeon floors, with monsters going all the way up to level 65. The difficulty came from a multitude of factors, first and foremost being that the mage he was going to be up against was a runic mage. His ability to quickly dump all his mana into attacks might actually result in something Ajax would have to look out for. The second issue was that he was an earth and wind mage, and the sand in the arena would give him a slight edge. The biggest problem, however, was that he came from a ducal house. Not only that, but he was one from their main family, so he will have quite a bit invested in gear to specifically counter Ajax. So do you think that is a deal we should make? Ajax asked as he was training his inject mana on the plants. The market for honey is small, that said most of the demand comes from the high end of society, so there is quite a bit of money to be made. Elijah explained. How do you get the bees to stay in these hives? Why does that matter? Judy asked. One of the biggest things to take in consideration if we should take the deal is how likely it is that others will figure out how to do it. Alana said, just because nobody has done it yet despite knowing it is possible only means the method isn't obvious. It's not hard, Ajax said, and everyone present focused on him. All you have to do is carefully relocate the queen and momentarily trap her inside. The bees have a queen, Aurora asked. Every hive is built around a queen, Ajax explained. It's the one that looks a lot bigger than every other bee in the hive. Here, let me show you. With that, Ajax approached the closest hive, and after smoking it for a little while, he opened it up from above. It took him a few moments to find the queen in the mass of bees, but once he locked onto it, he pointed it out. There, see that one that is bigger than all the rest. Everyone else had also gathered around the hive. That's a queen, his mother asked. I thought you said you had to trap it. You do it first, Ajax explained as he pointed to the little wooden cage that was now covered in wax and stuck to the bottom of the hive. After about a week, you can let it go free since they will have already settled in. I definitely recommend making a deal with the Goldmincers, Aurora said. It isn't going to take people all that long to figure that they just need to take the big bee to get the others to stick around. Say nothing about the mana-infused plants, Elijah said. I'm not sure how you even got them to be mana-infused, but that is something we're not going to let get out. Is it that important? Ajax asked. We've had every single bigger organization that we owe a favor to come and try to use the favor we owe them in an attempt to know you got the honey to even have the small mana infusion it has, Aurora explained. Getting anything to take mana infusion was a massive pain. Ajax had quickly found that out as he had grown his plants and bees. Firstly, not only did anything living need to be injected with mana from an early age, but everything surrounding it had to be as well. For the bees, that meant individual infusion in small doses, as well as the mana-infused plants. For plants, you also had to ensure to infuse the soil regularly. All this had to be done without overloading. Ajax theorized that over a few generations you could get more than just the slightest amount of mana to stick, but you had to take everything gradually. I think that House Goldminster is more interested in learning how to get any mana infusion to stick to something than the honey market itself. Elijah said, that's a good thing too. Why is that a good thing? Ajax asked. Because it means they'll give you a good deal on the bees hoping to figure it out by themselves from there, Aurora said, and even a fair deal on such a large scale would set us up as one of the bigger unlanded barren houses. A good deal we might end up as top 5 for the next few years while the monopoly will hold and the wild bee population recovers. I'll talk to Honor about it, Ajax said. Hopefully we can get a negotiation meeting with someone who isn't her father. Ajax still felt a chill run down his back when he thought back to how much of an effect the Archduke's skill had had on him during their simple conversation. You just worry about your fight, Judy said. We'll worry about the deal. Ajax very much appreciated how quickly his family had taken to his delegation of tasks. With that, he focused back on his training and made sure to get enough rest so that his mana and stamina would be full in the morning. The next morning, the arena stands were filled up once again. Ajax was glad to see that almost his entire class had shown up to watch the match. Though some of them were there to cheer on his opponent, all of those, however, had come by and told him it was because of a family relationship with the ducal house. As he stepped into the arena, Ajax could clearly feel the mana in the gems that studded his opponent's armor. Unlike the first-year tournament, the sixth year allowed for some much more complex gear to be brought in, and people always paid up for the finals. Unlike in all the previous matches, Ajax's opponent's cocky personality was nowhere to be seen. He was fully focused on Ajax and had already taken a fighting stance. He didn't even look away when the referee asked him if he was ready, and had simply given a nod. The moment the fight began, Ajax had started with a metal-infused arrow before moving to close the gap. For the first time in the tournament, however, his opponent was just as quick as he was with getting an attack going as wind blades launched towards him. None of that mattered much to Ajax, as he simply started to siphon extra mana from the incoming attacks as he dodged them with his increased physical stats. As soon as Ajax got in melee range of his opponent, however, the staff he had been using was swapped out for 2 shields. It was then that Ajax got a taste of how annoying a prepared runic mage could be on the defensive. Despite Ajax switching his mana augmentation on every strike, his opponent seemed to have a defensive shield of the opposite element ready-go. This was the second time that his opening charge was repelled. But Ajax wasn't discouraged. If a frontal assault wouldn't work, he would just have to keep adding pressure. Besides his mana augmentation, he now started adding some environmental magic into the mix. His first attempt at messing with the sand below his opponent's feet had almost let him decapitate the man. The only thing that protected him was a wind-enchanted necklace that triggered a strong wind burst separating the two fighters. The moment his opponent had Ajax at range, he quickly swapped out his shields for the staff again and started to go on the offensive again. His slightly pale expression did however show just how close Ajax had gotten with that surprise attack. Ajax knew he could simply outlast his opponent. With the amount of spells he was throwing out, Ajax was not even paying half the cost of mana siphoned from his own mana pool. He did however want to put a quick end to the match, so he charged again. The simplest way Ajax had to finish the match quickly was to finally show one of the aces he normally kept hidden. As soon as he got back into striking range and his opponents brought out the shields, Ajax used a solid amount of mana to launch a fireball. His opponent was quick to bring up a water wall, but that simply wasn't enough as Ajax used his cursed slash to turn the fire black. Despite the flames going out quickly once they made it through the water wall, they had already done their job and applied the curse. From there, all Ajax did was release a pulse of holy cleansing magic. More than one of the experienced fighters had winced sympathetically once they saw Ajax's plan. Despite the weak curse that was applied, the amount of pain inflicted from the clash of curses and holy mana was something they all knew. Oddly enough, the ones who best dealt with this combo were those who had a high perception stat, as that allowed them to minimize the amount of pain they felt. Ajax's opponent had been lucky to fall unconscious a moment after the pain hit. He hadn't even managed to let out a proper scream, as all that came out was a short grunt before he dropped like a rock. And there you have, my lords and ladies. The commentator was quick to jump in after the match had finished. Another interesting surprise from our champion Ajax Hearthbound. At only 17 years of age, I am expecting we will see a lot more of him in the coming years. The reaction from the arena to Ajax's casual use of cursed slash was very different from what he had originally expected. While he knew that enough time had passed and that the stigma associated with cursed attacks should have gone down, he certainly didn't expect the enthusiasm displayed by the crowd watching. Ajax had failed to take into account that most of the population watching now was all part of the nobility. While a few of them might carry a grudge against curses, that would also be true about almost all of the different elements. On the whole, almost all of them were excited about someone else getting access to cursed attacks, mainly because they didn't rely on mana. All of them hoped to find a method to reliably teach cursed attacks. Professor Silvertongue was the only one in the stands who could say he was disappointed with the end of the match. While he certainly hadn't expected to see a cursed attack, there was little that the combat mage could gain from something like that. He had secretly been hoping to get a glimpse at the odd element his family had learnt Ajax had access to a while back. Unfortunately, that element seemed to be one of his last resorts. The king and crown prince both had been present for the match, and both turned a matching grin towards Evelyn, who was in attendance by their side. Both had known about her work researching cursed mana, but now her source would be out in the open. Crown Prince POV father and I both turned a grin on Evelyn. She had informed both of us of this kid's ability to use cursed attacks. Not only that, but he was actively trying to find ways of combining it with other elemental mana. His black flames weren't all that devastating, but as a surprise attack, the Cleanly set up a combo with a wide-range holy purification. Not only that, but almost none of the shielding enchantments currently used would do anything to stop the purification, seeing it as a purely beneficial effect. So he's the one? I asked my son. Yes, he sounded a little defeated. I could certainly understand how that could happen. He had been praised for his talent for years now, and despite all that he had only pushed harder. Despite all that effort, here was a child the same age as him who could easily take him apart if he got serious. It's not just luck and hard work. My older brother finally commented. Unlike his usual self, there was no joking tone, and his relaxed attitude was nowhere to be seen. I'm sure he's had plenty of both, but his talent is monstrous. What do you mean, brother? I asked. You've had him investigated, right? He asked. You said he had no social skills to speak of before he got to the capital, yet he is already level 34. He must have used his identification skill on Ajax. It seems his enigma isn't yet at the point where it can block out his level from someone with a decently high epic inspection skill. His request for confirmation on the skill means that he couldn't even get a glimpse at those. Yes, we're positive he had no social skills before he got to the capital. I confirmed, not sure what he was getting at. Do you know if he had a skill at level 50 before the age of 10? He asked. The question seemed to fall like a ton of bricks on my oldest son's head. We've had no way to confirm it. Why do you suspect he did? I asked. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that the kid had achieved that as well. I'm now sure which would be scarier, if he did or if he didn't. My brother said during all this time he hadn't once taken his eyes off Ajax. The kid was standing awkwardly in the middle of the arena being congratulated on his victory. How could him not having a skill at level 50 be scarier than if he did? My son certainly didn't take that any better than the initial question. For the first time, my brother took his eyes off of Ajax and gave my son his usual grin. This isn't a comment on your talent, kid. It is a fact that you are talented. He affectionately rubbed his head before his face turned serious again as he regarded Ajax. Think about it, he has barely turned 17 and he has gained 2 levels a year since he was born. Not only that, but he did it without social skill. Is it that big of a deal? My niece asked. She had barely turned 10, and despite her positive interaction with Ajax, there was someone else she had taken a shine to as a role model. Lady Goldminster might not have achieved quite the same level, but she did it without social skills either. What Lady Goldminster lacked in social skills, she made up for with merchant ones, my brother replied. That's not to say that they don't take a lot of talent as well, but they also require a fortune to properly gain experience past the first few levels. Not only that, but she is also 2 years older. There are other ways to gain experience. There's a reason why leveling speed increases tremendously once people start delving. My sister backed up her daughter with a solid point. Despite the downsides of the backwater part of the kingdom he grew up in, he did have ready access to a dungeon. He wouldn't have needed anything past the first floor to really get going. That's the sticking point, my brother said as he frowned. Didn't the method he presented to the court rely on not spending your free points until the small sweet spot of retaining the apprentice buff but still being 15? His words plunged the booth into a deafening silence as all of us processed the information. All of it was something we had previously, but only in isolation. We simply hadn't connected it that way. He was level 31 when he arrived here. My brother continued as we were all still pondering his earlier words. In less than a year where he had so many other things to deal with, he gained 3 levels. Even assuming he did more than double in the year before that, that still leaves him with reaching level 24 before he spent a single one of his free stat points. And that's where all his questions started to tie back in. He reached level 24 in 15 years without social skill and without any heavily used merchant skills. All this without having spent a single one of his free skill points. His earlier questions started to make a lot more sense. If he didn't have a single level 50 skill when he was 10, just how many different skills did he have in order to level that much? From the looks of it, his magic acts a lot like runic magic, if a lot weaker. My brother's next words had all of us focusing on him again. He was the only one of us to have spent an extended period of time in one of the dwarven kingdoms, and they were the main users of runic magic. Beastkin also used it, but more as amplifiers of their own racial strengths than as a form of pure magic. This was all topped off by the fact that he himself focused on runic magic instead of the chanted version as a spellblade. From what he said, his method apparently clashes with both chanting and runic-based usage. Evelyn interjected. I've verified it, and sadly we can't have our own mages learn that style without hurting their chanting. That's a real shame, he said, and I could see the disappointment in not being able to integrate the discovery in his own repertoire to make himself stronger. But that's not all I'm getting at. What do you mean? I asked. You're more focused on chanted magic, so you don't notice it as much, but intent plays a big role in controlling the spells we cast outside of a set path, my brother explained. For a chanted spell, regardless how short that chant is, you have a lot more time to infuse that intent compared to a runic caster. That's one of the drawbacks of runic magic, you give up flexibility for speed. My son chimed in. He took it as a point of pride in trying to become a chanting spellblade. Yes, but he's not using runes either, my brother answered. While his method does seem to sacrifice power for flexibility and speed, it still shouldn't work. I suspect that he has the affinity for every single type of magic he uses. You're saying he already has 6 different rare skills and 5 more epic ones already. My sister's outburst mirrored my own inner thoughts. 6 epic skills. That cursed attack has to be at least epic since the mana generated mixed with the fire mana so freely. Our own curse skill user added on. Has he shown any indication of his willingness to marry into the royal family? My brother asked. I found that same question being the first to jump in my mind as I turned to my father. He had taken a special interest in Ajax, so his handling had been one of the things I left for him, as I had plenty of others to focus on as I got ready to take over as king. A 17-year-old boy with at least 11 mana affinities, access to curse attacks, as well as 2 legendary skills. I would have to take a much closer interest in him. Ajax had just finished his non-combat exams. All in all, the subjects weren't all that hard, but he knew that alchemy was the only subject he was getting a perfect score on. With these exams out of the way, his class only had their final dungeon delve to go through before the academy would take a 3-month break before the start of the new year. How come we are given such a long break? Ajax asked as they moved through the city. The break is mainly for the 3rd years and above, Benedict chimed in. They have this time to set up trips to the other dungeons, where they can get the benefit of clearing some floors. Benedict, Ajax, Lexi, and Anna were all heading towards the royal palace, where they will be receiving their prizes for the tournaments. Quite a few people had thrown some curious glances towards their group, but not a single person had dared to even approach them. The reason why everyone was keeping a respectful distance was the tall and wide bodyguard that followed them. Ajax had recognized the man as the same person who had accompanied Lexi and Annabeth back at the improvised war. Ajax was able to better approximate his level compared to last time, but he was still sure that the man was over level 100 and someone he didn't want to mess with. "I think we are being followed," Ajax said. He had caught glances, and it seemed like quite a few people were following them. "Of course we're being followed," Lexi laughed. "Interesting that you caught on to them." The bodyguard said, "Most likely because of how many there are." Anna filled in. "What do you mean?" Ajax asked, surprised. "I always have at least 2 people watching over me." Anna explained, "Because of my family situation, my father insists on it. Then there's you and I who just became prime targets for every other nation." Lexi said, "I wouldn't be surprised if Benedict also had a personal guard." "Wait, what?" Ajax was confused. "There is no way that at least one noble who watched the tournament didn't sell the information to a foreign nation by now," Benedict said. "And you and Lexi in new priority number 1 and 2 to be eliminated. Though I do have to admit I am curious which of you ranks higher." "Why the 2 of us?" Ajax asked, though he didn't stop tracking the people following them. "Your potential would mark you as a target nobody would like to let grow, but I doubt all that much came out besides your age and weird fighting style. That was a really good choice you made getting Enigma," Benedict said. "As for Lexi, she is a pure multi-elemental mage. Nobody wants to meet one of those on the battlefield." Ajax knew why that was. Unlike when multiple mages casted together, a mage proficient in multiple elements could cast over a wide area without having their spells interfere with one another if they were just a little careful. For all of Anna's firepower with her fire magic armies could take some precautions against her beforehand. "I'm not surprised the royal family has people following us," Lexi said with a laugh. "I bet there are also specific counterintelligence people following you and me looking to catch assassins and get information out of them, though good luck trying to find them. They'd be at least level 120 and focused on stealth," Annabeth commented. Ajax was very conflicted about the information. On the one hand, he didn't like it that the royal family had put him under constant watch. On the other hand, he did feel a lot better about having some high-level people looking over his shoulder, just in case assassins were sent out after him. He knew that this was one of the most vulnerable times in his life, as he was pushing to grow his power. Unlike his previous visits to the royal palace, Ajax found that today his entire group was ushered inside without having to go through all the usual security measures. He also quickly found out that this was because they weren't taken deep into the palace, but just to one of the greeting halls. "The crown prince himself is giving out our rewards," Lexi exclaimed in her usual manner once they entered the hall. They weren't the first ones there, as the crown prince was already talking to the top places from the 2nd and 4th year tournaments. The prince, however, didn't miss their entrance, his eyes hovering over the 4 of them, lingering a split second longer on Ajax, before he invited them inside with a nod and returned to the conversation. While Ajax knew that his rewards had been substantially increased as part of the bribe to keep him from entering all 6 tournaments and winning all of them, he was still surprised to see that everyone got their own personalized rewards. "Welcome," the crown prince said to them once they approached their little group. "I also believe that I owe your entire class a small apology on behalf of my son. He now agrees that he should have waited an extra year and not forced his way into this year's class." "There's nothing to apologize for, your majesty," Benedict responded as all 4 of them bowed in greeting. From there, the prince made a bit of small talk about the exam they had all just taken as well as the upcoming Delve exam, all the while he handed out the rewards to Benedict, Anna, and Lexi. "Got something to hide?" the 4th year winner asked Ajax. "Something to do with those curse attacks." While the words seemed confrontational, the tone they were delivered in only showed pure curiosity and no aggression. That wasn't to say that there weren't a few antagonistic glares thrown his way from some of the other competitors, but none of them would be willing to bring it up with the crown prince present. "I'm not sure," Ajax responded honestly. He doubted there was anything there connected to his curse skill, but he did suspect that it might be something like that considering that they weren't giving them out to him openly. "The reason for the privacy is the amount of his winnings," the crown prince explained. "A wager of sorts was placed with him in regards to winning the whole thing." "What sort of wager?" another of the participants asked, clearly jealous he hadn't been afforded that opportunity. In exchange for an increased prize as well as his seated spot in the tournament, the Baron agreed to only take part in the 6th year tournament, the prince admitted. "Why would the royal family agree to that?" the first boy asked. "You have to have known how strong he was." "That we did, but we were looking to avoid him carving a path through all 6 tournaments from an open entry position," the prince explained. "As it is, the 6th year tournament seems to have its winner locked in for the next 10 years. We wanted to avoid having all the tournaments end up like that." That statement left the greeting hall quiet as a graveyard, as everyone present quietly thanked the royal family for their foresight. Having Ajax dominate all 6 tournaments would have been a slap to the face to all of noble society, and nothing good would have come of it. While Ajax was collecting his tournament rewards, his exam results were already being analyzed in a room by a number of powerful figures. He certainly has a knack for alchemy, the king said as he looked at the perfect score along with the glowing recommendation Professor Vilthorn had written, though he could do a bit better on his history. Ajax had just barely scraped by in history. It's not his knowledge of history that needs work, it's his attitude, the king's oldest son said as he looked over the test. What do you mean? Balthazar asked, while both the king and Duke Manashaper looked on with interest. He knows what happened and when he just doesn't know who, the prince said with a laugh. You had to break me of the same habit back when I was 7, never cared much for which general came up with the plan, but I knew when the battle took place and what the plan was. His etiquette was also unfavorable, Duke Manashaper chimed in. His introduction and greeting were spot on, but anything more advanced went right past him, not like he'd need them all that much, Balthazar said. That greeting and introduction will get him by for a while, as everyone will let the rest of the things go since he was born a commoner. By the time that passes, he'll be strong enough that people won't care anyway. Perfect scores on both physical and magical combat, but that was expected. The king continued. A lot of near-perfect marks in all crafting classes, that's certainly odd. Previous experience, Duke Manashaper said. Overprotective parents from a young age, they had him go through every single profession he could apprentice under before they let him try out as a hunter. Oh, that's new, the prince jumped in again. Could explain his quick leveling if he gained a few skills from all of them. Good to see that he is focusing on alchemy and not stretching himself too thin. We'll have to keep an eye on him now that he is done with his exams, Balthazar said. If he decided to go on a trip to other dungeons, we need to have someone there in case he is targeted. That's already been handled, the king said, though he turned a look to Duke Manashaper. You're having him skip the Delve exam. No point in him taking it, at least not this year, the dean said. In that case, I will let his house have an early Delve slot for the coming week. Best to give him options, the king said. Welcome to the final exam. This also marks the end of your first year at the academy, Professor Silvertongue said as he entered the class. Before we begin, does anyone have any questions? How are the grades going to be imparted since the teams aren't equally balanced? The question was asked without fail every year, as not everyone was informed by their family or backers. While each team will have an examiner following them, they will be grading each and every one of you individually. Professor Silvertongue explained, your individual contribution as part of the team will be scored for your results. I do hope that those of you who have tried to join people much stronger than yourselves have something to provide. As this was an individual evaluation, everyone was allowed to bring their companions with them. While bringing them was heavily encouraged, they had all been warned that any who brought will have their dynamic with the bonded companion subject to evaluation as part of the exam. If there are no more preliminary questions, the professor said as he looked around the room, first order of business, Ajax will not be participating in this exam. Ajax had been informed of this change beforehand, so he wasn't at all surprised. From the looks of more than a few people, they had also been informed, or they had outright expected this to be the case. Why is he exempt from this? The question was quick to follow the announcement. The exam requires you to tackle the dungeon in the most efficient way possible, while maintaining personal and team safety, one of the proctors answered this time. It does not require you to take into account the safety of other teams. Leaving aside the imbalance that will be formed in any team that actually has Ajax as part of it, even having him by himself will make scoring the rest of you a nightmare, as he will actively be hunting down everything around him in moments. The professor said not to even mention that his most efficient route at this point will be to simply trigger the obelisk from inside a cave or with his back to a cliff and simply kill everything as it rushes towards him. Nobody had anything to say when that point was brought up. If they were taking the exam in the first floor of the gold mine, a similar strategy might be feasible from the top 2 teams, seeing as the exam was not in the gold mine, and that the level of the enemies ranged from 30 to 35, everything changed drastically. Secondly, the entire team will be subject to a major point deduction should your scorer ever be forced to intervene to save any member of the team. The professor continued, what if someone is purposely trying to lower their team's score? Ajax very much agreed with the question. Then it will be a good thing that the rest of the team learned the lesson about properly vetting their team members, and all it cost them was the score on the exam and not their lives. One of the proctors gave the harsh response, but it had the desired effect as everyone fell silent and reviewed their choices. That being said, the teams aren't finalized until you set foot inside the dungeon. Unlike most exams, there was no such thing as a set group size. At most, there was a 10-person limit to the group sizes, but everyone knew the maximum size was a pitfall that would make it impossible to show off enough for a good score. There was no lower limit, however, and someone could go in by themselves should they choose to do so. Thirdly, should the floor take on the feeder variant, a 3-day limit shall be placed on the exam. Otherwise, there will be no time limit, though a penalty will start to accumulate should the team not leave in an appropriate time frame. The the professor continued. And it saddens me that this has to be pointed out, not to mention that I will be actively trying to expel any who fall under this category. But if anyone you persist in remaining in the exam past the point where your scores have dropped to 0, as a result of overstaying your examiner, will notify your team to simply leave the dungeon. Abbot Silvertongue was particularly peeved on this point, as there had actually been a team to do just that the year he had taken the exam. The annoyance he felt at waiting an extra 2 weeks for the exam results because of them was something he still hadn't managed to fully forget. With all of that out of the way, the entire class started making their way towards the dungeon entrance. It could be argued that some of the students weren't quite ready to delve the stronger of the capital's 2 dungeons. Having started the year as level 23s, some had only managed to improve 3 levels, meaning they could end up with a 9-level difference. At the same time, some of them had progressed as many as 5 levels after starting at 24. Despite most classmates starting with a 2-level difference at most at the start of the first year in the academy, the gap had been known to increase as high as 10 levels by the 3rd year between the highest and lowest in the class. "Are you coming to cheer us on?" Benedict asked Ajax as he moved together with the class towards the dungeon. "No," Ajax denied. "That was the initial plan I had in mind, but my house was given the delve slot after the exam, so I will be making use of that." "I still don't get how you delve so often through random dungeon floors," Lexi complained. "You go every chance you get with both crafter and clearance teams. Don't you get tired of delving? I won't be going past the first floor today either." Ajax tried to reassure her. "I'm just taking some of the potential retainers my brother and his wife have managed to round up for a trial delve. I still think you spend way too much time in the dungeons." Lexi said it was a point of view that was shared by both Sam and Sylvia. Ajax had only managed to appease them by telling them he will be having the time he spent delving once the academy took a break, seeing as he won't be joining the class delves every cycle. "Is that Thuron?" Benedict asked as he spotted the bull beastkin that stood 2 heads taller than most of the crowd. "How did you manage to convince him to join you? I know for a fact a few other houses were aiming for him." "Talked with him after our fight, made a small wager about me being able to crush the rest of the tournament in a similar manner to what I did to him," Ajax admitted openly. "It could be argued that you didn't outright stomp the semifinals and the finals." Anna jumped in, analyzing the situation from a merchant's point of view, one that she was familiar with as a lot of betting houses had been having the same argument, each betting house taking the side that cost them the least money overall. Some even trying to argue both sides with different customers. He said it was good enough, but that I'd have to make sure his terms were a bit better since it was a bit murky. Ajax said he had been glad the bull beastkin had not only made the choice to join his house, despite being able to argue against it, but that he was also smart enough to try and gouge them for a better deal. "Is that Fluffy?" Lexi quickly locked on to the massive shadow cat, bringing the discussion to a halt. She had of course had a chance to see Fluffy back during Ajax's party, but at that time she was not just the granddaughter of Duke Manashaper, but the representative of House Manashaper, and it would have been unseemly for her to play around with a bond instead of conversing with other nobles. This was not a restriction she was under now, as she took off like a shot straight towards the massive black feline under the curious gaze of the rest of the class. "Fluffy," she exclaimed as she threw her arms around the neck of the beast. "You've grown up so much. Do you remember me? I was there around the time you got your bond." Despite Fluffy having grown in size and power, he was still very much a young kitten in spirit, as it took him only a few moments to recognize Lexi from as the girl who would fawn over him every time Tom took him into the command tent before he flipped down on his belly and managed to score himself a few treats from her spatial storage. "Those are your rations for the exam. You shouldn't be giving them to Fluffy." Anna chastised her best friend. It came across as very hypocritical, as she herself had also sneaked Fluffy a large steak from her own provisions. While Fluffy was getting reacquainted with Lexi and Anna, Ajax had got to thanking the potential retainers for coming. He had already met them once for an interview, but was now getting a much better lay of the land as they were now fully geared up for a delve. Both groups swiftly merged as they started to make their way towards the dungeon. Ajax's entire class had their eyes trained on Fluffy. An elemental attuned inferior version of a feline, or a wolf, is considered the peak as a starting companion. While Fluffy is far too young to be considered optimal, as well as surpassing being an inferior version, his current age does represent what a mature inferior version like his parents were. This added on to the playful personality he displayed towards Anna and Lexi on top of his soft coat made him the center of attention. While the rest of his classmates were fawning over the shadow cat, Tom introduced Ajax to all the possible retainers, and there was quite a lot to be said about the variety he was presented with. In terms of strength, not a single one of the guards could stand up to Thuron, this despite half of them being older than 80 with a strong focus on vitality. One of the former guards did stand out to him, however. Ogre was the complete opposite of his namesake. He He was a slim man with sharp eyes and was the only one to notice that Ajax had used Judge Threat on them. That isn't to say that he managed to stop the skill, however the result did surprise Ajax. Ogre's power level was around level 35, one of the lowest of all the guards present, and certainly no threat to Ajax. Oddly enough, the skill also imparted the feeling that the man was slippery, most likely a stealth specialist that would even give Ajax trouble. He was naturally a dedicated scout. Where the guard recruits were more mediocre, as a result of all who were slightly talented usually having already joined a different house, the two healer recruits that Kate had managed to persuade were not only younger, but seemed to be decently talented. Not only that, but they were also younger, and as such had more time to grow in their potential. Once they finally entered the dungeon, Ajax could see the change in all of the former guards. Despite their lack of outstanding talent, all of them did have plenty of experience with dangerous situations as a result of a long service as part of the capital's guards. Fluffy did seem a little upset that Tom would have to remain outside, his level simply not being high enough to safely enter the dungeon. While Tom was slightly underleveled for the dungeon, Fluffy was already strong enough to head towards the next floor, so Ajax sent the feline forward together with Ogre to scout for them. It was here that the dungeon floor layout proved problematic for Ogre. Despite his high perception and a long time spent practicing his skills, he had very little experience in how to scout through the tall grass on the hilly open plains. His skill could barely find any footing to grasp onto the structured tunnels dug underground by snakes, spiders, or rats. Ajax could only sigh as they didn't get the feeder floor variant. The extra levels the creatures would gain would be a good opportunity to allow for a small increase in difficulty without having to go up a full floor. Not only that, but he would have been able to make a good impression on the potential recruits by sending them all home with a sack full of high-quality meat from the rabbits as the floor ended. Thuron was quick to show his prowess once the first battle began. The bull beastkin had managed to catch a decent-sized snake by the back of the head mid-leap with his massive size. Even more impressive was the fact that he looked to be squeezing the life out of it. The rest of the guards also showed their expertise. Their teamwork was flawless as they formed a solid perimeter around the two healers, making sure nothing could get to them. Their experience protecting civilians during brawls showed, as they didn't let a single rat break through their formation. Whereas the healers had a lot more potential, it quickly became clear that they didn't have all the needed combat experience, their only known tactics being to close ranks with Ajax, as he was the only mage currently present. Ajax didn't make a single motion to join the fight. The people here were stronger than needed to handle the first floor, and he was mainly here to observe them, and would only interfere under dire circumstances. Just as the rat numbers were starting to lower, Ajax started hearing odd whistles coming from somewhere. Oddly enough, he could only narrow down the general direction. He should probably look into working on his tacking skills once more, as he had neglected them ever since he had first spent his free stat points. The whistles were obviously coming from Ogre, and the rest of the guards properly changed their formation to intercept incoming attacks. Thuron stood out like a sore thumb when compared to the practiced movements of the rest of the guards. Despite his massive size and power, he wasn't getting anywhere close to his full efficiency, being unused to fighting as part of a group. The first wave swiftly ended, and Ajax noticed that it was larger than the usual packs that this floor was covered with. Despite that, the beast all came in as a smooth flow instead of as a crushing wave, and he counted enough there to mark 3 full groups. Once the fighting was over, the healers finally had a chance to show their own skills. With most of the beasts being rats and moles, each guard had more than 1 or 2 scratches to show for it, but none of them were deep. It took barely a cast to have all of the wounds swiftly close up, but Ajax noticed that there wasn't anything done for the small amount of blood loss. That wouldn't be an issue with how small the wounds were now, but it was something to keep track of. From morning until night, the group had fought through another 5 more similar battles. They mostly played out the same way, but with every single encounter, Thuron was getting more and more included into the team dynamic. Their first attempt at including him had ended in an almost disaster, as they tried to include the beastkin into their formation as a normal guard. Thuron's size and fighting style, however, did not mesh well with the tight formation, and ended with more than a few close calls, where Thuron's heavy blow cut cleanly through the rat-hound-sized rat, but the blow carried forward, embedding the axe into the shield of the guard next to him. Their formation evolved from there to a more wavy circle shield formation that sported Thuron on the outside. This let the bull charge around the circle formation and attack any beat from the side, while the rest of the guards made sure nothing attacked him from behind. Ajax's first show of magic came when the light dimmed and the dungeon turned to night. He quickly used his ability to summon magma and water to create a large solid plain on which they set up their camp. Not only that, but Ajax also stored all the provisions for this trip in his spatial storage. Tom had told Ajax that he was only looking to recruit about half of the guards he had brought today, those that hadn't yet given up on advancing in level and were still looking to push. A few of them were clearly done with progressing and were now only looking for a cushy job to partially retire on. The night had been uneventful, with nothing trying to get at them, and everyone changing shifts without too much complaining. The one problem that did creep up on them was that Thuron snored loudly. Not only that, but he had also been part of the first shift, meaning that after he fell asleep, everyone else also had a much harder time doing so. Ajax made a note to ensure there were some silencing runes placed on Thuron's tent for next time. The second day played out much differently than the first. The team had only gone through 2 fights before they had reached the obelisk. It was there that Ajax had them set up a defensive position in a cave and told the healers to look into restoring the blood the guards had lost. Most of the team looked a little worried when Ajax activated the obelisk despite a large portion of the floor still not being cleared. "I'll take care of most of them. Take up a defensive position just in case a few run past me," Ajax said as he strode to the front of the cave. All of the guards shared a few concerned looks, with both healers going a little pale when they started seeing the wave of rodents rush towards them. The only one calm and collected beside Ajax was Thuron. "He's got this," the large beastkin reassured them. What followed next was something that left a deep impression in the minds of the guards and the 2 healers as Ajax proceeded to single-handedly lay waste to everything the dungeon threw at him. Both Tom and Kate had told them that Ajax was special, but there was a difference between being told and being shown. His weird fighting style, combined with the fluent change from one element to the other, was a mesmerizing experience. Their trance was only broken by the thunderclap that came from Ajax's final and overcharged lightning spell that finished off the last of the beasts using the large puddle he had spread in front of the cave. That should be all of them. Ajax heaved out. Despite not getting hit, he had run through most of his mana, as well as a good 2/3 of his stamina. "We can head out." Ajax could still make out the hushed whispers that the rest of his team were trying to slip by him as they headed towards the exit of the dungeon. His performance at the end seemed to have convinced at least one of the 2 healers that his house would be a good one to join, especially if they could get in before it grew. This would be the shortest delve Ajax had ever been on, lasting only a day and a half in total to clear out the first floor of the dungeon before leaving. With a simple nod after exiting, Ajax let the guards know that they cleared the floor and there was nothing expecting to come out the arch. A closer look at the battlements that surrounded the dungeon brought back one of the final lessons he had been given in his first year at the academy. Champion and hero always somehow end up dying in battle. Professor Silvertongue had said this would normally convince the strongest to hide their strength out of a desire to live longer, but that is not the case. Ajax remembered the confusion he had felt back then as he took in the layout that was officially there to keep anything from coming out of the dungeon and into the capital. The absolute strongest teams in the kingdom will always be left at the capital. Professor Silvertongue had said their post will be to safeguard the dungeon entrances. Because one of the worst things that can happen is a level 160 enemy fighter getting inside and unleashing a whole floor of level 140s or 50s in the heart of the capital. The idea hadn't even entered Ajax's mind until that lesson, but it made perfect sense. Any country on the edge of ruin could attempt to simply ruin the capital of their opponent by unleashing a full floor of high-leveled creatures, and all it would take is one man. The whole reason why the Republic managed to establish a peace contract with all 4 of its neighbors in under a decade of the first treaty being signed is that their top talent revealed themselves to be a level 190 stealth specialist. The professor had explained. That's what Ajax wanted for himself. One person that had enough personal power that it could make a whole kingdom wary of them. And best of all, it seemed like the royal family was planning for the same as it actively looked for ways to help him push himself further faster. Ajax was careful not to indicate to any of them, except Thuron, who was already accepted, that he was leaning towards accepting them. After a quick goodbye, he headed towards the small outpost the school had outside the dungeon for the delving examinations. Anyone made it out yet? Ajax asked his instructor Gatecrasher, who he saw waiting outside the dungeon battlements. Not just yet, it's only been a day. Instructor Gatecrasher responded, I'm surprised you got out so quickly. Today was as much about drawing them in as it was about testing them. Ajax explained, I cleaned up a good portion of the floor by activating the obelisk. With a quick goodbye, Ajax headed straight back home. When he got there, he was surprised by the small surprise party that had been prepared for him. Besides his family, both Luna and Hatched were also in attendance, as well as Thuron, who had somehow gotten there not only faster than him, but also without him noticing. Despite him graduating the first year at the academy, as well as any other year to be fair, being a foregone conclusion at this point, it still felt nice to celebrate. Any of them catch your eye? His brother had asked him after the party had run its course, and they were the last ones awake in the middle of the night. Scout Ajax slurred out, having had a bit too much to drink and trusting his poison resistance a bit too much. Ogre. He is a crafty one, that's for sure, Tom said as he nodded. We're lucky to be getting him even if he is a bit old for his level. How are we getting him anyway? Ajax asked. There has to be others that want someone with his experience if nothing else. Finding someone with that much city scouting experience was valuable even if they were close to past their prime and low level. Same way we are getting anyone besides Thuron interested, Tom answered as he swayed a little himself. We are still a small enough house that we offer family inclusion to all. Ogre was a bit of a playboy for most of his life. Only got tied down a year ago and he's got a kid on the way. We're the best chance he can give that kid. Having a noble house promise that your family will be taken care of even should something happen to you was something only very talented people usually got, and it was the promise that paved the way for new houses to gather any retainers at all. How many of them are joining us after all? Ajax asked. 5, Tom said, possibly 7 if the healers decide to tag along. One of them seemed sure they were going too as we were leaving the dungeon. The other could go either way. Ajax said, that's not a bad start. Tom said with a nod, I'll have my work cut out for me turning them from guards into retainers, especially since I have no experience of what that entails. Any news about the collectors? Ajax prodded. I haven't approached them yet. They're still getting their feet under them in the capital. Tom said, is it taking them that long? Ajax was surprised. I know they are more adaptable than that. They haven't been in the capital as long as you have, Tom said. A month after they arrived, they took off again with a contingent from House Goldminster. Everyone is saying they did a round to all the dungeons inside the kingdom and got boosted for some extra stat points. But that long a journey took them months. They've only been back for 4 months now. That makes sense. I should look into doing a round like that as well sometime, maybe next summer break. Ajax pondered aloud as he took another gulp of his drink. It was close to sunrise by the time Ajax and Tom had dragged themselves to bed. This was the first time since Ajax had come to the capital that he finally relaxed and simply enjoyed himself without worrying about the future for a while. It was past noon by the time Ajax woke up later that day. He had a pounding headache as he washed himself and grabbed a small lunch before he headed off to the dungeon. He had planned to show up early in the morning and wait with Instructor Gatecrasher for his classmates to finish the exam for the next few days, but last night's surprise party had gotten in the way of that. Still haven't had anyone finish, Ajax asked surprised as he got there. Not yet, we usually have a team that drops out by this point, and they come out early but maybe everyone will pass this year, Instructor Gatecrasher said. The Dungeon Delve exam was the only one of the 3 exams that a student could fail without having them be kicked out of the academy. The tournament was too luck-dependent to count losing a round as a failure, and most people could put up enough of a fight that almost nobody ever failed that exam. The written exam was given in such a way that a low level of common knowledge was required to gain a passing mark, with the higher grades requiring exponentially more. All who failed the Delve exam still passed the year, but if they failed 2 years in a row, they would be kicked out all the same. It was close to dusk by the time the first team came out of the dungeon. Unlike their pristine and clean gear when they went in, Ajax could see the scratches and teeth marks that the rats and ferrets had left of them. Most telling of all, however, Ajax could see that 3 out of 4 sported multiple twin holes in key areas of the body. First group to be eliminated. The examiner said as he brought up the rear. They all passed though. That last remark made the frowns all of them were sporting vanish in an instant as they started congratulating each other. Any key remarks? The instructor asked. Yeah, they need to be exposed to more monster variety. They got so used to the defensive fighting of the wolves, stags, and griffins, as well as the humanoid style of the kobolds, that all 4 of them were poisoned in the first 2 hours by the hidden ambush style of the snakes. The words were like a bucket of cold water dropped on their heads, though that did little more than internalize their joy at passing the exam. They solidly dealt with pushing forward after getting poisoned, and managed it well, but even the antivenom wasn't enough as they kept getting bit. The examiner continued. They were smart and realized that much on their own, and retreated before their combat ability was too compromised. That was the only team to come out of the dungeon today, and Ajax returned home and got to bed at a reasonable hour, determined to show up in the morning the next day. Teams continued to exit the dungeon every couple of hours for the next 2 days. Depending on the skill of the team, they would have more or less scratches covering the armor, some even sporting some partially healed wounds. The one constant Ajax had noticed, however, was that all teams had at least half their members with snakes' bites on their ankles. Don't worry, by the second half of next year we'll start delving the second floor of the gold mine. That should help with their lack of experience. Instructor Gatecrasher said as he noticed where Ajax was looking. Ajax, good to see you here. Professor Silvertongue said as he also came by. Your delve tomorrow will be the last one you will be doing as my teaching assistant until the next year starts. You'll of course be welcomed on delves just as usual in between, but you'll be doing that as part of the group, not as a guest. While the difference between delving as a guest and delving, as part of the team wasn't all that big. It did mean that Ajax would no longer have a few of the benefits he currently did, most notably his right of refusal on claiming anything that he killed or found as part of his share at the end of the dungeon. Well, there we have it, the perfect delve. Instructor Gatecrasher exclaimed as he inspected Anna's and Lexi's team. Not a single scratch on you. Ajax couldn't say that he didn't expect this, as both of the mages had exceptional gear and a good head on their shoulders to go with their strong magic. It was still very impressive. It does look like the battle for first place will not be as close as usual this time around, Professor Silvertongue said as he looked over the scores. I wouldn't be so sure. Benedict, Rick, and the prince aren't back yet, Instructor Gatecrasher said. As the words left his mouth, Ajax spotted the trio approaching them. While their gear was in very good condition, and none of them looked to have taken any serious hits, a few marks here and there could be seen from an errant claw strike. It does seem like I was wrong, the professor said as he took a look at the team's results. Maybe this year will be even closer than most. With all the calculations done, however, it did seem like the test had ended with Benedict, Rick, and the prince winning by a not insignificant amount. I will have to talk with the headmaster a little about these point values, the professor muttered as he looked over the results with Ajax. There should be different scoring sections for physical fighters, mages, and hybrids. Ajax very much agreed with the statement. Benedict's team won mostly because they were a three-man group with 1.5 physical fighters. This allowed them to keep pushing further and getting a lot more kills than the other teams who had at most on physical fighter. The biggest problem, however, came from how little the perfect delve counted for Anna and Lexi. For a mage, not taking a single hit was a lot more important and should be scored higher. The whole class had managed to finish with the delve by the second day, and all of them had decided to go to a tavern and celebrate. Ajax had joined them, but he had learned a lesson from his own recent celebration and had called it quits early in the evening, as he still had a delve scheduled for tomorrow. We should really look into getting you a uniform, Trevor II said as he saw Ajax join them. I've led more delves with you as part of the team than without. Ajax really did feel like part of the team. He had already synergized with the team, added on to his teamwork skill, and Ajax reacted as part of the team to set up everyone else and cover for them. The lack of skill did mean that the rest of the team wasn't on quite the same level when covering for Ajax, but they were getting closer with every delve. What do you say, boss? Should we go up a floor? One of the frontliners asked. I want to see what a level 70 can do. The man was quickly booed for making such a suggestion. With the exception of Ajax, the rest of the team's average level was in the early 60s. With their gear and enhancements, they would definitely be able to clear out another floor up if it housed regular monsters. The issue was that as they were pushing higher, more and more creatures were now available to the dungeon to populate its floors with. While humanoids were the most balanced of the races, with monsters sacrificing intelligence in exchange for stats, things like elementals were a whole different matter. Elementals sacrificed a big weakness for blanket protection. A water elemental was extremely weak to cold magic as well as lightning magic, but in exchange it did decent against other types of magic and was nearly immune to physical attacks. Getting another mirror world floor at level 70 would be all but a death sentence for the team to attempt. Once everyone was there and ready, the team began its quick ascent through the early levels. As much as Ajax found the process boring and wasteful when he was delving with the pushing team, he knew just how important it was for the crafting teams, as they collected different ingredients from different floors. The mana concentration difference in the ingredients did start to cause issues if there was a more than 2-floor difference between them, but that extra level of challenge did wonders for increasing skill level. Nothing much happened as they climbed up towards the 8th floor. The only thing of note was the arch-boss on the 4th floor being extractable, allowing them to store the 20-foot-long snake corpse into a storage ring to be taken out of the dungeon. The snake was an ambush predator, and Ajax wanted to get a hold of that level 45 shadow-infused core for Fluffy as part of his split. The other big discovery was a massive diamond the size of a fist that one of their scouts found on the 7th. That was surely going to cause an argument between House Silvertongue smiths, who could use it to purify the mana in their forge, and enchanters, who could use it as the core of a powerful staff. Looks like it's going to be easy to clear, the same cock frontliner exclaimed after their first few encounters into the jungle-themed 8th floor. Ajax had to bite his tongue as every ounce of his being wanted to chide the man for jinxing them. He knew it was very superstitious, and that jinxing didn't really exist, as many times, when things had been jinxed, they had gone perfectly fine. That wasn't how the human mind worked, however, as every instance of jinxing that had gone wrong instantly jumped to the forefront of his mind as soon as he heard the words. The jungle floor had a rather complex ecosystem where they encountered lizards, fishes in rivers, small birds that could maneuver throughout the tree line, and most annoying of all, monkeys. Despite monkeys not being the strongest of the creatures, their habit of throwing their shit as their primary engagement method quickly brought them to the top of the eradication list. Anyone else think something fishy is going on here? Ajax asked on the third day as they worked their way killing throughout the floor. From the start of the floor, Ajax hadn't seen a single boss monster. The Arch Guardians were usually slightly empowered versions of the monsters themselves, yet Ajax hadn't seen a single one since the floor started. I think this is what they call a swarm floor. One of their healers shared their opinion. Different floor models started to appear as one ventured deeper into the dungeon. Besides the regular floor and the environment, there were multiple others, though hitting a swarm-type floor was a 1 in 50 chance at level 65. Not only that, but Ajax felt that the numbers of enemies were too low for it to be a swarm floor. My first time seeing one. Trevor chimed in. I have to say that it doesn't feel like there are that many more monsters than usual, but it could be because of the dense vegetation that makes each encounter so separated from the next. Lone humanoid approaching. One of their scouts returned to warn them. Humanoids on this floor as well. I have to say it has a lot of variety. Trevor said as he waited for more information. Fox Beastkin from the looks of it. The second scout came in. Female, wielding a staff, white hair and fur that ends in red coloring at the end. Careful with her speed and watch out for freights, foxes are tricky. Trevor reiterated the one good part about Dungeon Beastkin was that they actually resembled their beast side, open with a volley. Both Ajax and the other two archers loaded their arrows and fired the moment they had visual of the humanoid. Oddly enough, however, instead of dodging the Fox Beastkin, simply raised their hand as a mana shield shimmered into existence and the arrows bounced off. The front line was ready to charge the caster when the Beastkin took a fighting stance and flared her twin tails, one to each side. Run, Trevor instantly shouted as his face paled looking at the kitsune. Everyone clear line to the arch, we're getting out of here now. Even Ajax felt the pressure as mana started to surge towards the kitsune. What were the fucking chances, Ajax swore as the whole team ran for the arch. Getting a floor boss at level 65 is a 1 in 10,000. Despite the extremely low chance to spawn, everyone on the team knew about floor bosses, most often taking the form humanoid beastkin with extremely developed beast sides or additionally evolved monsters. They became a staple of every floor after the top monster level reached 100 and only spawned after half the floor had been cleared out. Why couldn't it have been a minotaur? One of the team complained as they all ran. That one we at least had a chance with. Floor bosses were known for their abilities to take on whole teams, but kitsunes were known as team killers. Very few people had the required defensive measures to pierce the illusions they used, and their mystical flames had always had fire mages looking on enviously. The whole team had managed to make it to the entrance. Thankfully, despite their insane mastery over mana, kitsunes were slow. One after another, the team piled through the arch, coming out the other side heaving. Incoming 8th floor, a quarter or so left uncleared, jungle theme. Trevor heaved out towards the guard. There's a two-tailed kitsune with them. The guard had been listening from the moment Trevor started reporting, but at the word kitsune, he quickly straightened up and started calling out orders. Ajax felt the change as everyone waiting in line was pushed back further than usual, and a team strong enough that Judge Threat had 4 out of 5 of them, as they will kill you quickly, with the last one being immune to the skill as a whole. Ajax and his team had made it past the security barrier that had appeared to surround the arch, isolating everyone but the team of 5 from the arch as they prepared to handle the upcoming floor boss. It only took a minute more before the first jungle creatures started to pour out of the arch. To call what happened to them anything but a slaughter would not do it justice, as waves of flames erupted and turned all of them to ash. The arrival of the kitsune was memorable, as the wave of orange flames suddenly gathered around the floor boss's silhouette before they turned green and blue, exploding outwards. The 5-man team were quick to gather behind the massive tower wall shield of their guardian. Ajax watched in awe as the ephemeral flames latched onto the barrier. His sense mana told him clearly that the flames weren't actually doing any physical damage to the barrier, but were instead burning the barrier mold. He could feel as the flames focused in small areas looking to make a hole. The 5 guardians were quick to respond. As soon as the flames passed them, their archer quickly shot the arrow he had drawn back. Ajax could even keep track of the arrow as it cut through the air, but he clearly felt as the kitsune put up a mana shield to block it. The arrow shattered the shield, but the trajectory of the arrow sent tilted, sending it into the kitsune's shoulder instead of her heart. The floor boss's next move even left him confused as the boss split into multiple copies of itself, all of them looking identical as they spread out. He logically knew from his previous information that these weren't actual clones but an illusion, yet nothing he could tell the difference. His sense mana, Judge Threat, even his mana siphon felt like it could pull mana from all of the kitsunes present. The protection team was clearly suffering the same issue as him, as the swords went cleanly through illusion after illusion, their spells not being able to take any of them. The only one to seem different was the archer, as his second arrow cleanly sunk into the kitsune's leg. Ajax assumed he had a way of tracking his previous arrow and picked out the correct target that way. Ajax's enjoyment of the fight quickly disappeared as the first holes in the barrier finally appeared, not from the fire damage, but from the barrier structure no longer being there. Had he been able to focus on the holes, he would have seen the barrier trying to pump mana into them, only for it to be released harmlessly into the surroundings. Ajax's focus was quickly brought back onto himself, as his sense of balance all but disappeared. If he thought walking had been difficult a few days back when he had gotten drunk, he could even stand on his feet as he felt the world start spinning quickly. He quickly activated his mana siphon, but all it did was weaken the illusion to the point where he could bring himself up on one knee. Ajax had barely had enough time to get his bearing again, looking around at all the people who had also dropped from the mass illusion that was released before its effects completely disappeared. A quick glance towards the arch let him see the kitsune's head flying through the air, the body crumbling beneath the body of a plated warrior wielding a two-handed sword. The fight couldn't have taken longer than 10 seconds. The level difference between the party and the floor boss was too large for it to truly stand a chance. The power of a floor boss was something that was no longer just information given to him. Kitsunes definitely deserved their name as team killers, as Ajax looked around to see people still on the floor, more than a few of the puking from the illusion assault on their senses. Everyone okay? Ajax asked the rest of the team as he stood back up. Good as can be expected, Trevor answered as he slowly got to his feet as well. I see now why the illusion protection enchantment is mandatory for anyone delving floors with levels into the 90s. The chance for a floor boss to spawn quickly grew, from a 1 in 100,000 at level 60 to a 1 in 2 at 95, and a sure thing once levels reached the triple digits. All floor bosses were specialized with few and small weaknesses, but one thing they all had in common was that they were apt in dealing with large groups of people. Did we have to get a kitsune though? Another one of their party members complained as they got to their feet. Why not give us a monster variant, something we could fight? Stop complaining, Trevor said. We got lucky. It could have been an elemental variant or worse yet a werewolf. Elemental floor bosses were a lot weaker individually than their counterparts, but they had the nasty effect of instantly changing the entire floor to an environmental one based on their element. This sometimes came with nasty combos like a water floor with a lightning elemental. Ajax shivered slightly as he thought about a werewolf variant. While it might make for an actually favorable matchup for him in particular, the werewolf had its secondary focus on speed, with a primary one on its venom. If the venom was anything on the level of the illusion powers of a kitsune, Ajax could see why nearly all encounters with that boss variant ended in at least one casualty. What the hell happened to it? Ajax subconsciously muttered as he approached the edge of the barrier, where he could see bits and pieces of the enchantment melted from the stone it was inscribed on. Spirit Fire. The mage from the Guardian team said with a mix of disgust and admiration. It doesn't burn anything on a physical level. It instead burns through the raw mana and any connection it forms. One of the Beastkin champions had managed to get the legendary affinity about 2,000 years ago. No mages fighting them could use shields on the army out of fear the shield would be hit by it and burn them from the inside out. Nasty stuff. Did you happen to lose anyone? The mage asked with a measure of concern when she got a look at the crest most of the teams had. All of us made it out, Trevor answered. Thankfully, we had a clear run away from the boss and towards the arch. If anyone had been close enough to it that they got hit with that illusion, we would have had to leave them behind. A kitsune in a jungle floor without an illusion enchantment. The mage shook her head. If you were even one floor higher, the range on the illusion would have been big enough that some of you might have been in range on sight. If the Spirit Fire is already legendary, then would that illusion be similar to what a mythic skill would be like? Ajax asked, still looking at the burn marks on the stone. He was trying to remember how the flames felt in his mana sense, but the illusion had hit him before he had a chance to get more than a moment to feel it. People have claimed that, but nobody's seen a mythic skill in their life. The mage said, speaking of the illusion, how did you resist it? I saw it take a hold on you fully, so it wasn't a passive skill, but you somehow weakened it, enough to start getting up. I gained illusion resistance. Ajax said, and while he wasn't lying as he had in fact gotten the skill, his first uncommon resistance skill, both of them knew that wasn't all there was to it. Not only that, Ajax had also gotten the rare skill Impervious Senses. He wasn't going to mention that or his mana siphon, however. I see. The mage nodded and let the matter drop. With that, the entire protection team quickly made their exit, returning to their surveillance duty. Ajax and the Silvertongue team did much the same, though a few of them were still wobbly on their feet much like the rest of the crowd. It's not my fault, the scout complained as they were making their way out. Oh yes it is, one of the top mages said. It's just like you to find a diamond the size of your fist, and the moment you take it out of the dungeon you throw up on it. You threw up as well, the scout complained. I did, but did you notice how none of it got on my bags or gear? The mage boasted. That's because you fell on your front with your face to one side, the scout complained. Yes, I did so skillfully. The mage countered as he rubbed the small bruise forming on his chin. Ajax agreed with the scout that it had all been down to luck that the mage hadn't soiled himself, but that didn't mean that he mentioned that or that he skipped out on the good-natured jokes made at the scout's expense. The encounter with a floor boss had Ajax change his focus now that he had a few months all to himself, while the academy let out for break. After seeing just how powerful a floor boss was, he had first looked into traveling. The kingdom had 2 more dungeons, and he didn't want to waste the first floor stats by clearing it later. This turned out to not be that big of a challenge. Both the other dungeons had their base floors cover level 34 to 39 NAD 35 to 40. This, along with a floor jump of 11 and 15, respectively made the dungeons all but forgotten. But it also meant he could be level 41 at the highest and still get those extra stat points. Even with his new pace and hard work, Ajax doubted he would get a whole 8 levels in a single year. With the dungeon trip left by the wayside, Ajax changed his focus to alchemy and research, while he still maintained his daily training routine that just emptied his stamina and mana pools. His study in alchemy started to branch out. From his original focus on stat potions, Ajax started to branch out into boss counter consumables as well. While there was nothing even close to the anti-illusion enchantment when it came to the kitsune, the same couldn't be said about other floor bosses. Elemental resistance potions were the top of that list and something that would be useful in any environmental floor as well. "Why are you so obsessed with floor bosses?" Tom asked him one day. "Because of how unique they are," Ajax answered. "I think that the dungeon grants all of them a legendary skill as well as a pseudo-mythic one." "What do you mean by a pseudo-mythic skill?" Tom questioned. "The kitsune's illusions," Ajax said, thinking back. "I couldn't do anything to her illusions, but I could weaken the ones she placed directly on me. If they worked like a normal skill, I should have either been able to affect both applications or neither. I think the dungeon restricts the mythic skill it grants somehow." "That makes sense. Still don't get why you are so interested in floor bosses," Tom mentioned. "It's not the pseudo-mythic skill that I am interested in," Ajax denies. "As far as I can tell, it is given to them like a racial skill, not something that would help me all that much. But the legendary skills are true skills. I first learned how to use mana by copying monsters," Ajax continued. "I got my legendary skill by trying to copy a high-level monster. What if I can adapt some more of their legendary skills? All I need is a chance to fight them and observe." As far as he could tell from his research, the biggest downside of the legendary skills the floor bosses used was the large amount of mana, stamina, or health they drained from the user. Floor bosses offset this by naturally having near bottomless reserves on resources naturally. But they would also fit well in his toolkit. "How can you even tell that you'll be able to pick up those skills?" Tom was a little worried, as it seemed his little brother was now actively looking to face floor bosses. This was where Ajax's answer got stuck in his throat. He had told his family about most of his secrets. The only one that remained was his inborn trait, divine witness. It was one thing he didn't plan on sharing with anyone. "I don't," Ajax admitted in the end. "But there are a lot of different floor bosses. I don't see why I wouldn't be compatible with 1 or 2 of them. Besides, it's not like I am planning to go after them now." This was a long-term project he had started working on because he now had the time. One other thing Ajax was actively on the lookout for was any appearance of high-level monster nests. Ajax knew that he wanted to try his hand at a companion, but for that he would need one that was already partially grown or one that would quickly grow to catch up. Tom POV, "It still feels like I am letting Ajax down. I know he doesn't see it that way, but it sure feels like it. At first I thought it was the whole nobility thing, then it was the end of the school year, but even now that he has some free time, he is still pushing himself so hard. Do you know where I can find the collectors?" I asked the guild receptionist. With the indication given, I made my way towards their table. This was the best thing I could do to lower the pressure on Ajax. Thankfully, I had managed to get my hands on one of the guards' delve slots so I could set up this job as an interview. "Hey Jones, how have you been?" I asked the leader of the collectors as I approached their table. "You know this guy boss?" Bobby asks as he gets up in my face. He was doing a good job being intimidating, seeing as he was a head and a half taller than me, but he picked the wrong target. "Yes, the boss knows him," Nellie answers as she stands up and closes the distance to us. "I know him, even you know him, so sit your ass back down." With that, she has to stretch, but she manages to cuff the back of his head. "How have you been, Tom?" "Tom," Bobby murmured, a bit confused as he looked me up and down. "Wait, Ajax's older brother Tom. One and the same." Jones nodded to me with a smile. "I've been doing good, Tom, not as well as you, but then again few have. Sorry about that," Bobby said, sitting down and scratching the back of his head. "Didn't recognize you with those clothes on. We've been hounded lately by quite a few noble houses." That I already knew. Once both houses, Manashaper and Goldmancer, made it clear they weren't looking to recruit the collectors, they had been swarmed with recruiting offers from all the small houses. Then again, that was also partially why I was there. "That's not all that unrelated to why I am here," I said, but the atmosphere turned more tense and serious once the words left my mouth. You're here to recruit us, Jones asked with a small frown. I would have expected Ajax in that case. Heard he did the delve with those guard recruits. Ajax is already stretched thin, I said, trying to cover the guilt I felt at that. Only reason he could even do that much was because he was given a free pass on his delving exam at the academy. Anyway, I'm not just here to ask you to join us. I changed the topic. I'm here with a request. Oh, what have you got for us? The frown disappeared from Jones's face. I have a delve slot, and I was looking to get the first floor stat point for both myself and one of our retainers. I said as I slid the written request to Jones. You want us to join your house? Nellie asked while Jones looked over the request. You know, you're not the best offer we have. Not in the short term, no, I agree. But you've all seen how Ajax improves and pushes. I think we're your best offer longer term. Not only that, but you've got to know pretty much all of us that half a year you spent delving with Ajax. Do you trust any offer as much as you trust ours? Yes, Nellie said, but then deflated a little. But those offers aren't that much better than yours in the short term either. I don't see how you'll kill a level 35 to meet the requirements for that stat point, Tom. Jones said as he finished reading the request. We'll definitely take the request then, Jones said. Any extra delve to the second floor is one we'll take. Our new healer could use it. Nellie's son was just a few years older than me, and he had only managed to start delving a year ago, just as Ajax left for the capital. I knew the team would want any extra delve they could get their hands on so they could help him catch up with them. Think of this request as an interview, I said as I stood up. Me and the Beastkin will be the ones you'll have to work with if you decide to join us. One more thing, Jones said as I started to walk away. What's with the fancy clothes? I can't even blame Bobby for not recognizing you. My grandparents insisted on it when I am out of the guard uniform. I answered back to his grinning face. There was also no way I was going to admit that while my grandparents had insisted on my clothing, it was also so much more comfortable. Ajax's constant work and experimentation with alchemy took most of a week before it finally paid off. His obsession with floor bosses led him to mixing all different sorts of plants in absolutely asinine combinations, most leading to nothing more than a horrible tasting sludge. His success came in one of the most unexpected forms, however. Since their finances weren't yet all that solid, Ajax was left to experiment with only plain plants, none of them having an ounce of mana. Ajax's big discovery came in the way of a poison. Not just any ordinary poison, as his new skill informed Ajax Alchemist's examination was his second inspection skill. Unlike his judge threat, however, this one was rare ranked and highly specialized. The skill worked best with potions, followed closely by alchemical ingredients. Anything after that, however, was pretty much dead in the water. Used on monsters or other people, Ajax would only get their species. The poison Ajax had managed to brew had been his first ever rare alchemical craft. Minor Pacifist Royal rare his skill had informed him as he examined the result carefully. Minor was to be expected. It took a master to get anything of a higher grade than that when using mana-deficit ingredients. The Pacifist Royal was a well-known poison, as one progressed up into higher levels, becoming one of the must-have potions when delving into the higher floors of the dungeon. Though the name did a poor job of explaining the concoction, the Pacifist Royal had a clear progression of symptoms when used on anyone of appropriate power for the grade it was made to. It started with headaches, stomachaches, diarrhea, severe shortness of breath, and finally death. The symptoms were by no means mild, but what was special about the poison was that it progressed through the symptoms only according to the amount of poison ingested. The poison's other notable trait was that it disdained any other poison, essentially making the user immune to the same quantity of any other poison of the same grade. The poison's title came from the fact that it was one of the strongest broad-range antidotes for weak to mediocre poisons, requiring an epic poison to surpass it. Well, that's something, Ajax muttered as he grinned at his result. The recipe for the Pacifist Royal was public, at least for the lesser version. The same was true for the non-lesser version. The greater and especially the major recipes, however, were guarded secrets to the few alchemists who could brew them. Ajax was sure that he wasn't the first to discover a way to brew the minor variant of the poison. The reason why this recipe wasn't being spread was most likely because its targeted range wasn't all that useful. The minor variant of the poison was only effective up to just before level 30. This meant it wasn't even useful in what was the first floor for most dungeons. Thuron POV. It was a weight off my shoulders when I heard that already a second delve had been planned. Not only that, but that it would be one going to the second floor of the dungeon. I had been starting to doubt the decision of joining House Hearthbound after Lord Ajax had retreated into his training and alchemy after only doing a single delve. It did make sense, however, if I stayed and thought about it. Lord Ajax was far above my level. Even the family pet was above me in strength, though the same could be said about most of the house members. There was no way someone on his level would consistently go with someone on mine. The team that was joining us for this delve, however, were a much better match. I wasn't sure if the collectors had agreed to formally join House Heathbound, but from their interactions with Lord Tom, it seemed that they were on good terms with the family. The collectors were a very physically focused group, something truly common when it came to commoner-formed adventure teams. In fact, it was surprising to see that they not only had their own healer, but also a mage. From the looks of things, however, they were very capable people. Entering the first floor of the dungeon, it doesn't take me long to find a boss-level ferret and kill it. The fights had been even harder the last time I was here, as back then I didn't have people stronger than me assuring a one-on-one fight. Much more interesting was to see Lord Tom and Fluffy fight their own boss threat. Despite the systems loosening the rules when it came to contribution, Lord Tom couldn't just rely on Fluffy to take care of the creature. He truly needed to take part in the fight. Their chosen opponent was a boss version of the snakes that could be found on this floor. Their tactic relied on Fluffy taking up most of the snake's focus, while Lord Tom tried to run interference from outside the snake's reach. Despite Lord Tom only being a couple of years younger than me, the difference in our strength was easy to see. Even with this, I could tell that he knew how to take advantage of his bonded companion. The snake didn't stand much of a chance. It took Lord Tom 3 strikes before the snake made the fatal mistake of placing Fluffy in its blind spot in order to strike out towards the person that was hammering on its tail with a literal hammer. From there, Fluffy delivered the killing blow in moments. With the first floor of the dungeon out of the way, it was finally time for the real reason we all came here. The second floor of the dungeon started all of us in the face as we stood before the archway the snake had guarded. As I stepped through the arch, I could feel the small power boost that came from conquering a new floor. That small +1 to all stats quickly added up, and it could end up making the difference between a good fighter and a great one. This was the third time I had felt it, having already cleared the first and second floor of the gold mine. The floor that greeted us as we exited the arch wasn't all that much different from the one we just left. Whereas the previous floor was a massive stretch of open hills with a smattering of trees, the savanna biome we found ourselves in looked very much the same, save for the omnipresent green having turned to yellow and the temperature having risen substantially. Despite the 9-level increase in the monster on this floor, it seemed obvious to fights in that this floor didn't really pose a problem for the collectors. They had obviously lost any of the carefree attitude they had put on during the first floor, but the only one that seemed to be struggling was the young healer of the group. While the monsters found here ranged from a decent fight to difficult for me to take on, it was clear that Lord Tom had finished what he had set out to do. He had carefully taken his place next to the mage of the group and had taken more of a commander role to the battlefield. As for it was he was ordering around, that would be the second one of us with a massive change in style. Fluffy had gone from the proud upfront feline that had kept the snake focused on itself, while Lord Tom gave it an opening to a black blur of fur, claws, and fangs. I had watched the feline fight multiple times prior to this delve. I had even sparred against it myself a few times, and hadn't found it to be all that impressive for its level. Sure, I had lost those battles, but I was also behind about 8 levels. This was something completely different. Now that it was no longer forced to act as the frontline or participate in a one-on-one fight, the Shadow Cat was a true ambush predator. Fluffy was quick to move around the battle, jumping from one shadow to another as Tom gave him clear instructions on where and who to maul. Nothing on this floor was equipped to deal with the Shadow Cat. Not only that, but the tall, dried grass and the setting sun were turning the battlefield into the feline's favor with every passing moment as shadows stretched across the floor. Not even the elephants we had run into had a thick enough hide to be safe from Fluffy's claws, though they were the first to survive a bite to the neck. As much as their size and endurance was an advantage, they were by far the worst suited to fight Fluffy. The feline was quick to jump up on their unprotected backs and quickly bleed them out from there. This delve had truly shown me just how much a favorable position in a team can change someone's threat level. Not only that, but I was truly glad that in the future when Fluffy would be lunging out of the shadows, it would be towards my enemies and not me. Recruiting the collectors as retainers didn't take that much more after the delve had finished. Unlike their other retainers, they did get to have a sit-down with Ajax's grandparents to ensure that they would have some exclusive access to a few of the more exclusive things the established merchants had access to, but after they were reassured, none of them had any real reservations about joining. The collectors also knew that they needed to join a house if they wanted to keep progressing at a decent pace, with the Goldmincers and Mana Shapers having given them a boost in power with their favors that brought them up to the top class of their levels for adventurers. By doing all that and not recruiting them, however, they also took them off the list for any of the strong houses, as they could have been spies. For the remainder of the academy break, everything seemed to have slowed down and set into a rhythm. Ajax had still joined House Silvertongue on their delves in order to push himself further. All 4 of their delves had been uneventful, with general biomes spawning for the 8th floor. They didn't run into anything more than a few nasty injuries that their healers had to path up with a bit of speed. While his deep delving had been kept on pace without his position as a teaching assistant, Ajax didn't get to join House Silvertongue for their crafting dungeons. In exchange, Ajax had managed to score a delve slot in each of the capital's dungeon for his own house. He joined his retainers for both runs, but while the collectors and the guards were focused on pushing themselves and clearing the appropriate floors, Ajax had focused on his crafting. Despite his slow progress into alchemy, Ajax had managed to successfully and consistently output +1 strength potions that worked all the way up to 200 strength. This wasn't something that he could use himself, but plenty of his new retainers had been more than happy to grab the extra few potions he had been able to make during the delves. Not only that, but all of them were bragging about the outlandish bonuses House Hearthbound were giving. Oh no, you don't. Aurora was quick to slap Ajax's hand away from the new shipment of herbs they just received. The academy is starting again next week. Alana joined in. You've cost us enough over the summer. His 2 crafting delves hadn't been enough to sate Ajax's need for alchemy reagents. Despite being much more conservative with ingredients procured by his sister and grandparents, Ajax still didn't have a high enough mastery that his potions and elixirs would sell for more than the sum of their parts. More than anything, his constant consumption on reagents had helped build a lasting bond between Alana and Aurora, as both had taken on the job of protecting their stock from Ajax's stick fingers. Fine. Ajax relented and headed out towards their hives. In the end, Ajax had managed to strike a good bargain with House Goldmancer and had shared their bee-raising techniques. From what his grandfather had said after he returned from the meeting with their representative, the Archduke had pressed on the scales in order to give them a better deal than they would otherwise get. Despite the good deal they had gotten, all of their upfront payment was used for the cost of the family's noble estate inside the capital. This meant that they would need to until the following year for a cut of the honey profits. That had made Ajax feel a little guilty when he noticed just how many experts had shown up along with the Archduke himself when Ajax came by to teach them in person. Despite both Annabeth and the Archduke having maintained their composure, some of their experts couldn't hide the disappointment that came when Ajax taught them how to identify a queen and how to relocate a hive. That small amount of guilt, however, wasn't enough for Ajax to spill any more secrets, though he did drop by a few days later with a few jars of honey that had a tinge of mana to them. As he headed towards their beehives, Ajax could see the spectacular harvest that was coming in all around his specific plot. His grandparents had made a very lucrative investment buying up everything around his plot, as the relocation of the bees and their slight mana infusion had clearly helped turn the land plots from some of the least favorable to ones able to compete for the best plot status. More than that, his grandparents had confirmed to him that the farmers they had hired to tend those lands had seen a noticeable increase in their farming skills. "You're already back, sir." Thuron called out as Ajax approached their small training corner made out of a rock patch of ground. "I wasn't expecting you until later tonight." Once Thuron had officially joined his house, he had started treating Ajax very differently. Gone was the casual and friendly address. This was something that Ajax had spent the summer breaking down into a more informal and friendly interaction in private. Despite that, Thuron had always maintained a respectful tone and always addressed Ajax as Sir or Lord Ajax. "I've apparently cost them enough profits, and I am to give alchemy a break until the academy starts back up." Ajax grinned as he joined a few of his retainers in the small training arena they carved out for themselves. Their small training corner was only temporary. Once their official residence was finished, they would have a proper training field inside the city, and their temporary time here was dubbed as rock removal to expand the flower field some more. "You ready?" Ajax asked as he took the field opposite the bull beastkin. "Always, sir," Thuron responded as he took up a battle stance. Despite how their initial battle back during the tournament had gone, the summer had seen the matchup flipped on its head. That wasn't to say that Thuron could now thrash Ajax, but rather that Ajax had taken to training against Thuron without using his mana and relying only on his skills and stamina. Thuron still had quite a bit of room left to grow his raw stats with potions. Despite this, and all the increases Ajax had accumulated through his training and dungeon boosts, he still came out behind when it came to raw physical stats. The physical stat difference added on to Thuron Bull Beastkin physiology on top of his years of training meant that Ajax was below him in both skill and stats. The one equalizer Ajax had was more of a double-edged sword. His cursed slash showed why high-rarity skills were so important. Despite his inability to use it frequently due to the high stamina cost, the simple fact that Ajax could use it forced Thuron to fight extremely defensively. As they started their spar, Ajax quickly leaned into his berserker style As it turned out, the style was almost a perfect match with Cursed Slash. Not only that, but Ajax had finally started to get some use out of his Berserker skill, with Cursed Slash eating up so much of his stamina. The stamina regeneration it provided every time he got hit did wonders in keeping him from tiring out. Ajax, however, wasn't the only one to gain a lot from these spars. Thuron had been forced on the defensive by a slower and weaker opponent for the first time in his life. His defensive skills with the massive two-handed axe had grown immensely over the summer as he battled against Ajax's dual-wielding style. The biggest winners of the spars, however, had to be Kate and the two healers who both decided to join Ajax's house. They would always be needed after Ajax and Thuron finished one of their spars, and healing either fighter brought with it more knowledge and experience. Healing Ajax would mean getting a feel for his own self-healing. As it turned out, healing someone at the same time, they were healing themselves made for good training, as the healer had to be careful not to disrupt the patient's mana. For Thuron, on the other hand, the healers had gotten the chance to work actual battle-inflicted curses for the first time. Since Ajax's knowledge of curses was still nearly non-existent, the extent of his Cursed Slash boiled down to simply infecting someone with cursed mana. This inefficiency proved to be a solid training method for their healer to try and heal cursed injuries without the use of holy affinity healing spells. The process was slow and required extreme focus, but it allowed them to build up their techniques. Kate and both of the healers were actively working on a paper to share this discovery with the Healing Union on behalf of House Hearthbound. Council of the Republic. What is old Grinder up to now? One of the Beastkin High Counselors asked. What does he stand to gain by putting on a show for us? Are we sure this is a show? What if the boy's skills are true? An Elven High Counselor responded. Course it be a show. The Dwarven High Counselor said. Ain't nobody dumb enough to show their tricks like tease. I heard whispers that they might have figured out the elves' technique for saturating mana into their products, one of the human counselors offered. Perhaps they're trying to put so many rumors out there just to mask it. The lad be no immediate threat to us. The dwarf pushed forward. With our reliable High Shadow, I say we focus on getting out hands on anything new they have to offer. Did you hear about their possible war training method? The counselors discussed the sparse spy information for hours before dispersing. What do you think, old friend? The Beastkin counselor asked the High Shadow as they were walking away. Too many rumors to say for sure, the High Shadow responded. But I doubt the boy is a toothless pup propped up for show. His power might be exaggerated, but not by much. You think old Grinder is making use of the stalemate you provide to all-out war to train his own asset with less secrecy, giving him more opportunities? The Beastkin's eye widened slightly. Yes, that would be something old Grinder would do. Diamondbeard Castle. Me king, there be no need to fear the humans. The Republic will buy us time even if they decide on war. A member of the Council of Hammers addressed the Dwarf King Diamondbeard. But think of the opportunity, a new magic similar to our own runic one. We should focus on learning more about it. Forget the magic. Everybody and their mother knows that all magic styles compete with one another. Another member of the council chimed in quickly. My king, it is their new secret soldier training method that we should focus on. After all, look at what a specimen it produced. One talent is not enough to prove a methodology correct. King Diamondbeard himself interjected. The overall method can be put to the side for now. The Republic will buy us times if there is to be war with them. Focus on their new industries. The Proud Rock. I want the leak found. The Lion Beastkin roared. I want them brought before me so I can rip out their entrails myself. There is no leak, the Tiger Beastkin said with disdain. If there was, the Kingdom of Grindor wouldn't be the only ones making preparations for war. Though the so-called Golden Child seems to have an affinity for Beastkin, maybe we can plan a deep spy in that house. That would be a waste of spies. The Rat Beastkin offered, though he kept his head bowed to the King and Duke. What old Grindor lacks in personal strength he makes up for in cunning. He's already been burned by spies and informants. No way he will let them foil his final act as king. Waiting until he retires will be advantageous. The tiger nodded. If only that useless son of his had remained the crown prince. The rat lamented. Do not call that bastard useless, the Lion Beastkin said as he grabbed the Rat Beastkin with one arm, slowly applying pressure to the joint. He may not have his father's mind for politics, but he is worthy of respect for his power. The Lion Beastkin rubbed a long scar that worked its way up from his shoulder to the neck and ended cutting into part of the cheek. I look forward to getting my vengeance. Focus on learning what you can about this new soldier training they are doing. The Tiger Beastkin smiled. We might have time to implement it ourselves before all of this gets into motion. Capital city of Sylvanthal. As productive as this long peace has been for commerce, it is lousy for gathering information. The Elven King lamented. Such is the price and benefits of peace, my friend. Another elf sat at the table that held the goblets of wine. This is the beginning of a long, protracted peace. That damn High Shadow. The king sneered. There is nothing wrong with peace in and of itself. I just have a disdain for peace ensured by mutual destruction. It allows the unprepared and the weak to rise. You sure you cannot beat the High Shadow? Oh, I can beat him all right, the elf at the table said as he flexed his wiry muscles. Problem is I can't stop him from running. I would rather try to catch a space element aspected eel dipped in grease. We need this upcoming tournament. The king sighed. Loath as I am to speak ill of my father, he was a solid figurehead and a pillar of inspiration, but he had no mind for management and ruling. Don't worry about the tournament. Inside the arena Grindor, and the Republic don't have anyone that can match me, the elf said as he gracefully sipped his wine. Not to mention that your niece is a force to be reckoned with. Even if the boy is everything old Grindor is propping him up to be, he is way too young to present a threat in the upcoming tournament. There is still too much uncertainty. The king sighed. Not to mention the political freedom a king gets in his last few years before he abdicates. You just need to make sure we take the rewards, the elf said as he filled up both goblets to the lip and brought the king one of them. After all, you can always try and haggle for the winner's shares. Not everyone is as devoted to their kingdom's unity as we are. The Empire. Emperor, one of the advisors, enters the throne chamber in a slight rush. House Goldminster has offered a trade. Regarding what? The emperor frowned from his high-polished seat. They are willing to trade the secrets of beekeeping, your majesty, the advisor said. And what do they want in return? The emperor asked. They asked for 1/10 of the honey we will harvest in the next decade. The advisor said. That is a good deal, your majesty. The spy master chimed in from the shadows of the room, startling half the guards who didn't know he was there. I have it on good authority that Baron Hearthbound obtained a trailblazing beekeeping skill. We might be able to gain one from the more rare ones as well. So be it, the emperor declared. Have you learned anything more about their new so-called soldier training method? I'm afraid not yet, your majesty, the spy master said with dejection. How can this be? We have one kingdom we need to spy on, and you can't even do that properly. The emperor's patience was at its end with his spymaster after all these surprises that came from their only neighbor. The problem isn't getting information related to the training method, it's finding out which information is reliable. The spymaster fought with every instinct to not spit on the throne room floor in disgust at the tactics their neighbors used. They know that if they are to employ the method in high numbers, there will be leaks long before their first squads are ready, so instead they shared 4 or 5 different so-called methods. All of them are equally ridiculous, and we have no idea which one is the correct one yet. It's most likely a combination. Each of the fakes holds a bit of the truth that makes it harder to decipher. The emperor nodded as his anger lessened slightly. Why are you still here? 1/10 of the honey was not their only demand, my lord. The advisors fought to keep his legs from trembling at attracting the emperor's ire. What else did they want? It's a fair deal. The emperor sounded outraged at the Goldminster's greed. They asked for a writ of safe passage and a delve for each of our capital's dungeons for one team of people under level 40. The advisor quickly said, I'll allow it so long as they do not break the law. The emperor said, I will not have any of the inferior races step foot inside our capital's dungeons. Us humans are above them. There is a reason why the word used to describe them is humanoid. Honestly, I used to respect the conniving Grindor until he made peace with the inferiors, the emperor said as the rest of the room nodded. It had taken the entire academy break for House Hearthbound to have their mansion finally ready, but with 2 days before the academy's first day back, Ajax and his family had started moving over. That wasn't to say that they were the first to move in, as priority had been given to one of their small barracks buildings, and their few retainers had already moved in a week prior. This move was also very different from their arrival in the capital, as they weren't the ones to do any of the actual work. Ajax's grandparents had hired the people who made sure that the manor was fully furnished, and then transported most of the family's personal possessions. It would be unseemly for nobles to do their own carrying after all. As for Ajax's grandparents themselves, they had been given their own room inside the manor. That said, they still hadn't moved in there. While their presence was much more accepted now compared to a few months back, there was still a bit to go before they would be fully integrated. That wasn't to say that the entire manor had been finished. There were still 2 more barracks to be built. The training field hadn't had more than its foundation set up. Most importantly, Fluffy's specific stable hadn't been finished either, so, for now, the oversized feline was wandering the halls of the manor full-time. Just take a seat, Tom said. I'll take care of it, you take it easy. Tom hadn't been all that attentive to Fluffy for a short while now, as Kate's pregnancy had started to show, and as a first-time parent he was fussing over every little thing. I'm fine, I'm not due for another 2 months and I can still do some things around here. Kate complained, though she did remain seated to placate him. I was just like that the first time Sylvia was pregnant, Sam said as he remembered back to fond times. Thankfully that turned out well. He will calm down by the 2nd and 3rd children. I'm thinking there will be a bit of a break before we have any more, Kate said as she rubbed her extended belly. With the resources we have now, our lifespan is large enough that we can leave that for a bit later. I don't want to put any more pressure on Ajax by extending the family. Extending the family won't put any pressure on Ajax, Luna said as she came in and took a seat at the table. In fact, seeing as he is being prepped for an advancement to Duke in a decade, or so having a larger family would in fact take some of the pressure off. Luna had become a more common sight around the family ever since Ajax received his noble status. Hatchet had formally joined Luna as one of her trusted retainers, and Luna's house and Ajax's had become allies formally. How so? Kate asked. The higher a family's status, the bigger it is expected to be, Luna explained. But your house basically only has you, Tom said. My title comes with the position as head of the Healing Union, Luna answered. For a baron, your family is on the small side but still acceptable. For a duke, you are all way too small, and there will be pressure on you to extend it through marriage. House Manashaper is one that rose in a similar manner, Aurora said. The key difference there was that the duke was much older when he got his title, and he had a few children. It was their marriages that grew the family to the size it is now by adding a viscount and baron to the fold. Both Aurora and Elijah had been orbiting Kate more as of late as well. Unlike Tom, they weren't overly concerned about the pregnancy as they had gone through something like that before. Instead, they were adamant about not missing the chance to spend some quality time with their first great-grandchild in the same way they did with all three of their grandchildren. Nice to see you take a day off. I know you were always pushing yourself, but make sure you don't go overboard, Hatchet said as he saw Ajax enter the room. It was only a bit of beekeeping. Ajax defended himself, not mentioning that he also emptied out most of his mana in the ground and plants surrounding the bees. Ajax had taken it a bit easier on the training ever since he heard that House Goldminster had started talks with the Empire and that a possible delve in their capital's dungeons was potentially on the table. He wanted to make sure he didn't push past level 37 just in case the delve would only happen halfway through the year at the academy. Despite not gaining all that much experience, Ajax had finally seen some progress that reignited his excitement. Many of his mana skills had managed to break through their most recent bottlenecks. He finally had skills that pushed beyond level 50. His physical skills had made some gains, but outside of his berserker style that had gotten quite a bit of practice against Thuron, most were small as they too approached the same bottlenecks. Enigma had not only broken through its first bottleneck, but had also already started to progress further. This was a more recent development as Ajax had started to feel more inspection attempts on him almost every time he walked through the city. So far none of them came from people that had any power, and even the strongest inspection skill hadn't managed to get anything more than his name, but Ajax knew there were more eyes on him. He will approach his teachers at the academy to find out if it was something he should be worried about. Despite it being the first day back, the academy didn't have the small introductory period that it started with last year and got right to work in teaching its students. The basic homeroom and general knowledge classes still fell to Abbot Silvertongue to teach. Moving forward, this class will also start to delve into some of the secrets that the Kingdom of Grindor is keeping from the general public, Professor Silvertog said as the lesson approached the end. The first one being that the first year in the academy is also the time when you are vetted for whether or not you are a spy. I highly suggest that you do not miss out on these lessons, as they are most likely something even most of your prodigious families were not allowed to tell you. Ajax had a feeling that the word most wasn't part of that speech usually, but given that 2 possible Archduke heirs and a prince were part of the class, amends had needed to be made. Despite this, he had no intention of missing any classes. Despite him passing off most of the responsibilities that came with nobility to his family, it was his job as the head of the house to gather important information like national secrets. Ajax, a word. The professor held him back as the rest of the class dispersed. As you have been made aware, the 2 periods you have free from now until your afternoon combat training are for your own chosen study, the professor reiterated. Sadly, your scores on the written test was not high enough to get you off the remedial list. They weren't. Ajax sounded surprised as his scores weren't the lowest of the class, yet he was the only one that would be taking them. Overall, your scores in the crafting disciplines were more than enough to put you in the top end of the class. However, with crafting taken out, you were dead last, the professor explained. Your reluctance to learn historic names has been particularly flagged. Why are the names important? Ajax questioned. I know where it happened and how. Because of noble pride, the professor answered, and Ajax couldn't fight the impulse to roll his eyes. No, you will learn. The professor cut him off harshly. Ajax could feel the professor's aura press down on him. This is not noble pride that we want people to learn our names. There is a reason why we only focus on the last 2,000 years more seriously than anything that came before, regardless of the difference in the scale of the achievements. And what is that? Ajax asked. You will not be required to learn the name of great tacticians. For them, your current approach is fine. Learn from their actions. It is the naturally gifted that you have to study. They form houses and dynasties that work in a similar manner. Not only that, but noble pride demands that they display their sigil. The professor said, "Take me as the best example," the professor pointed out. "Anyone taking the field against an army led by me will always be wary of their own allies because of my family's widespread political achievements. A scout's glimpse of a sigil can tell you that the enemy commander is a strong fire caster or a powerful swordsman, but that is only if you know what to look for." Ajax had to lower his head at that chastisement. The professor was objectively right, and he knew it. With the tendency of high nobles to live for more than a few centuries, it could happen that a standout hero from a battle that happened 500 years ago would be the one leading in a battle they were about to take part in. That said, going forward this year, you will be spending 1 or 2 of your days from each cycle with me. If you can prove to be self-reliant in this, these lessons will stop, and we will simply provide you the information and test you on it, the professor said, speaking of scouting. Ajax said, "As of late, I have been having a lot more people try to inspect me as I make my way through the city. Did any of them gather anything important through Enigma?" The professor was suddenly serious and on edge. "No, most are blocked outright, but 1 or 2 managed to confirm my name." Ajax said, "That's good." The professor relaxed. "That would just be the regular spies. I'm being spied on." Ajax reacted. "Investigated is more the way I would put it." The professor said, but at Ajax's maintained frown, he went deeper. "Your sudden appearance and dominance of the tournaments as well as your ascension to nobility is public knowledge. Add your other achievements on top, and it makes sense that you would be investigated." "Why would it take this long then?" Ajax asked. "Because it's other nations that are investigating you. It takes time for their spies to get the information back and get new orders, so you had a somewhat quiet break, but by now all of their spies should have you near the top of their 'find out what is going on with him' list," the professor explained. "That's not to say that the royal family has hung you out to dry," the professor reassured him. "I'm sure you have a constant defense team following you in public. This is why it's important. If you ever feel someone manage to break through your enigma and gather something sensitive, lock your gaze onto him and look startled and panicked. That will mark them for capture or elimination." "That would be enough?" Ajax asked. "Well, this lesson was scheduled for the middle of the year, but I guess I can move it up to tomorrow." Essentially, it boils down to this. As royals reach the end of their reign, they get a lot more freedom. Even if the crown is passed down peacefully internally, externally it can be used as a piece of theater to get certain unsavory things done, the professor said. "Things like what?" Ajax asked. "The most recent example is the elves. They had their king step down shortly after peace with the Republic was reached. Their royal family had him step down, hated by the populace because he struck trade deals with the Republic. The current king keeps those deals intact as a sign of respect to his father's final actions as king," the professor said, "and our own king is nearing the time when he will be passing on the crown to his son." Ajax said as he put it all together. "Oh, that's not even the half of it," the professor said. "Uncle Grindor was known for his conniving tricks. Hell, if I hadn't ended up as your teacher and only heard of you from the tournaments, I would think that you are definitely a planned centerpiece in his final actions as king. But I'm not," Ajax said. "You're not planned, that part is true." The professor nodded along. "I wonder just how many plans you derailed for Uncle Grindor, but let me assure you, you are the centerpiece now. There might have been some doubt, but the simple fact that you have Enigma and are so well protected against spies because of it makes you the perfect point of focus. I can feel the headache this conversation is giving me," Ajax complained as he rubbed his forehead. "Don't think about it all right now. You're going to be late to your next class," the professor said as he ushered Ajax towards the door. "If you want one positive takeaway from all this, however, know that you have the king backing you for now. As long as you don't do something completely unacceptable, you'll find that you can get away with a thing or two." "Something like what?" Ajax asked as he exited the class and started heading towards the alchemy room. "First thing that comes to mind is that when the inspectors come to look over your farming plots, you can tell them all to take a hike. Everyone knows you're doing something there, and I wouldn't bet against one of them leaking it. But a noble refusing an inspection is always brought up to the king for review," the professor said. "I can already hear Uncle Grindor scoffing at the request to sanction you just for refusing an inspection." That bit of news did help Ajax's mood as he entered the alchemy room. "Ajax, there you are. I was beginning to worry." Professor Valthorn was quick to greet him. "Now that we are all here, let me begin by welcoming you all and informing you that on the 3rd and 9th day of the cycle, the class will not be held on the account of the first years." Ajax took a look around the class to see that it had students from all classes, starting from the 2nd and all the way to the 6th. Crafting classes following the mandatory first-year schedule worked more like clubs where the different grades interacted with each other, and students picked 1 or 2 of them to focus on in depth instead of the previous variety approach. "Second year, you are all going to be taking a test," the professor continued. "Those of you who do not pass will not be welcome in this class." While Ajax and both of his classmates were given the exact same opening exam, he could see that all of the other students were given exams that were completely different. With there being more than a dozen people, there had to be at least 2 from the same class, so it confused him as to why nobody was taking the same exam as their classmates like he was. The exam had been very easy for Ajax. He had pushed his alchemy both inside a dungeon and outside, on top of his experiments throughout the summer. The potions he was asked to make had a number of steps, but could easily be brewed at the same time if you knew what you were doing and could pay attention to it. These are acceptable, Professor Valthorn said as Ajax turned in his exam, though I have to say you might have wanted not to do so well from the beginning. The professor's ominous warning was filled in by her teaching assistant, as he helped Ajax set up a personal workstation that would be his going forward until he was kicked out of alchemy class or he finished at the academy. Your first exam sets the baseline. The teaching assistant said going forward your exams and goals will be structured so that you are constantly pushing yourself and not slacking off due to previous hard work. Ajax could admit that it was a good system, doubly so since all the classes were coming together, so there was no way to have a class for everyone's skill level, so a more individualistic system was halfway required anyway. The rest of the class had also finished the exam, his classmates turning in their own potions not long after Ajax himself, as they had the easiest test by far. While nobody had failed the exam, 2 people were told that their creations were subpar and that they would be expected to cover the difference between what the potions they made sold for and the price the academy paid for the ingredients. I thought he was a teaching assistant. Why is he taking class with the rest of us? Ajax's perception was high enough that he could pick up the questions that the other students were asking his classmates. They did that as a formality to handle a few of the issues he would have presented as a regular student. One of his classmates answered, "Why not just have him enroll sooner, or put him in a higher class?" By this point, that entire section of the class was interested in the topic of conversation, while the professor was grading the last few potions. He only recently became a noble. He's not got a lot of the education we have grown up with, and he still needs to make up for it. The answer came surprisingly from someone outside his class. I still think they should have just enrolled him in a higher class. No need to make such an exception just for one commoner. One of the nobles in the conversation said, "And where would you want him placed?" The same noble who knew his situation spoke up again. He put down most of last year's 6th grade without breaking a sweat. This is a better solution that also gives us the chance to build a relationship with him. You might want to have that talk later, one of his classmates said, looking at the noble who called him a commoner. I haven't seen his limits yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if his perception was high enough to hear us clearly. As one, the entire group turned to look at him warily. Now that you are all done with your exams, we will simply take the short remainder of this lesson to look over a simple concept of alchemy. The professor drew all of the attention back to herself. As your alchemy skill grows, and you start working with higher mana concentration in your ingredients, you will find that the temperature of your mixture will start to vary. The professor started her lecture. Not only will there be variation in temperature during different stages of the boiling process, but different ingredients that are added in will need to be at different temperatures despite being added at the same time. How can that happen? Ajax murmured as he thought about it. While the requirements did seem possible, as he knew different ingredients had different optimal temperatures, adding multiple at the same time at their peak temperature seemed irrational. A good question. The professor nodded. It is here that mages, specifically those favoring the fire element, have an innate advantage as they can control the flame that powers their cauldron a lot better if they generate it, but that can be replicated with time and effort. As she mentioned this, Professor Valtorn slid her hand under the small cauldron on her desk, where, after a quiet incantation, a flame ignited and started to heat it up. Ajax could sense the waves of mana that the professor put out to control the flame. Not only that, but he could sense how the fire focused more on one side of the cauldron than the other. As the mana concentration starts to rise, so does the importance of temperature, the professor continued. While initially the lack of controlled heat application can be made up for by preheating or cooling the ingredients before adding them, that will take away from the quality of the resulting mixture. From ingredients beyond the point in the dungeon, where the monsters reach level 100, alchemists who do not possess the fire control for the potion they are making will often end up having custom-made cauldrons for specific recipes. Teaching assistant said as he passed an odd cauldron with multiple chambers around. To this day, these cauldrons are by far the most expensive crafting tools out of any profession. The professor continued, pausing every so often to chant again, switching the flames in a bit way underneath the cauldron. The precise form and sometimes specific makeup of their alloy make them so infuriating that there are blacksmiths with above uncommon skills who have taken specific bottleneck choices to focus on their creations. For the remainder of the class, each of the students was provided with a different recipe that they were to attempt. Despite the skill required by each recipe, all of them focused on the temperature aspect of the craft in one way or another. As your skill and power grows, this topic is one that you will find particularly limiting. The professor said to Ajax and two other students towards the end of the class, all three of them being positioned closely together. As all of you are also dungeon crafters, you will have to take the ambient mana density, as well as its elemental composition, into account when calculating the temperature variations. Is this why you openly discourage any alchemist that is not comfortable with fire magic from doing alchemy in the dungeon? One of the other two students asked. Very much so. The professor nodded. The quick temperature changes that need to happen at that level are simply beyond them. I am in fact quite curious to see just how adaptable your form of magic is for it, Ajax. Your lack of efficiency between power and mana cost is more of a positive than a negative in this regard, the teaching assistant said. It gives you a much easier control of the temperature, especially without a repeated chant that needs to be corrected through intent and manipulation. As Ajax heard this, he knew he had made the correct choice by going into alchemy, not only because of his casting method, but also because with a refined enough application, he can use mana siphon to somewhat control the ambient mana inside a dungeon, making alchemy there that much easier for himself. Baron Hearthbound, one of the students, called after him as they exited the class. Ajax turned to look at the man and found his face both familiar yet foreign. Yes. Ajax dragged on the word as he finally placed where he recognized the face from. It was eerily similar to the one his opponent in the second round of the tournament had. Despite that, Ajax could tell that this man and his opponent were closely related. What for? Ajax asked, confused. Your victory over my twin brother. It left a lasting impression on him, came the answer. Ajax didn't know what to say to that. The match had ended quickly with him utterly dominating his opponent. Not only that, he had still been angry on Thuron's behalf and had taken it out on his opponent, making the battle end more humiliatingly for the noble than the beastkin. Ajax was shocked by the request. It was at once both something rather basic as well as something annoying. The idea that he would be hounded for duels from people looking to prove they had improved sounded tiring. At the same time, having a few well-placed noble houses owe him a favor or two wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Don't look all that pleased, Stonewall said when he examined Ajax's face. While most noble houses wouldn't bother with it, or would just accept the outcome of a fight in the tournament, there are two other options in the minority that remain. The first is the one my grandfather has chosen, but the second would be to return the perceived humiliation in kind. Ajax silently cursed at that. Despite knowing that almost all noble houses tried their best to have the most capable heir take over the position as house head, there would always be some that were starved for a good choice. These people sometimes also ended up with a lot of power, depending on how their ancestor ruled. Ajax and his classmate went their separate ways as they approached the training fields. Much like their homeroom classes, their afternoon combat training was done in their respective classes. Not only that, but it also seemed that their instructors hadn't changed from the previous year. As Ajax stepped onto the training field for the second year, he could clearly see the difference in setup between their new field and the first-year one. Where they had previously been given a lot of open space, targets, and a robust selection of weaponry, their new training grounds were very different. The large selection of weapons and targets had remained. Their open space, however, had been replaced by a small firing range as well as a tiny dueling circle. A large part of the area was taken up by a small forest that measured a little more than the size of a football field. Going forward, your training field will change daily. Instructor Gatecrasher's voice resounded once everyone had arrived. There are a few specific biomes that have been carefully nurtured on the grounds of the academy, and you will be using them. As Ajax listened, he also noticed that a few of his classmates already had a few scuffs and scratches on their gear. Not only that, but they also had built up a bit of sweat. Most notable of them, the prince whose blade even looked to have drawn a sliver of blood, as well as Benedict. They must be the ones who chose to forego a crafting profession in exchange for more combat training. Going forward, your training will be focused more on group tactics compared to individual operations. Instructor Gatecrasher continued, and no, this is not to prepare you for future delves. Ajax seemed surprised by that. Why would you have them prioritizing group combat as well as different biomes, if not to prepare them for dungeon delves? Your dungeon training will mostly be happening inside the goldmine, with all delves happening on the second floor of the dungeon. This year, you will have the chance to experience the randomness of a dungeon floor at that time. The instructor explained to have seen some skeptical looks at his previous announcement. The different biomes you will be training on have been carefully created to resemble the biomes from every single battle this kingdom has fought in the last 1,000 years, with the exception of open fields. The instructor ignored the looks of understanding that dawned on the faces of some of the students. For the next 5 years, all of you will be training to survive and thrive on a battlefield. Instructor Gatecrasher, is it true that we will have war games against the third years? One of the students asked excitedly. That is correct. The instructor confirmed. Unlike in your first year, your cycle will no longer be a 10-day academy, 10-day delve, and 10-day free time. Moving forward, you will have 3 different types of cycles, one after the other. One will be the same as your first year's, giving you at least 10 open days to get anything you need done. The other 2, however, will have that free time replaced with a deep chaperone delve, as deep as the 6th floor of the dungeon, with the specific intent of having you craft, or they will have the free time replaced with a delve to the 1st floor of the hillside dungeon. The instructor explained that delve will see the floor quickly cleared by the instructors of the 2nd and 3rd years before a small war simulation will follow. Do keep in mind that each simulation will be given a scenario that won't always be a straightforward clash. We may end up being the first second-year class to clean sweep the 3rd years. Ajax heard one of his classmates whisper. As if having heard the whisper, their magic instructor was quick to cut that idea down. In order to maintain a balanced field, the 3rd years will be given a level 60 asset during these simulations. Not only that, but Ajax will also not be allowed to take a main or secondary leadership role. Ajax frowned at that, not because he disagreed with what they were doing. He knew very well just how unfair it would be to have the 3rd years go up against him without anything to keep him in check. He was glad that they were letting him participate. The part that Ajax had a problem with was that the 3rd years were given a level 60 asset. Sure, that might be close enough to match him as he was now, but Ajax very much expected them to need a level 65 by the time half the school year had gone by at the latest. I suppose I should mention that while all crafting classes will have the option of joining the crafting delve, only students that actively practice dungeon crafting will be allowed to attend. The instructor said. What? Why? How is that fair? A few of the students were quick to take issue with the last-second announcement. Dungeon crafting was much more difficult than regular crafting, at least without a skill to make up for it, and even then it was still harder. Depending on the profession, the number of crafters who could do it varied between 1 in 10 and 1 in 100. This decision was made years ago. The professor continued raising his voice over the protests. It was made to ensure sufficient crafting ingredients for the students who actively pursue dungeon crafting. The rest of you will be offered extended lessons during these delves from your professors. Won't the professors be delving? Was a question that quickly came. No, the response didn't come with any explanation. Ajax, of course, knew the exact reason why there would be no professor. Dungeon crafters needed to be creative and be able to make the best with what they could find and adapt. It was better for them to go through the process without an experienced teacher that would be nothing more than a crutch. For the remainder of the class, the instructors had them practice small squad movements throughout the forest biome. While the students had little issue keeping in formation for basic marching, as soon as some speed was added in their formations quickly broke down. After finishing his combat training, Ajax took his time getting himself cleaned up before heading for the library. Despite the time he had spent up there during the break, Ajax had done so alone on the fact that Balthazar had returned to his estate. You sure took your time getting up here. The old librarian taunted Ajax as soon as he stepped in. Next time I'll make my way here right after combat training. Ajax quickly responded with a malicious smile. On second thought, you're not that late, you can take the time to clean yourself first. The old man quickly backtracked. Ajax had figured out that while old age had diminished the old man's sight, and hearing a little, he still got the full effect of his perception when it came to smell. After a few thousand years, even with mostly forcibly increasing the stat, it had to be up there. What is this? Ajax asked as he looked at the soul scroll sitting on the librarian's desk. This is a very basic curse. The old man said, the first that you will learn. Ajax was ecstatic to hear that. Right now his cursed slash simply generated cursed mana, but with training, he should be able to learn some non-complex curses to channel that mana into. This would not only make the curses more efficient, that basic curse mana infusion, but it would also allow him to specialize them. Applying a curse of reduced speed to one arm and reduced strength to the other could ruin a two-handed weapon wielder style, completely compared to just having both arms hurt while moving and be a little bit slower and weaker. Ajax was dripping with sweat as he returned home. Hours of training, and yet he had almost nothing to show for it. For the first time since he came to this new world, Ajax had finally hit a wall. He had previous experience with lack of talent. Even after 3 weeks of apprenticeship, he hadn't unlocked the farming skill. In fact, he didn't have it even after all the farming he'd done with mana all this time. The difference this time, however, was that Ajax very much wanted to learn how to wield curse mana into more complex curses, but he simply didn't have the talent for it. Not only that, but because of the nature of his curse mana generation, his divine witness trait didn't help him with getting started at all. While this didn't mean that Ajax would give up on his work, with curses he did realize that it won't be anything more than a small part of his toolset. He still planned to learn some basic curses to improve the damage done by his cursed slash, but his hopes of having curses be as big a part of his style as mana augmentation were cut short. Ajax's ideal path to increased power, beside an increase in stats, was all of the scientific knowledge he had learned back on Earth. There was a lot to being an architect, and physics was a good chunk of it. Even if it did focus more on the mechanical side, he had been forced to learn a much wider range during his college days. The problem there was that he had a lot of things that he would need to not only relearn, but actually rediscover in this world. Just as mana and mana concentration affected the speed required to break through the sound barrier, so could it affect the rest of the physics he had learned. This would mean that all he really had was solid guess, and not actual hard facts. The second issue here was with the things that were so basic that they must be classified as their own category of magic. Ajax was willing to bet his left arm that gravity mana was thing, even with mana messing with things he had experienced gravity all his life, and in all sorts of mana concentration, and found it to work similarly in all of them. The problem here was that he had no idea what gravity mana felt like in the first place. All of his current mana types came from either directly copying the mana type used by a monster or mage, or by playing around with his existing mana types in order to create new ones. It was already a minor miracle that he had stumbled upon void mana from Shadow, but currently there was nothing to help him gain gravity mana. What are you thinking about? Thuron asked as picked up on Ajax's mood. The different mana types. Ajax made sure to keep his answer ambiguous enough as he thought about it. Trying to figure out how I can get a better look to understand some of them. Can't you do the same thing you did with the bees? Thuron asked. What do you mean? Ajax was confused how his bees were the answer to different mana types. Well, you got a little mana-infused honey from infusing raw mana into the creation process. Can you do the same thing to say wood, and then set it ablaze to see if the mana turns into fire mana? Thuron asked. Ajax slightly froze at that remark. While the process for fire wouldn't work since the mana in the wood would affect the wood's properties and not transform the idea into sound, Thuron's mistake was in trying to apply it to a process that wasn't natural to the infused item. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that the idea itself had a lot of potential, so much so that Ajax was close to kicking himself for not having thought about it before. Sure, there were few things it would actually work on, but the things that it would work on should give him a lot to work with. Ajax didn't know if it was because he was thinking about it beforehand, or just random chance, because he now had an idea of how to get gravity mana. The answer was in how gravity worked, though its practical application was having things fall down. Gravity worked by having two things attract one another. There was one other force that had two objects attract one another, magnetism. Sure enough, there were natural magnets in this world, but infusing one of them with mana would only affect its output directly without actually changing the mana into magnetic mana. An electromagnet hour was a natural process formed by metals when electricity ran through them. If Ajax could learn magnetic mana, he could eventually work it to find gravitational mana. This was clearly a long-term project, but one that he almost could wait to get started on. That's a great idea. Ajax said as he quickly picked up speed as he headed towards the house. Hi, Grandpa. Ajax excitedly greeted Elijah as he plowed into his office. Quick question, in which of your warehouses do you keep your metal ores and ingots? Despite the joy Elijah felt when seeing his grandson's joy while coming to see him, the question quickly brought him up short as a small pit in his stomach quickly grew bigger. Now, Ajax, I am sure you are very talented, but I think it's a bit early to be thinking about trying this, Elijah said after a long moment of silence. What? Ajax was very confused, not only by the fact that his grandfather claimed to know what he wanted to do, but that he also thought he wasn't skilled enough to do it. What is going on? Judy asked as she, Alana, and Aurora were quick to follow Ajax here as they saw him dashing through the mansion. Ajax here is asking about our supply of ores and ingots, Elijah said as he felt a bit of cold sweat start to drip down his back. Now, honey, are you sure you want to be focusing on that now? Aurora tried a more diplomatic form of denial. Her attempts were quickly dashed, however, as her granddaughter joined the conversation. Absolutely not, Judy said as she looked at Ajax. You are not trying your hand at transmutation. You've started learning alchemy seriously for almost a year. Most people have at least a decade of experience before they try it, and it's almost always a failure. Alana tried a logical explanation. Trying to work at it now would just be a waste of ingots, ores, and other expensive ingredients. But I don't want to try my hand at transmutation yet, Ajax said. You don't. While Alana, Aurora, and Judy had the exact same reaction, Elijah was quick to move the conversation away from transmutation, just in case the conversation would lead his grandson to once again start hounding them for ingredients as he did over the summer. What is it that you need to know about the ingot and ore warehouse for then? I need a few samples from different metals and ores so I can experiment with them using mana, Ajax said. Why didn't you just say so? Elijah said as he heaved out a relieved sigh. No need to go to a warehouse for that. Just go to our main shop and ask Sebastian for what you need. We should have a few samples of most ores and ingots to use as showpieces when making deals. I was going to explain if all of you didn't jump to conclusions. Ajax grumbled to himself as he headed back out of the estate and towards his grandfather's shop. The more Ajax thought about the process of getting access to gravity mana, the more he realized that he had been neglecting a lot of his knowledge when forming his mental images, when casting some of his elemental spells. The biggest failure of this being his ice magic. He knew perfectly well that it was the molecule's lack of movement that represented the cold, and that the best way to make his ice magic colder was to have that as the basis of his image and intent, yet he hadn't been doing that. The same could be said for fire, but Ajax knew that there were multiple types of flames, and that mana had a bigger say there than it did when creating ice. Nevertheless, there was a lot more he could be doing now to increase his power, and the first step for it would be getting those samples. Today's lesson will focus on trade regulations, specifically on trades with other kingdoms. Professor Silvertongue said as class started. Now, while our kingdom tries to stay out of it and respect the autonomy of its noble houses when not at war, there are a few regulations that are kept quiet from the public. Ajax could see that almost half the class had been just as clueless as him when it came to these unpublished laws. There were also those who already knew the information and were just sitting in for a refresher. Anna, however, had almost completely tuned out the lesson and was reading through a scroll. The professor was clearly aware, but chances were that she already knew all of this. Now, while any individual sales are not subject to scrutiny, sales that involve a noble house as a whole are. The main reason for this is obviously so that anything that could be considered a national secret or resource can't be traded away. The second reason is for fair taxation purposes. What does fair taxation have to do with it? Ajax asked. He clearly understood the first part, but this didn't make sense for him. Taxation is not always straightforward. The professor explained. Take the deal that the Goldmincers are making with the Empire right now as an example. Ajax felt a bit awkward considering just how personal that deal was. Not only that, but he could also see that Anna looked up and focused on the conversation. That deal isn't finalized yet, but I can guarantee that a member of the royal family or one of the king's advisors is a silent participant in those discussions. The professor said. His involvement here will be minimal if the whispers going around are anything close to the deal being put in place. I hear that there is talk that the Goldmincers will get 20 of all honey gathered in the Empire for the next 10 years. Another noble spoke up. Yes, and that is something that would make taxation easy for the kingdom. The professor nodded. Seeing as how a farming method is being traded, and the talk hasn't been shut down, it means the kingdom doesn't deem it to be a national secret. Otherwise, the royal family representative would have shut down the discussion. On that note, I highly advise that all of you have a discussion with a royal family representative before even starting talks of selling anything that isn't already widely known, whether that be a farming method, a unique item, or even the first output of a new mine. The professor said, charges of treason can be brought for doing so. Can't the royal family just get whatever information we are trading for free in that case? One of the students asked. No, it was Anna who spoke up. All royal representatives take an oath to not divulge anything learnt in that session. It is heavily enforced. Each representative has at least 10 active contracts binding that promise of secrecy. Depending on the strength of the skill, breaking 10 contracts at once could be fatal for almost anyone, and Ajax doubted the economic advisors and other representatives were all that high of a level. As I was saying, taxation on this contract would be easy as the 5 would be easily taken from the honey that House Goldmincer would collect. The professor refocused the discussion. But what if they were trading it for a new family heirloom? The crown can't take away 5 of an item. The amount taxed would be something that the representative would discuss separately with the House before the agreement is finalized. Do any of you know what the current punishment is for finalizing a deal without notifying the royal family? The professor asked. The taxed amount is doubled. Benedict answered. And what if the deal was for a single item? The professor prodded. The house in question would be asked to place a value on the item. Anna said. From there it would be up to the royal family to decide whether to buy the item or accept double the taxes on the valuation. The whole premise was that while giving you the opportunity to name the price made it seem like the royal family wasn't in control, it actually stuck the house in question between a rock and a hard place. A too low value and the royal family would pay 90 of it and take the item in question. Too high and you'd end up paying 10 of it. A big incentive to have said meetings supervised is included in taxation. The professor continued. Things like a 10-man delve in another country's dungeon, or usage of a natural treasure, can be baked into the deal where they are then relinquished to the crow in exchange for taxes. From there, the lesson continued down the rabbit hole of edge cases and beneficial reasons to have the meetings monitored. While Ajax could see the incentives, he also recognized that this lesson focused a lot on the downsides of getting caught and the upsides of being upfront. There is one exception to this. The professor said as the class time was running out, any asset obtained as a reward from an international tournament can be traded away tax-free within 2 weeks of it being obtained, provided the royal family is given the chance to counter on the price. Why are tournament prizes exempt? One student asked. Mainly because of how many commoner winners there have been, the professor said. The exception is put in place to stop them from trying to hide the deal in fear of taxation and end up severely undercharging for it. The kingdom was smart here, using that same greed that would lead someone to hide the deal to get them to bring it forward. After all, there was no downside if the crown didn't want it, but they could always offer to pay even more for it. Do you have a moment? Anna asked Ajax after the class. Sure. Ajax nodded. Today would be one of the days where the first years would have an alchemy class, and as such he will be having his one-on-one remedial lesson with Professor Silvertongue. Since the deal my family is making was brought up anyway, I thought I'd give you an update on it. Anna said. The deal is almost finished, and the plan was to let you know once it was all done, but I don't want you to feel like we are hiding anything. One of the things Ajax had learned about Anna during all the time that he knew her was that despite the calculated and calm strategist and businesswoman she had been raised as, whenever it came down to regular social interaction, her isolated childhood started to show. Ajax himself hadn't been all that social during his childhood, and this manifested in a more quiet and reserved personality. Anna, on the other hand, tended to babble and go on tangents to fill the air and prevent any awkward silences. I wasn't, Ajax said with a smile. The deal they had made when they sold the farming method to the Goldmincers was good, and according to his grandparents, they had gotten enough up front that even if they were shafted on a resell to other kingdoms, they would still have gotten a good enough deal for something that would be reverse-engineered quickly. Dad managed to get them up to 22 of all honey produced, Anna said, and even Ajax could see how proud she was of her father. He also wasn't all that interested in the raw amount since his house wouldn't be getting any of that, but he didn't let that show. As for the dungeon delves, he managed to get a slot for both of their capital's dungeons. This is what Ajax was interested in. More than anything, he wanted to delve as many of the small floor gap dungeons as quickly as he could for the extra stats. He knew that all kingdoms place level caps on how long people could delve, and foreign nations would never let anyone even remotely close to their cap from another nation attempt the delve. For their main dungeon, it's a 5-level floor gap, and it starts with a level 29 max level on floor 1. We have a 5-man delve team made up of under-level 40 members. Your house will nominate one of the 5 people, Anna continued. I'll be going with you. Lexi, who had quickly followed after them, jumped into the conversation. So will Anna. The prince will most likely claim the spot given to the royal family, and one of Anna's nephews or nieces will also join us. It was almost a foregone conclusion that Ajax would be the member of his family to claim the spot, but he was surprised to see that 4 out of the 5 people going would be from his class. He had obviously expected Anna to get one of the spots, as the head of House Goldminster wanted her to take over, but the other 2 were a surprise. Only a 5-man delve, Ajax asked as he refocused on the main bit of information. Delves were usually at least a dozen people, and could be as many as 3 dozen depending on the purpose of the delve. For their main dungeon, yes, Anna confirmed. The secondary dungeon, it has a 10-level floor gap and starts at level 33. We have a 20-man delve team, and your house will be given 3 spots. They are to be under level 80. Ajax could feel his eyebrows reaching for his forehead at the level cap. That was surprising to say the least. He couldn't help but feel like there was something odd about the deal. This is why we didn't want to tell you about the deal until it was finished. Anna let out a sigh. Dad said the only reason he could push so hard with his skills on the rest of the deal was because you are targeted here. The delve on their main dungeon is there to essentially analyze your strength. Ajax didn't know what to think here. On the one hand, he was already in the crosshairs of a neighboring kingdom. On the other, the way they were going about investigating him also provided him with a great opportunity to get stronger. Ajax's remedial lessons turned out to be a lot more concentrated than he had thought. He had only been to 2 of them so far, and already they had covered 1/3 of the previous year's curriculum. All of this was built on the back of Ajax's previous knowledge, but he now found that he could identify important names. All of that was nothing compared to everything else he had picked up in the previous days. His new combat training focused a lot more on learning how to lead. Unlike their first year, where the class was divided into mages and physical fighters, they were now fully integrated and focused on learning how to lead a squad. Exciting as the new training was, Ajax was also quick to pick up that he was a terrible squad leader. It wasn't so much the power difference or that he wasn't good at planning. The issue came from Ajax's perfectionism and micromanagement of the squad as a whole. His previous experience with strategy games had shown him to be a decent strategist, but in the field he always found himself front and center of the formation. Your best chance is going to be leading as a result of your position, the mage instructor had told him. You have no problem hatching a plan, good ones at that, but the moment anything goes wrong you micromanage too much and focus too much on getting everything back to the way it should have been. What Ajax lacked as a leader, however, he made up for in spades as a second in command. On all of the different biomes they had run drills on, Ajax had quickly shown both the issues with his leadership over a squad as well as his value as a right-hand man. Both Anna and Benedict had clearly noticed his value in the chain of command. So long as Ajax had someone to make the overall decisions, he could freely focus and obsess over his own specific task. I can't say I'm surprised. Benedict said as he was talking with Anna and Lexi. How so? Lexi asked. Are you both aware of what method he used to get so much stronger for his level? He asked, not wanting to speak out of turn. Yes, both of them confirmed. Think about it, he said. Not only that, but out of all the professions he could have chosen, he picked alchemy. Biggest surprise I have is that he doesn't suffer from an obsessive-compulsive disorder, seeing how he does things. I've seen quite a few obsessive squad leaders. Lexi said, in fact, they're some of the better ones I have seen. And they are, Anna said. Being obsessive is a good trait in a planner and a squad leader and means you make backup plans. His issue is that he also has another trait that makes for a good leader, one that when combined with an obsessive turns a squad leader into a tyrant. Oh, Lexi sighed. He is a bit paranoid, isn't he? Considering his life before he came to the capital, I'm pretty sure he would have been dead if he wasn't. Benedict nodded. But where an obsessive leader is good and a paranoid leader is good, an obsessive and paranoid leader will lead a squad to ruin. First person I'd want as a second in command. Anna continued. He's the kind of person who does well when watching the big picture in small glimpses between focused tasks. Once you give him something to do, you can rest assured that it will get done. Think he's going to be joining a team again? Lexi asked as they all walked towards the dungeon for their first delve on the second floor. Doubt he will give up the chance to practice his alchemy some more. Benedict answered and Anna nodded along. The class cut a very different sight as they made their way towards the dungeon. Unlike their first year when everyone had been similarly equipped when heading to the dungeon, a clear status distinction could be seen when watching the class head towards the dungeon now. The difference came from a simple item, a storage ring. Students whose families had given them a storage ring for their school delves had only a regular suit of gear on. Some kept a weapon on them as well, but that was it. Those without a ring, however, could be seen carrying big heavy packs where consumables as different gear sets were held for anything a random floor might throw at them. Much to his surprise, Ajax had been asked to take a more active role during their delves. You want me to go around with a group again? Ajax asked Professor Silvertongue. At least for the first 2 or 3 delves, yes. The professor said, but why me? Ajax asked. If you needed another person to watch out for them, I'm sure you could have gotten them, because for a few of them you feel like a classmate and not a watcher. The professor explained. Having you go with them won't make them feel like they are being watched over and will give them the genuine feeling of delving without a safety net. Benedict, Lexi, Anna, Rick, and to a certain extent Prince Xavier. Ajax rattled off the names. Outside of them, everyone else has been a lot more wary of me since they saw me take part in the tournament. Ajax couldn't understand why Prince Xavier seemed to be so reactive to him. He had no way of knowing that this was all because of Xavier's uncle, who had clearly marked Ajax as someone who had the potential to become the strongest champion across all the kingdoms. That's the group, the professor confirmed. You can still pick up anything useful for alchemy that you find along the way, and you'll have time in the last day when they will all be waiting as a group to craft in peace. With his crafting time assured, Ajax had no more real objections, so once the class entered the dungeon, they quickly made their way to the closest arch, and one on the other side they split into their groups. Ajax, the prince said once they were on their own. Him speaking up caused the entire group to freeze for a moment as all of them knew there had been some tensions between Ajax and the prince towards the end of last year. First, let me apologize for last time we talked. It seems I was a bit harsh and spoke without a good understanding of the facts. What gave you a better understanding since then? Lexi was quick to jump into the conversation after Ajax accepted the apology with a nod. My uncle, he dispelled some of the wrong assumptions I had jumped to when I learned about his stat-gaining method, the prince said. He was more than impressed with you when he saw you fight in the tournament. Benedict was quick to turn towards the prince. More than anyone else here besides Prince Xavier, he knew just what that meant. The king's oldest son might not be the kingdom's strongest fighter yet anyway, but he was its most gifted fighter. According to his father, the only person stronger for their level that he had seen was Ajax himself. Firstly, Ajax said, curious about what else the prince had to say besides the apology, I also bring a request from my grandfather, the prince said. Those words were quick to focus Ajax's attention. So long as the request was nothing too excessive, Ajax very much wanted to get on the king's good side. Is this about the dungeon delves in the Empire? Anna asked. It was the only reason why the prince would approach Ajax about the request in this group instead of when he was alone. Yes, the prince confirmed. You managed to get a delve slot in the Empire. Rick was the only one shocked at the news, despite the rumors about the deal that House Goldminster was making with the Empire. Getting a delve slot was something very rare. Rick, Benedict was quick to chastise his friend. My house will be very interested in talking about a possible deal regarding any delve slots you may acquire. I can set up a meeting. Anna nodded. What is the request? Ajax asked. The request is for the main dungeon delve, the prince said. He asks that you accompany me, as well as anyone else delving, and give us a fair chance to push as high as we can with you keeping us safe. We might be able to get one floor higher if we can focus on the boss, and we never know if we will get another chance to delve that dungeon. That doesn't sound too bad. Ajax nodded. He also wants you to fully clear the last floor you delve to if at all possible. The prince continued. The Empire will certainly make assurance of having them clear anything that comes out after you, but ideally you wouldn't give them any indication of how high you reached. That request had brought not only Ajax up short, but also the rest of their party. All four of them sported frowns on their faces, but Lexi and Rick had theirs trained on the prince while Anna and Benedict were looking at Ajax. You expect him to leave at least a floor's worth of stats if not two. Rick sounded offended on Ajax's behalf. That's all some people get when they get a chance to delve in another kingdom's dungeon. Doing it that way is actually the smart move, Anna cut in, though from the look Lexi threw at her, she agreed with Rick. Not doing so could put a very big target on your back. She's right, Benedict agreed. House Slivertongue has done a great job of keeping how deep you delve secret, but just from the party you are going with you have to be at least able to handle floors holding level 50s. Ajax was surprised at that. House Silvertongue had done a really good job if all Benedict could be sure about was that he delved up to level 50 instead of the 65 he had been to multiple times, doubly so considering the incident with the Kitsune. If the word spread that you can delve that high up to enemy nations, you will have assassins going after you, Benedict said. Would they do that with the recent peace that was just established? Ajax asked. I thought nobody wanted to make a move because of that stealth users the Republic had. They're more likely to do it because of him. Anna cut in. With war taken off the table, tournaments are the way that any point of conflict will be resolved. There is no way your current level hasn't already been leaked. A simple check of the Adventure Guild will have that pretty accurately, and at your level of growth you may very well dominate both the under 50 years old and the under level 100 for a good long while. Not to mention that you will extend your own period of forced peace if you grow strong enough. Benedict added on, and that's if they see you doing only floors with level 50s. The prince spoke again. Only. Rick was the only one to exclaim, but everyone now had their eyes trained on him. Clearly the royal family had much better information and knew that Ajax had cleared floors with level 65s on it. In exchange, my grandfather will be willing to sell you a spot for the team that will be delving the Republic's dungeon when you go there for the tournament. The prince continued. Despite that delve being a few years away, you'll be going in with level 100s and will have no reason to hold back there. You'll be able to push as hard as you want in their secondary dungeon. Anna seemingly saw his inner conflict and tried to placate him. The cap for that one seems to be 80, so you'll be able to push as far as you can go. It was here that Ajax had to realize that despite how much this world felt like a game, he couldn't simply min-max everything. Ideally, he would get to delve into each and every dungeon and get the bonuses from every single floor, but that simply wasn't feasible. Not only that, but it would also be the highest floors that he wouldn't be collecting. He would have quite a bit of time to gain a delve into that dungeon before he passed the level where they wouldn't be giving him the stat points any further. I'll do it, Ajax said finally. I make no promises, but I'll do my best to try and not leak just how far I can go. Ajax was pretty sure that the king would give him a spot in upcoming delve in the Republic dungeon regardless of how his first foreign delve would go. That said, it didn't mean that he didn't want to be on the good side of the royal family. So far they had been straightforward with him and had given him a space to build his own place in their kingdom. For the remainder of the day, the group had decided to stick to small talk following the serious discussion. Rick, Benedict, and to a lesser extent Lexi and Anna had been throwing looks at Ajax as they made their way through the swamp biome that the dungeon had thrown at them. The revelation that what he displayed during the tournament wasn't his full power had been a lot to take in. Ajax was also drawing quite a bit of attention to himself by intercepting everything that got close to any of them. He was given clear instructions to be more protective of them on the first day while they got used to the theme, especially once they saw it was a swamp. As for Ajax himself, he was beyond pleased with the floor theme. The specific swamp biome that the dungeon had spawned was filled with poisonous and venomous creatures. Ajax had counted at least 3 different types: a giant wasp, large toads, and massive snakes. Not only that, but the floor had also presented him with specific plants and fungi that he could use in his alchemy. When creating an alchemical antidote to a poison, the temperature of the ingredients was very important as the poison was usually only effective at specific temperatures. This floor coming after days spent in class practicing and discussing this exact phenomenon was the perfect dungeon floor. What are you doing? Professor Silvertongue asked him once all of their group got back to the meeting spot before night fully fell. I thought we agreed you would be doing alchemy at the end of the delve. The toads are poisonous. Not only that, but the snakes and wasps are venomous, Ajax said as he kept setting up his dungeon alchemy station. I wanted to try make an antidote for them. We have antidotes, the professor said as he pointed towards the rings. I know we gave you a few specific supplies just in case a weird floor theme showed up. Those are too good, Ajax said as he now started pulling out all of the things he had collected throughout the day. They'll cure the poison the moment they are taken like it was never there. The best I can do is make one on short notice that will partially work. I know, that's why I said you can do it at the end of the delve, the professor said with a little exasperation in his tone. If it will only partially work, it will give them a proper experience of how it will be delving without a chaperone. Not only that, but taking a partial antidote will also give them a good chance of developing poison resistance, Ajax countered. Fine. The professor relented after he stopped to think things over for a moment, but only until the first watch is over. After that you go to sleep as well, you need to be rested for tomorrow. Ajax was tempted to argue, but he just opened his mouth and closed it again, simply nodding his acceptance of the terms. With the floors being bigger and uncharted, their delve here would last longer than the simple 3 to 4 days they did in the first year. He could look forward to 5, 6, or maybe 7, depending on how hard the floors were to fully clear. By the time the first shift had ended, Ajax had already made 10 attempts at creating an antidote for each of the 3 poisons he encountered. 24 of those attempts had been complete failures. Learning to improvise with the ingredients available was one of the main challenges when crafting in the dungeon, and the first 12 attempts had been wasted just on figuring out which ingredients definitely didn't go together well. Of his 6 successful, 5 of them were minor antidotes, and one of them had advanced a stage to a lesser antidote according to his alchemist's examination. Despite that they weren't evenly spread, he had only managed to get one of the minor antidotes for the wasp sting, never having dealt with this type of poison before. He had a little more success with the toad's paralytic poison, having 2 successful minor antidotes. His biggest success by far was with the snake hemotoxic poison, as he had a better understanding of what the poison was doing, essentially just not allowing blood to clot, and managed to make 2 minor and 1 lesser antidote for it. Come morning, Ajax had kept 4 of his creations to himself, though he did give one of the minor snake and frog antidotes to Professor Silvertongue. Not only that, but all of the helpers were going to be taking a big step back, going forward now that the students had had a full day to get used to the unfamiliar floor theme. Ajax wondered if it was mean for him to hope that someone in his group got poisoned just to see how effective his antidotes were. Ajax didn't have to wait too long before somebody got poisoned. That isn't to say that they weren't trying, but without Ajax giving them a heads up about where the enemies were, it would always be just a matter of time before one of the snakes managed to land an opening ambush bite. Much to Ajax's surprise, however, it was the prince that got bit. Ajax had put Prince Xavier as one of the least likely to be poisoned simply because of how much more useful physical stats were when reacting to an ambush. To be fair, however, he did get bit as he intercepted the snake that was diving towards Rick. The fight ended within seconds of their enemies making themselves known. Despite the lower levels, this was still a group that had multiple mages, all of whom were not only skilled, but also supplied with some of the best gear and preparation possible. How are you still moving around? Rick exclaimed, pointing at the prince. Because the snake's poison is a hemotoxin, you knucklehead. Benedict grumbled through clenched teeth as he gave Rick a light tap to the back of the head. I'll tell your father you need a refresher on the different types of poison. Rick's good mood quickly plummeted as his face turned a little pale, and he dragged Benedict off to one side quickly in an attempt to persuade him that it wasn't something worth bringing up with his father. Do you have poison resistance? Ajax asked the prince as he approached. No, the prince shook his head. You have 2 options then. Ajax offered the choice to the prince between his lesser antidote and the one provided by the teachers. Both would counteract the poison and get the blood clotting again. The only difference was the time it would take to happen. Well, 3 technically, but I'm not risking the minor one. The problem with the bite was that it had been close enough that Ajax was sure it nicked a major blood vessel in the leg, and the minor antidote would be too slow before severe anemia would creep up on them. I'll take the weak one. The prince quickly grabbed the antidote Ajax made before he looked at it oddly. Is this an antidote you drink or one you apply? It should work either way, but with how shallow the wound is, I think direct application would work best. Ajax responded. The prince simply nodded as he doused the wound with the antidote. The action followed quickly by a sharp draw of breath as he felt like his thigh caught on fire as the antidote started to neutralize the poison. Damn it, Ajax cursed slightly as he started inspecting the surroundings after seeing the prince's reaction to applying the antidote. There needs to be something like a yarrow root around here, he mumbled as he started inspecting the nearby trees for anything that would work to make the poison's reaction when meeting the antivenom have a small numbing sensation as opposed to the clearly painful one. Can you walk? Anna asked. I'll be okay. The prince nodded. I'll stick to just defending the mages until the bleeding stops, however. The rest of the day moved slowly with 2 more snake bites and 1 wasp sting happening before the group called it a day and headed back to the camp spot. Ajax was slightly disappointed nobody had been poisoned by the frogs since he wanted to see the result of his antidote. His best bet right now was to hope another group had had a mild poisoning, and they refused the antidote, initially since this poison was only a local paralytic. The delve continued in much the same fashion for the next 4 days as the class slowly but surely started to clear out the entire floor. Ajax's antidote production had improved with each passing night. By the last day, he was consistently creating lesser versions of all 3 antidotes. His crowning achievement, however, had been a snake antivenom that had surpassed lesser and was simply marked as antidote by his skill. Ajax wasn't the only one to see progress throughout this delve. Both the prince and the son of a baron had both managed to gain the poison resistance skill after using Ajax's antidotes and just putting up with mild poisoning for extended periods of time. The prince's success had been called a fluke, but once the second poison resistance was gained, the observers had all been driven to their wits' end, actively having to step in just to stop people from intentionally letting themselves get poisoned, just so they would have a better shot at gaining the skill. Why did you let them know you gained poison resistance? Ajax asked the prince as they were all heading out of the dungeon. The concept of openly revealing skills was a totally foreign one to Ajax, who had spent years hiding as many skills as he could. Even now, there wasn't a single person who knew all of Ajax's skills. Because it's much safer for me to have it be known that I have poison resistance, the prince said. How wouldn't people just try to kill you in different ways if they knew that? Ajax asked. Subtle applied poisons are the last resort when it comes to killing high nobles, Anna said. If you have any other alternatives, you would go with those regardless of the fact that the target had poison resistance or not. I still don't see how that makes having the skill known helpful, Ajax said. Because it's a common skill. Lexi joined in. Common skill are hardly more than padding. They don't offer the best protection. Not only that, but they are also limited. It's that limitation that makes it an asset you want others to know about. The skill works a lot better on slow-acting poisons. The prince cut straight to the point. It wouldn't matter to an assassin who coded his weapons if I had the skill or not, he would add poison anyway. But having the skill be known would make it so people were more likely to use fast-acting poisons when trying to slip me something, since they work better against the skill. And how are fast-acting poisons better? Ajax asked. Taste testers would exhibit symptoms sooner, reducing the chance to have it slip by testing, the prince said. Ajax remained silent at the cold remark. Ajax imagined that the prince's food taster was going to be cursing his name once he found out that he had helped the prince gain the skill. The idea, however, also made him consider if there were any skills that he would benefit from putting out there about himself. I want to congratulate all of you, Professor Silvertongue said as they all got back to the academy. Despite the high number of mistakes and accidents, all of you performed very well. The floor theme was one of the harder ones to tackle while under-leveled, and all of you showed great progress as you adapted to it better and better day by day. That's debatable considering everyone's suicidal tendencies on the last day. One of the observers whispered loudly, clearly intending for everyone to hear him. Yes, I do have to admit your surprising dedication to trying to unlock poison resistance has surprised and inspired me. Ajax had a shiver run down his spine as he watched the malicious smirk creep on the professor's face. As such, I will do my best to help you unlock it by offering you a mild poison you can take every day during our first lesson. Ajax had to bite his cheek to keep himself from laughing as he watched most of the students turn a shade whiter at the announcement. He was glad to have already unlocked the skill and was looking forward to what the first poison would be. He was also silently deciding if he should provide a mild laxative for the professor to use. As soon as they were all dismissed, however, Ajax bade his goodbyes quickly before he hurried towards his manor as quickly as he could without alarming anyone. He finally had a little over 12 days all to himself, and with the help of his sister and grandparents, he had gathered all the samples needed so that he could begin testing his theory about magnetic mana. Ajax POV, I could barely pay any attention to the last few announcements the professor made before he dismissed us. Something about us being allowed to bring our companions on school delves going forward, along with a long speech about how the school takes no responsibility should something happen to them inside the dungeon, if we do decide to bring them. It didn't really matter or apply to me, as I didn't have a bonded companion, and I was too excited about finally getting to try out my theories for magnetic mana. I all but dashed through the noble section of the capital as I made my way towards our estate. I was so absorbed into my own theories about what could and hopefully would work that I didn't even notice how many people were following me, that there were more than there should be inside the noble district, or that they were getting a lot closer to me than usual. Sorry about that, a man said as we bumped into each other as I turned a corner. The man made to move along like it was no big deal, but that small contact was all it took to bring me back to the present at the speed of light. Enigma triggered defensively the moment he touched me, and despite that he still managed to get a full read on everything but my skills. He had my name, level, stats, and even my age, and for the first time from somebody else's skill that I was a human. I didn't hesitate for a moment longer as I quickly pulled both my axe and my hammer from my spatial ring, and swung both as I turned Mana Siphon up to its maximum setting. My axe was aiming to take his head off his shoulders, whereas my hammer was trying to cave in his chest. The spy, as there was no way he was anything else, didn't even hesitate the moment I made my move and stopped his acting as he broke off at a run. My judge threat quickly returned a medium threat designation on the man, letting me know that while he wasn't somebody who could kill me in a straight-up fight, I definitely won't be catching up to him anytime soon, considering his stats would be skewed towards speed and perception. The spy hadn't made it more than 2 steps away from me. I hadn't even finished the swing with my weapons when I felt a mana membrane spread out all around us. Not knowing what it was or who cast it, I didn't use Mana Siphon to drain it just yet. From the spy's reaction to the membrane, it clearly wasn't something he was happy with. Damn it, I swore as I withdrew both weapons into my ring and quickly brought out my bow and one arrow. Hopefully I would be able to land a good shot that would allow me to catch up. I drew back the arrow and held almost nothing back. For the first time ever, I supercharged the arrow by dumping a full 1000 mana in a lightning enchantment as I fired it. Anything so much as a scratch, and it should send his whole body into an electric seizure. Unfortunately, it seems that I was too slow to come to that decision. By the time I loosed the arrow, the spy was already more than a dozen feet away from me. Not only that, but his accomplices had also made a suicidal dash in hopes of slowing me down. One of them even threw themselves in front of the arrow. Even with the power trade-off that my casting style suffered from 1000 mana was a large amount to pump into a single spell. Not only that, but I had fully envisioned the lightning enhancement as a paralyzing current rather than a penetrative force. The moment the arrow sunk into the accomplice's shoulder, lightning arcs started to spread out from the point of impact. One of the arcs even managed to hit the spy, but unfortunately it didn't do more than have him almost trip and lower the speed his was building up to in his mad dash. The poor sod who got hit dropped to the ground and started shaking uncontrollably, while the third one came straight towards me. ARRGGHH, I swapped out my bow and arrow for my hammer and axe once more, but as I went to infuse the magma and iron, I felt my mana channels revolt in protest. The 1000 mana arrow I launched had clearly been a step too far. I wasn't used to outputting that much mana all in one go, and never mind doing it without any build-up. At least I could maintain Mana Siphon as I leaned into my berserker style and lashed out with a curse slash. It seemed that this lackey had learned from his downed friend, as he was prepared for me to retaliate, despite that he was simply not strong enough or fast enough. He might have dodged a meaningful hit, but he still got hit by my curse. It was a valiant effort. Sadly for him, even the light scratch was too much of a hit for someone of his level. I quickly stored my hammer again and light channeled as little holy mana as I could while still getting a cleansing spell to gather in my hand. The pain was quick to reappear, but with the lower mana amount, it was still manageable. A wail of agony greeted me the moment I made contact with the lackey. His legs gave out from under him as the curse was swiftly cleansed. Considering the small amount of curse mana that I managed to inflict on him, I knew the pain didn't last for more than an instant, and he would be back to normal shortly. That moment of weakness, however, would be too much for him as I swung my axe towards his throat. How much did they learn? A cold voice sounded off to my left as I felt an iron grip take a hold of my hand, stopping me from decapitating my attacker. I quickly turned my eyes to look at the person holding my hand. Judge Threat put him solidly above me, definitely someone I should think about fighting currently. It was only the royal family sigil on his leather armor that let me calm down and look around for the spy. I found 2 more royal assassins each standing next to one of the other 2 spies. The runner had 2 spears going through his thighs and was tied up in chains. I was feeling a bit smug to see that the third assassins hadn't done anything more than tie the hands and feet of the spy I hit with my lightning arrow. What do you mean? I asked after I took in the situation. His Majesty's orders regarding any spies that make contact with you are clear. We are to get your approval before taking them in for interrogation, the assassin said. The barrier we deployed stopped them from transmitting whatever they gathered to anyone else, but he might have already passed it along to the two of them. Your privacy skill should let you know what information they managed to take. How important was it? I took a moment to process what he was telling me. It seems the king was well aware that I was still keeping a few things from him despite revealing my second legendary skill to him. I have to admit I appreciated that he let me make the decision on the interrogation, just in case they might have collected something sensitive that I was keeping from him. Then again, I had no way of knowing if they had already learned all of it from when they interrupted his attempt at communication, but my gut told me they didn't. You're fine to take them, I said as I came to a decision. The king already knows everything they managed to get a peek at, though I am surprised how much they managed to get a look at. 2 epic skills will do that, the assassin that stopped the running spy said as he dragged the man across the ground by the chains that tied him up. This here is one of our own knights that seems to have betrayed the kingdom. He has the epic skill investigation as well as empowering restriction. He must have limited his skill to a touch requirement to boost its power. Do take it easy for the rest of the day. You really overtaxed your mana channels with that arrow. The third assassin finally chimed in. Hard to argue with the results, though, he said as he prodded the spy who was still twitching here and there from the lightning in his system. That comment nearly sent me into a fit of curses, as I thought that I will have to postpone some of the experiments with magnetic mana until tomorrow at the earliest, and I would be relegated to simply so light observation of phenomenon for the rest of today. Ajax POV, I spent a few more minutes talking to the 3 guardian assassins to find out as much as I can about this incident and anything I can about future incidents that may happen. We are actually expecting them to happen a few more times in the next month or two now that the first attempt has been made. The assassin says, even with them being captured. I asked, surprised. It's because of this quick reaction, the assassin says as he shakes his head. Unfortunately, the information that you have Enigma has already been leaked. How? I questioned him. Despite Enigma not being something that I was invested in keeping secrets, there were very few people that knew it was the specific privacy skill I had. It's because of an achievement, the assassin's answers. The achievement is called Poor Detective. The requirements are for your first 20 uses of the inspection skill to be on different people, and for all of them to be resisted. The achievement makes it so if your attempt to inspect is resisted, you know the exact skill that blocked you. I felt my face scrunch up at that, annoyed that I didn't have a chance to pick up that achievement simply because the information was restricted. It's a lot harder to get than you think, the assassin says. When unlocking a skill, the action usually has a massive success increase. Not only that, but receiving it is almost dependent on success. Those who have the achievement are extremely inclined towards the skill, but they unlock its use against someone with a privacy skill that is like yours or a high-ranked epic. Not only that, but they then have to resist the urge to use the skill until they have it resisted by 20 people. Most people who get the achievement got their inspect skill before the age of 10, and even then they received a common version like inspection. They are then trained for low-level spy work, a second assassin says. Every nation has a few of them, but they never go deep undercover. With you walking in public, it was only a matter of time until one of them was sent. If they know I have Enigma, why would they be trying more often now? I stick back to the main point. How high is your level in Enigma? The third assassin asks. I must have had quite the glare as he quickly followed up. Don't answer, just think about it. This guy has 2 epic skills in the high 30s or low 40s. Even with them working together, they still couldn't break past your skill fully. This is the only chance they have before you get too many levels in it. When he put it like that, it did make a good point. They all had a small window that was closing quickly. Not only that, but our reaction to the attempt has been seen, so now they will know there is something to hide. Another adds on. Going forward, you will still have at least 2 of us shadowing you, but we will also get one of the squad leaders to stay close in case we need to call them in, one of them says. I thank them for the intervention one more time before I continue making my way home. Despite this little distraction, there is still a lot for me to do today. Not only that, but this interaction also added another entry to my to-do list. I have to look into how I can get empowering restriction. The skill sounds just too versatile to not pick up. As I walk, I try to ignore the dull ache that has spread throughout my body. It is specifically focused on my right arm and isn't anything more than a mild annoyance, but it clearly marks another point for improvement. I need to do something about my vulnerability to extreme mana discharges. Using more than a third of your mana in a single moment is not something realistic for most mages, but my style is perfectly built for exactly those kinds of power bursts. Mana channels work very much like other muscles, and it's clear that despite the constant pressure I put on them with my fighting style, there is little in the way of heavy exertion. The altercation earlier also has my guard up as I travel the last 100 feet towards the gates of my mansion. I am keeping track of everyone who is following me, and am glad to see that one of the 3 assassins didn't leave with the prisoners, but instead continued to shadow me. How was the delve? My father asks me as he sees me enter the compound. It was fine. We stuck to the second floor of the gold mine, so there was no danger for me. I answer. Did you find anything for me to use? He asks as he wipes the sweat from his brow. I chuckle at that. It seems obvious that I wasn't the only one to throw myself into my crafting over the summer. With my mother taking up such a big role in coordinating my sisters' and grandparents' merchant enterprises, Dad focused on his blacksmithing. Unlike his time back in the village, he now had much more challenging work and metals that he could use, so his skills started improving much quicker. It was a jungle biome. I say, and I can see the disappointment spread across his face. See if you can make anything useful out of this. His expression changes as I toss a good chunk of snake skin at his feet. The snake could have it camouflage with the surroundings. See if you can get it to retain that aspect while turning it into a piece of armor. It's still early enough in the day that my father is the only one who is home. Mom, Judy, Alana, my grandparents, even Tom and Kate are all still out working. It's the perfect time for me to get started on my trials with magnetic mana. As I enter the alchemy lab that I have set up in the mansion, I find a nice pile of different metals all set up to one side. This is all you're getting. Don't come asking for more for at least a month. Judy's handwritten note sits on the top of the pile. I smile as I toss the note and start setting up my first trials. One thing I am extremely wary of is the presence of mana. I already know how it can mess with the laws of physics, so I have to take that into account at every step of the process. I had initially thought I would try to run some of my own spell, generated current through the metal, to see if it would generate the magnetic effect, but the arrow for earlier put that plan on the back burner. It was times like these in my new life that made me appreciate some of the things I had considered useless or a waste of time back in my old life. More than anything, however, it turned out that some obscure college classes turned out a lot more useful, as I still remembered a few interesting facts. This world was both rather advanced yet medieval at the same time compared to Earth. The presence of mana greatly hindering yet at the same time driving innovation meant I didn't have easy access to an outlet to simply plug in for electricity. I quickly started creating small discs made from silver and zinc I had so I could create my own battery. The small tower of salty water, soaked cloth and metal discs should produce a low if stable current that I can then run through the metals to see if they produce any magnetic field, and more importantly, magnetic mana. My first experiment proved to be both a success and a failure at the same time. While the homemade batter worked well enough to power the magnetic piece of metal, and did in fact cause a small magnetic field to appear, there was no change in the mana that I could notice. At the very least, it seems that the small amount of mana in the atmosphere didn't prevent the electromagnet from forming. It wasn't enough to generate any mana. My second test was to swap out the regular piece of metal connected to the battery and replace it with one that was mana infused. The change was immediately obvious as the power of the magnetic field increased. Sadly, the nature of the mana in the metal didn't change one bit. Creating a batter from mana-infused metals, I replaced my original battery and used a normal bit of metal. The power of the magnetic field increased this time as well, but that was because the amount of current generated was much higher. Despite my lessons telling me that the current produced by these sort of batteries was supposed to be low, this one even produced a few sparks in the circuit. When I replaced the piece of metal with a mana-infused metal, however, I finally felt a serious change with my sense mana. Both the battery and the piece of metal were slowly being drained of their mana, and a new mana type was being emitted out from the metal. Not only that, but the power of the electromagnet grew again, to the point that I had to intercept the rest of my samples, just so they wouldn't get drawn in from across the table. It was a success. Ajax's first success was short-lived. The moment he could feel the new type of mana being produced, he quickly disconnected the circuit. A quick reorganizational break followed, where he secured that nothing will actually be drawn in by the magnet. This time around, he reconnected the circuit and started to focus heavily on his sense mana. The first thing Ajax noticed was that magnetic mana had a much fainter presence in his senses. It wasn't quite as light as the space mana he felt coming off Anna's companion, but it was a middle ground between it and other mana. The second thing Ajax picked up was that the mana-infused metals were quickly running through their mana as more magnetic mana was released into the air, where it would break down into ambient mana. While this might not seem like that big a deal, Ajax did notice that the amount of ambient mana generated by the magnetic mana breakdown was 10 to 20 times higher than the amount that the metals were losing. As the mana kept dropping lower and lower, Ajax could feel that the rate of transfer wasn't being affected in the slightest. While with a regular batter, you would have a slow drop-off in output. As the charge was getting lower, the circuit formed by the mana was maintaining it at a constant speed. This maintained transfer of current started to form cracks throughout the metal piece that became a magnet. As it turned out, it was the small metallic tower that made up the battery that ran out of mana first, and that is where things took a big turn away from regular Earth-based physics. Despite the absence of new incoming mana current still flowed through the circuit, if at a lower speed. The lack of magnetic mana being produced caused the metal sample to explode. The power of the explosion wasn't all that great. The shock wave generated didn't throw away the broken chunks off metal at great speed, though it did knock the rest of the circuit, including the batter, off the table. It was what came next that brought with it a lot of potential. Ajax's sense mana felt something that felt akin to a small black hole that formed in the place where the magnet had been, and it was sucking up all of the ambient mana it could. Worse yet, Ajax could feel the suction force take hold of his own personal mana. It wasn't powerful enough to actually drain him in any way, but that extra pressure exacerbated his already stressed mana channels and increased the dull pain to a searing sting. The whole process took no more than 2 seconds, and Ajax silently cursed as he had been distracted by the increased pain. On the table, however, Ajax could see a small bit of metal inside the small creator the initial explosion produced. The original sample had been the size of his pointer finger. What was left was barely the size of his fingernail, despite that this remaining piece had twice as much mana infused in it than the full-sized original piece. As Ajax picked up the small new piece carefully, he could sense the instability in the structure. Whereas before it had been a well-produced ingot, this next piece would break further into pieces even from a light tap with his hammer. Despite the lack of immediately useful outcomes, Ajax knew that with a bit of research into the topic, this could lead to some very big discoveries in blacksmithing. So much so that once he got a bit more of a handle on things, Ajax planned to pass off the entire project to his father to focus on. Ajax's time with Balthazar showed once more as the first thing he did, after examining what remained from the aftermath of the experiment, was to quickly grab a piece of parchment and start to scribble down what he had observed in as much detail as possible. Once he got to the portion on the formation of the new metal, Ajax paused for several minutes, where he vented by cursing the entire lineage, going back a few thousand years, for the stupid spies that forced him to damage his mana channels earlier in the day. As he finished writing down a full accounting of the experiment, Ajax felt a little lost on what to continue with. He had gotten a good long look at magnetic mana, but unlike any of his previous instances of picking up a new mana type, this one was simply being generated instead of actively channeled and used in a spell. Even his epic affinities had been picked up as he discovered them while channeling spells from their component or related affinities, and not from simply observing them get created and break down. To make matters worse, Ajax wasn't yet willing to try and channel any more mana for the day without a good reason, so he decided to simply call it a day for now. The setup for all of the experiments had taken a couple of hours already, and it was just about dinner time. He could pick all of this back up tomorrow, after his mana channels had a chance to recover. King Grendor POV. So the first attempt took place. I asked one of my trusted shadows. It did, Your Majesty, the shadow confirmed, and he let us interrogate them even after they got something from him. I am pleasantly surprised at this turn of events. First, he willingly revealed his second legendary skill, and now this. Even if it was all information we had, it went a long way to showing we had built back some of the trust the nobles in Lessus had torn down. He did, while they didn't bring much new information on the Baron, we did manage to gather quite a bit about some other matters. The shadow confirmed. Wait, there was something new on the Baron. That was interesting. Is this his way of sharing something else with me? Was it something that he had just overlooked? What was it that you found out? Comparing his stats from our original information, there is a disparity that is hard to account for, the shadow continued. It seems there are 6 stat points that can't be justified. Let me see that. I say, and take a side-by-side comparison of Ajax's stats from the time he came to the academy and first unlocked Enigma to now. He leveled 3 times. I am not seeing any disparity. None of our reports show him as having used any stat potions since that time, this despite him receiving some after the tournament. The shadow says, it seems odd that he would use potions only on the stats he gained from leveling. That was a good point. This was also something that could have slipped Ajax's mind, or maybe he had discovered a way to push his stat points further even after he spent his free points. Did he only give us the first half of the method? Make a full report of this discrepancy and have it brought to me. After that, do a thorough clearing of any other records mentioning this. Furthermore, nobody is to look into this any further. This could very well be a test from him to see if we will hound him for answers. Even if it isn't, he has more than earned a bit of trust from our side as well, and he will share when he is ready or not. That is all there is to it. What other information were you able to retrieve? We got the identities of 7 more spies that made up their unit. The shadow says, sadly they were all working for the Empire. Damn. The Empire's view on human supremacy means that their spies will never make contact with those of any other nation, at least for those working inside our borders. Those working even further out will work with some of ours at times, but that means the information train will stop with this. We also managed to discover that the tomes on curses that were used in the previous outbreaks were brought over from the Empire, the Shadow says. Apparently they were part of a bigger plot to smuggle them into the Republic in hopes that a resurgence of curse users would break the fragile peace and restart the war. We were truly unfortunate that the nobles who intercepted the illegal transport started using them here instead of destroying them or turning them over. House Steelblade has managed to buy 3 of the 15 slots for the Lesser of the Empire's dungeon in the deal with the Goldmincers, but they want my help with putting pressure in getting young Benedict one of the few coveted spots in their main dungeon. The problem is that doing so will remove the only person in the group that outlevels Ajax, and that will strip away the already weak information protection that he will have while delving at that time. To do so after I already asked Ajax to hold back in the hopes that no information will be leaked will be quite the backtracking. Goldminster POV, the news of the altercation that happened earlier today, is being suppressed from all sides. The royals don't want to risk an incident that will gain them nothing. Ajax is being his usual reclusive self despite the fact that he could use attack to gain some concessions, and the Empire is trying to get as far away from the whole thing as possible. It's a good thing I had one of our own people follow the kid and just report on what happens. A pleasure to see you again, Ambassador. I greet the man visiting my mansion. Despite the warmness in my voice, we both know that all of it is more for show, and because it is expected of me. If you'll join me, we both enter one of the secure and warded meeting rooms that are dotted around the estate. It is almost Spartan with the expectation of 2 plain-looking if extremely comfortable chairs. The other expectation, of course, being the 2 representatives of the royal families that are here to monitor the exchange. Are you any closer to lowering those ridiculous demands of yours? He asks. I can feel as his skills try to influence me. Bargaining is a lot harsher in the Empire. It mostly stems from the fact that they are surrounded on all sides, except from one by untamed wilds where monsters ruled. This gives them a more plentiful access to higher-level monsters, but it also makes their merchants a lot gruffer from dealing with the frontier scavengers, as the vultures are called. I was actually leaning that way when I woke up this morning. This isn't a lie, as I really had been willing to lower my requests on the terms he deemed as ridiculous, but I was also planning on asking for a lot in return by increasing the demands he thought weren't ridiculous, just excessive. However, I'm sad to say that things have changed since then. I'm sure they have. He harumphed. Good. That reaction means he doesn't have any skill that is able to detect lies strong enough to get my measure. His response wouldn't have come like this otherwise. Let's get on with it. I have to admit I do admire their sense of expediency. Unlike most merchants in this kingdom who gained their starting fortunes from birth, the phrase time is money rings doubly true in the Empire. There is the small matter of today's altercation to consider, I say. I feel myself pressured as both representatives lock their eyes on me, and I feel the pressure of their skills push down on me. They do so for only a moment before they stop the pressure long enough to take each other's measure. Notice they are in agreement before redoubling their efforts on me. Unfortunately enough for them, whatever skills they have do nothing but alert me of their attention. All of the pressure is easily washed away by Golden Opportunity, the first epic skill I gained, and the only epic skill I have to surpass the second bottleneck and surpass level 100. Your men have tried to steal away the secrets of beekeeping without paying for them by going directly to the source. That is categorically against the spirit of this negotiation. I exclaim in outrage. The king has already informed me of the information he managed to get from the spies who targeted Ajax. Not only that, but one of them even happens to report directly to the ducal family I'm trading with. The information didn't come for free, of course, as the king traded it in exchange for some extra weight put on gaining some more cover for Ajax's delve if at all possible. Or are you saying that isn't why you targeted Baron Hearthbound? I ask and feel my trap snap into place. Despite their political skills, I can clearly see the confusion that spreads across all 3 of the people in the room. All of them know that what happened earlier today had nothing to do with bees. Not only that, but they also know that I know it too. My only regret here is that I can't have Anna with me in this meeting so she can learn from this. It takes no more than a moment for the confusion to develop into something else. Here, however, is where they each go down their own path. The Crown's representatives look quickly turns to glee as his skill stops working on me, and he turns to enjoy the look on the ambassador's face. The Empire's representative frowns, but also turns to put more pressure on the ambassador, whose face shows dread at what he knows is coming. It would be all too easy for him to deny that this is the reason they target Ajax, but by doing so he would risk a full-blown political incident. Not only that, but he would effectively be forced to blame the Empire's ruling family for the attempt. So what are your new terms? He says with a sigh of defeat. In consideration for your earlier request, I am willing to lower my end of the bargain to 20 of the honey harvested for the first 10 years. I say as I feel a greedy grin cross my face as I turn towards the royal representatives. All I ask in return is that the delve inside your main dungeon come with an included booster to clear the final floor. This was one of the few times that people would willingly let someone above level 120 enter the dungeon. So long as the contracts were well written, he wouldn't be allowed to attempt to delve past whatever floor the highest boosty could successfully reach on his own. It would also fully unleash Ajax to delve as far as he wants without exposing anything to the Empire. The ambassador's look of defeat morphs into one of joy, as not only had my demands of his house lessened, but the Empire was taking the full brunt of the cost for my concession. That is unacceptable. The representative's voice slices through the offer. I can't fight the frown that works its way on my face. Golden opportunity is still telling me I have a perfect deal that I can finalize here, yet I can't seem to see one. While the Empire is willing to compromise given the situation, the terms for the delve into our main dungeon are considered fixed. The representative continues. I find it most troubling as the finality of the statement doesn't just not weaken the feeling coming from golden opportunity, but it in fact makes it even stronger. There has to be something I am missing, an angle that not only lets me get what the king wants, but now something that would also let me profit much more. I feel as time slows down as my other epic skills take effect. I know that this last offer from the crown is the key to figuring out the golden deal that is on the table. It's time to break it down and analyze everything that I can gain from it. Firstly, it is clear that the Empire is very interested in Ajax. That doesn't seem at all surprising considering their human supremacy rhetoric and the importance that Ajax would have in showing humanity's superiority. This also means that his other statement is also ironclad. The rules for this delve won't change since they need them in place to evaluate Ajax. Secondly, the representative said that the Empire as a whole is willing to compromise. This means that they see this deal going through as a national objective. Surely it isn't the taxes on the honey that has drawn them in, so this once more comes around to Ajax. No, not only that but also into seeing if they can get any insight into King Grindor's plans and schemes. The third and subtle part that comes across is the clear bribe offered to me specifically, trying to get me to use my newfound leverage in order to gain something for myself. A tempting offer, certainly one King Grindor wouldn't mind me taking seeing as his request is clearly beyond reach now. The thing that stops me is the simple question, would Ajax also see it that way? If he finds out I used the leverage of his ambush for my own family when he had already facilitated this deal. While I hope he would be open-minded enough to do so, he was also very young and unpredictable. I feel all my skills fizzle out and time resumes its normal pace as an idea strikes me. Not only that, but I can feel golden opportunity gain a level, and I know I have the perfect answer. What if I were to add another rule to the ones regarding the first delve without changing any already in place? I ask, a glint of greed must be shining in my eyes, but I simply can't help it. The return on this deal is way too good. Not only that, but the Empire won't be able to help themselves, and they will have to take it. And what do you have in mind? The representative asks. What if I request that the same team that delves the dungeon gets to do a second delve 20 years down the line? I offer a chance not only to observe Ajax now, but also compare it to 20 years down the line. They can't pass this up. It's acceptable, the representative says, though his tone sounds a lot more like the words are "it's a deal." Ajax wakes up the following morning almost as tired as he was when he went to sleep. Despite going to bed relatively early and sleeping in, he still feels like his body is moving underwater as he gets out of bed. A quick look at his mana, and the 1780-2510 tells him everything he needs to know. Taking a small amount of mana, Ajax quickly brings up a small flame on the top of his fingers. He sighs in relief as he feels the mana smoothly pass through his channels without causing any pain or discomfort. It seems like it may have taken most of the night for his body to recover, and his mana reserves haven't had time to fill back up yet. You look dreadful, Hatchet says as Ajax sits down at the breakfast table. Ow, Hatchet throws Luna an offended look as he moves to massage the leg she just kicked. Is this to do with what happened yesterday? Luna asks as she ignores her ex-teammate and focuses on Ajax. Can I help? It's from yesterday. Ajax confirms, and that has his mother drop the papers she was looking at and focused on him protectively. But there is nothing you can do, the problem is already fixed. And it was self-inflicted, he then quietly murmurs, but everyone at the table hears him clearly. What did you do to yourself? His brother asks him. I overtaxed my mana channels, Ajax says, and both Kate and Luna freeze for a moment before looking at him more intensely. How much mana did you put in one spell? Kate asked. And how quickly did you channel it? Luna follows up without giving him time to answer. About 1,000 in a quarter of a second. Ajax says slowly as he thinks back to the fight. What was the most you ever used in one spell before that? While Luna seemed more hesitant to ask, as this was very personal information, Kate had no such filter, and she was very concerned with the well-being of her extended family. 400. Ajax responded, and Kate let out a sigh of relief. In about 1 second, both Luna and Kate wince a little at the massive drop-off in time frame. Okay, Kate says as her eyes unfocus, and she starts thinking up the correct treatment. Your channels should have repaired themselves with a good night's rest, but they are still fragile. For the next week, don't exceed the 400 in 1 second. If you want, I can work with you and set up a training schedule to safely increase your limits. Kate offers, but only after your week of rest. Ajax is quick to agree, happy that he has someone he can trust leading him down a known path instead of having to make it up along as he goes. Speaking of making things up as he goes, Ajax quickly finishes his food, and with a polite, if rushed, farewell he makes for his alchemy lab. Without any strain on his mana channels, Ajax quickly goes through the exact same experiments as yesterday. The only difference today is that he is able to pay much more attention to the mana emitted. Upon the electromagnets shattering, Ajax now has a clear feel for the mana generated. Much to his surprise, at the moment of the shattering, the shockwave is actually formed by a sudden release of void mana. The small remaining piece of metal sucks up all the mana in its surrounding and turns it into two other types. One of them is pure space mana, and the second is of a type he does not recognize. These revelations are all useful, first and foremost, because he now has a source to exemplify void mana, should it ever come out that he has a new element, and secondly, he has a source of space mana that he can observe independent of the whims of Anna's bond. Despite all this, Ajax clearly recognizes that space is a much too complex mana type. It clearly deserves its legendary rating, and Ajax is forced to accept that the cost to truly study it by recreating the phenomenon is simply too exorbitant for now. This doesn't discourage him, however, as he focuses on his initial task of attaining magnetic mana. He now has a good feel for the mana. Despite not having seen it be used in a spell, he focuses on channeling it himself. The channel is 2 seconds long, and Ajax only uses 200 mana for it, easily staying within the parameters set by Kate. Much to his surprise, nothing happens as his mana gathers. At the end of the channel, it simply changes into magnetic mana, and Ajax quickly finds himself pelted by every single piece of metal that wasn't tied down inside the lab. Few things become clear following his first trial with magnetic mana. The first is that he gathers every piece of metal and makes sure it is secured. He doesn't want a repeat of the ineffective firing squad. Secondly, for the first time ever, Ajax had used a mana type without possessing the skill for its affinity. Is this what it's like to cast without having a skill for the affinity? Ajax thinks aloud as he replays the trial in his mind. No wonder chanted spells have all their intent transmitted during the chant itself, and that runic spells have it preset by the runes. Trials 2 and 3 don't work any better. In fact, Ajax can't see any improvement compared to his first attempt. He had thankfully reduced the mana used to 100 in each, but this clearly wasn't working. If I can't copy it outright, what if I can recreate it piece by piece? Ajax mumbles as he brings out the metal samples once more. Despite magnetic mana clearly only being a rare mana type, it was oddly enough created by two epic mana types, lightning and metal. Not only that, but Ajax had access to both. Ajax quickly recreated the circuit, but this time intentionally didn't use a mana-infused metal to act as the electromagnet. Instead, he gently infused his own metal affinity and felt it interact with the natural electric mana. Despite the magnetic mana still being produced, Ajax could feel that the process wasn't exactly the same. This was extremely obvious when the metal didn't shatter once he withdrew his metal mana. His next task was to recreate the other half of the fusion. Using a mana-infused piece of metal, Ajax skipped the improvised battery completely and powered the circuit by directly generating lightning mana. Unlike the first trial, this one proved much trickier, whereas before all that mattered was that he provided mana. Doing the battery half of the equation meant that he needed to maintain a steady and stable current in order for the experiment to be of any use. It took up 300 of his mana before he managed to get a handle on it, but Ajax also noticed the biggest difference between the experiment when it used his mana and when it didn't. The biggest difference was clearly the lack of explosion, but a more subtle one was that when his mana took up one half of the creation process, the mana released in the surroundings was barely a fifth of what mana-infused metals could output. Having gotten consistent results with both half, Ajax then moved on to both providing the current and infusing regular metal with his metal-attuned mana at the same time. This did result in some magnetic mana being generated, but the amount was pitiful, barely a 15th of what the mana-infused metals produced. Though in hindsight this did make some sense, he was actually surprised at how high his efficiency was. Once he got a handle at generating the magnetic mana through the intermediary, the next step was to generate the mana without the help of the circuit. Much like when he experimented and gained his ice and magma affinities, Ajax mixed his metal and lightning mana directly. This direct fusion finally resulted in a source of magnetic mana that Ajax could actively mold. With a quick movement, he brought out his shield and carefully infused the combination into it. After all, what could be more useful than a shield that actively drew your opponent's weapon to it? The initial augmentation was clearly inefficient. Despite this, Ajax kept going and tried to increase the power of the magnet only to then lower it in a controlled manner. His mana had run dry in 10 minutes, and Ajax all but collapsed onto a chair, heaving out breaths of exhaustion. Despite all this, a victorious smirk was etched on his face, as his eyes unfocused at locked onto the text present in his status screen: magnetic aspect mana. Ajax started working with magnetic mana the next day. The only reason he didn't start sooner was because he had run his mana dry getting it. That night, he had gotten some very much needed rest after how tired he had been that morning. In the following days, Ajax started to get a very clear understanding of why magnetic mana was only rare. Not only that, but he was glad that this was only a stepping stone as he tried to approach gravity, and in the future attraction and repulsion. He had been a little disappointed when he didn't receive a Trailblazer achievement for gaining the skill, but he had held little hope of doing so, considering that there had to be a metal elemental out there that had managed to obtain it before him. Once he obtained the skill for magnetic mana affinity, his ability to manipulate magnetic mana started to mirror what he was able to with all of his other rare mana types when they were first obtained. The problem with magnetic mana was one that all fire users also dealt with. While they may be able to control the fire, not only in terms of direction and power, but also intensity, they were unable to exert any control over the heat that fire released. Much like his experiment, Ajax was capable of creating magnetic mana by simply molding his own mana into it, but magnetic mana would very quickly despect and simply break down into the ambient mana. This could be countered by increasing the amount generated, but that presented a whole different issue. His biggest challenge with magnetic mana was that Ajax was unable to affect the magnetic field it generated. This was immediately obvious, as he saw his own weapons stick together the moment he tried to augment one of them with a powerful enough magnetic mana. By the same token, trying to use magnetic mana with a strong enough field anywhere close to him would cause all the metal pieces in his armor to get dragged towards the source as well. These initial results had almost resulted in Ajax excluding magnetic mana from his melee fighting repertoire, if not for an obvious interaction he had initially overlooked. While simply creating one magnet that was close to him was clearly not going to work without massive amounts of training, creating two magnets was something else entirely. Magnets had the same attraction properties towards all metals around them, but they had a more complex relationship towards other magnets that entered their magnetic field. Namely, they could work together and attract each other, or they could repel each other. It took a few tries, but Ajax found that with the use of mana, he could create magnets that had no south and north pole, but were entirely made up of one pole. The only issue with this approach was that right now it took Ajax almost 10 seconds to change the pole alignment of his mana. This was currently far too long to be useful in combat, but he hoped that the time would get lower as he got more experienced and the skill level grew. Unlike the application in melee combat, magnetic mana did have an immediately useful application for his ranged combat. Much like his massively overcharged electric arrow from a few days prior, firing an overcharged magnet could prove highly beneficial. Sure, the arrow was all but guaranteed to hit armor, making precision strikes all but impossible. Sticking two heavily plated knights together with one arrow was something he could see himself doing. Loath as he did to admit it, Ajax had been forced to concede that magnetic mana would most likely become highly popular should he spread his existence. The reason for this was fairly obvious. It gave mages, who traditionally wear little to no metal on their combat gear, a great way to deal with physical fighters that managed to close the distance. The practicality that a powerful magnetic bolt didn't actually have to hit the target to knock them off balance and pin them to ground with their own armor would raise its popularity even higher among combat mages. There was only one issue with this line of thinking. Despite having generated the mana type and successfully copying it, Ajax had no idea what rune would signify magnetic mana, let alone any chanted spells with it. Determined not to get too focused on his new mana type, Ajax had picked up his usual training after a few days and just slotted magnetic mana as another mana type to regularly practice. Not only that, but Ajax was paying very close attention, using his sense mana to see if he couldn't find a way to achieve gravity mana. What the fuck was that? Thuron cursed as he felt his axe swing going off course. I felt it too, Bobby said as the two stopped sparring. Is this what you meant when you said you wanted to try something out? Donnie asked Ajax as the three-plate wearers were called out to help him with his training. Yes, Ajax confirmed. What was that? Nellie was obviously the most shocked person there. Unlike the others, Nellie had a well-developed sense mana skill. She was not only able to follow Ajax's invisible projectile, but she also noticed that it only affected the metal armor they were all wearing. She herself had felt a decent tug on her buckles as the bolt left Ajax's hand. It felt like a weird wind spell, Bobby said. I could feel my swing being pushed to one side. It wasn't all that powerful, and it definitely didn't have the slicing power that wind spells usually come with. That wasn't a wind spell, Thuron said. Unlike Bobby, who used a sword, Thuron had gotten a much better idea of what happened from his axe as it had a wooden handle. It's like it only messed with my axe head. It did a lot more than that. Nellie turned to them once she noticed Ajax's wasn't going to answer her question just yet. It might have been too faint for you to notice in the moment, but it also affected your armor. There was just too little mana in the bolt for it to have a large effect. How do you mean? Jackson asked, also curious about the development. I'm not sure what spell that was, but he basically launched a ball of mana that had no color. It was invisible to the eye. I could only track it with sense mana, Nellie explained. That ball seemed to suck all metal towards it. Not only that, but the closer the metal got to it, the harder it pulled on it. It almost knocked me off my feet just by pulling on my buckles when he launched it. It didn't feel that strong, Bobby said. The bolt went over your heads, Nellie said. Not only that, but it seemed to get weaker the further it traveled. Not quite. Ajax finally decided to answer. It has nothing to do with distance. The mana just breaks down once it is released, so it gets weaker. Stepping into the duel area, Ajax grabbed a wooden hammer off one of the training racks before he squared off against Donnie, who was also in full gear. You sure it's a good idea, Ajax? Donnie asked. Unlike his brother, Donnie had his large shield and small sword. I'll be fine, just fight to the first clean strike, Ajax said. The mismatch in the fight was obvious. If Ajax was to use his mana siphon, Donnie would be the one at a disadvantage, but without it, he had Ajax beat in terms of both strength and dexterity, not to mention endurance. As both fighters charged, Ajax quickly started to channel his mana. Unlike his previous 50 mana bolt, Ajax was putting a whole 200 mana into this next one. Not only that, but he was also increasing the output at the expense of longevity. Right as they were about to enter striking distance, Ajax launched the bolt right at Donnie's feet. The large fighter had been around mana long enough to get a feel for the projectile that Ajax launched, but was utterly confused when he saw it wasn't aimed at him. That confusion cleared up very quickly as he felt himself topple forward as his shield and armor were sucked towards the mana. Unlike the previous bolt, this one stopped a few inches off the ground right in front of him. By the time he had regained his balance, he had already dropped to one knee. The horrible stop to his charge wasn't the worst of his problems, however. With all the extra weight, he couldn't even bring up his shield in time, and Ajax got a clean open shot as the wooden hammer rattled his head inside the metal helmet. Despite the seriousness of the situation, everyone had a hard time not laughing as mere moments. After the spar ended, Donnie launched himself from a kneeling position a good few inches off the ground and onto his ass once when the force pulling him down abruptly disappeared. That is one hell of a trick, Jones said. Yeah, Ajax nodded. Too bad I can't use it when I have anything made of metal on me. You should look into getting some weapons made of bones or claws, just on the off chance. Jackson suggested, giving Ajax a lot to think about. Jones's suggestion was something Ajax hadn't thought about, not because he forgot, but because of the financial impracticality of the idea. Sure, monster parts were known to have an extreme value when it came to crafting. Their high mana density was renowned. The only issues with the idea was that they were only useful as a partial ingredient. With extreme mana affinities, they made for a great addition to potions, alloy mixes, and especially mana conduits. Using only monster parts, however, was not only extremely expensive, but also seen as wasteful. From the tooth or claw used to fashion a single sword, you could have made at least 5 superior swords so long as you mixed them with a metal of equal quality. It was this knowledge, however, that convinced Ajax that he should in fact be actively sharing his discovery of magnetic mana. Sure, he had no way for other casters to use it directly, as he didn't know any chant or rune, but that was hardly a hard limit. More than that, Ajax was actually hoping that word of his magnetic mana would spread. Unlike all his other types of magic, magnetic mana was harmless by itself. Sure, it could immobilize an opponent, but that was also the extent of what it could do. A really obvious counter to this would be a very strong defense that wouldn't care if someone was immobilized. After all, its limited offensive uses were as likely to spread as the extremely high mana cost that came with using it like this. All of this would culminate with the reveal of his secrete mana type being easily countered by strong armor. While the idea was good, in reality anyone attempting this tactic against him would run head first into his actual hidden ace, void mana. Void would simply ignore all of the armor and let him dispatch people with relative ease. By the time the first day of the next cycle came around, Ajax had practiced teaching his magnetic mana to Nelly. Unlike with Void, Ajax might not be able to formulate a chant or a rune with magnetic mana, but he did know how to create it artificially, despite this being even more mana inefficient. "How did you come up with this?" Nelly asked in awe after they finished their lesson. She had managed to not ask this exact question in their first or second lessons, as she was in shock with the new application, but now she couldn't hold herself back. "Unlike chanting mages, I can use 2 different mana types at the same time," Ajax answered as he called lightning mana in his left hand and metal mana in his right. "Rune mages can do that as well," Nelly countered. "True, but rune magic has little to no time for intent to be imparted, not only that the rune's rigidity would mean the resulting mana type would be rigid and brittle," Ajax said. I'm sure magnetic mana had been noticed before, however it would most likely have happened when users of metal and lightning mana fought each other. As Ajax walked towards the academy, he was resolute in his decision to share magnetic mana. His recreation of a battery, however, was something Ajax would keep to himself. The creation of consistent current wouldn't be all that big of a discovery in this world. With mana taking the role as society's main source of fuel, it would do little in terms of inventions. What it would do, however, is allow others to recreate the same experiment that Ajax hoped to use later on to learn about space and whatever that other mana type was, and that he did not want to share just yet. School day passed quickly as Ajax focused on his studies, leaving the new topic for after they were all finished with their training. One thing that did stick out to him was that Anna seemed to be a little nervous about something. She was maintaining her composure well. Ajax doubted anyone else had noticed, but whatever it was seemed to concern him as well from the way she kept stealing glances at him. "Ajax, a word," Anna asked once they were dismissed from their physical training. "Sure, but is it sensitive?" Ajax asked. "Not very." "Why?" Anna confirmed. "Could we talk as we make our way to the headmaster? There is something I want to talk to him about," Ajax answered. When it came to a new mana type, the headmaster would be the most interested, as he could then attempt to create chants for it with his legendary skill, especially so since this mana type wasn't all that violent. Grandpa, Lexi, who had been with Anna, quickly perked up. "Of course we'll join you. My father has finished the negotiations with the Empire." Anna began when they started making their way up the stairs. "I'm sorry to hear about your incident with some Empire spies the other day, but it seems that gave him quite a bit of leverage in the negotiation." Both Ajax and Lexi twitched a little at the awkwardness that rose as Anna mentioned the incident. "Well, at least somebody got something good out of that," Ajax said, unaware that the king had already squeezed quite a bit of information out of the captured spies. "It seems like the Empire is also very interested in what you can do," Anna continued. "They were adamant on the conditions they outlined for their main dungeon. This rigidity let Dad push for a lot more." "Oh," Ajax perked up a bit at this. "How much of this am I getting?" he asked, unable to keep the greed from his voice. "Don't drool now," Lexi teased as she picked up on it. We'll get exactly what I outlined last time," Anna said, and Ajax frowned as he was expecting he would get at least a taste of these unexpected extras. "The only change is that the team delving their main dungeon will get 2 delves. What does that matter?" Lexi asked while Ajax processed the information. "So what if he can delve it 2 times? If he can't take a booster with him, the second time it's going to be almost the same thing as only going once." Ajax's thoughts went in the same direction as Lexi's, but one idea stood out to him that would make this second delve a lot more valuable. "When?" The single word was all that Ajax said. "The first delve is going to be 3 months from now. We'll leave for the Empire in 1 month," Anna said. "The second will be in 6 years. There it was. Just like Ajax thought he was going to get a chance to collect the extra stats from a lot more floors than he had expected. It was such a good deal that Ajax berated himself for the moment of doubt and ungratefulness he had felt towards the Goldminster Patriarch moments before, when Anna said he would only get delve slots. Dad tried to get the second delve in 20 years, but it seems the Empire wants to take a look at what you can do after they see you in action in the tournament as well. Anna quickly tried to explain when she interpreted Ajax's silence as displeasure with the timeline. Ajax was actually ecstatic with the 6-year timeline. A 20-year timeline would have actually been detrimental to him. The reason for this was simple. Access to the dungeon became extremely limited as one got higher in level. Considering his leveling speed, Ajax thought he would be able to reach level 80, maybe 85, in 20 years so long as things went his way. At that point, considering his stats after all of the extra floors he would be able to clear in his 2 delves in the Empire now and the delve in the Republic, it wouldn't be a surprise for the Empire to break the agreement, justify it by claiming that allowing him to delve could pose a serious security threat to the capital. That's a great deal, Ajax said with a smile, one that brought a wave of relief for Anna. You're done right, Lexi asked as they all stopped in front of the headmaster's door. At their nod, Lexi simply burst into the room without even a short knock. Grandpa, how are you? Did you miss me? Ajax could swear he could see the vein on the headmaster's forehead pulsing before he let out a long sigh and calmed down. How many times have I asked you to at least knock once before you open the door? With his perception, Ajax managed to make out a long line that cut across the parchment in front of the headmaster and even continued off the paper and onto the desk. Not only that, but its starting point was from the last word written on the page. Yes, Grandpa, sorry, Grandpa. Despite the words, it was clear to all that Lexi was only pretending to be chastised. Ajax said he had something he wanted to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? The headmaster asked. It'll cost you a coin. Ajax said with a small smirk as he had practiced the unveiling of his new monotype. The headmaster raised an intrigued eyebrow, but nevertheless pulled out a large gold-silver coin. Once the coin was in his hand, Ajax released a strong pulse of magnetic mana from his own hand and towards the coin, making it jump from the headmaster's palm towards his own. While his trick worked perfectly on the coin, Ajax hadn't expected that the large candle stand that was pulled off balance was also falling towards him now. Ajax's reflexes were quick enough that he managed to catch the candle stand without making a mess in the office, and he quickly apologized. Sorry about that, I'm still getting used to using it. The headmaster was staring wide-eyed at him as he fumbled to stabilize the candle stand. Forget the candle stand, what was that? The calm and composed voice was gone, and in its place was one that reminded Ajax of the old librarian when they were experimenting with cursed mana. What is going on here? Balthazar had made his way into the room before Ajax had a chance to answer the headmaster's question. I felt some weird mana coming out of here. I thought you knew better than to experiment on the premises, Manashaper, let alone with students nearby. That wasn't me. Manashaper waved the former headmaster of the academy off without taking his eyes off Ajax. More importantly, I have no idea what that was. I am hoping you are willing to share something regarding it and aren't just here to show off. Despite the annoyed-sounding words, the headmaster's tone still gave away his excitement. You didn't bring this to me, Balthazar asked, a little taken aback by the development. It wasn't a good fit for you, Ajax said. Not only that, but what is needed for this is advanced magic theory. And what do you think I can provide? Balthazar sounded a little offended. You have a vast experience, but for anything that isn't based off of vitality, you simply don't have the stats to match up to that experience. Ajax said honestly, you are who I would go to if I was ever starting the first few steps into a known field, like I did with curses. You have the experience and the skill to help a novice, but this requires more advanced knowledge. At this, Ajax lightly tossed the coin towards Balthazar, before releasing two more light bursts of magnetic mana. The first stopped the forward momentum of the coin, and the second threw it back towards his palm. This time he made sure to keep a good hold on the candle stand so that it wouldn't fall. If this is something that can be researched beyond just my ability to use, I would have invited you as well. Ajax reassured the old librarian. What do you mean beyond just your ability to use? Lexi asked, what even is that? I never felt that kind of mana before. It's called magnetic mana. Ajax said the odd looks he was given at that let him know he should add some context. It's what the affinity skill called it anyway. A new mana type. The headmaster muttered, his eyes wide. That great, where did you find it? Was it from a monster inside the dungeon? Did he use chants or maybe runes? Please tell me it was humanoid. Ajax was quickly overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, but he did his best to answer them. Yes, it's a new mana type. No, it wasn't from the dungeon. It was a humanoid. And the chants and runes question is why I came to you. Where did you find a humanoid monster that has this kind of magic outside the dungeon? Both Balthazar and Manashaper dropped their curiosity in the new mana type and focused on the possible threat to the kingdom. I never said it was a monster. Ajax shot back. What? Manashaper looked confused. Then how? Ajax let out a long sigh and conjured metal mana in his right hand and lightning mana in his left. When he put his hands together, a pulse of magnetic mana stronger than any before was released, and a number of metal pieces around the office fell off their shelves. This is another reason I didn't bring this to you, Ajax said as he looked towards Balthazar. I remember you saying that you don't have lightning mana affinity. A weird interaction. The headmaster said as he looked at the objects that fell around his office. Only metallic objects were affected, yet not all of them equally. Proximity seems to be a factor, but it's not the only one. As far as I can tell, there are three factors that determine how reactive a metal is to this mana. Ajax said, distance, the metal itself, and how much mana it contains. What is the best metal you found and which one is the worst? The headmaster asked. Iron is the best and gold is the worst. The higher the mana infused in the metal, the more powerful the attraction. Ajax said, I didn't do all that many tests with highly concentrated mana. That's why you're coming out with it. Anna spoke for the first time since Ajax revealed the new mana type. It's not just for the recognition and for their expertise. You need funding to really look into it. Ajax chose not to say anything to that. Sure, he had a few other reasons, but he couldn't disclose those without also hinting at his void affinity that he was hoping to keep truly secret. Well, you certainly made the right decision coming to me, the headmaster said as he nodded at Anna's reasoning. With the absence of runes or chance, others might not be so willing to sink too much money into it. But Duke Young is right. This is not the right place to look into this. At that, the headmaster covered his mouth, and all Ajax and everyone else could hear was the muffled whisper of what had to be a long cast. A short minute later, Ajax saw a clone of the headmaster appear next to him, and this time it was his turn to be shocked. There, now we can go. The headmaster started to herd everyone out of his office. How did you do that? Ajax asked as they were all leaving. I am sorry to say that it isn't as impressive as it may look, the headmaster said. That is a combination of illusion magic with a little life magic to give it some sentience. The projection isn't capable of exerting more force than a person with 20 in their physical stats. Not only that, but it is also bound to the room and unable to leave until the mana eventually runs out and it will disappear. Without the affinity for life magic, that clone won't have the mental faculties to do anything more than tidy up the office and maybe grade some multiple choice tests or such boring activities. Balthazar also jumped in. That extra information flipped Ajax's entire thought process when it came to life mana. Previously, he had thought the mana type was lifestyle-focused one, as it came with the ability to create and raise crops, but with the idea of granting even basic and temporary sentience to a construct, he realized that it truly did deserve its legendary rating. From there, the odd group of 5 made their way to a secluded area where they could more thoroughly test the new mana type. Unfortunately, despite testing the mana type, until Ajax was almost out of mana, they had made little progress in terms of anything besides some more concrete numbers on its effectiveness. You're definitely right, the headmaster said at the end. This mana type will definitely prove to be a mage's go-to spell when dealing with a surprise assassin, since we usually wear so little to no metal at all. Unfortunately, it will be useless until we can learn a few chants for it. I think there is a way it could be useful now, Ajax pressed. Sometimes I forget just how young you are, the headmaster said with a laugh that the old librarian shared. It's when your impatience like that shows up that reassures me of your age. Sure, you can use the mana type by combining metal and lightning mana, but unlike you, other mages can't cast 2 spells at the same time. If there is only one mage, sure, Ajax admitted, but what if there are 2 mages? I remember Lexi and Anna combining their air and fire magic back during the mock war. Since the 2 mana types react so well together, wouldn't it just take both of them being put together for it to appear? I thought that this would actually be easier, since magnetic mana is much more stable than a combination of air and fire. The laughter of the 2 dukes died off at that. Not only that, but both Anna and Lexi perked up and came close from the edges of the room where they stood to watch the testing. We can try it, Lexi said with excitement. I think some more testing would be best before we try something like that. The duke's concern for his granddaughter showed up. Well, there won't be any more from Ajax. He's run through his mana reserves, Anna said. Besides, we know that magnetic mana isn't harmful, so as long as we start off with a small amount, we should be fine. It took a few more minutes before Lexi and Anna were able to convince the headmaster that letting them try wouldn't be dangerous. The girls did make a few mistakes when they first tried generating the mana. The main issue they had was that they generated too much lightning mana, and not enough metal, resulting in stray small bolts striking them after they generated the mana. Mana Shaper POV. What sort of monster is this kid? I can't help but ask myself as I look at him sitting on the sidelines drawing in deep breaths. Balthazar is helping Lexi and Anna with the safety precautions before they try their hand at the new mana type, so I can focus on Ajax. I knew that he had an odd and possibly new mana type at his disposal. I couldn't do much with the knowledge since my silence on the matter was part of the favor that I owed to House Silvertongue, and they asked me about something he managed to pull of during one of their delves, but this magnetic mana, as he calls it, seems nothing like what they described. So the question is, were they lying to me and trying to throw me off the scent? That theory makes no sense. Why would they do something like that only for him to come to me like this? There is of course a second option, one that seems just as unlikely, but that is only if common sense is applied. What if he gained 2 new affinities that haven't been explored by humanoids? I know exactly how difficult something like that is to pull off. After all, I managed it once myself. Though my achievement was arguably harder to succeed in, cold flames were still just a rare affinity. Managing to keep the easy generation and spread of fire with the cold attribute of ice proved to be a true headache, and even then I only achieved it after the inspiration I gained from an elemental floor boss with the attribute. What is even more ingenious, the perfect defense against this, magnetic mana, is clear, simply wear nothing metallic. Besides that, however, the next best thing is to bring up a strong defense the moment you are hit by it. That would be too extreme a weakness for anyone to pick this up as anything more than a last-ditch option. From what the Silvertongues told me, however, he has a way to bypass defenses with his other affinity. By revealing this one to the world, he's setting up the perfect trap for all who would go after him directly. Are you girls ready? I hear Balthazar ask and I refocus on them. How much mana should we put into it? Lexi asks. Let's start small, I say. See if you can generate together only 10 mana each. The outcome isn't ideal, but it is a success. While they did succeed in generating magnetic mana, the use of 2 people clearly shows the issue with approach. 10 mana from each did not generate an equal amount of the affinity mana, and a bit of Anna's leftover lightning mana shocked Lexi. Ow, Lexi exclaimed. Well, at least it worked, kind of. You definitely got it, Ajax said. You just need a bit of practice to ensure you are each outputting the same amount of attuned mana and not initial mana. The small tests go off without anything else of note, a few more shocks here and there, but nothing all that big. Where the first big difference happens is when the girls start putting in a lot more mana. I'll put in 300, Anna says. I'll do 400 then, just to be safe. Lexi nodded. The result there was surprising, to say the least. Despite a few bits of metallic mana being wasted by the wayside, I suspect they put about 670 mana into that combination. Unlike any of Ajax's previous demonstrations, however, this is a lot stronger of a release. The most Ajax ever put in was 300 mana, but the power is more than double in size, close to 5 times as strong. Whereas that preview managed to pull the training weapons off the rack, this sent all of the flying towards the girls at high speed. Ram sus. I mutter as I spawn a wind wall blocking all of the weapons. Does it scale that well with more mana? Balthazar asks after everyone stays staring at the pile of weapons now on the ground. It's not so much a matter of scale. Ajax says, they used a bit more than double the amount of mana you did, but the effect is 4 times as strong. How do you explain it? He asked, but I already knew the answer there. That's the downside of your casting style, I said, isn't it? You get the flexibility, speed, even multicasting, but you sacrifice power. Ajax simply let out a sigh as he nodded in confirmation. Despite the massive upsides, there are also strong downsides. If the king's oldest son is to be believed, those downsides also extend to limiting the caster to only using mana types they received an affinity skill towards. If that is true, however, the difficulty and compatibility will mean that his leveling pace will slow down much slower. He might even manage to keep a 3-level-a-year average for the next decade. Since you came to me with this so openly, I am guessing you are willing to share it beyond just the 2 of us. I ask. The way you discovered it, Balthazar asks. I know I'm not always a model of efficiency when training, but not even I spent my time randomly mixing my mana types to see what would happen. Ajax says this is clearly related to their previous work together on curses. Knowing how much the old man cares about efficiency, I can see why someone so young would take a chance to fire back. So then how did you come up with it? Lexi asks. I was training. After the latest incident, I focused on something that seemed to work particularly well and came upon the odd interaction. Ajax said, do you have a full set of armor here that is made out of mana-enhanced metal? I do, but it's not all that high of a mana concentration. I answer. That's perfect. I wouldn't want to use an expensive one for this anyway. Ajax says, and that has me more interested. After I bring out the suit, Ajax quickly puts it on one of the target mannequins. Go ahead and use a lightning strike on it. I do as he says. Even without putting all that much mana into the strike, I still knock the helmet off with a precise blow. This clearly surprises Ajax, and it was obviously not what he expected me to do. Can you do a more prolonged spell with the intent to immobilize instead of strike down? He says after he puts the helmet back in place. I see why he was surprised now. For him, lightning is much more of a control affinity than one used for pure power. The effect of lightning on muscles is one that is well known and used when dealing with large creatures, though mages prefer the penetrating power it offers in conflicts with other humanoids. Nevertheless, I do as he says. I still don't see what you mean. I say following my second use of lightning mana. You will now. He says after he takes a fully metal mace and places both hands of the mannequin on it. Hit it again. I do so again, but this time something is different. Unlike my previous attack, I actively shift away from my intended pattern. Instead of radiating outward from the point of impact, the lightning mana travels in repeated circles through the armor and the metal warhammer. Not only that, but I can also feel the release of magnetic mana. A very interesting phenomenon. With this, mages would just need to carry a piece of mana-infused metal, and they can simply strike it with lightning mana to achieve the desired effect. Though I can't help but feel there is too much magnetic mana being released from the small lightning I sent. That sure is a more convenient way of generating it than training 2 mages to cast in sync at a moment's notice, Balthazar says, but I don't see why the king would care about keeping it hidden. It takes both metal and lightning mana to generate magnetic mana. Ajax says, and I get a bad feeling. If we are getting it from here despite only casting lightning, where does the metal one come from? I'm the first one to catch on as I focus my sense mana on the suit of armor. Just as I feared, the density of the mana is lower now. Not only that, but I'm not the only one to catch on. You're taking it from the mana infused in the metal. Lexi exclaims. She was always a quick study. The king will definitely want to keep this quiet, I say. A way to weaken any pieces of equipment that contain mana-infused metal. With proper precautions and good timing in place, this could be used to turn a war on its head. I know for a fact the king will have me researching this, as well as a way to stop it from being used against us the moment he hears about it. Following Ajax's revelation, and with a clear example in front of them about the truth of his allegations, both the headmaster and the librarian quickly started walking the three students away from the secure training grounds and towards the royal castle. Neither of the older men were acting in their capacity as faculty, however. Both had taken out a clear sigil of their house, placed it visibly on their chest. They were now being escorted by Duke Manashaper and Duke Young. More than that, Duke Manashaper placed a powerful illusion over them before they even made it out of the training grounds. What is going on? Ajax asked. Something you should have learned in your 4th year. Duke Young said. We're going to be informing the king of this discovery right now. Duke Manashaper said. This is too big. Anna explained for him and Lexi. The ability to wear down armor like that is already powerful enough in a war setting, but there it is even more terrifying in a revolt. You will all be made aware of this in your 4th year. It is one of the more undisclosed rules that the kingdom has. Balthazar said. What it boils down to is that no more than 2 houses can share access to a specific technique or skill while also maintaining it as a secret. It is there so that the royal family doesn't change with every new discovery of a powerful trick. A few large noble houses would share it, and then they would start a revolt. Duke Manashaper chimed in. Even if we were to overlook House Hearthbound as a new baron house, we already have 2 ducal houses and one of the 3 archdukes. Balthazar said. It is usually the first lesson taught in the 4th year of the academy, since around that time is when most prodigies hit level 35 and start experimenting with creating their own style and niche skills. Everyone threw Ajax a look at that. Funnily enough, he hadn't broken the mold there, as he was around level 35 now that the innovation started. He simply did it a whole 2 years early. As they made their way through the city, Ajax had plenty of time to get a good look at the illusion magic used by Duke Manashaper. He was sad to admit that it wasn't the best he'd ever seen. That honor went to the Kitsune, but this was a solid 2nd place. Despite not being the target of the illusion, and spending the entire trip towards the castle looking at it, he couldn't find any weak point in it. His only answer to it would be to simply brute force it with Mana Siphon. Halt! The palace guards called out once Duke Manashaper removed the illusion surrounding them. The 5 of them stopped. None of them said a word, but Duke Young threw an obvious look behind them before turning to glare at the guards. You may wait inside, but don't approach the 2nd gate before one of the squads comes to get you, the guard said after a few seconds. It took no longer than 5 minutes before one of the squad's Ajax didn't know opened the 2nd gate and made their way towards them. All of them were in their combat gear and had stern looks on their faces. The gear they had on marked them as the 5th. In contrast to them, the king's oldest son was sporting a cheeky grin as he made his way towards the group of 5. Well, this was rather unexpected. What good thing have you found out? Oddly enough, despite never having met him before, the prince was talking to Ajax. How did you? Ajax trailed off at that. One of the people we had protectively tailing you reported in about your meeting, the prince said. You then show up right here under an illusion. Clearly you found something good and shared it. The only question I have is if you didn't know the implication of what you found, or if you had a few questions you wanted to ask them about it. He had questions. Balthazar replied with a wide grin. It may have taken a while, but I think I finally found a student that's more of a problem child than you. What? The prince said with clearly faked outrage. You've always been an old man, but I think it's finally starting to catch up to you. Nobody is more of a problem than me. Anna, Lexi, and Ajax all stared in shock at the prince, while Duke Manashaper, who was clearly experienced in dealing with the prince and his eccentricities, was simply rubbing his forehead in an attempt to prevent the oncoming headache. We have something that needs to be brought to the king's attention. Duke Manashaper said. Follow us. The king has granted you a private audience. Leader of the 5th said. He was just as eager to get past the initial stages of this interaction, where a bit of suspicion had to be maintained. All of them walked in a heavy silence as they made their way towards the throne room. Or at least most of them did. The seriousness of the situation was heavily undermined by the prince and Balthazar catching up with each other, completely ignoring the situation at hand. I was right, the prince declared the moment he set foot in the throne room. He simply had questions. None of us disagreed with you, the crown prince said as he looked to be having a much tougher time fighting off the same headache that Duke Manashaper was combating. The audience for this meeting was both larger, and at the same time smaller than the previous time. Ajax had come to report to the king. Whereas previously there were 3 full squads in attendance, this time it was only the 5th and the leader of the 1st. Besides them and the king, all 3 of the king's children, the queen, Xavier, and the king's only granddaughter, were all in attendance. I take it that this is something different than last time, Ajax, the king asked. It was Balthazar, Anna, Lexi, and Duke Manhwaedit who were surprised at that question. They all understood that Ajax had to have shared something with the king that he was looking to keep secret. Yes, Ajax confirmed. Why not bring it to us first? The leader of the first squad asked. The main research is still far from ready to be applied, Duke Manhwaedit answered. Ajax came to me with questions that I know will at least take years for me to find answers to. Then why did you rush here? The king asked. One of the steps involved in the discovery has more immediate and more serious consequences, the Duke answered. Ajax himself already refused to share more than a basic demonstration with me before you were informed of it, and even that was to answer an obvious question regarding his discovery. From there, the Duke went on to explain in detail everything he had learnt in the past few hours about magnetic mana, its applications, its strengths, its weaknesses, as well as the most obvious uses. They even had Ajax show them examples of it, both being directly created as well as fused from metal and lightning. Lexi and Anna both did their part too, in showing how it could be used by two mages even without the affinity in question. Without any known runes or chance, this mana affinity currently has little potential to be developed. What we know so far has provided me with a clear path for testing. In a few years, I hope to develop at least one chant that successfully implements it. The Duke finished, certainly noteworthy, and I can see why you are the one he would approach with this. The king nodded. I don't see the immediate and dire impact, however. It was then that Duke Manhwaedit explained the process that Ajax claimed led to him discovering the existence of magnetic mana. The air in the room turned instantly shifted once he was done explaining the previous congratulatory and somewhat relaxed mood was now serious and focused. What effects can this have on mana-infused metals that are already sporting runic magic? The prince asked. For the first time since meeting them at the gate, he had lost his cheery attitude and looked on edge. I don't know, the Duke admitted. Other than the most basic of requirements for the magnetic mana generation to occur, I have done no testing. With two ducal families as well as one of the three archduke, we thought it prudent that the royal family be informed. Balthazar said, you have done well. The crown prince said, this is indeed something that must be considered carefully. Duke Manhwaedit, if I could ask that you focus your research on this primarily for at least the next few months so that we can get a foundational understanding. Yes, your highness, the Duke responded. With everything explained, Ajax took the opportunity to change the subject. Everyone was too on edge with the previous revelation, but there was nothing they could about it before more testing was done. Your Majesty, about your request to me. Yes, the king appreciated the change in subject. Would it be possible for me to have access to a few attempts at solidoving before the trip to the Empire? I would like to at least be prepared so that I can reach as high a floor as possible. Ajax requested. Yes, that is a reasonable request. The king nodded. I must insist, however, that you have someone escorting you while you do so. I do not want to see you kill yourself over this, the king said. Ajax found himself speechless at that since he didn't have anyone that was strong enough to act as minder for him. I'll go with him. The king's firstborn, having regained his cheery attitude with the change in subject, was quick to involve himself in the discussion. We can head out tomorrow. While all of the strong people in the room had a very good poker face, the same thing could not be said for the royal family's younger generation. Besides Xavier's jealous glance towards Ajax, the king's granddaughter was also looking shocked at the statement. Why you? Duke Manhwaedit asked. You're going to be busy looking into this new potential discovery, not to mention that so long as he wears a little bit of a disguise, before he enters the dungeon nobody will question it, and they will just play it off as one of my whims. The king's oldest son said. Besides, I also want to see what he can do in the dungeon. How the crown prince let out a deep sigh. In terms of power and cover, he is indeed the best candidate to let you have your training without anyone else finding out. Also one of the best to analyze anything I might have kept to myself. Ajax responded. I am fine with signing a contract about no revealing anything I find out about you. The excited prince continued. And what happens if you break it? Anna asked, knowing full well that anything he might guarantee that might harm him could be counteracted by a good enough skill. His family gets 100 million gold coins. The prince said offhandedly. Ajax choked when he heard the number. Not even a decade ago, Ajax had become the richest person in the village he grew up in because he had received 100 gold coins. 100 million would be enough to rocket his family into contention for the title of Archduke Goldminster. Monetary deals are the best to make, Anna murmured. No skill will let him skip out on the tab, so it's settled then. The prince clapped his hands. I'll come get you in 2 days. 2 days later, Ajax found himself standing in queue for the dungeon alongside the king's oldest son. Even with a few days to discuss this with his family, he hadn't managed to find a better option. The sole limitation that Ajax put on himself for this delve was that he was going to be keeping void mana concealed no matter what happened. The plan was for him to delve all the way to the 6th floor of the dungeon and no further. Despite having delved even as deep as the 8th floor as part of a team, solo delving was a lot more risky and required different skills. Finally, Ajax said as they entered the dungeon and he removed the mask from his head, "This thing is so stuffy. It might be, but with the enchantments it carries, it made sure that nobody got a read on you," the prince said as he also changed from his common clothing to his battle gear. It was now Ajax's turn to be shocked. The prince's gear easily ranked as some of the best gear he had ever seen. The only ones that could compete with it was the one he saw some of the royal squad members wearing. Even then, the prince's gear was completely different from the others he had seen due to the numerous runes that were etched on every open surface of the armor. First time seeing a good runic set, the prince asked. Ajax didn't open his mouth to respond and simply nodded his head. Well, don't look too impressed. 2/3 of the runes you are seeing are illusions, and even the rest are a little distorted to all senses. Ajax knew the reason why that was, much like how chanting mages made sure to muffle and cover their mouth when chanting runic mages did much the same thing with illusion magic to protect their runes from being copied. Well, go on then, the prince said. The first few floors will be a snoozefest anyway. Ajax was quick to prove the prince correct, as he easily cleared the way to the closest arch he could feel, and then simply overwhelmed the boss guarding it. The same scene also played out on the second, third, and fourth floors. Ajax did make sure to get accurate readings on the arches he chose. He even ended up clearing 4 different arches on the 4th floor before he got to one that he felt good about. His ability to at least somewhat narrow down what type of floor he will be facing next will be one of the key abilities he will rely on to ensure that the floor he wants to fully clear out won't be something that would counter him. The quick dispatching of monsters and bosses ground to a halt in a very fast manner once Ajax got to the 5th floor. Even with the monsters only being level 50 at most, he now found himself on the other side of the numbers game. Whereas on his previous delves, a group of 15 to 20 people took on each pack of monsters, he was facing similar odds against him from those very same small packs. Wow, so you really can keep on sucking up mana from the air without even getting tired. The prince let out a low whistle once the fight Ajax was having with an ogre patrol group ended. You are definitely going to be a menace when delving the dungeon, as it naturally provides you with denser and denser mana at each floor. Well, at least so long as you don't hit a mana drought floor. No adventurer in their right mind liked drought floors. While all of the books Ajax had read on the subject had reinforced that the drought floor challenge effect didn't mix with other environmental challenges, that was only true for the lower floors. One thing that all drought floors did have in common, however, was the fact that the monsters spawned there would have at least one adept mana-consuming ability so that they could keep a hold of their mana. Ajax was glad for the praise and gave a shallow nod at the compliment while he caught his breath. This next floor will be the one I clear out. You're going up another floor. Despite the questioning structures, the prince's tone made it clear that not only was he not against the idea, but that he was a strong supporter. Ajax took his time on the 5th floor hunting for a suitable archway. He made sure to play it off as a luck-based skill to the prince. That turned out to be a splendid idea, as the prince himself had a luck skill, and it was one he relied on whenever he went delving in deeper floors to pick a good floor theme. A forest, the prince asked as he took in his surroundings once they got to the 6th floor. Forests are my best biomes, Ajax said with confidence. Oh, how come? The prince asked. I spent 5 years training to be a hunter and an adventurer in a forest before my leveling speed really picked up, Ajax shared. Besides the much stronger density of mana in the air, the forest seemed exceedingly normal to Ajax as he started exploring it. That is until he almost bumped into a 8-foot-tall hairy bipedal monster that seemed to resemble some descriptions of Bigfoot from back on Earth. Unlike on Earth, however, this specimen wasn't a solitary one, but instead traveled in packs of 5. Oddly enough, the forest was dense enough that the space between trees was small enough to give the large monster issues when maneuvering. Ajax took full advantage of this as he quickly made short work of 2 of them. His sword and hammer were finding their mark, and easily made it past the thick protective layer of fur they had. Or is that just thicker body hair? Despite their apparent intelligence, the remaining 3 Bigfoots didn't try to escape, and instead focused on attacking Ajax. Their plan was quickly foiled as Ajax used his ice mana to not only slow them down with the cold, but to create a very slippery surface on the ground, resulting in the monsters not able to keep their footing while also attacking him. Once there was only one monster left, the survivor decided he had seen enough and tried to make a run for it. Unfortunately for him, he followed his instincts to get away from Ajax as quickly as possible. Even with the tight spacing of the trees, this meant that he had taken off in a straight-ish line away from him. This made landing a headshot with an arrow almost too easy for Ajax. That wasn't so bad, the prince said as he inspected the bodies Ajax left in his wake. They don't really have the agility needed to fight you in a place like this. Let's hope that there is something interesting for you to fight on this floor. Ajax didn't get a chance to respond as a strong howling and growling filled the air. More than that, Ajax could tell that this howl didn't come from a wolf, and that was making him second-guess his life's choices. No need to look so scared. The prince waved him off. These are Wendigos, not a werewolf, boss. Ajax did let out a sigh of relief at that reassurance. He still remembered well the power that the kitsune had wielded and didn't want to end up facing another floor boss just yet. With that, he swapped out his sword for his axe as he prepared to engage with the cannibalistic creatures. They won't be approaching us, the prince said as he and Ajax stood around the fire. You can keep cooking, that would more likely turn them away since they only eat raw meat. After the fight with the Bigfoots, they finally decided it was time to make camp. Unlike the previous floors that all passed in a couple hours at best, this floor would be one Ajax was going to fully clear out all by himself, so they were going to be spending at least 2 or 3 days here. How do you know that? Ajax asked. Monsters inside the dungeon mimic their behavior on the outside, the prince said, or the ones outside mimic the behavior of the ones inside depending on where you stand on the theory that everything is a descendant of a being from the dungeon. Wendigos would hunt us in a forest, Ajax said, briefly remembering what he once skimmed over on the creatures. If you were alone, maybe. The prince said, Wendigos are the werewolves' weak, sickly, and twisted cousins. They don't like fire and they always try to separate their prey. With 2 of us here in a fire, the only way they would attack is if I started using my stealth skills. Had to deal with some before? Ajax asked. Yes, both inside and outside the dungeon, the prince said. The dungeon makes everything more aggressive, but it doesn't change them that much. Why did you volunteer for this? Ajax extended a plate of food. You are perhaps the most talented person ever, the prince answered as he took a bite. Hey, this is actually pretty good. Besides your talent, you are different from everyone else with potential I met. How so? Ajax was curious. Everyone else I met were either already past level 100 when I met them, or they were just like me when I grew up, surrounded by a protective bubble, the prince explained. I feel like watching you will give me a chance to make a breakthrough. If nothing else, it's an easy time to be earning goodwill from you, something that will become a lot harder as you grow in power. After he finished eating, Ajax got started on putting up elaborate defenses. Why are you doing that? The prince asked. Because I'll have you start using those stealth skills once I am done, Ajax answered. I won't have anyone with me to keep watch, so I need to practice setting up temporary denses for when I rest. That's a pretty good idea, the prince acknowledged. So how do you plan to clear out this floor? What do you mean? Ajax was confused. I'll just go around and clear as much as I can before using the obelisk to clear out whatever remains. That's the slowest, safe option you have. Not only that, but it's not even the safest of them all, the prince complained. You've been doing too many crafting and training delves. Doesn't help that the team you joined when you first started delving in that backwater dungeon faced little to no threat on that floor. Why's that? Ajax got defensive. You missed out on any floor progression delves, the prince answered. It's what pushes the adventurers who make it to the top and hit the wall where they're getting restricted from entering the dungeon strong enough to compete with noble-grown talent. It's also what kills most adventurers as they try the climb. I've faced hard floors before, Ajax said as he thought back to the magma floor where they almost got soaked in lava by salamanders. It's different, the prince said. Without backers, adventurers are forced to go into bad floor matchups. Not only that, but they also go to floors where they are out-leveled just because the spot was open and they can't afford to just retreat and hope for a better theme next week. But what's that got to do with now? Ajax asked as he conceded the point. He did remember a few delves where after a few hours on the final floor the team simply decided to retreat since the risk was too high. You haven't learned to use the restrictions and environment of a floor to their fullest, the prince says. You can scout pretty well, but what can you tell me about this environment and how it relates to clearing the floor? We are in a dense forest, Ajax started. Besides the regular animals, we have run into 2 more humanoid monsters, meaning there likely isn't anything else. No birds of prey. Great for hit and run tactics. That is pretty much a textbook answer. The prince nodded. But you left out a few key details. Let me know if you see an answer when I frame it for you a bit differently. You are in a zoned-off, dry forest. You are facing physically enhanced monsters that mostly hunt in packs yet are antagonistic to one another. The forest is filled with mana-infused trees, and none of those monsters are resistant to fire. Most are in fact weak to it. Ajax's eyes went wide at that. Was the prince suggesting that he start a massive forest fire? Not only that, but it could actually work. There was no need to worry about the fire spreading too far. The floor was closed off. Sure, the mana in the trees would make them resistant to weak fire, but once he started a fire with a powerful flame, it would also consume that man-infused wood to keep its strength and spread. See, that's what you're missing. What almost every powerhouse raised by a noble house is missing. They wouldn't consider such a strategy because it is too risky when the floor is of appropriate strength for the party, or because it would cost them almost all their profit from it when they are with high-level watchers. The prince said with a grin, I'm starting to be glad you volunteered. Ajax said with a smirk, but I'll need you to start using your stealth skills. You call this a defensive position," the prince said, looking around at the small amount of defenses Ajax set up. "No point training when I have as much time as I want to set it all up." Ajax responded, "With you here, I can afford to see how well I can defend myself when my preparations are more bare bones." With a simple nod, the prince completely disappeared from Ajax's senses, and once he jumped out of his line of sight, he lost him completely. All there was to do now was wait. Ajax took a few of the stockier branchae and used his magma mana to set the ablaze. Just because he was expecting an attack didn't mean he would give up the advantage that a big fire would give him. The snap of a twig close by woke Ajax up. It couldn't have been more than 20 minutes since he had fallen asleep, and now the forest was eerily quiet. The fire was the only sound he heard, but he still decided to get up to take a look. Him getting up seemed to be the signal that they were discovered as the Wendigos attacked. The monsters were tall, easily 9 feet if they weren't standing so hunched over. Their bony frames certainly not what Ajax was expecting, as he could see they had almost no muscle on their bodies. What they did have was 2 rows of sharp triangular teeth, a prominent nose and claws on their hands and feet. Despite their wiry frames, deep claw marks could be seen on the trees as they launched off them and towards Ajax. A quick application of mana siphon easily made Ajax a match for them in speed and gave him a solid step up in strength. First things first, however, Ajax had to make sure he wasn't surrounded. He charged straight for the closest Wendigo, looking to break out of the encirclement by forcing the fight to turn into a one-on-one for a quick moment. The action didn't seem to surprise the Wendigo, but the small pit managed to get him to stumble. A clean swipe of his magma-infused axe easily cut its way through the ribcage and made it a good halfway through the torso before it lost its momentum. The blow killed the monster, but Ajax knew he didn't have much time as he threw the corpse behind him and turned to face advance further away from the remaining 4 enemies. Much to Ajax's surprise, none of the other 4 Wendigos were charging for him as he turned. Instead, they had all latched on to the body of their fallen packmate and started tearing into it, looking to devour it. It was surprising to Ajax to see how the flesh ripped and blood and organs were spread. Worst of all, however, was the smell of burnt flesh that came from the wound that killed the monster. Despite having butchered things before, the combination of the gory sight and smell made him hesitate for a moment. That time, all the other Wengos needed to strip the little flesh and skin from the body, though none of them approached the charred part of the corpse. Even with the stick-thin body shared to all 4, Ajax could see their stomach now bulging out of their abdomens. This was when he felt the curse mana radiate from them. Their red eyes started to glow, and their stomachs started to shrink as they all growled and charged towards Ajax once more, this time faster than before. The growl knocked Ajax out of his disgust-induced shock, and he used a good amount of mana to freeze the ground around him. Despite mana's weird interaction with physics, there were some aspects that he could still use to his advantage so long as a skill didn't actively reverse the process. The high speed and low weight of the Wendigos meant they quickly slipped on the ice, and Ajax took the opportunity to kill 2 of them right there. Much like before, the Wendigos fully ignored him and went straight for the new corpses. This time, however, Ajax wasn't surprised by that reaction, so he quickly brought out his bow and killed one with an arrow to head. The final Wendigo reacted quickly to the range attack. Ajax's second arrow only managed to ember in the monster's thigh as it jumped away. The curse quickly consuming the new food and turning it into more power was simply not enough, as Ajax's hammer, made swung with a metal augmentation, broke clean through the arm the monster was using as defense and crushed the skull. That was pretty good. Ajax jumped, as he didn't sense the prince at all despite hearing the voice coming from within 3 feet of him. "Freezing up after you took out the first one was pretty bad, but you recovered well. I knew they were cannibals," Ajax said as he looked at the 2 half-eaten corpses. "I just didn't know they would eat a fallen before dealing with a threat." Despite the lacking power compared to most other curses, the Wendigo is one of the worst possible fates for someone to succumb to. The prince said his usual cheery mood was gone. It's why curse users are so limited in all civilized places, and any curse mage is kept under surveillance. "People can be turned into things like these?" Ajax asked, horrified. "No, the ones created from actual people would be a lot stronger, as they would still have access to all the skills they did beforehand," the prince said. "You really should start burning the bodies before they attract all the other packs." Ajax didn't need to be told twice, as he quickly gathered up all the remains and tossed them in the fire. He also made sure to use one of the backup pairs of gloves he brought with him, and simply tossed them in the fire as well once he was done. The rest of the night passed quietly, and Ajax managed to finish building up a strong defensive position, and then managed to get a few good hours of undisturbed sleep. But once the light returned to the dungeon floor, Ajax awoke. It was time to hunt. Taking the advice of the prince, Ajax first scouted a good portion of forest around where he built his defensive base of operations. Once he found a small pack of Bigfoots, a pack of wolves, as well as some wendigos in the distance, it was time to try using the floor to his advantage. He carefully lit the forest ablaze. He made sure the fire wouldn't be extending towards his own base, and also started it in such a way that it would lead the pack of Bigfoots into a direct confrontation with the wolves. Lighting the forest wasn't nearly as easy as TV shows back on Earth had made it seem, where one errant match could set off an inferno. Ajax had used up more than 400 mana with his magma affinity before the fire had really taken off. But once it did, it started to spread quickly. Each new tree that caught the flames would quickly explode with heat. When the two packs came face to face, an odd little stare-down happened. Both the wolves and the Bigfoots were part of the monster ecology of the floor. Under normal circumstances in the outside world, the wolves would simply join the Bigfoots in their evacuation. But inside the dungeon, the creatures were much more aggressive. The only reason they hadn't attacked each other yet was because of the small suggestion the dungeon floor also provided them with, that they should work together to kill the intruders. That stalemate was broken once the flames got a little closer and the two packs engaged. The wolves were on the losing side at the start. The much bigger size of the Bigfoots, not to mention their more humanoid frame and tool use, let them score a few strong opening attacks. The wolves, however, were not to be underestimated. What they lacked in individual strength, they made up for in numbers. Following the strong start of the Bigfoots, the wolves were quick to respond by throwing bodies at the problem and ambushing their bigger foes. Ajax watched in surprise for about 10 minutes as the dungeon floor was clearing itself, and all he had to do was start one little fire. By this point, a quarter of the wolves and Bigfoots had died, and those that were still standing were by no means in top condition. The fight, however, was brought to a close as each force slowly backed away, recognizing the other's power. That was when 7 wendigos dashed into the middle, all going for the corpses that littered the battlefield. Unlike their first meeting, both packs were quick to charge towards the third party. Even inside the dungeon, the monsters had a good enough understanding of each other to know that the wendigo would just hunt them down once they finished the corpses and gained more power. Not for the first time, Ajax had a front row seat to the absolute lack of teamwork that the wendigos displayed. They weren't a pack. No, they were simply a collection that stuck together for intimidation. A wendigo would only fight if it was attacked. Otherwise, it would keep on feasting on the fresh meals provided. Can curse mages control the wendigo they create? Ajax asked as he watched the wolves and Bigfoot systematically take the wendigos apart. Not through the original curse. The prince responded. There are, however, examples in history of curse mages who managed to combine other control curses to achieve a similar effect. The second to last wendigo had its spine snapped over the knee of a Bigfoot, while a wolf dangled from his neck with its jaw locked. That's when the battle took an unexpected turn. The last remaining wendigo wasn't just a normal mob like all the rest that Ajax had faced so far. No, he was a mini-boss variant that had an arch to defend. With its stomach filled, the mini-boss finally went on the attack. Its speed was even quicker than what Ajax could manage, though there was quite a bit to be said about the accuracy or grace of his movements. For the wolves and big boots, however, that didn't matter. The mini-boss had to have consumed at least 5 corpses before it engaged, and was now a menace tearing through the survivors. Worse yet, Ajax could see that the mini-boss clearly didn't care about self-preservation. It simply existed to eat. Each time he would attack, he would ensure to take a good-sized bite of his target before retreating to swallow the mouthful and attacking again. After 10 more minutes, the wendigo was the only one standing as he ferociously started devouring the new corpses. That wasn't to say that he had come on top unscathed. He had lost half of the teeth on his jaw, one of his arms all the way down from the shoulder. His left knee was bent the wrong way, and both his ears had been bitten off. Much like last time, Ajax took full advantage of the wendigo's unending gluttony and took out his bow. Unlike his opening shot last time, the mini-boss had good enough reflexes from the empowered curse that he managed to dodge a perfectly aimed headshot. Unfortunately for him, the arrow still managed to embed itself in his stomach. The holy augment on the arrow was quick to come into conflict with the wendigo's cursed mana, as the already thin body was sent into what had to be the most violent seizure Ajax could imagine. The shaky movement was powerful enough to pop one of the mini-boss's eyes right out of its socket before Ajax brought down his hammer and crushed his head. Not bad at all for your first time, the prince said as he slowly clapped from the side. For next time, you would do better to scout the edges of the floor closest to you before putting such a plan in action. A pained battle cry announced the coming of the second wave of monsters. Despite the forest fire heading away from Ajax's position, the monsters could only run away so far as the floor design allowed. Ajax now found himself with at least 7 monster groups coming towards him, most of them suffering from a severe burn or two. That was when the prince jumped into action. Ajax could have debated that he didn't really require the prince's help. He could always outrun the monster wave and pick it off one by one. Still, he had to agree that doing things that way wouldn't have been all that good for his training. Despite the intervention, Ajax was fully focused on analyzing the way the prince fought. To say that his style was mesmerizing was an understatement. Unlike the expectation that a prince would come with back on earth, the prince's style was in no way elegant. While calm, elegant movements of a knight or samurai were usually depicted with an underscore of classical music, the prince's style was a clear example of heavy metal. Runes were being activated one after another from any part of his suit, as he chaotically maneuvered through the beast wave, killing everything that entered his range. Watching how quickly the prince wiped out all the incoming packs, Ajax knew he still had a long way to go before he got close to his level. That said, the prince would actually be a very good matchup for Ajax if they were even close in power level. While the prince clearly had more power in the small spells he used compared to Ajax's, Mana Siphon would work wonders on messing up the precise outputs all those small spells the runes were constantly putting out. Not bad for your first attempt. The prince praised. Next time, however, make sure you don't have so many of them coming back to get you. Ajax actually agreed with the prince's evaluation. He spent the next 2 days perfecting his approach as it came to setting sections of the dungeon floor ablaze in a more controlled manner. While not all of the attempts he made were a resounding success, his failures didn't manage to gather a strong enough group of monsters to overwhelm him at any point. While his days didn't present much of a problem for Ajax, his nights were a completely different issue. With the prince activating his stealth skills, Ajax was left all alone to fend for himself. That wasn't all that big of an issue, as Ajax could easily handle a single group of monsters. It did present him with a new challenge. By the end of their third night, their Ajax was starting to really feel the fatigue setting in. While his stats might mean that he could stay awake for a few days straight, it was by no means a good idea. Ajax had little problem actually falling asleep. It was actually staying asleep that posed the challenge. After 2 close calls during the first night where he woke up just as the monsters were closing in on him, Ajax's sleep became very light. So light, in fact, that a strong breeze rustling more than a branch at a time would wake him up. The lack of sleep wasn't just a challenge for his mental state, however. While sleeping, a person recovered both mana and stamina a lot faster compared to when they were awake. A clear solution to that would be to use his high-level meditation to make up for it, but that posed a very similar issue by blocking off his senses from the outside world. We'll definitely need to make sure you take an alarm formation with you, the prince said as he looked Ajax up and down on the 4th day. That way you should be able to at least get 1 night of sleep. That would help. Ajax agreed as he got to work starting the 4th and final day on the floor. Are they all that expensive? Depends what floor you need them to work on, the prince said. For something like this, they aren't cheap, but I'm sure we can provide you with one, seeing as how not only are you not pushing yourself as far as you can be even clearing the entire floor at our request. Ajax just nodded in appreciation and chose to focus on clearing out the floor rather than making conversation. Unfortunately for him, the prince clearly had gotten a bit bored over the last few days. Have you decided which dungeon you will tackle first? The prince asked. Their main dungeon, Ajax responded. Oh, the prince was surprised at that. How come? You could make it easier for yourself by going to the other one first and getting a few floors worth of stats. Because with the stats from the floors I clear in their main one, I am hoping I can push 1 floor higher in the other, Ajax explained. My leveling speed isn't fast enough that I will end up surpassing level 62 in the next 5 years, so I'll be able to clear all of those floors in my second delve. That's right, the prince exclaimed as the idea clicked. I forgot your level is only in the mid-30s. With this, you'll be able to gain quite a substantial number of bonus stats, especially seeing as you will also be getting a chance to delve into the Republic dungeons before the tournament. You have any useful advice regarding that? Ajax asked, more out of a desire to change the topic than actually expecting something insightful from the prince. Their styles were just too different. The competition itself might actually pose a problem to you, the prince said. I was already level 80 by the time I turned 50, so you can expect the competition to be at least around level 75. Ajax did a quick bit of math in his head. He was almost level 35 now. If he kept up a 3-level-a-year average, he would be around level 51 or 52 by the time the tournament came around. Not an insurmountable level difference, but by no means an easy one. Our styles are too different to me to help you there, the prince continued. All I could suggest is to make sure you get every last stat point you can from potions before it starts. After the tournament, however, you might have a nice opportunity. What opportunity is that? Ajax asked curiously. The elves are broke, the prince said without sugarcoating it. Everyone knows they're going to win the main competition since nobody is willing to face their champion in a straight-up fight. If you win your bracket, I can guarantee you'll be able to make a deal selling the rights to the elves for something that includes a delve in their main dungeon as well. Ajax had to physically stop at that. Would it be worth it? Sure, he wanted to gain as much power as possible, but would he be able to justify spending all that money he would win in the tournament on just 1 delve? Don't look so focused. You'll make a decent bit up front just from selling the other spots on that delve to other interested parties. The prince spoke up once again. Oh, look, here they come. Ith that the prince blended into the shadows and Ajax turned to look at the monsters that escaped the inferno. There were more of them than usual, getting close to a full dozen coming towards him, but all of them had severe burns. The wolves and Bigfoots were clearly limping, and none of them had all four limbs functional. The biggest danger came from the stags, as both of them still sported their antlers. Ajax was quick to cull their numbers using his bow. Even with a light retreat, he managed to kill half of the incoming enemies before they even made it into melee range. From there he made short work of them with his axe and sword. He had no need to use the hammer considering all the easily accessible weak spots that were given to him from the severe burns. That was very well executed, but I do have a question. The prince said after Ajax finished all of the attackers and started to head towards the obelisk. What is it? Ajax asked. Why do you always channel your magic through your glove when you are fighting in melee? The prince asked. Ajax almost stumped over a tree root after hearing the question. He should have expected the prince to find out about that. The only reason nobody else had managed to figure out that he was doing that was because he made sure not to use his glove in front of anyone that was all that skilled with sense mana. Oh, is it something good? The prince seemed happy at that reaction. That was when Ajax realized that he had no reason not to admit the reason. The prince had promised to keep anything he found out during this delve a secret. Ajax was sure he would be kicking himself soon enough. It's so that the mana won't erode the weapons. Ajax shared. There are a number of small, elementally attuned gems in the glove, and by channeling the mana through their first, it doesn't harm the weapons regardless of which mana type I use to infuse them. It was the prince who almost tripped hearing this. Wait, so you mean you can use different mana types to empower the same weapon without damaging it so long as you channel them through a correct elemental stone first? Yes, Ajax nodded. That's great, the prince exclaimed. You can make runic pieces so much more flexible with this, even if it would cost you a bit in maximum output. It didn't take more than 5 more steps before the elation on the prince's face turned into dread. Nuo, why did you answer me? The prince cried out as he turned on Ajax. I could have figured that out in time if I just thought about it. Ajax had a hard time keeping a straight face at the prince's antics. The deal the prince made specifically stated that he couldn't directly or indirectly reveal anything he learnt from Ajax during this delve. While he could apply ideas to his own style and training, he couldn't share the discovery with a crafter to make him different gear, as that would be indirectly sharing Ajax's secret. This wouldn't have applied if he came to the same conclusion without Ajax spelling it out. Activating the obelisk didn't do much more than draw in the last few stragglers. Fortunately enough for Ajax, those last few stragglers were enough to give him the last push he needed to get to level 35. Besides the one big group following your first attempt at burning the forest, you weren't in any serious danger. The prince said, Are you looking to try the next floor to see if you can solo that? No, this is enough for now, Ajax said. This whole training is about making sure I can safely clear the entire floor. If even with a good matchup like this, I still had a close call, there is no point in pushing further. Whatever you say, the prince shrugged. You'll have one more delve to get used to this before you depart. With the floor finally cleared, Ajax put his mask and cloak back on as they exited the dungeon. He was tired and more than ready to just get back home and sleep for 2 days straight before he had to go back for the start of the new school cycle. When Ajax got home, he was welcomed and quickly questioned by his mother. Are you hurt anywhere? She asked worriedly. No, Ajax responded. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you look like someone that died, my lord, Thuron answered. Thuron's straightforward demeanor was something that Ajax very much appreciated. Despite his newfound nobility, the bull beastkin simply added a respectful form of address, but nothing else changed. This approach, while very much encouraged by Ajax, was one that had to be curtailed in any social gathering. This meant that the beastkin, much to his delight, had been excluded from the list of guards to be present for social events. Oh, that's just because I haven't gotten a good night's sleep since the day I left. Ajax waved away their concern. Don't you know how important sleep is? His mother scolded him. How do you expect to keep your edge, especially in a dungeon, if you don't get any proper sleep? It's not for lack of trying. Ajax defended himself. I was waking up every time the wind rustled some branches because I was too on edge about anything sneaking up on me. For next time and for the actual delve, I'll be given a proper alarm barrier that should help with this. Oh, with that, Sylvia had the wind taken out her sails. In that case, let's have a bit of an early dinner and then send you off to bed. Dinner was a quick affair where Ajax silently demolished a small heap of food while being reassured that nothing requiring his attention had happened in the time that he was away. A quick cleaning later, and Ajax was asleep in his bed. As Ajax woke up a little late in the next morning, he got to experience the upside of high stats. namely that once he got a few decent hours of sleep to rejuvenate his mind, his body perked back up to peak performance. "What's going on?" Ajax asked. "The details of the deal were made public by the royal family yesterday." Judy informed him, "According to Elijah, some of these meetings need to be handled by you personally. Not only that, but he also needs your input on what our plan as a family is." "What do you mean, what deal? I thought we all knew about the details of the deal for a while," Ajax asked, confused. "Yes, we did," Judy nodded. "However, our house now has one of the 5 delve slots for the Empire's main dungeon, and another 4 out of the 21 for their secondary one, and every other noble family also knows this. A few have already sent representatives to discuss buying one of them." That's when it clicked for Ajax. Of course, the royal family will make anything they agreed to in the deal public. That would allow a fair market, where the noble houses could trade fairly with one another. Ajax was quickly ushered past the halfway filled with representatives and into his grandfather's office. "I thought Sylvia said not to wake him up," Aurora said when she saw Judy bring Ajax in. "Though it's great that you brought him, I didn't wake him up," Judy quickly denied. "May have been stalking outside his room." She whispered out the second part. "Judy told me what was going on," Ajax said as he took a seat. "Do you need me to sit in on any of these meetings?" "No," Elijah answered. "But I thought you said," Judy frowned at her grandfather. "I thought we agreed that his presence would be needed, just from a social point." Aurora said, "All of the houses just sent representatives." Elijah explained, "They all also just saw Ajax walk in here. That should be enough. The bigger question is, how many of the 3 slots do you want to keep, and what do you want to sell them for?" Ajax very much appreciated that his grandfather knew him well enough to put aside his spot, knowing there was no chance he would be giving any of those up. "I was planning on having Tom take 1 slot, but he's not strong enough to clear even the first floor of the secondary dungeon yet," Ajax said. The secondary dungeon started off with a floor of level 29 to 34. Unfortunately, the mini-bosses that needed to be defeated were all level 34, and Tom didn't have a chance against them. "I think I should keep 1 for Thuron. He is still level 36, so he can take full advantage of that." Ajax said at level 36 Thuron would still gain the stat points for clearing the first floor, and he would still stand a chance at killing one of the level 44 mini-bosses on the second floor so long as he got a good matchup and started with a good ambush to gain 2 floors worth of stats. "That leaves us with 2 slots to sell. What are you looking to trade them for? Anything specific, pure monetary value, some influence or favors?" Elijah focused on the merchant side, not even questioning Ajax's decision. "I'd like to focus 1 on getting a better footing in alchemy, be that in terms of recipes or rare ingredients to experiment with," Ajax said. "But I'm not sure what else to get. This is not my strong suit." Aurora gave an encouraging nod as Ajax was leaning on her and her husband's experience and expertise. "Investing in your future as an alchemist is bound to pay off for us in the long run," Aurora agreed. "Just from the rate you are growing at now, you'll be able to offset the cost of your training in half a century at most by delving with our retainers and making potions for them inside the dungeon out of whatever you can find. I'll get you the best deal I can for your alchemy." "What about the second delve slot? Are you in need of armor and weapons?" his grandfather asked. "Right now I am just starting to outgrow my weapons and armor." Ajax nodded. Despite the high-level craftsmanship, none of his equipment had mana-infused materials, and he was starting to use more power than his weapons could handle. "Is that really the best use for it?" Alana, who had been inside the room from the start, finally entered the conversation. "I'm not saying that getting Ajax improved equipment shouldn't be a priority." Alana was quick to add once Judy, Elijah, and Aurora quickly frowned at her. "Just should we really be selling a delve slot for it at this time? Almost anything that he can use now he will quickly outgrow in the next few years." It was hard for Ajax to find fault with her logic, especially when he was taking into account all of the possible extra stats he would be gaining from dungeons. "I think it would be much better to sell the delve slot in exchange for influence to grow both of our trading companies, and then simply spend some more gold in getting him some better equipment, even if it's not the best for his current power level." Alana finished. "Yes, that is a better choice." Elijah nodded as he thought things over. Despite his extensive experience from his years as a successful merchant, he had overlooked the speed of Ajax's growth. He knew just how hard truly top-end equipment was to obtain, so he had focused on that, instead of how long it would remain top grade in Ajax's hands. "It would put us in a bit of bind financially, with both buying the equipment and expanding into the new opportunity, but that should be covered by the gold influx from the honey deal." With the plan made, Ajax and Judy left, as Alana, Elijah, and Aurora prepared to receive the representatives. Judy had initially wanted to also remain for the discussions, but it was agreed that since nothing would be finalized in any of the upcoming interaction, her presence there would actually prove as a hindrance, since her close familial relationship with Ajax, the head of the noble house, would give her seniority and undermine Elijah's authority. The days started to blend together for Ajax following that meeting. He was very busy all day, every day from there forward, as he attended the academy. After most school days ended, he would be spirited away by the headmaster as he started his experimenting with magnetic mana. Oddly enough for him, Ajax found that the king had put almost no pressure on the headmaster in terms of how quickly he was to make headway. The only thing the king was adamant on was the secrecy of the project. On the days that he did have off, Ajax found himself split between his alchemy or his curse training. He was pushing himself so hard that the most relaxed days Ajax had were the ones where he joined the class for a delve and was stuck on a low-level floor of the dungeon. His second delve with the prince went much better than the first. Despite the dungeon floor biome not being as good for him as the forest had been, all of the preparations and equipment that he had been given prior to entering had allowed him to slowly but surely clear out the floor without having a close call. Before Ajax knew it, the day of departure had snuck up on him. He had been so focused in getting together everything he could that he only realized he was leaving the next day when he walked in on a farewell party set up by his family at dinner. That night, Ajax had gotten very little sleep. He had spent a good portion of the evening and night reassuring each of his family members, as well as a few close friends, that he would be careful, only to have to do it all again the next morning. As Ajax and Thuron got to their departure spot, they quickly found out that what they had thought to be a small caravan had turned into a rather sizable convoy. Beside the already numerous 50 people that were set to travel, it seemed that the crown prince had decided to take this chance as one of the last few trips he would be able to take before he would be crowned as king. He didn't have to go that far. I think I'm relatively safe, Ajax mumbled. Unlike his last long-term trip, he now had a storage ring, meaning all of his belongings were already packed and placed on his finger. This isn't for your protection, Archduke Goldmancer said as he heard Ajax's mumble. The crown prince is going to ensure the safety of his own son. How does him going with a few non-too-high-level guards ensure anyone's safety? Thuron asked the question Ajax was thinking. Because everyone knows that the crown prince won't leave the empire without his son, the Archduke said. Your classmate is only good as a hostage if his father stays here and ascends the throne, so him going with you means there is no value in capturing him. Couldn't they just capture the crown prince? Ajax asked. They could, but that would start a war they would quickly lose, the Archduke explained. If I could have a word in private, Ajax. Yes, sir, Ajax asked as he and the Archduke moved to a more reclusive spot and the Archduke placed a privacy screen. I am here to make a request of you. Archduke Goldmancer started. What kind of request? Ajax asked, unsure of what he could achieve that the man couldn't easily get for himself. I'd like to ask you to take care of Anna, the Archduke said. I'm sorry to say that if anyone can get past your guards, there is nothing I could do to stop them, Ajax said as he looked towards the 3 guards that were in the high 90s and were coming along to act as the boost crew for the final floor of the Empire's secondary dungeon. It's not there that I am worried about, the Archduke said. It's inside the dungeon. I can assure you that Anna is more than capable of handling anything that the first or second floor of the dungeon can throw at her, Ajax said. With a good biome, she might even be able to clear the third. I'm also worried about Oliver, the Archduke said. Ajax now realized what the old man was getting at. Oliver was the 5th and final person taking a slot in their delve, and he was a level 40 mage. Not only that, but Oliver was also Anna's nephew, and Ajax could understand the trepidation of his father asking Oliver to kill Anna inside the dungeon for a better chance at taking over the family once the Archduke dies. Please always make sure they are not on the same floor without you there, the Archduke requested. I'll take care of it, Ajax reassured him. What was that about? Tom asked after Ajax came to rejoin his family before the convoy started to move. He wanted to make sure of a few last details on the delve. Ajax was careful to watch his words so he wouldn't give anything away to anyone eavesdropping. Be careful, all right, darling, Ajax's mother said for what had to be the 10th time that morning as she gave him a hug. I will be, Ajax reassured her. Don't be overconfident. There is no shame in retreating from a bad position. Hatch said the advice meant so much more coming from him, since Ajax knew just how long it had taken him to take that same advice following the near-complete wipeout of his team. HHHHHRRRR. Fluffy, not one to be left out, was quick to cuddle up to Ajax. Yes, yes, Ajax said as he stroked the massive feline. I'll make sure to bring you back something good. With that, Ajax and Thuron climbed in one of the carriages, and shortly after that the convoy started to move. Unlike a usual caravan, the convoy not only wasn't transporting heavy merchandise via carts, but consisted only of carriages and riders, meaning their pace was much quicker than Ajax's last journey. We're moving quickly, Ajax noticed. Will the trip really take a whole month? We'll be making a few stops on the way. The crown prince and his son won't be able to simply pass through some of the dukes and viscount territories without spending a day or two, Lexi said. Ajax had ended up sharing a carriage with Lexi, Anna, Thuron, Oliver, and one of the 3 Goldmancer guards. Out of all of them, Oliver seemed to be the most displeased with the arrangement because while none of them were squeezed in too tightly, he ended up sharing a side of the carriage with Ajax and Thuron. I still don't see why we had to share a carriage, Oliver complained. Even as a newly promoted baron, surely you could afford one. I'd be nicer to Ajax if I were you. Lexi was quick to cut in. And why is that? Oliver asked. Sure, his status as a baron might place him higher than me as an individual, but I doubt he would mess with someone from the Goldmancer family, because it will be up to Ajax if he will help you fight to clear the 5th floor. Lexi said, I have heard that he won the 6th-year tournament, but I assure you I am stronger than the previous 6th-year class, even if they do approach me in level, Oliver said. It was here that talent seemed to weaken people compared to their peers in terms of level. For most people who were talented and gained their level quickly, it usually meant they had done so through multiple skills, meaning they are more spread out compared to someone older who focused on a smaller number. This spread of skills required for quick leveling was why the academy only took people in if they qualified as first years. As a mage, Oliver was definitely stronger than the 6th years, but he was also older than them by at least a decade. Not only that, but in another decade, those same 6th years would outlevel Olvier. Ajax would at least be aiming for the 5th floor. Lexi stated confidently. She in fact knew that the plan was for Ajax to fully clear out the 6th floor. Ajax hardly broke a sweat as he swept through the tournament. Anna joined the discussion. I'd be more careful about insulting him if I were you. After all, what was it you said to me? Anything can happen inside the dungeon. Both Oliver and the guard went still at those words. Oliver was now trying to steal a glimpse at Ajax, who was hidden behind Thuron's size. The guard had quickly moved his hand towards the sword and was now trying to burn a hole in Oliver's head with his stare. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Ajax silently lamented as he tried to catch up on some sleep. It took only until the first stop before Oliver made a quick change of carriage. Not only that, but Thuron also decided to borrow a horse for a part of the travel, as sitting inside a carriage did not suit his massive size. Everyone was more than happy to accommodate the beastkin, especially considering that all of them had some expectation of how he would be treated inside the Empire for his race alone. Left with only Anna, Lexi and their guard Ajax found himself picking Anna's brain about the alchemy market. He was trying to find the best way to progress while also obtaining recipes for on-demand potions and elixirs. With the advantage of comfortable carriages and a trip mainly funded by the royal family on account of the crown prince tagging along, the first stop they made was 3 days later at a viscount's home. Seeing how they would only be staying for the evening and morning, Ajax wasn't surprised to see that the viscount in question had taken the opportunity to throw a party in honor of their visit. What did take Ajax by surprise was the number of people who knew about him. Despite being a new baron, it was clear that even the nobles that weren't staying in the capital had learned of him and his apparent rising star as a potential powerhouse of the kingdom. Even more shocking was the number of women that were interested in him. It took him all of an hour before he realized what was going on after about 5 dances and decided to stick together with Anna and Lexi just to get a reprieve. What is going on? Ajax muttered as he finally caught a break just by being in Anna's and Lexi's presence. What do you mean? Anna asked. It wasn't like this in the capital, Ajax said. There were a few families who approached with an offer, but nothing this direct. He had already gotten at least 4 proposals from the women themselves. That's because you never go to social events, Lexi explained while she giggled. You are already a baron. Over 80 of nobles never even get close to having the title and leadership. You not only have the title, but you are very young and single. Couldn't the same be said for Anna? Ajax asked. Sure, she doesn't have the title yet, but from what I hear, her father is looking to pass it to her in the near future. The difference is that my father will have to approve any marriage offer for it to count as legitimate, Anna answered. As far as your position is concerned, so long as you give the go-ahead, the deal is as good as struck. Even now, the only reason they aren't approaching you is because they don't want to offend our families in case either of us are in the running, Lexi said. Following the revelation, Ajax began to look at the dance invitations a little differently. Sure, he was tempted by more than 1 or 2 of the women, but he knew better than to make a decision that would have such far-reaching consequences based only on a few minutes of talking. Ajax was sure to officially meet and thank the viscount that was hosting them before he made an early retreat to bed. Going to bed early after a day of not doing much more than sitting in a carriage, however, also meant that Ajax had gotten up early the next morning. You're already awake, your lordship. One of the 3 Goldmancer guards greeted him as he walked outside. It took Ajax a moment to realize he was being addressed. Despite Thuron also making a point of always using his title with respect when talking to him, Ajax still had a hard time getting his head around actually being a noble. Ajax simply gave the guard a nod in response. I hope it isn't presumptuous of me, but with you being awake already, this would be a great opportunity. The guard said as he took a careful look around them. The royal family has provided some equipment that they are willing to let you borrow. Would you like to go over it now? I thought the whole point of me using my old equipment was so that they wouldn't be able to tell just how powerful I really was. Ajax answered. They will obviously be checking any spatial ring or bag I take with me. This equipment isn't for the Empire's main dungeon, the guard explained. It was given in the hopes that you can use it to clear an extra floor in their secondary dungeon. Nobody would question a spare set of equipment that is carried inside that dungeon since the level ranges of people going there is much wider. Ajax's eyes widened at the news. With the secondary dungeon's first floor having enemies from level 2934 and a floor level jump of 10 levels, Ajax had fully expected to only be able to clear 4 floors. Even with the extra stats from the main dungeon, killing a level 74 by himself would be too much even with a good matchup. Some stronger gear, however, might just be enough to push him over the edge and get him an extra floor. Why go over it now? Ajax asked. Wouldn't that risk it being discovered? There are a few crafters at our next 2 stops before we get to the Empire, where we could take the items you select for some last-minute fittings, the guard said. As Ajax and the guard moved to an out-of-the-way room, and the guard ensured their privacy, he quickly produced a much more ornate spatial ring than the one Ajax himself had. It was there that Ajax found himself shocked with the amount of gear that the royal family had decided to loan him. There were 5 different longswords, each made with a differently attuned metal that would not only better handle a specific elemental augmentation, but it would actually further empower it. They had also provided an assortment of axes, hammer, shields, spears, and daggers. There were only 2 bows, however. There were more than a few arrows present, each having a specially made shaft and tip to further enhance an element that was channeled through it. When it came to armor, Ajax was surprised to find that the royal family had provided everything from light mage robes to a full paladin plate setup, though there were only 3 different sets of each, and all of them were defensively enchanted. Wouldn't bringing all this gear bring too much attention? Ajax asked as he evaluated the gear to be extremely high-level equipment for somebody between the levels 50 to 60. The royal family has basically loaned the gear out to the entire team delving the secondary dungeon. It is common with boosting groups to bring specialized gear like this in hopes of encountering a favorable matchup that might push the boosty 1 floor higher, the guard explained. Seeing how this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter another nation's secondary dungeon, Ajax should have guessed that high-end nobles wouldn't even blink at spending a ridiculous amount of gold just to push their hopefuls even 1 floor higher. After all, these were extra stats with no downside or cap. The first thing Ajax checked were the sets of leather armor. It greatly pleased him to find that unlike most of the gear he had seen, when window shopping, more than 1 or 2 of the defensive enchantments placed on this gear weren't simple barriers, but actual bursts of speed that could be activated by the wearer at a moment's notice, though with a hefty recharge time. Is there any way that these leather sets can be made with a little more flexibility in mind? Ajax asked. Because of consistently using the same set of unenchanted gear, Ajax had gotten used a set of armor that had not only been regularly used, but also pushed by somebody for whom it had long been time to upgrade. This meant that his gear had a lot more give, and that made these higher quality sets feel a lot more restrictive. I'll definitely have to look into changing my armor once I get back, as I now see that mine is in need of an upgrade, but mobility is more important for a leather wearer when facing something on the level I will be up against, and I'd rather not be adjusting to a more restrictive set, Ajax explained. I'll see what can be done at our next 2 stops. The guard nodded as he made notes of not only Ajax's requests, but also certain measurements where the gear had been restricting his movement. Ajax had only had the time to test out the 2 bows before the rest of the convoy had woken up, and their absence would be felt. Both of them had felt a little heavy on the draw, even with mana siphon at full power. The guard assured him that this was something they could adjust at least a little, and he would get a chance to fine-tune it, as the crafters at both stops were skilled enough to handle it. Oliver POV: do these people have no eyes? How oblivious can he be? Just how special is he? All these questions go through my mind all night throughout the party. Ajax Hearthbound, newly elevated Baron, and a genius of combat, yet besides all that there isn't much there at all. The half a day we spent together in the carriage on the way here was more than enough for me to take his measure. He is without a doubt a peasant-born brute who at best belongs as a head knight to a true noble. He doesn't have the upbringing to enter our world. Killing her is by no means a difficult task. Sure, I only have a dozen or so levels on her, but that is close to half her level, not to mention that she has to have spread herself in multiple directions to level so quickly, so her powers as a mage shouldn't even approach mine. The problem is that I will only have 1 chance to do so, inside the dungeon. He certainly is unique. The Viscount, our host, mentions to the Crown Prince as he watches Ajax dance his 4th dance with a different potential spouse for him. I'll have to ask that you forgive young Baron Heathbound, the prince says with a wry chuckle. His first brush with nobility came barely a year ago when he was accepted into the academy, despite that he has provided tremendous gains to our kingdom in this short amount of time. What even with my training, his next actions are enough to pull the words from my throat before I regain my composure. To think that after that he would simply go and attach himself to Alexis and Annabeth, even if he finally figured out what all those dances were actually for doing this, is almost like using our family as a shield. Thankfully, he doesn't linger around for much longer before he approaches the Viscount. Despite his previously disastrous behavior, his meeting with the Viscount is at least passable. The polite and humbled greeting followed by an apology for any uncouth behavior before an early end to the evening is about as good an outcome that can be expected. He is certainly polite. The Viscount comments following his exit. He not only has a talent for combat and discovery, but also a passion. One of the members of House Silvertongue, who managed to buy a slot in the secondary dungeons, joins the conversation. He will have time to learn our more intricate customs, but to halt his upward trajectory would be a crime just to have him do so sooner. I walk away at this point. There is only so much I can stand hearing all of them defend the bumbling idiot. I quickly make my way towards my aunt, looking to question her own actions this evening. Why did you allow him to use our family as a shield? I don't bother beating around the bush. We both know how antagonistic my father's branch has been towards her, so all we need to worry about is the perception of our interaction from the rest of the guests. Because he clearly needed it, she answers simply. It's not just your own value as a bride that you lower with something like this, but that of any young woman in our family. Despite my calm tone, I can feel the anger burning inside me. And you would do well to remember that our family owes him, she responded, and we don't turn on our allies. What does our family owe him? I ask instead. Do you not realize just how much we gain from this deal? She asks, a brief moment of surprise flashing in her eyes. That more than anything enrages me, as it clearly shows her belief that I am an idiot. We owe him nothing for this deal, I say back. He gained his part. His part. She maintains her composure, but I alone can feel the sarcasm in the statement, clearly a result of her skills. He provided everything of value. Despite us only being middlemen for selling his discovery in a timely manner, we walked away with 80 of the benefits. There it is. Despite his exquisite mind and talent, this sense of fairness and loyalty is what stopped our family from taking the seat of Goldmancer at least a century earlier than we did. It seems Annabeth had gotten that from her father as well. Getting any more than that would make them a target. I responded. This is also the best outcome for him. He could have gotten nearly as good a deal from any of the top 20 noble merchant houses, and he knows that. Despite all that, he chose us and didn't try to bind us with any long-term favors. She says, her skill letting me know how much she disapproves of my view on things. His lack of experience in negotiations is not our burden to bear. If he could have made a more favorable deal, he should have. The conversation ends there as she simply walks away. At least now that he left the event, I can finally enjoy myself. This would be a perfect time to try and make some contacts regarding my own value. The evening progresses well from there. Despite my lack of a mind for the merchants trade, my skill with magic more than makes up for it. I even managed to make a few good impressions on a few barren houses. Father should be able to use this connection to set up a good supply line should they be called for a war or skirmish. By the time I wake up, the sun is already high in the sky, and our convoy is starting to make its preparations to leave. My biggest issue is that I can't seem to locate Ajax anywhere. It's like he straight up vanished despite us being less than half an hour from departure. I knew he would wake up earlier than me, but where could he have gone? To my surprise, I quickly catch a glimpse of Ajax and one of our family boosters coming out of a little out of the way shack, all ready for travel. Relief fills me, but only for a moment. Despite their rather common appearance, there are a few details that don't add up. Why would Ajax be sweating? More than that, why is there a small but clear dent in one of the guard's shoulder pads? Most pressing of all, however, is the guard wearing the storage ring that the Crown Prince had when he showed up before we took off from the capital. I know exactly what that ring contains. Inside that spatial ring are the weapons and armor that the royal family so generously are going to loan out to all the people who will be entering the secondary dungeon. But that is peak gear for levels 50 to 60, so how can he even properly wield it? More than that, how can he make a dent on the armor of a level 95? Perhaps he will turn out to be a much harder obstacle in my mission to kill Anna than I originally thought. With every passing day on this journey, I grow more and more sure that engaging him in battle inside the dungeon will end with my death, not his. Such thoughts are disgraceful. A peasant-born boy, lower level than me, and a third of my age cannot just pose a threat to me but is actually favored to win. It doesn't matter. I quickly try to regain my composure. This sort of talent would be the reason why so many high nobles would be willing to overlook his many blunders and unintended insults. I can't focus on my pride now. If the direct approach won't work like we thought, it means I only have a couple of weeks to come up with a new plan to kill Anna inside the dungeon. The convoy spent another week and a half traveling through the kingdom, before they made it to the border with the Empire. In this time, Ajax had a good chance to get a good look at all of the gear the royal family made available for him, and in their 2 spots along the way, the leather armor, as well as the weapons were given in once over so that they would fit him better. Much like their first stop, the other 2 stops had also prepared a welcoming party for the crown prince. Unlike his first stumble into a noble party, Ajax was quick to move away from the young people his age and approach the heads of houses. To his surprise, most of the heads of the noble families were more than happy to have him join the conversation. In those 2 parties, Ajax had gotten a very quick overview lesson on party etiquette. He could barely suppress a wince, as he was all but pointed out about all the missteps he had made during his first party. The noble families were likewise very interested in discussing early development and stat distribution with Ajax, though they did avoid specifically asking about Ajax's training method in detail. Many of them were surprised by Ajax's encouragement of manual labor for their young offsprings. "Surely you jest," a noblewoman exclaimed when Ajax mentioned it. "Farming, mining, and wood cutting. I'm not saying they should be doing all of that," Ajax was quick to explain. But those 3 are the most widespread jobs among villagers, though it's rare to find one that has any 2 or by some coincidence all 3. This means that there is a good chance anyone can gain the skill for at least one of them. And how would that help them? Another noble asked. The first few levels of those skills are all easy to gain. The bigger advantage is in the amount of effort that needs to be put into them. Regardless of skill level for a child, doing any of them for a 2 to 3 hour period will strain their strength, dexterity, and endurance. Ajax said, this will not only reward them with decent experience but also with a solid way to increase their stats. While not everyone was willing to push their offsprings into such training from an early age, they would however be more than happy to push their private soldiers to do so from an early age. Ajax, a word. The crown prince approached him as they took their last rest stop before crossing the border. "Yes, your highness," Ajax asked. "It would be for the best if you had Thuron drive one of the carriage from here on," the crown prince said. "A beastkin riding on horseback or inside a carriage would just antagonize the empire needlessly." Despite Ajax very much wanting to antagonize the empire for their racist views, he knew very well that doing so at this moment wasn't a smart thing to do, so he acquiesced with the prince's request. Thuron himself didn't seem surprised and had no issue going along with it. "We shouldn't stay for longer than 2 weeks inside the empire capital, not to mention that you'll be inside a dungeon for a portion of that," Ajax said to the bull beastkin. "Are they even going to let me enter?" Thuron asked the one question that had been on his mind the entire trip. "They hadn't said anything to deny this in the deal we brokered, so you should be fine," the Goldminster guard said. It was a pleasant surprise to see that despite a few raised eyebrows from the border guards, there were no real comments on Thuron's presence in the convoy. What did come as a surprise was the commotion that followed their clearance of the checkpoint. Not 20 seconds after they had started inspecting the final carriage, a group of 20 beastkin emerged from the forest and made a mad dash for the border. The best Ajax could make out most seemed to be some sort of equine beastkin, either horses, deer, zebras, or gazelles. Most telling, however, were the thick black collars they all wore around their necks as they darted towards the kingdom. "Damn it, Edgar," the guard that was closest to Ajax cursed as he looked out at the fleeing slaves. "Sorry, sir," a younger voice came from the watchtower. "I'll go after them, sir." "You'll do no such thing." The guard was quick to ignore the carriage. The moment that a young man in a guard uniform exited the tower and took 2 steps toward the runaways, he was tackled and his head was pushed down into the ground. "Are you trying to cause an international incident?" "But sir," the young man started. "But sir, nothing. You'll never catch them before they cross the border." The guard cut him off, then leaned much closer to whisper in his ear. "We might have some leeway on the border to chase them for a short distance usually, but you want to do that with their crown prince right here, are you, daft boy? God's damn sympathizers." The other older checkpoint guard swore as he spit off to one side. "Don't let it get to you, kid. They do it all of us. Every time there is a new sentry, they always find out their watch schedule to get a few groups past. It's any consolation you'll be building those scouting skills quickly." Ajax waited until they were once again on their way past the checkpoint before he started to ask Anna and Lexi questions about what just happened. "How come we don't have a checkpoint at the border crossing?" Ajax asked. "We do," Lexi answered. "We passed about 3 miles back." What? But Ajax could get his head around that logic. "The royal family decided to pull back our checkpoint with the empire border close to a century ago." Anna explained. "The royal family claimed it was to show goodwill and friendly relations towards the empire, but it was mostly the opposite." "How is pulling back the checkpoint the opposite?" Ajax asked, confused. "Because runaways like the group we just saw wouldn't happen with our checkpoint on the border." Anna continued. "Now the group will still be spotted at our checkpoints, but since they are only spotted inside our borders, there is deniability in sheltering them." That decision is what Open Peace talks so quickly with the Republic. From the sound of it, seems like they regularly cross the border to chase down anyone fleeing. Thuron commented from the driver's seat. With the silencing enchantment down, he could still partake in the conversation. They do, the guard answered. So long as they don't go too deep into the kingdom's lands, we don't make an issue of it, so we don't antagonize the empire. How is defending the border antagonistic? Thuron asked, though Ajax could hear some anger in his voice. I did a punishment stint at the border early in my career before I got picked up by House Goldmender, so trust me when I say we are always watching the border. But if we react every time their guards cross it, a little we can't turn a blind eye to any of the slaves that cross either, since it would mean we knew they came from the empire, the guard said. Ajax, Lexi, and Anna spent the rest of the trip in silence following that downward turn in the conversation. They instead decided to focus on their magical training, as they all burnt through half their mana pool as they practiced. It was already getting dark by the time they made it to the first city inside the empire, and unlike inside their own kingdom, they wouldn't be traveling throughout the night here. Thankfully, they had already sent people ahead to make sure they all had accommodations for the night. Ajax was surprised as he first got a look at an empire city. Unlike the cities in the Kingdom of Grindor, the empires not only had walls surrounding it, but high towers that even now looked manned, and even a small moat with a drawbridge. The moat wouldn't do anything to stop anyone above level 50 from scaling the wall, but it would stop any siege vehicle from getting to the wall. The layout of the city was also very different. Whereas the cities in Grindor were obviously overgrown villages that just kept expanding until they were large enough for a wall to be built with a bit of extra room for expansion. This city had a much more standard layout. All of the buildings seemed to be built in their own quadrants with large open streets, but no small back alleys anywhere. All of their cities are built around former military bases, as humanoids pushed further and further to expand their territories. The guard said as he saw Ajax look around. Following their civil wars, even the cities closer to other kingdoms follow the same model. Pushing further to expand their territories sent a shiver up Ajax's spine, as he remembered the dragon's warning about humanoids who pushed outside their territories and challenged any of the other recognized races. Best get a good night's sleep. We'll be in the capital tomorrow late in the evening, and I guarantee you won't be able to slink away early from whatever party is waiting for us. Lexi jokes with Ajax. Ajax woke up the following morning after his first uneasy night's sleep in a while. He had been keeping one ear open the entire night to ensure there wouldn't be any attempts at having him identified by a spy in the night. I thought I told you to get a good night's rest. Lexi chastised him as he yawned while eating his breakfast. Kept tossing and turning in my sleep. More than a few times I felt like there was someone targeting me. Ajax complained as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. He's not wrong. One of the guards that overheard them said, "We caught at least 3 spies trying to sneak in." What do you mean at least 3? Ajax asked, confused. There is a question on if the 4th was a spy or really as drunk as he acted. The guard admitted with a good chuckle. As they left the city, Ajax had to admit that he could come around with the empire architecture. There was practically no line at the gate for inspection, and people were quickly getting checked and sent on their way. He couldn't get a real appreciation for their efficiency, however, as something else grabbed his attention. What the hell is that? Ajax exclaimed as he almost stuck his head outside the window of the carriage. Outside the carriage, there was a 50-foot-long, 10-foot-wide worm that was loaded with crates casually following the road after their convoy. Are those the still worms? Anna's voice betrayed a bit of her excitement as she joined Ajax near the window. They are my lady, the guard confirmed. What are still worms? Lexi asked, just as confused as Ajax. They are a new monster that appeared not far from the Empire's frontier. The guard provided. The worms are surprisingly docile, and despite the somewhat large diet, they will eat anything, meaning feeding them just becomes waste disposal. That's not even the best part. Anna cut off the guard with excitement. They keep on growing until their original set of back legs are cut off, so they can get longer and wider than the one following us. They move as fast as a horse of the same level would, but because of their multitude of spider-like legs, terrain doesn't affect them. Best of all, however, is that their back stays perfectly level during movement. Ajax took another look at the monstrosity following them, and realized that the few hundred pairs of spider legs were in fact maintaining the body of the worm in a steady position, very much in the same way a chicken head would stay perfectly still on a boat in the sea. If trained properly, they are some of the most reliable mode of transportation for a merchant besides a spatial ring. Anna was keen to try and get her hands on one of them during their visit. Do you think they will have any for sale? They were only discovered 5 years ago, my lady, the guard said. Not only that, but apparently while the common worms are tameable, their matriarchs are not, so there is no breeding program available for them. The entire caravan got a front and center look at the worm in action when the merchant behind them decided they were moving too slowly, and the worm got off the road and simply moved past them. Despite the scary-looking shell, Ajax did have to agree that it made a very useful transport. Following the excitement with the worm, Ajax actually got to catch up on some sleep for the remainder of the journey, only being woken up as they got to the gate of the capital. Unlike their entrance in their last city, however, this time they were quickly welcomed by the royal guards, and their entire convoy was quickly marshaled towards the imperial palace. Members of the imperial family were also waiting for them once they arrived. While Ajax hadn't had a too in-depth lesson on imperial nobility, he knew enough to recognize their own crown prince, his wife, as well as their children who were waiting surrounded by guards to welcome them. By the time Ajax's carriage got to the gate, the crown princes had both already entered along with the Xavier and the eldest son and daughter of the imperial crown prince. That did leave them with the prince's wife as well as their youngest children, a set of twins, a boy and a girl, that were the same age as Lexi and Anna. As far as Ajax was concerned, the less members of the imperial family there were to greet him the better. More than that, however, Ajax was wondering what it is that Thuron will be doing now, since he doubted they would allow a beastkin to enter the palace. Thuron himself had taken to wearing a scarf around his neck to avoid drawing attention. Not only that, but he had actually managed to pick up the carriage driver skill on their way here, so he had no problem controlling the horses to drop off Ajax and company. "Welcome, Lady Manashaper, Lady Goldmancer, Baron Hearthbound," the imperial princess greeted them. Ajax took a look back towards Thuron, unsure what to do about him. "Unfortunately, your beastkin will have to leave along with most of your guards for today, Baron Hearthbound. My grandfather is already making quite the exception by allowing him to delve. He will not host him in the palace," the young imperial princess said as she followed Ajax's gaze. "Not to worry, my lord. We'll take care of Thuron for the evening." A group of royal guards who didn't follow the crown prince into the palace offered, and Ajax felt more at ease leaving Thuron with them. From the looks Thuron was receiving from the three Imperials, Ajax guessed that not all of the Imperial family held such humanist views. That didn't mean that they would go against their emperor's word. Thuron POV. After Lord Hearthbound entered the palace, I followed the rest of the guards and stowed the carriage at the large inn that was reserved for our stay here. Thankfully, it seems that my participation in the delve was already insured through from the wording of it. It sounds like the Imperial representative who forgot to mention not to include beastkin will be publicly lashed. Let's go to this one next. I have a hard time remembering the name of the guards, seeing as they all look so similar in their official armor. However, this has to be the 5th bar we've entered tonight. All of the others have sent us away not long after we entered, but this one is a lot bigger. Surprisingly, this wasn't because they insisted that I also be served a drink, but because a group for 20 high-level soldiers made short work of their supply of alcohol and moved to their next target. "I pity the commander," one of the guards said. "He has to stay on guard in the Imperial Palace while we all get the night off. The bar seems to have a massive fighting arena built underneath it. No more bets, no more bets." The announcer yells as we enter the bar and see two brawlers with their faces already swollen square up to one another in a ring. Final round, fight. For the next 3 minutes, the brawlers take turns slugging at each other. It's fairly clear that both have little left in them, and they are both just about ready to fall over. The only question is who will get the lucky punch. "And Iron Joe is your winner tonight." The announcer exploded after one of the fighters collapsed. "The rookie has done it." While our entire group is being seated and taking up a whole quarter of the room, I see the next two fighters being brought forward. And now for the main event. Will our reigning champion Toothy finally meet his match, or will he rack up his 9th consecutive win? The announcer exclaimed. Toothy seems to be a tiger beastkin, a rather old one, but from the cold fury in his eyes, one I certainly wouldn't fight without a good reason. His opponent, however, is a speed-based fighter. From measure opponent, it seems like the human has a few levels on the beastkin. Place your best now. Who will win how many rounds? Remember that this fight's biggest payout also leaves with our fabulous mystery prize. The announcer tried to rile up the crowd. Ajax made sure I have enough coins for myself, and when I see how many people are betting on the human, I can't help but try and stick up for one of my own. I put down a whole 2 gold coins on Toothy winning the match in the first round. Unlike most feline beastkins, tigers traded away most of their stealth and endurance for upfront power. If he is to win this fight despite the level disadvantage, it will be by rushing him down in the first round. Fight. The moment the words are out, the beastkin launches himself at his opponent with ferocity. The quick rogue, however, manages to easily duck under one of the beastkin's arms and tried to create some distance, only to stumble over the beastkin's tail. It's only a moment of vulnerability, but that is already too much. Most beastkin fighters lean into their animal's part strength. I myself rely on the power and endurance that comes with a bull, so the tiger is quicky to pounce on the opening. Once he actually has a hold of him, the fight ends in seconds as the beastkin's claws leave the human with some nasty marks. Well, now, nobody could have expected this, the announcer says with glee. Toothy wins in the first round. Boos sound from the entire bar as people curse out at the result. It seems this isn't the first time this bar managed to pull one over on the odds using the beastkin fighter. I can't wipe the smug grin from my face as I walk to collect my winning. There was a 10-to-1 odds on the beastkin winning in the first round, and I was going to collect my 20 gold. Congratulations to our big winner tonight. The bookie says once I turn in my ticket, you walk away not only with your bet, but also with tonight's mystery prize, 2 infant still worms. With that, 2-foot-long worms with spider legs are also placed in my arms alongside the bag of gold. What am I going to do with those? Lord Hearthbound seemed interested in the one that went past us. Maybe he'll like them. Ajax had to admit to himself that while the imperial parties were by all accounts a lot more brutal than the ones held by his own kingdom, the lack of required decorum was much more his wheelhouse. The partygoers watched intrigued as 2 participants battled in the center of the ballroom over a perceived slight followed by a few sharp words. The imperial ways were not all that different on paper from what they were in the kingdom of Grindor. A simple change that made demanding immediate conflict resolution through combat at a noble level meant that almost all parties developed into a combat portion towards the middle and end of the evening. Parties that welcomed foreigners did not force them into combat, but since most kingdom nobles did have 1 or 2 good connections in the empire, their friends would usually step in to accept any challenge that was thrown. Ajax knew that the rules demanded that the combatants actually taking part be no higher level than 70, and within 3 levels of each other for the sake of fairness, but the 2 level 60 fighters going at it didn't make this seem like a simple disagreement. I still don't see why I can't just challenge him. The young imperial prince complained to both his sister and his mother. Grandfather would be pleased to see his views supported and will even get a look at what he's been hiding. You'll do no such thing. His mother was quick to interject. He hasn't been taught of our old way of doing things. Not only that, but from what I hear, that Bull Beastkin is one of his only retainers with some high potential. There is a reason we make exceptions for newer nobles. Not to mention in terms of combat, it wouldn't even be a fight. The young imperial princess piled on her brother. Her comment, however, did draw the attention of not only her father, the imperial crown prince, but also her elder brother, the visiting crown prince and Xavier. What do you mean? The imperial crown prince asked. Did your skill catch something? It was well known that the young princess had access to an epic inspection skill. Just barely. Not only that, but he also noticed I peeked. That's impolite, darling, her mother chided. And what did your skill say? Her elder brother pressed. That I'd have a better chance fighting you than I would him, she answered. The answer was certainly eye-opening for the imperial family, considering that the eldest of the crown prince's children was only 25 years old, but he was also already level 40 and by no means weak. I'll be happy to stand in for him if you're looking for a match closer to your level. Xavier joined the conversation. Despite being almost 2 years younger than the imperial prince, Xavier was actually 2 levels up on him and was confident in winning the fight. You'll lose this one too. His sister tried to warn him, but that warning only pushed him further into agreeing to the fight. Sure, I'll accept that challenge, the prince smiled. Ajax hadn't been close enough to listen to the conversation, so he was taken by surprise when he saw Xavier and the young imperial facing off in the center of the room once the first battle ended. He also wasn't the only one surprised, as all the nobles present were a lot more interested in this fight compared to the previous one. Despite the fighters being much weaker, it was still one royal family against the other. As the battle started, Xavier quickly found out that his opponent had him beat in terms of raw physical stats. That wasn't much of a surprise to him, since he knew his opponent was a fully physical fighter who wasn't talented in using mana. Despite the lower physical stats, Xavier had no issues keeping pace with his opponent. His longsword skill was closing in on level 60, and there was a reason why he was seen as the star of his generation before Ajax showed himself. You do know we aren't dancing, the imperial prince taunted as Xavier maintained a safe distance and deflected his attacks. Well, if you insist, Xavier replied as he jumped back and started chanting. The retreat surprised the imperial. He hadn't had almost any experience fighting hybrid fighters at this level for the sole reason that most would only be able to fight as weaker mages, the difference in physical stats too much for them to overcome. By the time he realized what was going on and attacked Xavier was most of the way through his chant, all it took was 2 more deflections before he launched his fireball at almost point-blank range. Ajax was surprised to see the spell had similar power to what he might be able to unleash if he were to try and release a direct fireball. Chanting would make up for the stat difference between the 2 spellblade fighters. Xavier was good enough that he didn't miss point-blank, and the fireball also marked the end of the match as it put the imperial on his back. Should have listened to your sister, Xavier said with a cocky grin as he pointed his sword at the undefended chest of his opponent. I see he takes after his uncle, the emperor said with chuckle as he watched the wry smile form on Xavier's father. Hopefully not too much, your majesty, the crown prince replied. While I do hope he has my brother's sense for combat, I hold on to hope that he will pick up my sense for politics. While the fight was ending, nobody saw a frazzled servant sneak his way into a party and approach one of the viscounts. My lord, there has been a small issue at the ring, so deal with it, the Viscount said. "I'm afraid it's a bit more complicated than that, my lord." The servant started to fidget with fingers. "It's about the mystery prize." "What's happened?" the Viscount asked. "Is someone complaining about 2 juvenile worms that will take at least a year before they can carry anything? Whoever is complaining can just go buy their own. They may be rare, but it shouldn't be that hard to find one." "My lord, the problem is that a foreigner won the prize," the servant explained. "What?" The noble quickly glanced around to notice that his little conversation has attracted quite a bit of attention. "I specifically told you to simply exclude any foreigner bets from winning the mystery prize. The bookies didn't know they were a foreigner until after they already gave out the prize." The servant tried to explain his side. "The emperor made a point to not sell the worms to foreigners. How could they not know they were a foreigner?" The Viscount was getting angrier by the minute. "It was a beastkin, my lord," the servant said. Everybody thought it was a slave that was placing the bet for his master. Who would have thought that it would be part of the visiting convoy? "You're telling me that not only did you give the worms to a foreigner, but that you gave them a non-human as well." The Viscount made sure to whisper that last part, though that didn't help much with the people who already seemed interested in the conversation, especially as the servant could only nod in affirmation. "Thuron, how the hell did you manage that?" Ajax mumbled as he was one of the people eavesdropping on the conversation. "What did Thuron manage?" Xavier asked as he came to grab Ajax, as his father requested to introduce him to the emperor. Ajax quickly explained what he overheard to Xavier as he was led over to where the emperor was consoling his grandson for a well-fought battle. Greeting the emperor was actually surprisingly swift. Despite a few comments about bringing a beastkin, the emperor actually dismissed Ajax, Lexi, Anna, Xavier, and Alvier since they would start their delve tomorrow, and simply insisted that they have a longer talk after they are done with both of their delves. "What were you laughing at?" Lexi asked Xavier, who could barely hold his laughter when the comment about Thuron came. "Apparently Thuron managed to win 2 young still worms tonight," Xavier said as he finally laughed openly. "What, how?" Oliver was quick to focus at that, since he knew the worms weren't supposed to be exported outside the Empire. "Something about a bet at a fighting ring," Ajax said as he chuckled along with the prince. "Apparently they thought he was a slave, so they just gave them to him as a bonus on top of the winnings for his bet." "Full year," Ajax murmured. "Unlike everyone else here, a year was a decent chunk of time for him to plan out." Ajax and the rest of the team delving tomorrow weren't the only ones who decided to call it an early night. While Thuron might not have had the political know-how to know what it meant that he received those infant worms, the rest of the royal guards were a bit more in the know, so they all collectively left for the small courtyard the kingdom was renting out. By the time Ajax and the rest made it back, they came upon a very strange sight in front of the stables. Thuron was surrounded by the rest of the guards as they all took their turns feeding anything they could get their hands on to 2 worms the size of Ajax's arms. "What is going on here?" Xavier asked. As a member of the royal family, he did have some authority over the guards. "Look, your highness, they'll eat anything," one of the youngest guards said with excitement as they fed a small chunk of unprocessed ore to one of the worms. A quick elbow to the side from one of his buddies did make him realize who he was talking to, however. "I mean, we're keeping an eye on a potential political incident. And I thought we had a potential political incident with us." Xavier laughed good-naturedly at the guard's words as he also stepped closer to get a better look at the worms. "They're so young." Xavier wasn't the only one interested as Anna quickly approached the worms, her usual aloof attitude nowhere to be seen. "You still have around 3 months before they need to start with their taming. Also, if you can get them some earth or life-attuned cores to eat, they will start their growth phase a lot quicker, and you can get them into circulation in under a year." "A year is not that bad," Anna quickly picked up. "If our sources are correct, the Empire is looking to maintain their monopoly on the worms for at least another decade. You'll be able to get a few delivery contracts for them, just for the prestige of other companies having their goods delivered by still worm. A year is still a little too long-term for me to plan out in advance," Ajax said as he rubbed the back of his head slightly. "About a year and a half ago, I hadn't even set foot inside the capital." "Well, you better start," Oliver said with distaste. "A noble always looks not only to their future but that of their house as well." Ajax frowned at the combative attitude but chose to ignore him. Instead, he focused on Thuron. "What are you planning to do with them?" he asked the beastkin. "I won them as a bonus for a bet I placed with the money you gave me," Thuron said with a bewildered look. "I was planning to just give them to you, my lord." Ajax was very much tempted to leave the worms with Thuron, but that simply wasn't how things worked in this world. Thuron was his retainer, and while that meant that Ajax and the rest of his noble house supported him, it did mean that they also got to profit from his accomplishments. Seeing as Thuron was initially getting a slot to delve into a dungeon that was very much in demand, there was no reason for him to reject the worms. "Judy and Alana are going to throw you a party when we get back," Ajax said with a grin. "Interesting as they are, however, I best turn in for the night." "That's a good idea." Xavier nodded before turning to the guards and Thuron. Keep an eye out for the worms, make sure to keep them fed. I also suggest not taking them outside the compound before it's time to leave. Unlike their previous stay in the Empire, Ajax didn't have any issues getting to sleep on this night. With a full compound secured by the guards, there was nobody that could get past them, or at least nobody that he could do anything about, so he simply fell asleep. When he woke up the next morning, he quickly washed up and put on his proper equipment. Despite the lack of enchantment, the gear still looked to be very high-end for a level 35. It was actually very much in line with what a baron's main heir might actually use. Are you all ready? Two of the guards that the Goldmancer family sent with them were going to be escorting them to and from the dungeon. While Ajax didn't really feel any more stress than he normally did, the same couldn't be said for the other 4 people. For 3 of them, this would be the first time they will be entering a dungeon, without a dedicated guard shadowing them at all times. For the 4th, he had a mission to fulfill that could very well get him killed if he wasn't careful. It looked so similar. The silence that had stretched out during the walk to the dungeon was broken by Ajax as he looked at the defenses that surrounded the dungeon arch. To the untrained eye, the defenses looked very similar to the ones the kingdom had set up around their own dungeons. Through Ajax was pretty sure that they were in fact quite different. The quests of honor. The guard captain in charge of the dungeon was there to greet them as they moved past the line to the front. Please pass all storage devices to my companion here for examination. Ajax was careful to pass his storage ring to one of the 2 Goldmancer guards. No way he was risking making any sort of contact with a trained analyst. He had learnt his lesson from the first spying attempt he had had to deal with. The analyst actually took his time to go through all the spatial rings before he returned them to the guard and whispered in the guard captain's ear. While everything seems to be in order, you did seem to have quite a bit of camping equipment. Be assured that you can exit the dungeon at any time, and we will clear out anything that comes out after you. The guard captain addressed all of them, but his eyes were fixed on Ajax. While the prince was the first of them to enter, Ajax was actually the first to follow. This could be seen as a little rude, considering that everyone else was part of a ducal family. Both of the guards were actually pleased that Oliver wouldn't even get a moment unsupervised with Anna. Mannerless commoner Oliver cursed under his breath as he followed Lexi and Anna into the arch. Inside the dungeon, the first thing that hit them was the warmth of the desert biome. Much as it added insult to injury, not only did the Empire not have good trading relations with most other nations on account of their more radical views, the first floor of their main dungeon was also based on a desert biome, leading to very little consistent gatherable resources to train the craftsmen in. Well, I guess it's time to find the 3 of you a mini-boss to clear, Ajax said as he quickly took a look around. Unfortunately, he already surpassed the level 32 limit that would grant him the stat point for clearing this floor. I doubt there is anything here that can threaten any of you. That was very much not the case, as while the prince, Lexi, and Anna would have no problem killing anything here in solo combat, they could easily be overwhelmed through numbers. It didn't take them long to find the first arch to the next floor, and Xavier made quick work of the scorpion defending it, while Ajax wiped out the rest of the pack. There is another mini-boss in the oasis. Ajax nodded towards the decently concealed alligator. With it being submerged in water, Lexi was the one to handle it since Anna was more of a fire-focused fighter. The final mini-boss of the first floor was a camouflage salamander, which was actually half-coiled around the arch it was defending, blending in perfectly with the surrounding rock. Unfortunately, its perfect camouflage did very little to fool any of their sense mana from picking up on the constant heat spell it had active around its body. Ajax was actually glad to see Anna use ice to kill the reptile, as the surrounding temperature rapidly cooled to a much more pleasant range. It was here that the group seemed to face the first issue, who would be the first to enter the next floor. Objectively, it should be either Oliver or Ajax to ensure that there wasn't any roaming monster near the entrance that could ambush them. However, neither of them made a move to approach the arch, both looking at the other. The whole group seems to feel the tension, yet only Xavier is confused on what could be causing it. Despite that, Oliver is the first to back down as he simply enters the archway without a word once he realizes that there is nothing he can do. What was all that about? Xavier asks. We're not letting Anna alone with Oliver. Lexi got out through clenched teeth. Oh right, Xavier said awkwardly. The whole next head of House Goldmancer thing. I'm tempted to just go to another arch and be done with it. Ajax offers. There isn't anything on this floor that worries me but the next floor, and if any of you want to try the one after that, I might need to intervene with the person under attack, and I can't keep an eye on him all the time. No chance I'm clearing the third floor, Xavier said with a shake of his head. As an hybrid fighter, it did also mean that Xavier was more spread out, so he couldn't push a specific weakness of a monster's as much as a pure mage might in a good matchup. We can't just leave him, Anna said. He would be able to use that against you. With that, everyone entered the arch one by one with Anna going last. The second floor biome turned out to be a multitude of snowy and icy mountain peaks. The cold wasn't as extreme as the heat from the last floor, but the change in temperature got all of them to change their outfits in a hurry. Oliver is already standing there bundled up in a warmer set of clothes. Is this an elemental floor? Xavier asks with a tinge of hope. No, both Ajax and Oliver respond at the same time. It would be much colder if it was an elemental floor. This is just a cold biome. Ajax continues. Don't go near any cave entrances. Most mountainous biomes have either a bear or humanoid inhabitants. Oliver cautioned as all of them started to move from the entrance arch once they finished getting dressed. We've got incoming. Ajax quickly turned and looked up to see a large eagle easily twice his size coming towards them from above. It feels like a mini-boss. I'll handle the rest of the pack if one of you wants to get their fight out of the way. With that, Ajax started to fire arrows towards the other three birds accompanying the mini-boss. As much as Xavier wanted to get his fight out of the way, he knew that a flying enemy wasn't a good matchup for him until his magic got a bit stronger, so he let Anna take care of it. The eagle quickly focused on Ajax after he let loose two arrows that easily put down two of its pack. Unfortunately, that left it unprepared for the large fireball Anna threw at it. The eagle did manage to react, and a strong beat of its wings infused with mana conjured a small wind shield, but that wasn't enough to block the entire fireball. Ajax used the explosion as a smoke cover to take out the last of the smaller eagles and put away his bow as he watched Anna engage with the eagle. For her part, Anna didn't let up on the attack and threw two fire lances one after the other. The first was the eagle managed to evade as it started its dive towards her, but the second one connected and scorched its right wing, leading it to crash into the ground and taking away its flight. The eagle wasn't ready to quit with just that as it fired a wind blade towards Anna that was powerful enough to have Ajax reaching for his mana. Anna was prepared, however, as she quickly put up an earthen wall. This is where the difference in levels shows, however, as despite using a good counter, the wall still crumbled, and a few of the rocks were blasted back towards Anna. Fortunately, she intercepted the attack far enough away that they didn't reach all the way to her. From there, it was just a matter of a few more spells before the eagle burned away. As they all moved further into the floor, it was actually Ajax who took out the next mini-boss as his required kill to clear the floor. The reason for this was that it was a polar fox that snuck dangerously close to them before any of them detected it, and Ajax responded with his full power as he crushed its head with his hammer. I'll take the bear. Lexi volunteered once they found their first cave on the mountain, and she was eager to get her required kill. What followed was a perfect example of why a mage with good versatility is a menace to deal with even when you are up in levels. She utilized earth to trip up the bear and ice to slow its movement further, lightning to make approaching her even harder, and finished by slowly bleeding it out with cuts from her wind attacks. Despite the relative safety of her attempt, she did run through a full 3/4 of her mana, taking the mini-boss down. From there, they were attacked 3 more times by eagles and foxes, but none of those attacks had a mini-boss with them, so Ajax and Oliver were quick to take them out. Despite finding an arch to the next floor, and also the obelisk by a sheer stroke of luck, they still needed one more mini-boss for Xavier before they were done. There is another fox here, Ajax said as he picked up on the sound. Feels like a mini-boss, you want to take it. Yeah, let's get this over with, Xavier said as he pulled out his sword. Ajax was quick to throw a water balloon filled with bright green paint at the fox. This did nothing to harm the creature, however. It severely hampered its stealth capabilities, without taking anything away from Xavier should he defeat it in single combat. Even with that advantage, the fight wasn't as straightforward as Lexi's. Xavier had a bigger level gap to overcome, and a melee fight didn't allow him to put the mini-boss in quite the same bad spot that Lexi and Anna had put their respective opponents. His skill with the sword did shine through, however, as he managed to kill the boss with only a few mild scratches. Should we go back to the arch we saw? Lexi asked once the fox was dead. I think I see an arch there that's closer. Ajax denied. This time he did check the arch, and what he felt was a lot of water mana. It definitely wouldn't have affected him enough, but there was almost no chance for Anna or Lexi to clear another floor if the bosses they had to kill were submerged. There was another bear guarding this arch, but Ajax was having none of it, so, while Oliver distracted it with an opening ranged attack, Ajax was quick to get close and slam his axe into its skull, killing it quickly. Ajax was ready for a confrontation about who would go through this arch first, since with the monsters on the other side being close to level 40, there was a good argument for him being the first one through. Come on already, just go, I want to get out of here. Xavier made sure the argument didn't take place by simply pushing Oliver through the arch and following behind him. The mage was surprised, and simply didn't have the physical stats to respond as he was pushed through the arch. The 3 of them left on this floor shared a quick laugh at Xavier's quick thinking and Oliver's surprised expression that they got to see for all of 2 seconds, before they followed them to the next floor. What the hell? Ajax muttered as he took a look around at the new floor while also dismissing the prompt letting him know he gained an extra +1 to all stats. The odd layout of the floor did explain why he hadn't recognized the primary mana that he felt in the arch. I think we just found a jeweler's wet dream. Lexi joked as she also stared out the spacious cavern made of crystals. Well, this is where I leave you, Xavier said while ignoring the deathly glare Oliver was sending him following his stunt of pushing him through the arch. There is no way I am killing anything that is level 40 and made of rock or crystal. I'll see you all soon. Following that simple declaration, he quickly made his way towards the arch they just entered the floor from and stepped through it to get back outside. The words, however, were very on point for Anna and Lexi as well, despite them not being in quite as bad a spot as Xavier, who would have to get into melee range of his enemies. Crystal and rock monsters were known for their high defense and endurance, which could make this a futile effort for both mages. How about you? Do you think you can kill a miniboss? Ajax asked. Of course she can. There has to be 1 or 2 golems here with an obvious core that they can destroy from range. Even if it does take them an attempt or 2, we can just let them try a few times. Oliver didn't even give Anna and Lexi a chance to respond, as he desperately tried to put on a supportive face. He couldn't let them back down and exit the dungeon here and now. Well, what do you think? Ajax asked before he lowered his tone a whisper only for Anna and Lexi. He doesn't have as much freedom on this floor. The monsters here will be level 40, so he will also have to be on guard against them. I want to keep going. Lexi was the first to answer. Unlike Anna, she wasn't as disadvantaged by the crystal nature of the monsters on this floor. I'll give it a go as well. Anna finally decided after a few drawn-out seconds of silence. It was all Oliver could do to not let out a sigh of relief. Now what? She asked. Now we pick a direction and go, Ajax said as he looked out towards the 3 large tunnels their chamber split opened into. Stay close to me. I don't know if they can dig through the crystal yet. The large crystal cavern was a little disorienting to the team of 4, first and foremost, because while the cavern didn't lack a source of light with the wall all shining, they were also letting out colored light that changed as they progressed. A large upside to the cavern, however, was the loud sound that echoed from the monster's movement. Something is coming this way. Ajax and everyone else could clearly hear the screeching sound of crystal dragging across crystal. A large crystalline worm made out of connected rings was what quickly approached them. It wasn't all that large, its thickness about the same as a regular person, with a length of about 12 feet. Ajax, however, was very surprised that he couldn't feel the presence of a core inside of it. Despite not feeling a core, he was still clear that crystals like this were weak to blunt force damage, so he quickly pulled out his hammer as well as his shield and prepared to engage. With the monsters being level 40, they were finally getting to the point where Ajax had to use his mana in order to fight. This meant that he could be worn down. Using Mana Siphon with the mana concentration on this floor meant that he could maintain a high stat advantage for cheap. The worm was composed of about 40 rings that moved together, and Ajax's fight swing of his hammer shattered 5 of them straight away while also sending the monster flying backwards. This also led to some good news for the team as they watched the monster prepare to charge again. It's not healing, Lexi pointed out. They are golems, not elementals. Anna also breathed out a sigh of relief as golems could be worn down by breaking down their bodies, without them simply regenerating from the environment. Once Ajax knew he was dealing with a golem, and not an elemental, he flat out charged the worm all but launching himself at it. The impact of the shield easily crashing through another 8 rings, and the hammer swing that followed took out another 7. With half its body smashed to pieces, the rest of the worm finally stilled and died. It was one of the advantages of the golems that they could keep going regardless of what they lost so long as enough of them was still left intact. That didn't look so hard, Lexi said as she examined the crystals the worm had broken down into. Too bad it wasn't a miniboss. I expect them to be a bit harder. Ajax shared his view on it. With that, the team kept on moving. For the first time since they entered the dungeon, however, Oliver was sticking a lot closer to Ajax. Unlike the young Baron, the level 40 mage was much more susceptible to being overrun, especially when faced with their next group of foes. We've got incoming, and it's either a centipede or there is more than one of them, Ajax called out as his hearing locked on the constant tapping that seemed to approach them. What rushed towards them were a large group of 4-legged spiders. They legs much thicker than a regular spider, and placed in a square formation allow the 2-feet-tall monsters to move around quickly. The bigger issue was the 8-feet-tall, fully 8-legged miniboss that was following in their wake. I can take this miniboss, Anna was quick to call out once she saw the big spider. Despite the boss's much bigger size, the 8 legs it had were all rather thin. With such an obvious target, Anna was quick to launch some exploding fireballs, aiming for the joints in hopes of immobilizing the boss. As for Ajax, he was quick to react to Anna's claim on the boss. Armed with his hammer and his axe, he got to work thinning out the dozen or so smaller spiders while making sure not to engage the boss at all. The tiny spiders, however, weren't his main worry as he periodically glanced towards Oliver. Thankfully, he wasn't the only one, as clearly Lexi had the same idea of keeping an eye on the caster. The miniboss was quick to move, but evidently slow to adapt. Once Anna took out its first leg, she had a much easier time but immobilizing the spider within the first 6 attacks by taking out all of the legs on one side of its body, and even those 2 attacks that failed to take out one leg had managed to connect on the body of the creature, slowly chipping away at it. "How are you doing? Do you need a potion?" Lexi offered. She knew that despite the clear effectiveness of the exploding fireballs, they weren't cheap to cast by any means. "I'm fine," Anna said as she heaved in breaths before using an ice lance spell to crush the head of the spider, as well as a good part of the torso. With the spider being immobile, she had no problem aiming and killing the creature. Next mini-boss they encountered was a rainbow-colored version of the worm they had first found on the floor. Not only that, but this worm was also twice the size of his predecessor. In the end, however, its size didn't mean much as Ajax took it apart in much the same manner as the first worm, if only this one taking a whole 5 swings of the hammer before dying instead of 2. "Hey, this can be taken outside the dungeon," Ajax exclaimed in surprise as his senses washed over the corpse of the worm. "What are you doing?" Oliver sounded outraged as he watched Ajax shove the entire body of the worm into his spatial ring. "The whole reason you're clearing out an entire floor is so that they can't figure out which you cleared. You do know they will check your ring on your way out." "Exactly," Ajax nodded. "If all they find are some third-floor gems, they will think the reason I stuck inside to clear the floor was because I was greedy, especially since there are so many colors here. I don't care if they think I only got to the 3rd floor. In fact, I prefer it." It didn't take long for them to find another spider miniboss for Lexi to kill. However, Ajax was sure to stay within 2 feet of Anna as they all got close to clearing the floor. As for Lexi, she very much copied Anna's trick of taking out the legs before killing the boss. "There is a worm boss up ahead guarding an arch. Kill it and let's go." Ajax nodded towards Oliver as he made sure to always put himself between Anna and Oliver. Unlike what he expected, Oliver simply nodded at his instructions before he entered smaller cavern. Despite the man's attitude, Ajax did have to admit that Oliver did have some talent for ice magic. It didn't take long for Oliver to shatter enough of the worm for it to be considered killed. "I'll go through first," Ajax said, much to Oliver's surprise. His smile, however, fell off his face as he saw Ajax leading Anna with an arm around his shoulder towards the arch. She apparently used too much mana. Ajax's excuse was a clear lie to all 4 of them, however. Since Anna was going with it, there was nothing Oliver could say. Despite turning his back to Oliver, Ajax didn't release his mana siphon. In fact, he extended its range as far as he could. It was a good thing he did, as he was able to siphon off a good bit of mana off the ice lance that was heading straight for Anna, just in time for him to pull out his shield and shatter the ice as it closed in on them with a shield bash. "So you're finally showing your true colors," Ajax said as he turned to face off against Oliver as Lexi and Anna both raised their staffs against him. "Come now, Ajax," Oliver started. "This can still end up going in your favor in a big way. All you have to do is help me out here." On a POV, my heart rate jumped as I felt the mana gather behind me and then approach quickly. I had been told more than once that it was a possibility. The standoff at the first arch had also been a nudge in the right direction, but I never thought it would actually come to this. When Ajax suggested that I pretend to have hurt my leg so that he would carry me through the arch, I thought he was going too far. "So you're finally showing your true colors." Ajax seemed calm, his voice even despite having just shattered the projectile coming for me like it was nothing. Both Lexi and myself raised our staff instinctively, years of training shining through despite my emotional turmoil and shock. But all of this was nothing more than posturing. Almost moved as well, all looked to one another while Lexi slowly stepped closer to me. "Come now, Ajax," Oliver started. "This can still end up going in your favor in a big way. All you have to do is help me out here." Well, at least Oliver was quite as far gone as I thought. The ambush was one thing, but it seems he isn't that narcissistic as to think he can actually fight Ajax. "My father has a good chance to take over the family once she is out of the way. Your family will be rich, we'll make sure of it." Oliver continues to tempt him. "You can name your price." To my great surprise, a sinister chuckle rose from Ajax. At that moment, I could feel a motionless struggle with all its might to suppress the surprise and slight fear that he could actually be tempted. Should I make a counter-offer? Is he actually considering this? We were no more than 50 feet from the arch. Once we passed through it, all we had to do was pass through the one we came out of on the next floor, and we would be free. With Lexi next to me now, we might have a chance to get out of here alive against Oliver, who exhausted some of his mana with the mini-boss and was quite a bit away from us. But it would all come down to Ajax's choice, even if he wasn't right next to me, and across the room it wouldn't matter since he would still be able to stop us. Ajax's chuckle cut off abruptly as the coldest tone I ever heard from him was spit out from behind clenched teeth. "It's It's clear why the Goldmincers had you only focus on magic combat, even without the other skills. How you can be this dumb with all those points in intellect and wisdom is shocking to me. His words instantly calm me down. Without my emotions running so high, I internally berate myself for even thinking that Ajax would even consider the bribe. Are you that attached to her? Oliver's desperation rose with every word. Do you know what it would mean to choose your own reward from a family like the Goldmincers? Do you see me as a greedy, short-sighted fool? Ajax asked back, his rage regressing or just being suppressed as the conversation continued. Do you even process the offer you just made me? Even if I was a greedy psychopath who would be willing to kill 2 friends on the word of someone he met a month ago, this deal would be just bad all the way through. Ajax continued with disgust. Even in the best-case scenario, I still lose out. He wasn't wrong there. This is why it is so surprising to me that Oliver would even try anything. Ajax taking any bribe here would make absolutely no sense. I knew Oliver looked down on common-born people, but this much. You could ask for more gold than the average ducal house has, and you think this is a bad offer. Oliver sounded shocked by the refusal. Let's assume that the offer would hold true. Let's also assume your father takes over the house next and honors that promise. Let's also assume that killing both Anna and Lexi, since just killing one wouldn't be a kept secret, wouldn't get traced back to me in any way. That still has me losing out. Ajax took out his hammer and made a step towards Oliver. You think saving her would get you more? Oliver asked. They'll just say it was expected of you and give you a pat on the back. Nothing changing in my current situation is better than taking your deal. Ajax shook his head as he continued to advance while Oliver was slowly backing away. Your father would at best take the head position in 3 decades. What I need is for my relationships to hold strong now, at this moment. A big questionable disaster like this would cut off most of Ajax's allies from him, just from him not having stopped it regardless of what other blame gets put on him. I tire of this conversation. Ajax started his charge, sudden change in speed, almost more than I could keep track of. I should raise my perception at least a little. I start channeling my own mana to help only for Lexi to put her hand on my wrist. No need to bother, the fight won't be long, and chances are we might get in the way just as much as we help. Lexi's comforting smile did a lot to help with the feelings of betrayal I was pushing down as I thought through how my own family ordered me killed. I chose to focus on the fight just to take my mind off it. Oliver started retaliating. Despite being overmatched without a doubt, he was still a very talented fighter. His casting speed was faster than anything I have ever seen from anyone so low level. I knew chanting was his best skill, but to think he broke through the level 75 barrier already and even unlocked the ability to shorten the phrase. Walls of ice sprung up between him and Ajax as ice lances started to take form. The most shocking thing of all, however, was what I was feeling from Ajax. I knew he had a way to empower his body with magic. I also knew from our first meeting during the skirmish he had a way to wipe away mana residue. But my sense mana was telling me he was actively weakening Oliver's spells and using the mana he took from them to empower himself. I had never heard of any skill that could do anything close to that. It had to be a legendary skill since he was always using it without any drawbacks, and it granted him so much power. It also finally made sense why he always seemed to get better the deeper in the dungeon we got. With more ambient mana to take, the less he would use his own mana. Ajax stored away his shield and axe and took out his bow as the sightline was broken by one of the ice walls. He drew back an arrow and infused it with wind mana as he stepped back into view and released. The arrow would have pierced Oliver through the throat if it wasn't for his defensive amulet that knocked the arrow aside and into his shoulder. The outcome that was all but guaranteed from the start was now upon us. Despite his skill and power with magic, Oliver didn't seem to have had any training in managing pain, as he simply crumpled to the floor wailing as he held his shoulder in pain. I should look into getting a skill like pain resistance, or even better, ignore pain. Don't kill him. Lexi's interruption surprised me. Tie him up so we can bring him back out. Why not just kill him here and be done with it? Ajax asked. He showed pure confusion, however, as if the difference between killing Oliver and restraining him was just the annoyance the second would be for the extra effort. If we take him out, he can be interrogated, Lexi said. Stopping the assassination is one thing, but if you help them root out the conspiracy publicly, you'll give old man Goldmincer the excuse he needs to give you a reward. Lexi was right. Dad did mention that he asked Ajax to look out for me, but this way no other branch could complain about him giving him a reward without also looking complicit. It's not like I'm doing this for the reward, Ajax said as he shrugged but also turned away. Was that a bit of embarrassment I saw? Stupid idiot actually thought I could be tempted to kill some of my only friends. We probably weren't supposed to hear that second part, but we had walked closer. I could also see Ajax deliberately squeezing the shoulder that still had an arrow stuck inside as he tied and gagged Oliver. Too bad Oliver would still get the point for this floor as we all passed through the arch, but it would be too much of a hustle to drag him to the entrance of this floor and then come back just so he won't get the reward. Ajax dragged the tied-up Oliver through the arch and Lexi, and I followed. Good luck, I also wished him with a smile as I grabbed Oliver, and the three of us exited through the arch. Ajax wished that we could keep Oliver's betrayal under wraps, but unfortunately that would be too much of a security risk. Without the option to descend back down to lower floors, they would have to exit the dungeon or follow Ajax, and exit together to make sure they all came out at the same time. Since following him past this floor was clear suicide for the both sub-level 30 casters, they all just chose to exit now and deal with the consequences of a more public betrayal. Ajax quickly shook his head and turned away from the exit. The public perception and politics would have their turn, but for now he was to be focused on getting this dungeon over with. The biome of the fourth floor wasn't all that great for him, a dark shadowy landscape filled with jagged edges. It was what he imagined hell would look like if someone extinguished all the fire and just let the place fall to darkness. None of this matters to Ajax, however, as the strongest monster to be found on this floor would only be level 45, unless he did something monumentally stupid, like activating the obelisk. The risk to him on this floor was minimal. More than that, he didn't even have to care about the theme of the next floor, since he would be going one above that, so all he needed to do was find the first arch, kill the mini-boss defending it, and push forwards. Much like Ajax expected, it didn't take him all that long to find the first arch. The only problem was that he could feel just how much curse mana was in the ambient mana, so for once he wouldn't have all that much time to use mana siphon. Unwilling to suck in curse mana, he would have to rely purely on his own reserves to kill his enemies this time. The shadowy creatures turned out to be very similar to cephalopods, the only difference being that they were pitch black, and they had a massive maw in the center of their head they could use to swallow a dog in one bite. Ajax's fist hit on them quickly got him to switch his weapons from the more defensive heavy hitting shield and hammer to his axe and sword. The slimy shadowy fiends all but shrugged off his initial hammer blow, the heavy metal gliding off their skin. His attempts with a bladed edge turned out much better, as he quickly cleaved through the small minions, as the main boss stumbled to create some distance, with 3 of the tentacles sliced off. Despite their speed and resistance to blunt attacks, the small wind mana blades his swing released had gone through them like a hot knife through butter. This is why an adventurer always brings different weapons to a fight. Ajax muttered one of the rules Hatchet had drilled into his head all those years ago. Specializing in one area means opening a weakness in another. Ajax passed through the arch without another thought after he sensed an odd combination of metal and lightning that he shouldn't have any problem fighting against. He was going to have to spend some time on the 5th floor as he hunted for a good arch from which to enter the 6th and final floor he planned to step on. As he took in his new surroundings, Ajax could only stare slack-jawed as he carelessly dismissed the screen informing him of the extra stat points he received for clearing another floor. How was this possible? Was it because of him? Is it the gods playing a prank on him? Standing in front of him was a droid, one that very much reminded him of the ones he had seen in the Star Wars prequels if they were made a bit more solid, complete with a blaster and everything. Intruder, intruder. The droid turned on him and opened fire, real blaster fire actually coming out from the rifle. Thankfully, Ajax could only thank whoever was playing this sick game with him that despite the somewhat clear resemblance to the droids fighting in a galaxy far, far away, this droid not only had a level of 48, but his blaster fire lacked not only in accuracy, but also in power. The 2 shots he had taken when caught by surprise had done barely more than heat up his armor and give him a small circular second-degree burn on the exposed skin it hit. Is this because this is the first time I am truly alone on a floor? Ajax couldn't help but mumble as he brought his hammer and shield back out. The droid didn't even have a chance to recover for a response, as Ajax vaulted over his cover to come rushing towards the droid's shield, first pinning it to the wall before a well-placed hammer swing left it without a head. Ajax wasn't done there, though, as he wasn't taking any chances, as he separated every limb from the torso of the droid before he could finally relax, and even that proved to be a moment too soon as danger sense howled at him. Chances of success initiating self-destruct, the bashed-in head of the droid got out before every piece exploded. Fortunately, Ajax was quick enough to get away without being hurt any further. You're fine, Ajax kept whispering to himself as he started to explore the labyrinth of tunnels that, surprisingly enough, were nice enough to open the doors for him. His moment of peace and quiet was very much short-lived, as the rolling ball of death he knew as a droidicar rolled out from the next door, only to spring up from the ball shape, snap on its force field, and begin blasting at him. Despite the novelty of his new enemy, Ajax was more than ready for a fight to break out this time. He wasted no time blocking the blaster fire with his shield as he approached the droid. Much to his surprise, the droid had no issue with the insignificant damage it was doing to the shield and even refused to back away. His answer as to why that was made clear when he felt his hammer swing lose close to a third of its momentum the instant it made contact with the force field. Even that wasn't enough, however, as the force field proved to be good enough that the droid simply bounced 4 times off the walls like a pinball before turning to return fire. Too overconfident Ajax was quick to mumble as he once again closed the distance from behind his shield, with the droid doing nothing more than scratching at the shield Ajax was using to protect himself. As Ajax swung the hammer a second time, unlike the first, however, this blow completely stopped the moment it made contact with the force field. Not only that, but the hammer's dark purplish radiance vanished at the moment of contact, as well, only for the droidicar to crumple to the floor in a pile of bent metal as the void blow finished it off in one swing. "I've got nothing to hide if there is none to see it," he said, smiling, as he examined the half-crushed round droid. Much to Ajax's pleasure, the rifle from the first droid he had met on this floor was still very much in a working condition, as Ajax picked it up and fired off a few practice shots. Despite the first one going relatively straight, the second, third, fourth, and fifth all went far astray, as the blaster clearly had some severe recoil that also came in from odd angles on every consecutive shot. "I take back everything I said about bad aim in the movies." Ajax silently begged, as he still carried the blaster everywhere with him. "If they were shooting with anything that even resembles this, it's no wonder they can't hit anything." 4 doors and 3 basic droids later, Ajax was once again carefully exploring the layout of the dungeon floor. "Easy does it, just don't run into a Jedi or a Sith." Ajax tried to encourage himself as he continued looking for the next arch. Ajax's bad luck seemed to continue as he made his way through the tunnels as he left behind a pile of scrap metal. Surprisingly, his mana siphon had no effect on the droids at all, it seemed, despite their clear use of magic that presented in the way of magically enhanced short from the blaster. The same couldn't be said for his lightning, as more than 1 or 2 droids were sent into a sporadic seizure as he shot them with a lightning arrow. The droid's fragile nature being only displayed further when the jerks from the current passing through them leads to them breaking their own limbs off as they hit them against the floors and walls. It takes Ajax 2 more hours to finally find an arch he is happy with, as he senses a balance of earth and life in the arch as well as a bit of water. Instead of entering the next floor, however, Ajax decides to rest here for the night before heading into the new floor soon. As he stands in front of the arch, Ajax can't help but look back down the corridors that make up the labyrinth that is this floor. The high-tech panels on the walls, the constant whir of machinery. Before his parents died in his first life, experiencing something like this dungeon floor biome was something he had always wished for. He was also very much tempted to stay on the floor until he finally found one droid that could be taken outside so that he could keep that blaster. It wasn't even for the sake of power. Ajax didn't know how the dungeon or the system did it, but the blaster's fire here was more of an irritant than anything else. Sure, if you could handle the kickback and continue to aim, the fast fire rate, almost instantaneous projectile speed, and lack of ammo would make the weapon very powerful for a level 50, but it was clearly balanced so as to not be overpowering. The main reason why Ajax decided not to try getting that blaster was because he knew it would simply be taken away from him. There is no way the Empire would allow him to keep it once they saw it in the inspection his storage ring would go through, and he would much rather not get his hopes up only to see them dashed. "At least the fun's not over yet," Ajax murmured as he ran his hand down the best blaster he managed to find on his way to this arch. Sure, the blaster would burst into mana motes after he felt the dungeon, but that didn't mean he couldn't keep it for one more floor as he climbed. Not only that, but he might even be able to push his skills further by seeing how his magic interacted when it was used to amplify a blaster. As he stepped past into the arch and onto the next floor, Ajax felt the familiar pull on his body for an instant before appearing in front of another arch. What awaited him on the 6th floor of the dungeon was nothing as novel as the 5th floor. Despite that, Ajax was if anything much more content with this floor theme as he took a look around. Surrounding him were miles and miles of glass greenhouses as far as the eye could see, all neatly arranged in a grid layout with pathways connecting all of them. He all but shouted in joy as his sense mana took in the world around him, and he felt all the different mana herbs and plants that were being grown. The only thing that stopped him was the fear of attracting whatever monsters were on this floor. "Good to know that I can start a fire here if I really need it," Ajax said to himself, though he could feel the pain that doing something like that to all these alchemical ingredients would cause him. With a careful step, the first thing Ajax did was go back to the arch and start focusing his mana siphon on it. He was going to do this absolute best to remember the mana makeup of this type of floor. With all of his portable alchemy lab stored away neatly in his spatial ring, Ajax stepped away from the arch with a silent apology. "I'm sorry, but I am going to worry all of you for a little while." Despite there being none to hear him, Ajax knew it would take him at about 3 days to clear out the floor, but he planned on spending at least a week in here, if not more, just to progress his alchemy as much as he can with the variety of mana-infused herbs that are around the same level and the mana-rich atmosphere of the dungeon floor. His moment of silent apology was interrupted by a sharp ping from Danger Sense. Most troubling was that the danger was coming from below him. Ajax quickly jumped and launched himself into the air only to feel the power of his jump be the final straw, causing a small collapse of the ground he was just standing on. What he saw there under the ground sent a frosty chill down his back. Two hippo-sized moles, with claws the size of longswords, were shifting through the rubble and looking for him. The chill that went down his back had nothing to do with being attacked. That much he expected from the dungeon. The problem that came up was that the moles could and would destroy some if not most of the garden if they were left alone. Ajax simply wouldn't stand for that as he summoned his axe and swords before he charged down the moles, looking to follow down their tunnels and quickly clean up the entire mole population of the floor before they destroyed too many of his precious ingredients. It was only 12 hours later that Ajax finally decided to take a break from his hunt. He carefully made sure to set up his base camp and barriers before he got ready for a good night's sleep. He didn't even get a proper chance to wash out his gear from the layers of mole blood and dust that he had built up in his tireless crusade before he fell on top of his bedroll and went to sleep. It took 4 hours before the next mole stumbled upon his little haven, but to Ajax it felt like barely seconds had passed between laying his head down and the alarm barrier waking him back up. The only thing confirming the passage of time to him was the refilled mana and stamina he had. He quickly took care of his uninvited guests before repacking everything, and for the first time since he entered the floor, he once again headed towards the surface. Despite only spending 3 hours underground, Ajax knew that he had done serious damage to the mole population. From the looks of things, this seemed to be a fairly standard, if very rewarding floor biome, so he should have killed more than half the moles present on the floor already with his initial hunt. Might as well start on some alchemy, now Ajax muttered to himself. I won't be able to keep any of the potions I make anyway, so I might as well make something that will help me clear the rest of this floor quicker. Once he finally found an exit to the underground tunnels, Ajax had to face his next challenge on the floor, one, however, that he was more than happy to have. He was spoilt for choice in terms of what plants to use for his alchemy session. Being on such a high floor, all of them approached the quality of some of the best ingredients Ajax had ever worked with before now. Add on the natural interference from the ambient mana, and Ajax found his first 3 attempts to all end in failure. Professor Vilthorn told me that the more rich the ingredients were, the harder it would be to prevent a failure, but I definitely didn't expect this. Ajax complained to himself as he emptied out his latest failed attempt. Despite having previously used ingredients of this mana concentration before, the biggest difference here was that he had always used them in combination with other inferior ingredients. Even in his previous delves, he would collect different plants from different floors before starting his alchemy. Now all of the ingredients being this high quality meant that there was no low-quality ingredient that he would have to compensate for and saturate with the mana of the better ones as he did before. His 4th attempt finally saw success as he carefully poured the completed potion into a vial for his alchemist's examination to inspect. Much to his shock, the mana potion common was one of the best potions he had ever created. Despite the imperfect brewing, this potion would still grant the drinker an instant infusion of 200 mana, as well as an increase in their mana regeneration of 20 times over the next minute. His moment of celebration was quickly interrupted as he heard voices coming from the glass greenhouse he had collected his ingredients from. He had no idea what language they were speaking, but from the sounds of it, this floor definitely would have some humanoid monsters that he was going to have to take care of. This was the perfect chance to practice with his blaster. As Ajax carefully approached the sound of the conversation, he leaned into his stealth skill as much as he could. With only a common skill, however, his progress was relatively slow. He would definitely need to look into getting a few higher rarity skills that would synergize with this one. Despite it taking him a bit of time, he silently climbed one of the trees outside the greenhouse to where he had a clear view of the orcs that seemed to be having an argument while pointing to the empty plot inside the greenhouse from where he had collected his ingredients. To start with, Ajax didn't use any mana augmentation on the blaster, as he wanted to get a baseline for the weapon against these enemies. Despite this, he turned mana siphon all the way up to max, and even used the tree he was sitting in to help with the recoil. Beside the initial shot, which accurately took one of the orcs right in its left eye, Ajax felt like at most 10 of the next 30 shots even hit his target. However, they did seem to do some burn damage. It was then that he tried his first mana augmentation on the blaster, as he infused it with void mana. Much to his surprise, the blaster bolts had turned from a bright red to a pitch black. Unfortunately, they also went from low damage to no damage at all. In hindsight, that might have made sense seeing, as Void helped bypass armor after the point of impact, but the bolts carried no force to speak of to damage the orcs. Changing the augment to magma, however, turned out to be a great success, as the bolts now left small patches of magma on impact that the orcs had to quickly wipe off. His fun and experimentation quickly came to an end, however, as he felt danger sense let him know to store the blaster and pull out his shield just in time for the third orc, a shaman by the looks of it, to throw a wind bomb at him. He managed to siphon enough mana from it that the wind blast released on contact with the shield did nothing more than violently remove him from the tree he was in. Back on ground, he saw the two orcs marred with wounds from the blaster charging towards him as he took out his hammer from the spatial ring. Experimenting and trying to increase skills was all well and good, but you always went back to the basics. Changing back to wielding his usual melee weapons, Ajax wasted no time in taking out all three orcs in moments. The only reason he was able to dispatch level 50s quite that easy was because of the irritating damage he had done with the blaster, but also because they weren't expecting him to dash into a melee frontal assault after a ranged sneak attack. Once he was done with the orcs, Ajax chose to continue playing around with the blaster instead of starting a second round of alchemy. This latest combat had shown him just how much some of his skill could go. For all intents and purposes, the blaster was simply a weapon that focused small bursts of radiance magic. Ajax had known that such enchanted wands and staff did exit, but he had been told in no uncertain terms that they suck. This wasn't a wrong opinion to have either, considering that enchantments use an external mana source unlike runes. It means that with all the different variety of attacks, creating one static way to attack wasn't all that useful, though the blaster had clearly proven that so long as you pushed enough you could come up with something decent. What surprised Ajax, however, was the interaction between the blaster and his mana augmentation skill. It seemed that he could use the skill in order to create a stable mix of radiance and whatever mana type he added afterwards. The results were marginally useful for the amount of mana they cost, but their experience of mixing mana like that with his skills was invaluable. Aiming the blaster at one of the orc corpses nearby, Ajax went ahead and proceeded to fire an ice-augmented shot. The result was much as expected. The shot itself was unaffected in its travel time, but upon contact it released a small flash freeze. Just as there were certain mana types that mixed very poorly with radiance, some were a perfect fit. Both magma and holy were great choices, as the holy would purify anything in the small area of the shot, while the magma had its slow travel time covered. The unruly kickback of the blaster also helped Ajax unlock the uncommon skill Focused Aim. Not only that, but he could actively feel his mana control improving, as he started fine-tuning how powerful the augmentations on each blast are. He finally stopped when his mana dropped to 1/4. From there, he had moved on to collecting the ingredients for his next alchemy session. While Ajax was slowly working his way through his ideal dungeon floor biome, things on the outside of the dungeon weren't going quite as smoothly. A small wave of panic went through the guards waiting outside the arch when Lexi and Anna exited together with a tied-up Alvier. Thankfully for all of them, the Empire guards were more than understand about political assassination attempts inside dungeons. This meant that while they offered them the courtesy of not interrogating Oliver, they did scour through every single spatial item that exited the dungeon. "There was one more with you when you went in," the guard finally said as he was handing everything back. "Did he die?" I thought it would be a good idea to make sure we had time to properly process everything by the book considering the situation. "He is still alive inside, so no monsters came out when we exited," Anna said diplomatically. He also mentioned something about hunting for crystals. Lexi jumped in with the cover story already established. Oliver simply remained silent throughout the entire process. It wasn't just the depression coming from the failed mission that was making him so obedient. Rather, it was his desire to not bring an international incident to his father's doorstep along with the failed mission. Having been cleared, Lexi, Anna, and Oliver were escorted by one guard through the city towards their courtyard, while the other guard remained to wait for Ajax should he deem to exit the dungeon. Little did the poor guard know that they would be waiting a fair amount of time for this. "You don't seem all that surprised by the assassination attempt," the Emperor addressed Xavier as he had joined his father for lunch with the Imperial family. "We were warned ahead of time that something like it may happen during our trip and stay here." Xavier answered neutrality. Inside, however, he was cursing the Emperor for using his high social skills against someone so young in order to get a better hold of the situation. "That's good. One unexpected surprise is as much as any trip requires." Emperor sneered as he referred to Thuron's lucky break. Multiple offers had been made by the Empire to the Beastkin in hopes to recover the worms. Unfortunately for them, all that did was lead to a few angry merchants as they were forced to treat the Beastkin with respect while making their offers only to be rejected. Is there anything you would be willing to share about the tournament coming in a few years? This time the Emperor addressed the Crown Prince, much to Xavier's relief. The elves are expected to win it. The Crown Prince offered. They are simply in too deep of a financial hole following their most recent monarch. Seeing how their champion is yet to follow its king into retirement, their victory is all but assured. The only question remaining is how much we can get from them for it. None of this information was new to the imperial family. Their spies had kept them well in the loop concerning the big moves. What are you hoping to get from them? The imperial crown prince asked. We are looking to see about obtaining delves into their dungeon as well. The crown prince answered. That's a lot of dungeons your nation will be visiting in the next few years. The emperor chimed in. Our dungeon here, the elves. I've heard rumors about your father finally cashing in that dungeon delve favor from the Republic, and you will be coming back to mine after all that. With how fresh this piece is, and the somewhat assured longevity of it based on their champion's good health now, is the time to start preparing our next generation of champions, and giving them a good start should help keep them motivated to push forward. The Crown Prince answered. Xavier felt a small pang of jealousy at that. He had mostly gotten over it after being repeatedly exposed to Ajax's talent and hard work. That didn't change the fact that there had already been a plan in the works to help strengthen the kingdom's next champion. With Ajax's appearance, he had been moved down from the central position. Oddly enough, Xavier knew that focusing on Ajax was the correct choice, yet he still failed to smother every last ounce of jealousy. His earlier combat win did a lot to appease his own ego. That's great to hear. The Emperor praised. I do wish all of your talented youths the best of luck. Despite the Emperor's opinion on other races, he still knew very well that if even 2 or 3 were to ally together, they would be able to beat them due to sheer numbers. This meant that the stronger the human kingdom next to them was, the stronger their defense was, since that was the only way to reach them. Just like that, 3 whole days had passed without Ajax showing any intention of exiting the dungeon. Suffice to say that the Imperials had started worrying about him, trying to do something on the inside that they had missed in the inspection. After the 4th day ended with still no sign of Ajax, the kingdom's people were starting to get worried as well, and outright dread had started to set in by the 5th day. The entire breakfast table was eerily quiet as Xavier, Anna, Lexi, the Crown Prince, and a few other nobles ate. Do you think something happened to him? Lexi asked anxiously. Something definitely happened, the Crown Prince answered. Most likely it was something good, and he is simply taking advantage of the opportunity. According to my brother, the risk of him actually dying is very low. What sort of opportunity takes so long? Lexi didn't give up. I remember a recent abandoned city floor theme where they managed to find an alchemist's shop that had potions that increased skill growth for an hour when drunk, the Crown Prince offered. They sadly weren't able to get any clue as to what the recipe to make them was, but they took 5 days on that floor alone as they ran through the entire city supply of the potion, and all of the team members broke through at least one skill bottleneck. During all this time, Ajax could only guess at how much he worried people, but he had only just managed to finish killing every monster on this floor. Despite that, he had gone through only half of the ingredients that could be found in the various greenhouses, and that was despite his extremely wasteful approach to experiments. So stupid, Ajax mutters a little downcast as he rubs his left shoulder. It had been about 10 days since he first entered the dungeon as part of the group of 5, and Ajax was planning to exit the dungeon today. Ideally, he would have liked to stay a lot longer on this floor theme, but he knew that even coming out like he planned, he would just get the night to relax before the delve into the next dungeon began. As for why Ajax's shoulder hurt, he had nobody to blame but himself. After having activated the obelisk 4 days ago, he had spent 10 hours killing everything